Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Amidst the jubilant strains of music, Lin Buan blinked, momentarily disoriented about her surroundings. Whose birthday is it? Had she not perished in the frigid apocalypse? How could she possibly be here? Before Lin Buan could delve deeper into her thoughts, she felt a gentle push from behind, accompanied by a female voice urging her. Xiaowan, hurry up and present your birthday gift to Jidong. Jidong? Lin Buan's gaze turned icy as she focused on the handsome young man at the center of attention, surrounded by admirers, preparing to blow out his birthday candles. Hurry up. The push from behind became more forceful this time, causing Lin Buan, clutching a heavy mechanical keyboard, to stumble forward and stabilize herself just in front of the grand birthday cake. Such eagerness to deliver a birthday gift, someone teased. Jidong glanced up at Lin Buan, his eyes locking onto the box she held. Lacking any decorative wrapping, the brand and model of the keyboard were clearly visible, and Jidong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the keyboard he had long coveted, priced over 2,000. He had hinted to Lin Buan for quite some time, and now he was about to have his wish fulfilled on his birthday. Just as he reached out to accept it, Lin Buan, without a moment's hesitation, brought the keyboard crashing down onto the beautiful cake, sending cream splattering everywhere and obliterating the once pristine confection. Lin Buan, what are you doing? A sharp voice rang out from behind none other than Qin Wei, the girl who had just urged Lin Buan to present the gift. Lin Buan feigned ignorance, discarding the cream-covered keyboard, and, with both hands, lifted the 8-inch cake, precisely smashing it into Jidong's face, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The scene unfolded so abruptly that everyone stood frozen in disbelief, momentarily paralyzed and unable to intervene. Lin Buan retrieved the cream-smeared keyboard from the ground, striding toward the exit, where she opened the door with a decisive click and slammed it shut behind her, leaving a room full of bewildered guests. Lin Buan exhaled deeply as she made her way to the elevator, casually unboxing the mechanical keyboard. Such a scoundrel did not deserve such a fine instrument. She tossed the cream-covered box at the entrance of Jidong's apartment. The elevator doors opened just in time as she pressed the button for the 20th floor, and the doors soon closed. Upon returning to her own apartment, she opened the door to the familiar surroundings. As soon as she stepped inside, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, she promptly rejected the call. The time displayed on her phone read August 1st, 23:01. Lin Buan fumbled with her phone, perusing some news articles, confirming that she had indeed been reborn, and remarkably, 3 days prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Memories of her previous life surged forth at the onset of the apocalypse. Jidong had treated Lin Buan with a measure of tenderness, and they had established their romantic relationship, even exchanging tokens of their affection. It was Lin Buan who had pursued Jidong first, presenting him with a jade pendant bequeathed by her grandmother as a symbol of their bond. Upon receiving the jade pendant, Jidong immediately surreptitiously gifted it to Qin Wei. Initially, their interactions were tolerable, however. As the provisions in Lin Buan's apartment dwindled to nothing, the true nature of this unscrupulous pair gradually revealed itself. They sought to exploit Lin Buan's body in exchange for sustenance. Had she not managed to escape, who knows how many would have taken advantage of her. The days spent on the run were far from easy, as she scavenged for meager scraps of food or the occasional rat, barely managing to survive. As conditions worsened and the climate grew increasingly harsh, even the rats became elusive. Lin Buan, starved and chilled to the bone, ultimately perished in the frigid embrace of a bitter night. Reflecting on this, certain overlooked details from her past life resurfaced in her mind. Lin Buan was an avid hoarder, amassing a substantial stockpile of food and daily necessities in her apartment. In just a month of the apocalypse, those supplies had been entirely consumed. At the time, she was too deeply entrenched in her situation to notice now. It struck her as exceedingly peculiar where had all those provisions disappeared to. At that moment, a loud knocking reverberated through the apartment door. Lin Buan approached and peered through the peephole, spotting Qin Wei and Jidong on the other side. They had come looking for her. A sardonic smile curled on Lin Buan's lips as she turned away and headed into the kitchen, grasping a cleaver firmly in her hand before flinging the door open. Is there something you need? Lin Buan asked, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the two intruders. Ji Dong, with remnants of cream in his hair and traces of moisture on his face, appeared somewhat disheveled. He unleashed a tirade. "Lin Buan, are you out of your mind?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Dong felt a gentle tug on the edge of his clothing. Qin Wei spoke soothingly. "Ji Dong, please address Xiaowan with respect. There's no need for insults." She then turned to Lin Buan. "Xiaowan, your actions today were indeed excessive. Regardless of your grievances, throwing cake at someone is unacceptable." "Xiaowan?" Lin Buan repeated in her mocking tone. "Who do you think you are? Are we on familiar terms?" Ji Dong, having regained his composure, was instantly incensed. "Don't think just because you're a woman, I won't dare to strike you." No sooner had the words left his lips than he shoved Qin Wei aside and raised his hand to deliver a slap to Lin Buan. With a chilling gaze, Lin Buan raised the cleaver and aimed it at Ji Dong's outstretched arm. In a split second, Qin Wei screamed and rushed to push Ji Dong away, causing Lin Buan's blade to strike the white wall instead. A deep imprint marred the surface, revealing the bricks beneath. Ji Dong, taken aback, felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. Had that blade connected, it would have surely shattered his bones. "Xiaowan, how could you do such a thing? You could kill someone," Qin Wei exclaimed, startled. Meeting Lin Buan's icy stare, she faltered, swallowing back her words. "Please, I beg you, refrain from calling me by that name. It's utterly repugnant," Lin Buan retorted, then turned her attention to Ji Dong. "And you, if you dare to show your face before me again, I will strike you down each and every time. Feel free to test that if you wish." "Lin Buan, have you lost your mind?" Ji Dong found this woman before him utterly incomprehensible. Lin Buan, weary of further argument, brandished the kitchen knife in her hand, feigning another strike, which sent the treacherous couple scurrying towards the elevator doors in fright. It is peculiar to note that Qin Wei, who had not been particularly familiar to Lin Buan prior to the apocalypse, now seemed to exhibit an unusual attentiveness during this birthday celebration. Had she ever shown such diligence in their past encounters? Qin Wei's demeanor elicited a curious sense of dissonance within Lin Buan. However, now was not the time for such musings. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, she needed to prepare urgently in order to survive the impending disaster. With a resolute gaze, Lin Buan turned away and entered the apartment, decisively closing the door behind her. Chapter 2. Whatever you think comes true. It was now 9 in the evening, and there was no time left for shopping. Moreover, Lin Buan felt somewhat dazed and knew she had to devise a systematic plan. She retrieved paper and pen, jotting down a list of essential supplies to stockpile. Just as she began, her phone, carelessly tossed on the sofa, vibrated. Annoyed, yet compelled to answer, Lin Buan picked it up, seeing the name UUF flash across the screen. It was her mother. Since her grandmother's passing, Lin Buan had felt like an orphan. Her parents were divorced, each having formed new families that refused to accept her. She was only 12 when her grandmother died, thrusting her into a life of boarding. During holidays, she would alternate between her parents' homes, never truly welcomed. If given a choice, she would have preferred to be an orphan, free from such distressing matters. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Buan pressed the answer button. "Xiaowan, are you resting?" Yue's voice came through. Lin Buan's tone remained flat, tinged with frost. "Is there something you need? Why don't you even call me Mom? You have no manners." Yue complained before continuing, "Your brother will be turning in by city. You need to pick him up tomorrow and arrange a place for him to stay." "I'm not available," Lin Buan replied curtly. "What kind of attitude is that? He is your own brother." Yue retorted, clearly displeased. "You're just like your father." Lin Buan interrupted her tirade. "What kind of attitude do you expect? Your children with someone else have nothing to do with me." With that, she abruptly hung up, feeling utterly unmoved, and returned to her notes. She wrote extensively for 3 or 4 pages, listing all the supplies she needed to gather: medications, food, daily necessities, seeds, first aid supplies, and various tools. The more she wrote, the more she realized what she lacked. The apartment was small, with limited storage capacity. If only there were a space to store her supplies, she mused. Suddenly, a thought struck her: her grandmother's pendant and Qin Wei. 2 seemingly unrelated pieces of information inexplicably intertwined in her mind. Lin Buan walked to her bedroom, rummaging through a drawer until she unearthed a dark red jewelry box. Upon opening it, she beheld the jade pendant, designed in the shape of an ancient green coin. Its craftsmanship was not particularly exquisite, yet it emanated a sense of antiquity. Carefully, she lifted the pendant, her fingers gripping it as her gaze pierced through the center of the coin. What? Instead of the familiar sights of her apartment, she was met with darkness. How could this be? Lin Buan leaned in closer, peering through the jade coin's center again, this time revealing an unusual overhead view of her apartment's interior. From her current position, such a perspective was impossible. The more obscure the image became, the more determined she was to see clearly. Suddenly, she felt an irresistible pull. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself standing in an apartment that was both strange and familiar. The layout remains entirely unchanged, yet the apartment feels desolate, devoid of any belongings. The jade coin held between my fingers vanishes, and in an instant of realization, Lin Buan finds herself in her own room. Lin Buan exclaims in astonishment. No wonder Qin Wei's possessions have dwindled so rapidly after acquiring the jade pendant. She must have uncovered the secret concealed within it. But how did she come to know? Regardless of her means of discovery, this time, Qin Wei shall not be afforded such an opportunity. Lin Buan experiments with the ability to store and retrieve items, finding the process remarkably smooth. The spatial dimensions mirror those of her actual apartment, though the usable area is approximately 50 square meters. While not excessively spacious, it suffices to stack a considerable amount of supplies. With the storage space secured, Lin Buan now finds herself lacking in financial resources. After merely a year in the workforce, combined with her previous efforts in school to support herself, her savings amount to a mere 30,000, which is insufficient for substantial purchases. When aggregating the available credit across various platforms, she finds it totals around 200,000. Thus, she resolves to prioritize essential supplies to stockpile, preparing for the impending super typhoon in 3 days, planning to seize opportunities for zero-cost purchases thereafter. Time waits for no one. Lin Buan hastily adds items to her shopping cart, opting for local suppliers when possible, while selecting those from neighboring provinces for further distances, as they typically arrive the following day. She does not overlook the delivery platforms, making numerous purchases with the expectation of delivery between 9 and 10 the next morning. By 3 in the morning, she has spent over 100,000. Cradling her phone in bed, she unknowingly drifts into slumber, only to be awakened by the vibration of her device. It is a call from the delivery service. The apartment prohibits deliveries to upper floors, necessitating her descent to collect her order. Rubbing her face in fatigue, she heads downstairs, where she finds 4 or 5 delivery personnel waiting. The delivery includes medications, rice, bottled water, frozen goods, and a variety of other items, far too much for one person to carry alone. After providing a tip, she enlists their help to place everything in the elevator, intending to transport it to her floor later. Fortunately, the morning rush hour has passed, and most residents have left for work, resulting in minimal elevator traffic. However, upon her return to retrieve another delivery, she unexpectedly encounters Ji Dong and Qin Wei. As the elevator doors slide open, Lin Buan sees them standing hand in hand, engaged in an intimate conversation. Qin Wei's expression shifts to one of surprise upon noticing Lin Buan, and she quickly releases Ji Dong's hand, offering an awkward smile. Xiaowan, you don't have to work today? Lin Buan, disinterested, responds with silence, pressing the close button on the elevator, which promptly shuts. It is rather peculiar. Despite the dramatic confrontation yesterday, Qin Wei appears unfazed and even cheerful today. What a resilient heart she possesses. Ji Dong, you promised me, did you remember? Qin Wei inquires as the doors close. Do you desire that jade pendant so much? Ji Dong replies, if you truly wish for it, I can buy you a similar one. Qin Wei immediately protested, it's different. Xiaowan's resembles the one passed down from my grandmother. Its significance is not the same. As she spoke, she grasped Ji Dong's hand, urging, you should have a proper conversation with Xiaowan. She cherishes you deeply and will surely give it to you. Under Qin Wei's relentless persuasion, Ji Dong eventually acquiesced. To be honest, after last night's events, he was quite reluctant to engage with that madwoman any further. Lin Buan, however, was oblivious to their exchange. If she had known, she would have surely dealt them both a sharp retort. What audacity! In her previous life, she had admired Ji Dong's refreshing charm, but now he repulsed her. The years she spent pursuing him had been a deception. For beneath his appealing facade lay a fundamentally rotten character. Chapter 3. Shopping spree. The takeout ordered the night before had all arrived in the morning, now piled in the living room. With no time to tidy up, Lin Buan decided to stow everything away in her space. Time was running short, and she needed to head to the wholesale market. Just as she changed her clothes, her phone vibrated. It was her younger brother, Chen Yuebin. Answering was out of the question. It would only waste her time, so she hung up immediately. No sooner had she ended the call than her phone buzzed again. This time, it was the company front desk. Lin Buan had forgotten that she still had a job. In college, she had pursued a medical degree and later obtained a pharmacist's license. After some time, she found herself working for a pharmaceutical company, and the call was from the front desk. She answered and informed them that she was unwell and needed to take some time off before hanging up. Just after ending the call, Chen Yuebin's persistent ringing resumed, prompting Lin Buan to block him without hesitation. Swiftly, she dialed another number. As soon as it rang once, the other party picked up. "Why didn't you come to work today? I was just about to call you. What is going on?" The voice on the line was hushed, indicating a discreet conversation. "I'm taking a short break," Lin Buan replied, glancing at the time. "I just received an urgent order. I'll send the list to you. Let's South meet at Chuanxi Park at 10. Please bring the medications listed." "Why don't you come yourself? Pretending to be sick, is it because of that Ji Dong?" Lin Buan. "Not that I'm saying." Lin Buan quickly interrupted her. "No, stop speculating. We'll discuss it when we meet. Goodbye." If she hadn't hung up, Hua Xiao could have argued with her for an hour. Hua Xiao was Lin Buan's childhood friend. They had both taken the certification exam together and later worked at the same company, maintaining a close bond. However, after the super typhoon struck, they lost contact. And there had been no news since the apocalypse. Chuanxi Park was conveniently located near the wholesale market, separated by just one street. Lin Buan parked her car at the entrance of Chuanxi Park. This vehicle was assigned by the company for business purposes, facilitating deliveries. She refrained from resigning, knowing she would lose access to the car, something she currently needed immensely. After waiting for nearly 5 minutes, a knock resonated on the car window. Hastily, I opened the door. It felt overwhelming, having to drive myself here while you insisted on being my courier. Lin Buan. "Are you even human?" Hua Xiao grumbled, swinging the car door open and tossing the medicine onto the back seat before sliding into the car herself. "I've noted all this down for my records. Your commission will be ready by the end of the month," she remarked, leaning forward. "Why haven't you been coming to work?" "I don't have the time to explain right now. You need to get out of the car. There's an urgent demand for the goods over there." Lin Buan sensed that Hua Xiao had a plethora of things to say, but was at a loss for words, knowing this was not the right moment to engage. Hua Xiao huffed and muttered a curse, exclaiming, "Heartless. Get out now. I'll call you after work." Once she departed, Lin Buan swiftly stowed the 2 large bags of medicine from the back seat into her space. These were pharmaceuticals that were hard to find in local pharmacies, mostly prescription medications, while she had procured an ample supply of over-the-counter drugs via delivery apps. With everything settled, she headed straight to the wholesale market. Rice and flour were essential. She needed to stockpile these, placing a substantial order with a vendor offering reasonable prices and acceptable quality. Additionally, she ordered a variety of condiments and canned goods from the same shop. Since the wholesale department provided delivery services, it would be impractical to have such a large quantity of rice and flour shipped to her apartment, especially given the bustling crowd. After some consideration, she decided to have them delivered to her grandmother's house. Following her grandmother's passing, the old house had remained vacant, situated conveniently in the suburbs as a standalone property. After scheduling a suitable delivery time with the vendor, Lin Buan hurried to a large shopping mall. Following the super typhoon, a rapid drop in temperature was anticipated, necessitating warm clothing and bedding. Baicheng, being an inland city by the sea, was prone to severe flooding. Lin Buan also needed to prepare watercraft, such as kayaks, as traveling would be impossible otherwise, thwarting her plans for a zero-cost purchase. The timing for such purchases was critical. One had to act swiftly, or else there would be nothing left once people awakened to the reality of the situation. Now in August, the mall was filled with summer apparel. Lin Buan inquired at a store and discovered that the warehouse had off-season down jackets and thermal underwear available at a discounted price for bulk purchases. She noted down the required sizes, also picking up a set for Hua Xiao. It was a rare opportunity to find a NA-VE buyer for off-season clothing. And even in the winter, Baicheng's temperatures only warranted a week of down jacket wear at most, making sales generally lackluster. The service was exceptional, as they promptly delivered the items to her vehicle. Having secured her warm attire, Lin Buan shifted her focus to a specialized outdoor equipment store. She purchased 3 kayaks. Recognizing them as consumables, Given the anticipated debris in the floodwaters, it was prudent to have extra on hand. If not for her limited budget, buying 10 would not have seemed excessive. She also acquired some trekking jackets, backpacks, tents, and fuel blocks, particularly the fuel blocks, which she purchased in bulk. The more she bought, the more she felt the need for additional items. Battling until 3 in the afternoon, Lin Buen hurried toward the outskirts of the city as the delivery time promised by the wholesale market approached. She had visited the old house once in her past life, now shattered by a super typhoon, and an inexplicable sense of anxiety crept over her as she made her way there. Coincidentally, the delivery truck and Lin Buen arrived at the old house simultaneously. The courtyard of the house was spacious enough for the truck to drive directly in. A few curious elderly onlookers gathered, prompting Lin Buen to close the gate firmly, instructing the driver to unload the goods in the living room for convenient storage later. The driver, quite professional, completed the unloading in half an hour. Surprisingly, the onlookers did not disperse. They lingered at the entrance, peering into the courtyard. Lin Buen chose to ignore them, recalling how they used to ask her during her childhood, "Do you like your new mom and dad?" Or cruelly insinuate, "Your mother doesn't want you, and neither does your father," leaving shadows upon her young heart. With a decisive slam of the door, she dismissed any concern for appearances, as there was no need to engage with them. Once the living room was stocked with supplies, Lin Buen took photos of the house both inside and out, gathering some of her grandmother's belongings. In 2 days, this house would cease to exist. Although she had never particularly liked this place, it was where her memories with her grandmother were anchored, and she would never return. Silently bidding farewell, she closed the door of the old house and walked away without looking back. Forward she looked, resolute in her decision not to dwell on the past. Chapter 4. New neighbors driving her company car, she returned to her rented apartment. Lin Buen had no intention of leaving. Her finances were dwindling, and after the super typhoon, the apartment proved relatively safe. During that storm, many tall buildings and low bungalows were either submerged or split asunder by the tempest, a truly terrifying sight. She recalled the water level reaching the 5th floor at its peak. Upon reaching the 20th floor via the elevator, just as she prepared to open her door, the neighboring door swung open. If memory served her right, that apartment had been vacant and unoccupied. Here, the buildings were all apartments. Some with 2 bedrooms and a living room, others with 1 bedroom and a living room. Lin Buen resided in a 1-bedroom unit, located second to last in a corridor of 10 units. The last unit had always remained unrented. Modern tenants were superstitious, preferring not to occupy the last rooms in hotels or rental properties. Before Lin Buen could ponder further, a tall man emerged from within. At that moment, the corridor's motion sensor lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. Clapping his hands twice, the man activated the lights once more, flashed a smile at Lin Buen, and departed. Lin Buen thought to herself, "Did you just move in today? This apartment had remained uninhabited in my past life until the flooding compelled someone to break in. Was the world changing?" Unease washed over her as she contemplated the precarious situation should the apocalypse not have arrived. The thought of the substantial debt she had incurred weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her unable to fathom the consequences. Clearing the chaotic thoughts from her mind, Lin Buen considered that perhaps the apocalypse might not come after all. She could simply tighten her belt and endure, as money would eventually be repaid. However, in the event of the apocalypse, a moment's carelessness could cost her life. As she stepped inside, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was Hua Xiao, the very person she had intended to call. "Are you done with work?" Lin Buen inquired. "Not by a long shot," Hua Xiao chuckled. "I mentioned I was stepping out to meet a client, so I took off early. I've been worried about you all day. What is going on?" "I'm perfectly fine, so you needn't fret," Lin Buen replied, deftly shifting the subject. "Didn't you say you were looking for a place? You could rent the apartment next door. The landlord's key is with me, and you can stay for free until the end of the month." "Is it really that good?" Hua Xiao hesitated, then added, "But the rent over there is exorbitant, 1,500 a month. I can't afford that. I might as well settle for something in a village within the city." Lin Buen clicked her tongue inwardly. "Why not ask that boyfriend of yours, to share the burden? If you lived in a village, you wouldn't last long before being submerged in floods. I don't want my best friend swept away by a typhoon." "What do you mean that you?" "His name is Yu Su. Pay attention," Hua Xiao retorted, her annoyance evident. "Honestly, I wish I could move to a better place, but we both want to save money for a house and marriage." Unable to argue further, Lin Buan suggested a gathering at her place for hot pot on the day the super typhoon was expected to hit. She had met Yusu several times, and he treated Hua Xiao well. Living next door after the apocalypse would provide some assurance, at the very least. However, she needed to devise a way for them to bring supplies, as relying solely on her provisions would be unsustainable. After finalizing the dinner plans, she hung up and swiftly entered her storage space to inventory the supplies she had amassed. Rice and flour piled in the corner of her room occupied nearly half the space, while blankets and clothes took up a considerable amount as well. Various odds and ends were organized and categorized. Although it looked like a lot at first glance, it was manageable once sorted. Exiting her storage, she took the key and opened the door to the apartment next door. Indeed, the landlord's key was there. Since the landlord was often busy and could not always show the apartment to prospective tenants, she had been entrusted to help out, receiving a 100 yuan discount on her rent as a token of appreciation. Estimating the number of tenants on her floor, including the new arrivals, she counted 10 households in total. With the addition of the new resident today, there were 7 households on this floor, including singles, couples, and a memorable elderly couple. The couple, in their 60s, had seen Lin Buan being mistreated and had secretly offered her a rice ball. Reflecting on this, Lin Buan glanced toward the door of the elderly couple's apartment. Grateful for their kindness, she resolved to secretly purchase some supplies for them. Entering her own apartment, she closed the door behind her. This is an apartment with a layout consisting of 1 bedroom and 1 living room, furnished modestly with basic furniture and curtains, specifically acquired by the landlord for rental purposes. It is perfectly suitable for immediate occupancy, and arrangements will be made for Hua Xiao to reside here, preventing any potential encroachment by others. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. After a brief tour, Lin Buan exited. Standing in the corridor, she glanced around and mused that it would be ideal if an iron door could separate the 3 sets of doors at the back, but alas, a new tenant has moved in. Regardless, even if there were an iron door, she would not install it, and it would be too late for custom work. With only 2 days remaining, just then, the delivery arrived, and upon opening the door, she spotted the newly relocated man carrying various bags. Lin Buan cast a quick glance at him, noticing the supermarket's name printed on the bags, indicating he had gone shopping for daily necessities. Acknowledging his presence with a nod and a smile, she closed the door. Indeed, the man was rather handsome. However, having learned from her experience with Ji Dong, Lin Buan found herself utterly disinterested in men. Even if he resembled a celestial being, her heart remained unmoved. After finishing her meal, Lin Buan checked her logistics. The packages were expected to arrive tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. After her recent purchases, she still had over 20,000 left in her account, and money seemed to disappear swiftly, with tens of thousands spent in a single day. She planned to buy various vegetables and meats tomorrow, as her apartment had refrigeration capabilities that would allow for prolonged storage. The apartment was equipped with both water and electricity. She decided against stockpiling water, while for electricity, she had prepared several power banks. Initially, she considered purchasing a power storage box, but her budget was limited, so she would see if she could acquire one through a zero-cost purchase later. After organizing her plans, she filled 2 pages with notes. Stretching lazily, Lin Buan stood up, preparing to take a shower. Her phone vibrated, signaling a new message on WeChat. Upon opening it, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Ji Dong, are you coming to the gathering the day after tomorrow? Lin Buan chose not to reply, turning off her screen. Just as she was about to leave, the screen lit up again. Ji Dong, there's nothing between Qin Wei and me. Can you please stop overthinking? I only regard her as a sister. Mental case. Lin Buan muttered to herself, promptly blocking him. Downstairs, so how did it go? Is Xiao Wan willing to come? Qin Wei was drying her hair with a towel. Tilting her head. She blocked me, Ji Dong replied, visibly vexed. Wei, maybe we should just forget it. I'll take you to the mall tomorrow. You can pick whatever you like. Qin Wei sighed, sitting on a chair with a forlorn expression. I just want Xiao Wan's. Chapter 5. Meet. The following day, Lin Buan rose early. Upon opening the window, she noticed a light drizzle outside. The rain was not heavy, but it was rather bothersome. Having already planned her tasks for the day, Lin Buan moved swiftly, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and changing into fresh clothes, heading straight to the market. At 6 in the morning, the market was not overly crowded, mostly populated by elderly women eager to catch the morning market. Lin Buan preferred homemade meals over takeout, so grocery shopping was a straightforward task for her. However, Purchasing 2,000 worth of goods at once posed a significant challenge regarding how to transport everything back. Today, the pork is particularly exquisite, as the local butcher, Lin Buen, was beckoned over. Upon inspection, she noted the quality of the meat, far from the lean, feed-raised variety. It boasted a delectable marbling of fat and lean, perfect for braised pork or twice-cooked pork. The ribs appeared equally enticing, reminiscent of sweet and sour ribs, pepper salt ribs, or a savory rib soup, certainly not to be underestimated, as she was a loyal customer and the butcher assured her of the freshness. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Buen inquired if she could receive a discount for her bulk purchase. After negotiating a price, she nearly procured the entire pig for just over 3,000 yuan. She requested the butcher to cut the meat into her desired sizes and assist in loading it into her vehicle. Why such a large purchase today? The butcher queried with curiosity. Lin Buen concocted a casual excuse, claiming she was responsible for catering a family banquet. Having secured the pork, she continued her shopping spree, procuring 20 each of chickens and ducks, with the vendor agreeing to prepare them for her, ready for collection shortly. Next came the beef, a costly endeavor at 50 yuan per pound. She selected tenderloin, shank, steak, and various offal, amassing over 100 pounds in total. After visiting just 3 stalls, her expenses exceeded 10,000 yuan. While the meat was being processed, she took the opportunity to gather vegetables, filling her trunk and even the back seat. Lin Buen drove into a secluded alley devoid of surveillance, transporting her bounty to her apartment. After a brief wait, she returned to the market. She made 2 trips in total, and by the time she finished, the meat was nearly ready. Though the meat was pricey, it occupied little space, allowing for a swift collection. With just 2,000 yuan remaining in her account, Lin Buen glanced at her balance with a sigh, lamenting the fleeting nature of money when needed most. Arriving back at her apartment, it was already 10 in the morning, and the rain continued to fall, intensifying from a light drizzle to a steady downpour. After checking the logistics, she noted that her deliveries were arriving, planning to collect them all in the afternoon to avoid multiple trips. For lunch, she prepared tomato beef noodles while watching a popular show. The trending topics discussed the recent typhoon and its projected path, which she glanced at briefly before closing the tab. Accidentally, she clicked on a video featuring a blogger showcasing small eggs. Intrigued, Lin Buen watched and discovered the Luohua chicken, which seemed perfectly suited for sustainable breeding in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Compact in size, they required just a breeding box and regular care, producing numerous eggs and growing quickly. Their meat being a valuable resource, better than resorting to rodents. Despite her substantial meat stock, Lin Buen recognized the need for a sustainable source. She closed the video and promptly searched for local vendors selling Luohua chickens, successfully locating one. After a quick phone call confirmed availability and the presence of breeding boxes, she prepared to set off, knowing the destination was a mere 10-minute drive away. The chickens were reasonably priced, though the coop was somewhat expensive. Lin Buen opted for the largest model and purchased 20 Luohua chickens, specifically requesting the owner to select 2 roosters. Sustainable development necessitated the presence of roosters. Without them, there would be no fertilized eggs, rendering the effort futile. The Luohua chickens appeared even more petite than depicted in the videos, exuding a certain charm. The breeding box was arranged in the corner of the living room, and setting it up proved quite straightforward, completed in half an hour. After placing the chickens inside and securing the lid, Lin Buen added a small bowl of rice for them. Once the delivery arrived, Lin Buen ventured out again to the courier station to collect her packages. At the time of purchase, the quantity seemed manageable, but the sheer volume became astonishing upon retrieval. The owner, being considerate, offered assistance in loading the packages into her vehicle, especially given the rainy weather. However, a single trip could not accommodate all the items, necessitating a return. On her second trip to collect the packages, it was serendipitous that she encountered her new neighbor, who was also there to pick up deliveries. Even more fortuitously, both had procured a significant amount, straining to load their items into their vehicles. Having only met twice, they were mere acquaintances, exchanging nods as a form of greeting before returning to their tasks. Upon returning home, Lin Buen parked in the underground garage, which would undoubtedly be flooded in due course. She contemplated storing her car, but was constrained by limited space in her apartment. Even clearing the living room would not suffice to accommodate the vehicle. She left behind a few lightweight items to create the illusion of space, while stowing everything else away. After 2 days, her funds were dwindling. prompting Lin Buan to plan one final trip to the supermarket the following day to exhaust her remaining money before venturing out again, especially with a super typhoon forecasted to arrive that night. After some contemplation, she dialed Hua Xiao's number. "Don't forget to come over for hot pot tomorrow," she said, tilting her head as she spoke into her phone. "Tomorrow, with the typhoon approaching?" Hua Xiao exclaimed. "Darling, shall we reschedule until after the storm passes?" "Absolutely not," Lin Buan interjected before Hua Xiao could respond. "By the way, do you have any money to lend me? Are you planning to buy another gift for that Jidong?" Hua Xiao inquired. "No, it's urgent," Lin Buan replied. "Oh, how much do you need?" "Whatever you have, just send it to me," Lin Buan said, requesting a transfer via WeChat. Having grown up together, Hua Xiao trusted Lin Buan's character and promptly transferred 5,000. "This is all I can spare. The rest is in our house fund." "Is it sufficient?" It would certainly be inadequate, but Lin Buan refrained from saying so. If she were to disclose to Hua Xiao that the world was on the brink of catastrophe the next day, her friend would undoubtedly be incredulous. Lin Buan intended to convert Hua Xiao's 5,000 into supplies, storing them in the neighboring house to ensure their survival would not be overly challenging. She had already devised a plausible excuse. "That should suffice. Remember to dress warmly when you come tomorrow. It might get chilly," Lin Buan added thoughtfully. "It's been a while since we gathered. Perhaps you could bring a blanket and some extra clothes to change into for your overnight stay." "Lin Buan, have you experienced some sort of trauma? Why would you ask me to bring a blanket?" Hua Xiao pondered, curious about what might be occupying her childhood friend's mind. "Bring it along if you must." "Am I supposed to face the typhoon alone?" Lin Buan pouted, determined. "I don't care. Just take it with you. Oh, and you too. Please pick up some groceries on your way here." "That's settled." Chapter 6. A puppy. Lin Buan understood Hua Xiao well. Although she feigned disinterest, she would eventually bring along what she desired. As for Hua Xiao's boyfriend, Yu Su, Lin Buan had a favorable impression of him. He treated Hua Xiao well. If they weren't allowed to come together, Hua Xiao might choose to return home instead. In this ever-changing world, whether it was Hua Xiao or Yu Su, should they pose a threat to her, Lin Buan would not hesitate to act against them. The secret of her portable apartment was something she intended to keep to herself. It was her means of survival. She spent the night until midnight unpacking deliveries, stacking the items chaotically in her space. However, Lin Buan felt too weary to organize them just yet. She decided to leave them as is for the time being, knowing that when the end of days arrived, she would have ample time to sort through them. As the tension in her mind eased with the sound of rain, Lin Buan unconsciously drifted into slumber. The vibration of her phone beside her stirred her from sleep. With her eyes still closed, she fumbled for the device and glanced at the unfamiliar number. Perhaps a delivery? She pressed the answer button, and before she could utter a word, a furious voice erupted from the speaker. "Do you have any conscience at all? Lin Buan, have you blocked my number and your brother's?" Yu shouted, his voice filled with frustration. "He's only 19. What if something happens to him? Are you prepared to bear the consequences? I've already given your address to Yu Bin. You need to find him a place to stay. Do you even understand that the typhoon is approaching?" Lin Buan furrowed her brow, pulling the phone away from her ear. "I don't have time for this. Stop calling me," she retorted before hanging up, promptly adding the number to her blacklist. On the other end, Yu was so enraged that he nearly smashed his phone. Realizing that Lin Buan would not be of any help, he quickly booked the earliest ticket available. Now fully awake, Lin Buan sat up, her mind drifting back to her childhood. At 14, she had spent the Mid-Autumn Festival at Yu's place. Upon entering, she was struck on the head by a toy thrown by Chen Yubin, who was 3 years her junior. Lin Buan pushed him back, causing him to wail loudly. Although Yu witnessed the entire incident, she reprimanded her daughter instead. That slap had left a lasting impression on Lin Buan. No matter the hardships, she had never returned to Yu's home since. How could they have the audacity to call her, expecting her to arrange for their care? Truly, they had no shame. In subsequent years, holidays were always spent at Hua Xiao's house, where their bond flourished. She glanced at the time. It was past 7 in the morning. Lin Buan chose not to dwell on the past. There was no point in wasting time. The typhoon was imminent, and she still had tasks left unfinished. The rain was heavier than the previous day, having poured for a day and night, with water already accumulating on the roads. Lin Buan drove to the largest supermarket in the city center, armed with the 7,000 she had after receiving money from Hua Xiao, intending to complete her shopping in one go. It was precisely a typhoon day, and the supermarket was already bustling with numerous individuals stockpiling supplies. By city, in close proximity to the sea, frequently experiences typhoons each year, having endured many of varying magnitudes. The citizens are well acquainted with this ritual whenever a significant typhoon approaches. They habitually gather provisions, rendering Lin Buan quite inconspicuous among them. On this particular visit to the supermarket, Lin Buan selected her favorite items: chocolate, biscuits, beef jerky, cola, beer. Hot pot ingredients: beef and lamb rolls, assorted meatballs, marinated steaks, and fried chicken. She traversed the aisles, filling 4 or 5 carts, and after settling the bill, she loaded her purchases into her vehicle and continued shopping. She was not alone in her endeavors. Many others followed suit, as it was quite natural for larger families to buy in bulk. The previous year, a typhoon had left Bai City without water and electricity for an entire week, instilling fear in many. Thus, stockpiling was a prudent choice, ensuring ample food to last. After her shopping spree, she had 252 yuan remaining on her card. With the supermarket teeming with shoppers, Lin Buan planned to spend the remaining amount at the community's nearby supermarket. Leaning against her fully laden cart, she drove towards her apartment. The rain intensified, and the wind began to gust, causing the vehicle to sway. Lin Buan reduced her speed. After all, what good would it do to perish in a traffic accident after laboriously stocking up for 3 days? Soon, she arrived at the supermarket outside her community. Before she could exit her vehicle, she noticed a couple arguing at the entrance. The girl was cradling a small reddish-brown creature in her arms, which the boy snatched away and tossed onto the ground. As the girl wept and attempted to retrieve it, the boy forcefully pulled her away. At that moment, the supermarket owner emerged, shaking his head at the sight of the creature on the ground, and unceremoniously discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Parking not far from the supermarket, Lin Buan chose not to use an umbrella and jogged to the entrance. Amid the sound of the rain, she heard a faint whimpering emanating from the trash bin, a pitiful sound that tugged at her heartstrings. Although she intended to enter the supermarket directly, her gaze was drawn irresistibly toward the bin. After a brief pause, she approached and discovered a small puppy, likely just over a month old, clumsily navigating the refuse while intermittently whimpering. Lin Buan's heart softened as she was reminded of her own childhood, feeling akin to this puppy, treated like refuse and discarded. It was a crime to treat her as though she were trash. She reached down and scooped up the tiny creature, which was no larger than her palm, and it whined incessantly, possibly hungry. "No more whining, or I won't keep you," she playfully threatened, to which the puppy promptly fell silent. Upon entering the supermarket, she casually picked up a few additional items and fortuitously spotted dog food, taking a bag that perfectly utilized her remaining funds. After returning to the parking lot, Lin Buan conducted a thorough check, ensuring all usable items, including the repair kit from her car, were stowed away. Holding a supermarket bag in one hand and cradling the puppy in the other, she awaited the elevator. As she stood there, laughter and chatter erupted behind her. "Xiaowan," Qin Wei called out, approaching with a few quick strides, familiar enough to attempt to embrace Lin Buan. "It's Typhoon Day. We're heading to Jidong's place for a gathering. You should join us." Indeed, the bonds of companionship remained unbroken. Lin Buan internally cursed, hastening her movements as she swiftly sidestepped, causing Qin Wei to grasp at mere air. Before Lin Buan could utter a word of reproach, Qin Wei let out a piercing scream, pointing at the puppy Lin Buan cradled. "Ah, a mouse. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Buan felt her ears ringing. "Stay away from me. You resemble a mouse yourself. With that sharp face and a lack of flesh on your cheeks. Clearly a person devoid of fortune." Ding! The elevator doors opened. Lin Buan stepped inside first, pressing the close button with the hand holding her bag, and the doors swiftly shut, isolating her from the foolishness outside. Qin Wei, fuming and stamping her feet, her eyes reddening, silently vowed, "Once I obtain the jade pendant, we'll see who truly lacks fortune." Little did she know that Lin Buan had already uncovered the pendant's secret. Chapter 7. Am I forcing you to hate? Lin Buan gazed at the puppy's round, wide eyes and clicked her tongue. "To be honest, you do resemble a mouse a bit." Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a large dog head peering in. Lin Buan jumped in surprise, but, thankfully, wasn't afraid of dogs. Upon closer inspection, it was a black-backed dog, its tongue lolling out. "Hey Do, stay still." A pleasant male voice called from outside the elevator. He glanced inside, apologizing, "I hope I didn't startle you. He's quite well behaved, just a tad too curious." The speaker was the new neighbor who had just moved in 2 days prior. "Not at all," Lin Buan replied with a smile. He's rather cute. Chu Wei looked at He Do, baffled. Cute? I can't see it, he remarked, leading the dog to the side of the elevator door, waiting for the occupants to exit before guiding the dog inside. As the door opened, he caught sight of the small puppy in Lin Buan's arms, surprise flickering in his gaze. Once inside her apartment, Lin Buan found a large cardboard box and some old clothes, placing the little puppy within. The moment it was out of her embrace, the puppy began to whimper. However, as Lin Buan approached, it ceased its cries, only to start again when she stepped away. Hungry? Lin Buan mused. Having never cared for a dog, especially one so young, she felt utterly lost. Having rescued the pup just before a typhoon, abandoning it would surely spell its demise. Lin Buan sighed, lamenting her moment of compassion, and began researching how to care for a puppy. Learning as she went, she decided to purchase some milk powder online, both goat and cow's milk, and prepared a small bowl of goat milk for the puppy to drink. The little creature's movements were clumsy and eager, nearly choking as it drank, its face smeared with milk. After finishing, it promptly urinated on the floor and scampered over to Lin Buan, whimpering for a cuddle. Lin Buan, no wonder you were abandoned, she quipped, but still tidied up and brought the pup back to the cardboard box. Its soft, small form in her hands evoked an inexplicable sense of comfort within her. Having eaten, the little puppy nestled into the box and fell asleep. With time still on her side, Lin Buan retrieved some tape, preparing to seal the windows. In a previous existence, the window remained intact despite the tempest, attributed to the high quality of the glass, dual-layered, shatterproof, and the additional safeguard provided by adhesive tape. The living room lacked a window, featuring instead a floor-to-ceiling sliding door that opened onto a small balcony, which the landlord had secured with anti-theft netting and fully enclosed glass. Lin Buan recalled that while some of the balcony glass had shattered, the security net remained unscathed. Perhaps it was due to her own negligence in not applying tape to the balcony. This time, with an abundance of adhesive tape at her disposal, Lin Buan meticulously sealed the balcony, the sliding door, the room windows, and the small kitchen window, ensuring all gaps were covered to prevent rainwater from seeping in. After verifying that there were no oversights, she felt a sense of relief. The apartment occupied by Hua Xiao next door mirrored her own in layout and decor, prompting Lin Buan to apply tape there as well. Just as she had completed half of the task, she was startled by a loud knocking emanating from her own door, an impolite rapping that made her frown. Having already received her deliveries, she wondered who would seek her out on such a stormy day. Hua Xiao? That seemed improbable. Even if she had arrived early, it would be later in the afternoon. Opening the door, Lin Buan stepped outside to find Yu furiously banging on the door, while Chun Yuebin stood behind her, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Mom, stop knocking. With the time you're wasting, we could have booked a hotel already. Staying in a hotel is free, right? Yu retorted, her gaze falling upon Lin Buan as she emerged from the adjacent door. So you finally decided to come out? Today, I shall see how I bore such an ungrateful child. Lin Buan felt the reassuring weight of a baseball bat, a solid steel implement she had purchased online for self-defense, in her hand. What do you want? She inquired, casting a glance at Yu, who, after 2 years apart, had only grown more acerbic in appearance. Yu shot a glance at her daughter. What do you think I'm here for? I raised you, and you don't even understand the concept of filial piety. Your brother has come to Baiqing, and you don't lift a finger to help. You and your father are cut from the same cloth, selfish. Lin Buan scoffed coldly. I am selfish? Unlike your selfless, altruistic self, who engaged in an affair and bore another's child while married. You, how dare you speak such nonsense? Yu's face flushed with anger. Who told you these things? Was it your father? Does it matter who said it? Lin Buan replied. I ask you and your son to leave this place immediately, or I will not be so courteous. Come on, show me how you intend to be discourteous. Are you going to kill me? Yu shouted in exasperation. I should never have had you. If it weren't for you, I would not have married that spineless man. Was it I who forced you to be with Lin Jie? Was it I who compelled you to become pregnant? Lin Buan countered. What's this? After indulging yourself, you now turn your blame upon me? Lin Jie, Lin Buan's father, was no saint either, and after reaching adulthood, she had nearly severed ties with him. You are shameless. Yu seethed, feeling as though her heart might give way from the strain of her fury. On one side, Chun Yuebin could no longer bear the scene. He approached and shoved Lin Buan, admonishing her to watch her words. Lin Buan, caught off guard by the push, felt a surge of anger rise to her head. Without a moment's hesitation, She swung the baseball bat towards Chun Yuebin's arm. Yue, terrified, reached out to pull her son back, only to have her hand struck, letting out a cry of distress. Not leaving, are you? Just wait. Lin Buen's voice was cold and menacing. Today, you shall all perish here. With that, she turned and re-entered the house, retrieving 2 kitchen knives from her storage space. Now truly frightened, Yue endured the pain and grasped her son's hand, opting to descend the emergency stairs instead of risking the elevator. Seeing them flee, Lin Buen did not pursue. Her intention had merely been to intimidate them. After all, committing murder would only lead to imprisonment, and the storm had not yet arrived. Closing the door, she stored the knives and the baseball bat away, continuing to apply tape. Lin Buen's expression remained composed, far from the madness she had exhibited earlier. In truth, she had long seen through the facade of familial affection in her past life. What purpose did such bonds serve? After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Buen prepared a hot pot along with various ingredients, planning to share dinner with Hua Xiao and the others in the empty room that evening. Reflecting for a moment, she retrieved the clothes meant for Hua Xiao and placed them in the bedroom, adding some rice and flour. Once satisfied with her preparations, she paused, noting that it was sufficient to repay the 5,000 yuan owed to Hua Xiao. The rice and flour for the elderly couple had been delivered by a local courier. Despite their initial refusal to accept the items, as they were not purchased by them. However, the courier, overwhelmed with orders on a rainy day, simply left the items at the correct address and departed. Chapter 8. The storm approaches. Lin Buen conducted a thorough check, finding no errors or omissions. Through the walls, she could hear the puppy's yelps mixed with soft whimpers. Goodness, such a loud voice for one so young. As Lin Buen entered, the puppy ceased its barking, opting for a soft whine. She felt a slight headache, tinged with regret. Are you a little clingy? Lin Buen teased, poking the puppy's head with her finger. The clever creature responded by licking her fingertip, its large, round eyes glistening with affection. It was no wonder Lin Buen had softened at that moment. After tidying up her home and storing some items in her space, it became more minimalist, no longer cluttered. Otherwise, Hua Xiao would have noticed something amiss upon entering. However, her storage was now overflowing, leaving little room to maneuver. Her phone vibrated. It was Hua Xiao calling. I'm on my way, she said, her tone laced with frustration. I can't fathom why you'd want hot pot in this dreadful weather. Enough with the chatter. I'll be waiting at home. Hurry up. Lin Buen replied before hanging up, returning to her tasks. It was still not yet 5 in the evening, yet the sky had turned dark, resembling the hour of 7 or 8, and the temperature had dropped considerably. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt indoors, Lin Buen felt a chill. Not long after, a knock resonated at the door. Lin Buen peered through the peephole and saw Hua Xiao and Yu Su, both burdened with bags, their hair damp and disheveled, presenting a rather pitiful sight. In such disarray, they were certainly better off than facing a super typhoon that could claim lives. Lin Buen opened the door, ushering them inside. You have no idea how fierce the storm is outside, Hua Xiao complained, her voice laced with exasperation. I swear, you truly have a knack for picking the worst days. As she finished her sentence, her gaze fell upon a peculiar sight in the modest living room. A chicken coop? Lin Buen, have you taken to raising chickens now? Hua Xiao exclaimed incredulously, moving closer to inspect the diminutive structure. A pet chicken, is it? Lin Buen was momentarily taken aback by the incessant chatter of Hua Xiao, yet she quickly acclimated. Hua Xiao had always been loquacious, capable of filling the silence all on her own. At times, Lin Buen found solace in merely listening to her. The presence of others infused the house with warmth, dispelling the chill of solitude. Well, it's rather adorable, just a little something to amuse myself with, Lin Buen replied casually. Goodness, you even brought home a puppy? Hua Xiao and the little pup locked eyes, and she couldn't resist reaching out to stroke its head. It resembles a mouse. Lin Buen, have you suffered some sort of trauma? Your taste seems rather peculiar now. I found it on the road today. I feared it wouldn't survive if left behind, Lin Buen explained. Hua Xiao chuckled. You're quite the kind-hearted soul. Despite its mouse-like appearance, it's still rather cute. Let us put our things in the next room. We'll dine there tonight. My space is too cramped, Lin Buen suggested. Yu Su finally found something to occupy himself with, having stood by listening to their banter for quite a while. I'll take care of it. You two continue your conversation. All right. I'll go open the door to the next room, Lin Buen replied, proceeding to do just that. Now, the living room was left solely to Lin Buen and Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao felt no discomfort in the moment. After all, It had only been a few days since they last met. Typically, they saw each other almost daily at work and on weekends. They often dined together or strolled through shops. However, Lin Buin felt as if it had been ages since she had last seen Hua Xiao. Finding her as charming as ever, with an endless supply of conversation. Why did you suddenly summon us? You've been acting rather odd lately. Hua Xiao scrutinized Lin Buin's face, searching for signs of something amiss. Is it because of Ji Dong? I spotted him with a woman on the day I delivered medicine to you. Not that I'm criticizing you, Hua Xiao continued. But Ji Dong is not a good man. Lin Buin chuckled. And how would you know? Well, he resides in our building, and his reputation is far from stellar. Hua Xiao remarked. You only see his handsome exterior, unaware of the rot within. Don't fret unnecessarily. I have no feelings for Ji Dong anymore, Lin Buin reassured her. Hua Xiao nodded. That's a relief. But why the sudden dinner invitation? With the typhoon raging, the company will surely be closed. Besides, the next room is unoccupied, and I find myself rather bored alone at home. It's a perfect opportunity for you both to enjoy a taste of upscale living, Lin Buin quipped. Who would care about that? Once we save enough to purchase our own place, we'll make sure to leave you a room for whenever you wish to visit. It will undoubtedly be more luxurious than this, Hua Xiao replied with a grin. I refuse to play the role of a third wheel. The two were engaged in cheerful banter, and it was nearly time to head next door for hot pot. Yu Su was indeed quite adept, while the two conversed. He skillfully prepared the ingredients for Lin Buin, washing and chopping the vegetables, and organizing the necessary refrigerated or frozen items into the fridge. As they entered, hand in hand, the overpowering aroma of hot pot enveloped them. The long-missed fragrance made Lin Buin's stomach rumble. In the apocalypse, there was nothing to eat, not even a soul to converse with. Yet this life was different. Hua Xiao was still alive. She possessed a portable apartment and had even found a dog. The timing was perfect as I placed the meatballs into the pot. Yu Su remarked that it would take a while to eat, suggesting they first enjoy some beef and lamb. Hua Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Buin, inquiring, What do you think? Our Yu Su is quite capable, isn't he? Lin Buin responded, Indeed, you have the best taste. She laughed, feeling joy for her sister and their reunion. Hua Xiao had brought a substantial amount of food, bedding, and a change of clothes, making her stay here quite feasible. Moreover, Lin Buin had prepared plenty, allowing them to live more comfortably than many during the early days of the apocalypse. A super typhoon was expected to make landfall at midnight, and the wind was already beginning to pick up. From their higher vantage point, the sound of the wind was more pronounced. When the true super typhoon arrived, the entire building would sway. The apartment building where Lin Buin resided had 20 floors, not particularly tall, especially compared to the 100-story skyscrapers in the city center that were easily toppled by the winds. As the hot pot neared its conclusion, Lin Buin felt the building tremble slightly. Did you feel that? The building is swaying. Could it be an earthquake? Hua Xiao asked. Lin Buin's heart sank. Had the typhoon arrived earlier than expected? Just as she contemplated speaking, the building swayed again, this time more severely, causing the hot pot on the table to shift. It's not an earthquake. The typhoon has arrived. Lin Buin glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. I'm worried about the dog at home. I should head back. You all clean up, and if anything arises, contact me via WeChat. Hua Xiao nodded. If you're scared, just call me to come over. Lin Buin agreed and added, if the wind gets particularly strong, take refuge in the bathroom. There are no windows there. With that, she opened the door and swiftly returned to her apartment. Chapter 9. The monsters emerge upon entering. Lin Buin immediately heard the pitiful cries of the little puppy. As she approached the box, the cries ceased. How clingy it was at such a young age. What would it be like when it grew up? She glanced at the breeding box, where the Araucana chickens were restlessly pacing, emitting occasional calls. Animals are more sensitive than humans. They sensed that calamity was imminent. The wind outside intensified, driving raindrops against the glass with a loud thud, as though someone were knocking on the window. The building swayed increasingly, resembling an earthquake. Lin Buin pushed the sofa against the balcony door to barricade it, then turned and carried the cardboard box containing the puppy into the bathroom. With a resounding click, the bathroom door shut, muffling the terrifying sounds of the storm outside. The bathroom was modest in size, approximately 5 square meters, featuring a bathtub, a sink, and a toilet. Lin Buin seldom utilized the bathtub. It was both a waste of water and a hassle to clean. She placed a small blanket at the bottom of the tub and set her little puppy inside, allowing it to frolic. Finding a cushion, she leaned against the edge of the bathtub. Lin Buin found it difficult to articulate her current emotions. In her previous life, she had spent an entire night in a bathroom, and when she emerged, the world had transformed. This life was different. She had stockpiled supplies, Hua Xiao was next door, and there was a puppy in the tub. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, snapping Lin Buin back to reality. Hua Xiao, how are you holding up? Hua Xiao, do you need our pass to accompany you? Lin Buin, no need, I'm safe in the bathroom. What about you? Hua Xiao, we are too. Goodness. This typhoon is apocalyptic. At that moment, Lin Buin noticed a new notification on WeChat. Who could be adding her at this hour? Her finger brushed the screen, revealing a stranger's name, Strawberry Jam. Upon opening the message, she saw a request with a note. Xiao Wan, I'm Qin Wei. I need to speak with you. Please accept my request. Sitting idly in the bathroom, Lin Buin's curiosity piqued regarding what Qin Wei wished to convey, and she accepted the request. Lin Buin. Strawberry Jam. Xiao Wan, I didn't mean to frighten you in the elevator. I'm just a bit afraid of dogs. She rambled on with trivialities, leaving Lin Buin perplexed as to why this person was contacting her. Did she not see the disdain clearly written across Lin Buin's face? Lin Buin, state your purpose or be blocked. Strawberry Jam, have you misunderstood my relationship with Ji Dong? I only see him as an older brother. There's nothing between us. Strawberry Jam, Ji Dong was hurt when he saw you blocked him. He is currently sulking with a drink. He even mentioned wanting to confess to you today. Please give him a chance. Strawberry Jam, if it's convenient for you, would you come down to see him? Lin Buin couldn't help but chuckle, her curiosity about Qin Wei's persistent attempts to please her growing. Reflecting on her previous life, when the jade pendant had fallen into her hands, she speculated that this individual might also be a reincarnated soul. Was it possible she had lived twice? Or perhaps she was merely a character from a story that Qin Wei had entered. Such behavior was difficult to rationalize otherwise. Qin Wei continued to send messages, their content largely repetitive, ultimately aiming to persuade Lin Buin to descend. Lin Buin, you've all ended up in bed together, yet you claim to be innocent? Those unworthy of each other, may your union last forever. Having sent this message, Lin Buin promptly blocked and deleted the contact, her screen darkening. With her hands propped beneath her chin, she began to reminisce about the events of her past life. The reason behind my relentless pursuit of Ji Dong remains perplexing even upon reflection. Despite Hua Zhao's numerous admonitions, I, Lin Buin, seemed entranced, as if an invisible thread were pulling me ever closer to Ji Dong. Just then, a tremendous crash reverberated through the building, causing it to tremble once more, and the lights above flickered out. The bathroom was plunged into darkness, startling me. I quickly activated my flashlight mode. Meanwhile, the little puppy in the bathtub was also frightened, letting out a whimper as it cowered in the corner. I recalled that in my previous life, the power outage had not occurred so swiftly. It had been 2 days before the lights went out. Rising to my feet, I flicked the switch a couple of times, but the lights remained unresponsive. As I opened the bathroom door and stepped outside, I caught sight of the scene beyond the window. Rain pelted the glass, cascading down and rendering the outside world indistinct. Yet, I could discern the illumination from the neighboring building. Had only my building lost power? A sense of alertness washed over me as I grasped a baseball bat tightly in my hands and made my way to the door, only to be met with a sudden knock. On this stormy night, a solitary woman, plunged into darkness, faced the ominous sound of knocking. I pressed my eye to the peephole, but all I could see was a void. Activating my phone, I sent a message to Hua Xiao. Lin Buin, is there a power outage on your end? Hua Xiao, no, has yours gone out? Lin Buin, yes, I suspect it's deliberate. Call me. My phone vibrated immediately. I answered the call just as the figure outside obscured the peephole and knocked again. After saying a few words, I heard commotion from the other side, and in a sudden rush, I flung the door open. The person outside was clad in black and wore a cap, rendering their face indistinguishable. For a brief moment, they hesitated before bolting away. With precision, I swung the baseball bat, striking the individual squarely in the back, causing them to falter but not enough to deter their escape towards the stairwell. I was being pursued. A heavy weight settled in my chest. Hua Xiao, puzzled, suggested we call the police, pointing out that the intruder's attire indicated premeditated intent. She glanced into my darkened apartment, noting the power had been cut, revealing an unmistakable motive. I recognized this person. They resided on the 19th floor, directly beneath my own. I know him, I stated, but reporting it to the police would be futile. We have no evidence. Hua Xiao gasped, suddenly recalling. Could it be that pervert from downstairs? I nodded in affirmation. The tenant below was a single man in his 30s who had previously visited my apartment multiple times, claiming my footsteps at night disturbed him. He had insisted on adding me on WeChat, promising to message me whenever he felt disturbed. Having added him, I soon found myself subjected to his verbal harassment. I reported him to the police, which finally quelled his advances, and he had not returned since. Yet, in this rebirth, it seemed that all manner of monsters had resurfaced. Goodness, how utterly perverse! Hua Xiao exclaimed. Where is your circuit breaker? Let Yusu check it. The circuit breaker was pulled down, and the apartment was once again illuminated. Chapter 10, Cooling Down. There's no need to worry. You all can head back, Lin Buan said. By the way, the bag of clothes I left in the bedroom is for you. Have you seen it? Hua Xiao. Lin Buan casually concocted an excuse. While shopping, she had stumbled upon an off-season clearance with reasonable prices, so she purchased a few items for her. Lin Buan, I've noticed you becoming increasingly peculiar, Hua Xiao remarked, examining the garments, all winter wear, each thicker than the last. Such heavy clothing was utterly unnecessary for Bai City. Lin Buan, I've also noted your incessant chatter. If you have something to say, just message me. I'm off to keep my dog company. Without waiting for Hua Xiao to continue her tirade, Lin Buan swiftly retreated into the apartment, shutting the door behind her. Lin Buan was not adept at lying. Finding excuses proved to be quite challenging. It was impossible to confide to Hua Xiao about her rebirth. Such a notion would be too shocking. Although their relationship was strong, some matters remained unspeakable. Human hearts are fickle. Even if Hua Xiao remains unchanged, what of her boyfriend, Yusu? Lin Buan trusted Hua Xiao, but held reservations about Yusu. Regardless of the circumstances of her rebirth or the existence of her space, she resolved not to disclose anything to anyone. At the stroke of midnight, the wind intensified, and the rain fell in torrents, rendering the outside world utterly indistinguishable. The sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground were incessant. The air conditioning unit battered mercilessly. Lin Buan glanced through the sliding door at the balcony glass, which had already cracked in 2 places. At that moment, she noticed a large object hurtling towards her balcony from the 20th floor, causing her heart to race. She immediately entered her space. After waiting for 2 minutes, she emerged. Upon her return, she was taken aback. A tree had inexplicably appeared on the balcony's security net. The glass enclosing the balcony had been completely obliterated, and a half-human-tall money tree hung precariously from the netting. Had it not been for the security net, the sliding door would have surely succumbed as well. With one layer of glass missing, the door rattled ominously, as if it were poised to flee from the home. Lin Buan quickly retrieved a rope and secured the door handle, fastening it to the nearby sofa. If the sliding door were to vanish, everything within the apartment would be swept away by the wind. Once the door was secured, Lin Buan did not linger in the living room, but rather returned to the bathroom. The tumult persisted throughout the night, the building swaying until morning at 6, when the commotion finally subsided. Emerging from the bathroom with her dog in her arms, Lin Buan found the living room floor awash with water, nearly covering the soles of her shoes. The sliding door remained intact, albeit somewhat warped, with water seeping in from the balcony. The window glass held firm, though the outer layer bore some cracks, presenting no significant concerns. While the wind had diminished, the rain showed no signs of relenting, continuing to pour heavily, and the temperature had plummeted considerably. Lin Buan glanced at the thermometer on the wall, reading 21 degrees. Just yesterday, the temperature had soared to 35 degrees, experiencing a sudden drop of 11 degrees overnight. Shivering in her short sleeves, she went to her room to fetch a jacket, then moved the sofa aside to access the balcony. The money tree that once hung on the anti-theft net has long since vanished, and the balcony is severely waterlogged, with a variety of debris floating on the surface. Lin Buan gazes down from her apartment, only to find the greenery below obscured, submerged beneath murky yellow water that appears to have engulfed half of the first floor. The building's lobby is empty, devoid of residents, but with the relentless downpour, the water level is bound to rise further, and it won't be long before it reaches the second floor. Lin Buan feels fortunate for having rented a more expensive apartment on the 20th floor. The lower floors were cheaper, and although her financial situation was modest, she longed for a place of her own, a sanctuary where she could wake up to a view. Spending a bit more for a higher floor felt worthwhile to her. Having cleaned half of the balcony, she heard a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw Hua Xiao, bundled in a thick coat, at her doorstep. "Why didn't you reply to my message?" Hua Xiao sidled in, exclaiming, "The water has flooded downstairs. It's a disaster. My place in the urban village is on the second floor. We're in trouble." Lin Buan listened to her ramble. "With this heavy rain, you can't go back. Just stay next door for now. You bought that coat just in time. Otherwise, you Su and I would freeze to death," Hua Xiao remarked, casting a glance at Lin Buan, and then asked, "By the way, do you have some insider information?" Lin Buan, momentarily taken aback, improvised, "Well, I've been reading a lot of apocalyptic novels lately and have a bad feeling about this typhoon-esque trajectory. Is that valid?" Hua Xiao accepted her explanation. "I bought all the supplies over there, which conveniently covers your 5,000. Seeing her belief, Lin Buan continued, "I bought some for myself too. I don't know how long this downpour will last, so I have to be frugal." Hua Xiao nodded, wrapping an arm around Lin Buan's neck. "Good sister." Lin Buan shot her a playful glare, retorting, "Who was it yesterday who said I wasn't quite right? It was me, who failed to recognize your brilliance." Hua Xiao laughed, helping to tidy the balcony, while Yu Su would manage her side. Lin Buan, still concerned, added, "You shouldn't return to your place in the urban village for now. It's in a low area, and it's likely already flooded." "Well, there isn't much there anyway, just some clothes," Hua Xiao replied. "Let us have lunch together later. I'll make you something delicious since I have leftover ingredients from yesterday." Lin Buan declined. "I won't come over. I've stocked up on some vegetables, so you all should conserve too." Hua Xiao didn't press further, agreeing with her friend's rationale, and after helping to clean up, returned to her own apartment. Hua Xiao, much like Lin Buan, had few relatives left. Her mother had passed away a few years prior due to illness. Shortly after, her father remarried, causing a rift between them that rendered their relationship nearly non-existent. As Hua Xiao would describe it, they had grown estranged. Yu Su, from Yun Province, had been working in Bai City since graduation and had been in a stable relationship with Hua Xiao for 3 years. Lin Buan had high hopes for the couple. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, they would likely have purchased a home and married within the next 2 years. With everything tidied up, lunchtime approached. It is merely the first day, and there is a certain degree of stockpiling at home, so there is no urgency. Lin Buan extracted a steak from her space. A pre-marinated cut purchased from the supermarket, which could be simply pan-fried and enjoyed, accompanied by either pasta or rice. Since her rebirth, she has been diligently stockpiling supplies. Her apartment is cluttered with provisions, and she has yet to find the time to organize them. Fortunately, the preservation function ensures that the meat and vegetables remain fresh. Were it not for her limited financial means, Lin Buan would have preferred to stock up on even more meat and vegetables. The steak sizzled in the pan, releasing an alluring aroma of meat, and once it reached medium doneness, she lifted it from the heat. Feeling too lazy to prepare pasta, she retrieved a takeout box from her space, warmed it up, and was ready to eat. As she dined, she scrolled through her social media feed. Oh, the group chat was bustling with activity. Some were jubilant about not having to work, others shared culinary delights, and some exchanged supplies. Chapter 11. Secrets, of course. There were also those showcasing their stockpiles, but Lin Buan merely observed without participating. Flaunting one's supplies now would only invite trouble later. A resident from the 12th floor had begun to boast about their self-heating pot, cola, and cigarettes, even sharing a photo of a delicious curry beef rice dish. It wouldn't be long before someone came knocking to borrow something. Would it be a loan or not? With so many eyes in the group, one could only wonder what they thought. Not just the resident from the 12th floor was showing off. There were others as well, but that individual stood out the most. Lin Buan had forgotten how this person had behaved in her past life, as she had been too consumed by her own troubles to pay attention to others. As the chat history scrolled upward, a familiar avatar emerged. 1008G. 1008G. Is there anyone with instant noodles? I'll pay double. 1008G. Is there anyone with instant noodles? I'll pay double. 1008G. Is there anyone with instant noodles? I'll pay double. After 7 or 8 consecutive messages, Lin Buan found it impossible to ignore, and soon someone responded. 2004 Zhang. I have some. Shall we chat privately? It seemed the two had moved to private messages. Ceasing their conversation in the group, Lin Buan recognized 2004 Zhang. As they lived on the same floor and occasionally crossed paths, she appeared to be a bespectacled girl, roughly the same age as Lin Buan, yet they had hardly interacted in her previous life. Lin Buan resided in 2009, while Hua Xiao was in 2008. Both at the end of the corridor, Lin Buan clicked on 2004's avatar, which featured a cartoon pig, hesitated for a moment, then sent a friend request that was quickly accepted. 2004 Zhang. Lin Buan. Hey, do you think the typhoon will pass anytime soon? It's best not to sell supplies. 2004 Zhang. What is it to you? 2004 Zhang. You're from 2009, right? Don't be so selfish. We all live in the same building. The tone was quite sharp, and Lin Buan let out a snort. How could she be so rude? She raised her hand and deleted 2004 Zhang as contact. They usually exchanged nods and greetings when they met, but she hadn't expected such a fiery temperament. Lin Buan couldn't help but wonder if Ji Dong had said something. This matter is of little significance. The reminder was twofold. Firstly, to ensure that Ji Dong and his companions could not procure anything, and secondly, as a kind-hearted gesture. It was evident that the recipient of the reminder was unappreciative. Thus further discourse was unnecessary. Ji Dong's household comprises 7 members, 4 males and 3 females, all of whom gathered for a dinner last night. With the arrival of the typhoon, they found themselves stranded in the apartment, where cooking is seldom done, resulting in a lack of provisions. Any remaining supplies consisted merely of snacks, which were nearly depleted during the previous night's gathering, compelling them to resort to purchasing at exorbitant prices within their group chat. Before long, the elevator doors on the 20th floor opened, revealing Ji Dong and Qin Wei. Qin Wei cast her gaze towards room 2009 and spoke gently. Shall we check on Xiaowan? Given the severity of last night's typhoon, I wonder how she is faring. After a brief pause, she continued, by the way, didn't you mention that she has a penchant for hoarding food? Ji Dong, initially inclined to decline, recalled that Lin Buan indeed possessed a strong affinity for stockpiling. He had visited her apartment twice and observed that her living room shelves were brimming with provisions, and the kitchen was similarly well stocked. During their flirtatious phase, Ji Dong had even playfully referred to her as a hamster. Had Qin Wei not intervened, their relationship might have already been solidified. In Ji Dong's eyes, Qin Wei excelled in every aspect compared to Lin Buan, particularly in familial matters, as her background was far more stable than Lin Buan's fractured family. Furthermore, Lin Buan's reluctance to be touched only fueled Ji Dong's dissatisfaction. Noticing Ji Dong's hesitation, Qin Wei urged, I will wait for you here. Please have a good conversation with Xiaowan. Wait, Wei, what exactly do you mean? Ji Dong asked, perplexed. We are already together. Why do you persist in pushing me towards Lin Buan? Qin Wei's heart raced. If she did not acquire that jade pendant soon, the optimal opportunity would slip away. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to confide in Ji Dong. The two stood at the elevator entrance, engaged in a hushed exchange, while Ji Dong's expressions shifted dramatically. Have you been reading too many novels? He queried. What I said is the truth, believe it or not, Qin Wei retorted, feigning anger. Ji Dong pondered the implications. If it were true, it would indeed be a remarkable fortune to discover that Lin Buan, akin to an orphan, possessed such a treasure. While Qin Wei revealed the secret of the jade pendant, she refrained from disclosing the impending apocalypse. She did not belong to this world. She was a time traveler, aware of the events that would unfold and the pendant's significance. Once she secured the pendant, she planned to vacate the apartment. This was an opportune moment for a zero-cost acquisition, taking advantage of the other's unawareness. With this thought in mind, a smile involuntarily graced Qin Wei's lips as she nudged Ji Dong. So, will you go or not? Yes, Ji Dong replied decisively, no longer conflicted. Then I shall wait for you here, lest Xiaowan sees me and feels discontent, Qin Wei said. Ji Dong bestowed a kiss upon her cheek before striding towards room 2009. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Buan had just finished her meal and prepared some goat milk-soaked dog food for her puppy. She glanced towards the door, suspecting it might be Hua Xiao. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Ji Dong, leaning casually against the door frame, exuding an air of casual confidence. Lin Buan felt a wave of disgust and, without a moment's hesitation, slammed the door shut. Ji Dong, taken aback by the lack of any response from her, muttered a curse under his breath. He recalled the storage space that one might encounter in a novel, which helped to calm his tumultuous emotions, and he raised his hand to knock on the door once more. In her hand, Lin Buan brandished a baseball bat, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she opened the door. Just as Ji Dong was about to speak, she swung the bat with fierce intent, though he reacted swiftly. Had he been a moment slower, the bat would have struck his head instead, landing with a thud against his shoulder. Lin Buan's assault did not cease. The bat crashed against his arm, causing Ji Dong to panic, feeling as if his shoulder might shatter under the impact, and he fled in terror. Hua Xiao? hearing the commotion, opened her door just in time to witness Ji Dong's hasty retreat, while her good friend Lin Buan stood resolute in the hallway, wielding the bat like a warrior poised for battle. Buan? Hua Xiao called out, incredulous. Did he come here to cause trouble? With a curt acknowledgement, Lin Buan did not wait for further words. Hua Xiao stood in the hallway, unleashing a tirade. Ji Dong, have you no shame? You cavorted with someone else, and now you dare to harass Lin Buan. Her voice rang out loudly. Once the dust settles, I will plaster evidence of your disgraceful behavior all over the office, so everyone can see what a lowlife you are. Ji Dong grimaced in pain, his eyes catching sight of a trash bin by the elevator. In a fit of rage, he kicked it, only to find it was a sturdy, stainless steel fixture, resulting not only in a failed attempt to send it flying, but also injuring his foot. The commotion drew the attention of the entire floor, as doors swung open, and some even recorded the spectacle. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Wei hastily pressed the button to summon the elevator. However, just as the doors opened, a loud crack echoed, plunging the corridor and the elevator into darkness. Chapter 12. The blade suddenly. The lights flickered erratically as if a short circuit had occurred. Before extinguishing completely, the elevator doors were half open, leaving Qin Wei caught in limbo, unsure whether to step inside or retreat, hiding behind Ji Dong. This blackout was genuine, arriving 2 days earlier than in her previous life, and she felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. The corridor was dim, lit only by a small window, and the oppressive weather compounded the gloom. As the excitement waned, people began to close their doors, except for room 2004, where the occupants peered curiously towards the elevator. Let us head back. There's nothing to see, Lin Buan advised Hua Xiao. With a resigned "oh," Hua Xiao assessed her friend, relieved to find her unharmed and maintaining a calm demeanor. If he dares to come back, I'll give him a piece of my mind, that scoundrel. Lin Buan chuckled, remarking, at least he is more dog than man. In the corridor, only Ji Dong and Qin Wei remained. A simmering anger brewed within Ji Dong, yet he found no outlet for it. Glancing at the delicate Qin Wei standing behind him, he suppressed his fury, sensing that she was concealing something from him. The purpose of their visit to the 20th floor was clear. They were there to procure instant noodles from room 2004. Ji Dong adjusted his attire slightly and made his way to room 2004, where Qin Wei was still waiting by the elevator. The girl residing in 2004, Wu Xiaofei, actually shared the same office building as Ji Dong. Renting an apartment here offered convenience due to its proximity to the company. Having encountered Ji Dong a few times, she found him quite appealing. However, at that time, he was entangled in a flirtation with Lin Buan, which deterred her from approaching him. Wu Xiaofei's willingness to offer instant noodles was, in truth, a subtle attempt to connect with Ji Dong on WeChat. Little did she know that an apocalypse was looming, and food was now a matter of survival. Lin Buan, oblivious to the unfolding events, had given Ji Dong a good thrashing, relishing the moment immensely. What she did not anticipate was that within 2 days, Ji Dong would move into room 2004 with Qin Wei and 2 other men. The torrential rain continued unabated, with water levels rising to the second-floor staircase. Residents of the second floor were compelled to relocate upstairs. Those with acquaintances found refuge in familiar homes. Others had no choice but to stay in the corridors. The 20th floor was eerily quiet, devoid of electricity, and the climb had become exceedingly laborious. The entire building fell into a somber silence, and after 3 days, the battery life of their mobile phones dwindled to nothing. Those fortunate enough to have any remaining power were forced to conserve it. With the power outage, water supply ceased as well. However, this was of little concern since the relentless rain outside provided a source. Using buckets and basins, one could collect rainwater, which, after filtration and boiling, would be safe to drink. Lin Buan had stockpiled some water purification tablets. Although she had no immediate need for them due to her spatial capabilities that included water and electricity, she did share some with Hua Xiao, advising her to add the tablets to rainwater and let it sit before consumption. Taking advantage of the time, Lin Buan reorganized the supplies within her space. While 200,000 units of supplies may sound ample, the reality was that when distributed across various categories, it fell short. After sorting through everything, there remained considerable space in her storage, necessitating further supplies. Once organized, Lin Buan retrieved 3 inflatable kayaks, fully inflated, and placed them into her space. She awaited the rain to lessen, calculating that the moment should be approaching soon, as she had already marked the location for her zero-cost procurement. With time on her hands, Lin Buan entered her space to prepare ingredients into finished products, taking advantage of the preservation feature, allowing for convenient consumption at any time. Today, she intended to prepare beef. With limited funds, she procured about 100 pounds. After portioning the meat for braising and concocting the marinade according to the recipe, she would blanch the beef shank and then proceed with braising. Lin Buan had previously neglected to stock up on liquefied gas canisters. Fortunately, her portable apartment was equipped with natural gas, alleviating her concerns. Otherwise, she would have had to resort to using fuel blocks for cooking, which would have been quite a torment. The beef steaks were designated for a radish stew, the beef brisket for curry, and the tenderloin for stir-frying. Merely cutting the meat was a considerable undertaking. Just as she had sliced less than a third of the meat, Lin Buan suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness, nearly losing her balance with the knife still in hand, only to find herself standing in the middle of the living room of her apartment outside her space, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What had just transpired? How did I suddenly get kicked out of the space? The sound of a little puppy whimpering filled the air. This little creature started barking the moment it lost sight of me, and its voice was rather loud. Before Lin Buan could contemplate further, a knock echoed at the door. Peering through the peephole, she was surprised to see that familiar face from 2010, standing at the door, poised to knock again just as the door swung open. Lin Buan, still clutching a kitchen knife used for cutting beef, remained blissfully unaware. The door opened only slightly, her foot bracing it from behind. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "Hello. It's just that your dog's barking is rather loud." Wei Chu organized his words. "Oh, I apologize," Lin Buan replied, realizing she had been oblivious in the space. While she was aware that the pup could bark, she anticipated it would disturb the neighbors. "I will be more mindful." Wei Chu nodded, suggesting, "If you find it difficult to manage, you can let it come to my house. My dog can keep it company." Lin Buan was taken aback. Was this a stroke of good fortune? Indeed, Wei Chu had a dog, and she had encountered it at the elevator before. "Is your dog female? Can it take care of the puppy?" "It's male," Wei Chu admitted, scratching his nose somewhat sheepishly. "The incessant rain has made it difficult to walk him, and with your little one barking away, it has made Haidu a bit anxious. But rest assured, Haidu is very gentle." Lin Buan, who had no experience with dogs aside from feeding them, felt relieved at the prospect of having the little pup stay next door. "That would be a great help. I have a lot on my plate." Wei Chu sighed with relief. He was somewhat socially anxious, especially after witnessing the girl next door using a baseball bat on someone. And now she was holding a kitchen knife. He had not expected her to be so agreeable. "Wait a moment. I will bring him out," Lin Buan said, shutting the door with a decisive snap, scooping up the puppy and reopening the door. Wei Chu, fond of dogs, smiled upon seeing the little creature and reached out to take it. "What is its name? What breed is it?" "It doesn't have a name yet. And I'm not sure about the breed either," Lin Buan replied, glancing at the knife she had placed on the table. "I call it Dao Dao. I found it on the street." "Dao Dao, that has quite a lovely name," Wei Chu remarked. "Very well, I shall return it later this evening." Lin Buan nodded in acknowledgement, thanking him before closing the door behind her. With the puppy gone, a rare tranquility settled in her home. If Wei Chu's man from 2010 took a liking to Dao Dao, she wouldn't mind giving him the pup, provided he did not treat it as mere fodder. As a thought crossed her mind, she attempted to slip back into the space, only to find herself thwarted by an invisible barrier. Chapter 13. No Rescue. "I can't get in." Lin Buan was taken aback, realizing that her 20,000 worth of supplies remained inside. She concentrated, attempting to enter the space again, and this time succeeded, able to retrieve the stored supplies. A sigh of relief escaped her as she calculated the time spent in the space. She had entered around 8 a.m., and now it was past noon. Did this mean she could only remain in the space for 4 hours each day? That was far too brief. On the kitchen stove, beef continued to simmer away. Lin Buan's consciousness entered the space, only to find that no one was present. She realized that her awareness could manipulate the objects within. However, preparing a meal using her consciousness proved to be rather complex, though fortunately, the dish she was making was not overly difficult. She intended to turn off the heat for the braised beef soon, as it needed to soak regardless. In the kitchen of the space, there was still an abundance of uncut beef, which meant she would have to take it out and slice it slowly. Once cut and marinated, it could be returned to the space. Throughout the entire day, Lin Buan found herself incessantly chopping, first the beef, then the pork, and also an assortment of stored vegetables that required washing and cutting into chunks or slices. The task seemed never-ending, and she regretted not having purchased a vegetable cutter earlier. It was her first experience of finding vegetable preparation so exhausting. By 4 in the afternoon, 2010 returned with the knife, and Lin Buan was reunited with the large black dog, Haidu. The dog gazed longingly at the knife, while its round belly suggested it had tired itself out from play and had fallen asleep. "Thank you for your trouble," Lin Buan said somewhat sheepishly as she picked up the puppy. Wei Chu smiled and replied, "It's no problem at all. Haidu has been somewhat bored. If it's convenient, I can come by tomorrow to take the knife out to play." Lin Buan nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. "By the way, judging by the knife's color and size, it seems to be a dachshund," Wei Chu remarked. "A dachshund?" Lin Buan mused. "To me, it looks more like a large rat." Wei Chu found the girl amusing, noting that indeed, the dog would grow longer with shorter legs, classifying it as a small hunting dog. As their conversation focused on the dog, Wei Chu eventually returned home, closing the door behind him. Just as Lin Buan was about to shut her door, it was pushed from the outside, accompanied by a voice that called out, "Lin Buan, it's me." "Goodness, I thought it was an intruder," Lin Buan exclaimed, glancing back at the living room to ensure nothing was amiss. Releasing her foot from the door, she allowed Hua Xiao to enter. "I was wondering why you hadn't made a sound all day. Have you been flirting with the handsome neighbor?" Hua Xiao said, clicking her tongue in disapproval. Lin Buan offered a brief explanation, though she was unsure if Hua Xiao absorbed any of it. She settled onto the sofa in the living room, cradling the knife, while Hua Xiao sat beside her, absent-mindedly stroking the dog's smooth fur. "I don't think this rain is going to stop," Lin Buan ventured cautiously. "Hua Xiao, do you have any thoughts on the matter?" "What thoughts?" Hua Xiao responded, puzzled. "Surely there must be rescue efforts underway. We can just wait, right?" In her previous life, Lin Buan had shared the same sentiment. But what if there were no rescue? Surely not. Hua Xiao frowned. "Now that you mention it, it's not impossible. It's already been a week. If this continues without any rescue, I fear things might get chaotic in the building," Lin Buan stated. "You and Yusu should be cautious. When you sleep at night, it would be best to barricade the door and find a way to procure some supplies." Hua Xiao nodded, and Lin Buan could see that her words had resonated with her. Lin Buan prepared enough supplies for them to last 20 days. If rationed, it could be extended to over a month. Therefore, Hua Xiao did not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency, especially since she believed help would arrive. Indeed, assistance was on the way, but that was contingent upon the rain ceasing completely, which would not occur for more than a month. In her previous life, Lin Buan had never visited the rescue point, although some residents had, only to return shortly thereafter. Those who came back reported that the rescue point was a 5-star hotel in Baicheng, overcrowded with people to the extent that there was no place to sit. The food distributed each day was scant, insufficient to satiate hunger, and the sanitary conditions were deplorable. Those returning from the rescue point preferred to sleep in the corridors of their building rather than return, indicating the dire nature of the situation. After their conversation, Hua Xiao noted that mealtime was approaching and took her leave. As Lin Buan dined on her evening meal, gazing out at the rain, she resolved that she must venture out the next day. It had already been 10 days. 10 days was a long time, and many were running low on supplies, with the water level having risen to the 4th floor. After finishing her meal, she retired to bed early, praying for the rain to lessen the following day, while imagining that her dog, Dao Dao, was comfortably nestled in a box, sleeping soundly. The next morning at 5:30, Lin Buan's alarm rang. After freshening up in her space, she prepared breakfast for Dao Dao and enjoyed a bowl of bone broth wonton noodles herself. Glancing at the thermometer on the wall, which read 13 degrees, she felt comfortable indoors, but knew the temperature would be lower outside. The rain continued to fall, yet her prayers seemed to bear fruit. It was significantly lighter than the previous day. Having finished her breakfast around 6 o'clock, the day was still dimly lit. Lin Buan glanced at Dao Dao, feeling a twinge of worry leaving the little puppy alone at home, especially at this early hour when it would still be asleep. She had previously discovered that if she was not in the space, other living beings would be expelled. "Dao Dao, you are a named pup now. Stay quiet at home," she said, gently patting the dog's head. "I will be back shortly." The dog, unable to comprehend, blinked at her and whimpered softly. "Oh, you certainly know how to be adorable," Lin Buan remarked. With time pressing, she carried the cardboard box into her room, placing her plush slippers inside to keep Dao Dao company. After shouldering her backpack, she stepped outside. Initially, she intended to drag the kayak down, which was not particularly heavy but rather cumbersome. She planned to assess the situation on the 4th floor, If it was unoccupied, she could bring it out directly. The stairwell was deserted and shrouded in darkness. Lin Buan descended cautiously, and upon reaching the 7th or 8th floor, she peered into the apartment corridor where many had taken refuge. As the water continued to rise, it was likely that the stairwell would soon become inhabited as well. Before long, she arrived at the 5th floor, which was unoccupied. The water on the 4th floor had already submerged halfway. Lin Buan opened the safety door and entered the corridor of the 5th floor, casually pushing open a slightly ajar door and stepping inside. She made her way directly towards the balcony. The distance from the balcony to the water surface was roughly over a meter, not particularly high. Lin Buan confirmed that no one was around. She retrieved an inflated kayak from the space, lowered it down with a rope, and secured another rope to the railing before safely descending onto the kayak. As soon as she boarded, the kayak swayed slightly, surrounded by murky yellow water, causing a tinge of anxiety to stir within her. Chapter 14. Mithria. Taking a moment to steady her nerves, Lin Buan sat down cautiously. The kayak gradually stabilized with her movements. Although she had never rowed such a vessel before, she recalled having rowed on a lake with classmates during her school days. Though the sensation was entirely different. Repeating the essentials of rowing in her mind, she began to paddle, gradually steering the kayak away from the balcony. Letting out a sigh of relief, she considered this her first step. As long as she remained composed, the kayak would drift in the direction she desired. During her leisure time at home, Lin Buan had prepared herself for this outing, intending to visit her former workplace first. Her company specialized in pharmaceuticals and medical devices. Located on the 12th floor of a 20-story office building, which housed various enterprises ranging from food and clothing to technology and agriculture. She recalled that directly downstairs was a company engaged in food import and export trade. Her decision to head to her company was driven by two main reasons. Firstly, the company possessed a considerable stock of pharmaceuticals and equipment, both of which would be invaluable in a post-apocalyptic world. Secondly, visiting other companies might yield some useful resources. Lin Buan had contemplated going to a large supermarket. However, most of them were located on the 1st or 2nd floors, with several in the basement. The ones situated on higher floors were too far from her apartment, making it quite challenging for her to paddle there on her own. Moreover, she remembered that those high-rise supermarkets had been swiftly secured by the authorities following the recent super typhoon. As her thoughts wandered, she skillfully navigated around the debris floating on the water's surface. The water was littered with various types of refuse, and just moments ago, her paddle had snagged a pair of underpants. The majority of the debris was plastic waste, colorful bags, bottles, and cans, along with some wood and animal carcasses. The animal remains, having been submerged for an extended period, appeared grotesquely swollen, resembling overinflated balloons that would burst with the slightest prick. Each time Lin Buan encountered such a carcass, she carefully pushed it aside with her paddle, dreading the thought of an unfortunate accident and the resulting stench. The company was not far from her apartment, roughly 4 stops away. Fortunately, most buildings were still above the water's surface. Otherwise, Lin Buan, who had a poor sense of direction, might have easily lost her way. What had started as a downstream journey suddenly shifted, and she felt an unexpected increase in resistance. Cursing under her breath, she noticed the company's building was now just 100 meters ahead. There was no reason to give up midway. After all, the flow of water was beyond human control, and she could only blame her misfortune. The paddle in hand altered the direction of propulsion. After several attempts, the kayak began to spin in place. Lin Buan clicked his tongue in frustration, pausing his efforts as the swift current pushed the kayak back a short distance. To navigate upstream is to advance. For stagnation leads to retreat, Lin Buan mused quietly, resuming his strokes. This time, with the essentials echoing in his mind. The kayak ceased its spinning and progressed against the current. With renewed vigor, he wielded the paddle, soon guiding himself close to the window of a skyscraper. Remarkably, the glass remained intact, showing no signs of damage, and the exact floor was indiscernible from the outside. Reaching into his backpack behind him, Lin Buan seized a hammer, concealed by the bag. In mere moments, the kayak was again nudged backward slightly, yet it remained adjacent to the building. With a swift, forceful strike, he brought the hammer down upon the glass, producing a resounding clang and revealing only minor fissures. It was no wonder the glass withstood such a formidable typhoon. Its quality was impressive. Firmly bracing himself against the glass, he raised the hammer once more and struck repeatedly in the same spot. The glass shattered into crystalline fragments. Another blow from the hammer sent shards cascading into the murky water, unveiling the office within. Grasping the rope securing the kayak, Lin Buin leaned into the office, his gloved hand steadying himself against the jagged window frame littered with glass shards, finally finding his footing on solid ground. Once stable, he dragged the kayak inside, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present before stowing the kayak away. He found himself on the 7th floor, where the water level barely kissed his ankles. Lin Buin's primary objective was pharmaceuticals and medical equipment. There was no urgency on this floor, as there were still 13 more to explore, each housing 1 or 2 companies. Wading through the water, he approached the company's entrance, which was firmly shut. Fortunately, it was a glass door. Without hesitation, Lin Buin raised the hammer and smashed it, the glass yielding easily under his blows, shattering into a myriad of pieces. Upon exiting, he noticed the company's sign, Xingran Technology Company, Limited. Typically, such firms held little of value, and after a cursory glance, Lin Buin moved on. Ascending the safety stairs to the 8th floor, he peered inside to find 2 companies, one dealing in textiles and the other in tea, both promising treasures. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Buin resolved to methodically gather supplies from each floor. The hammer transformed into a key for entry, as no glass door could withstand its wrath. Within the textile company, he discovered an abundance of fabric and some bedding, all of which he promptly secured in his space. Previously, he had purchased a few garments, but they were far from sufficient. Who could predict when the apocalypse might conclude? What if it never did? Fabric was a rare commodity in such dire times, and even if he had no immediate use for it, it could be bartered for other necessities. The company contained primarily samples, and within a few swift motions, he gathered all he could. At the workstation, there were certainly some snacks available, but Lin Buin chose not to rummage through them, deeming it a waste of time, especially with so many floors above. There was a considerable stock of tea, all frozen in the refrigerator, yet it had lost power, rendering it useless. She casually opened a packet, inhaling the aroma, which seemed perfectly normal and unspoiled. She stored all the tea into her space. She had no spare cash to hoard tea, but the quantity she had collected would suffice for a lifetime. Just as she was about to leave after gathering the tea, Lin Buin noticed the boss's office and paused, contemplating a brief look inside, hoping to discover something valuable. The door was unlocked. Twisting the handle allowed her entry. Upon stepping in, she was greeted by a resplendent golden Mithria Buddha, smiling directly at her. Such a large statue could not possibly be made of real gold, could it? No one would display genuine gold as mere decoration. After glancing past the Buddha, she surveyed the room, and curiously, she felt an inexplicable desire for the statue. This sensation appeared rather strangely in her mind. After all, it wasn't excessively large, about the size of a soda can. Lin Buin reached out and touched the Mithria Buddha, and it vanished into her space. The moment it was stored, that peculiar feeling dissipated, and she continued her exploration. Chapter 15. A bounty of discoveries in the office drawers. She discovered 20,000 yuan in cash, which she promptly collected, along with the tea from the small refrigerator. To her astonishment, as her consciousness entered the space, she found it had expanded. The Mithria Buddha she had just stored was nowhere to be seen. Had it been consumed by the space? The living area of her portable apartment had doubled in size, transforming the once cramped room filled with supplies into a spacious area. It was evident that the golden Buddha was the culprit behind this expansion. Contemplating this, Lin Buin removed the gold necklace from her neck and placed it into the space. In an instant, the necklace also disappeared, yet the apartment remained unchanged. It seemed insufficient in weight. She murmured to herself. The necklace weighed less than 10 grams and was trivial compared to the Buddha. A new idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps she should acquire some gold to test further, although she currently had no means to do so. The tea shop owner was indeed extravagant, casually displaying such a large gold statue on the table. How different the world of the wealthy appeared. Having spent considerable time at the tea company, Lin Buin, seeing no further treasures to collect, proceeded to the 9th floor. This level housed an e-commerce live streaming company, filled with an assortment of small appliances. She deemed it a waste of space to collect any items from there and moved on. On the 10th floor, which dealt with food import and export trade, she discovered a small warehouse brimming with snacks, some available in stores and others not. All were edible, and she gathered them without hesitation. In 6 months, food would be more precious than gold. If she did not collect it now, There would be no opportunity later. Finally, she arrived at her own company. Standing at the entrance, which felt both familiar and foreign. Having worked here for over a year, despite her boss often being unreasonable, she couldn't deny a certain attachment had developed. With a swift motion, the hammer struck down, scattering shards of glass across the floor. Lin Buin, well acquainted with the terrain, made her way to the front desk to retrieve the key and unlock the company's small pharmaceutical storage. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by stacks upon stacks of medicines, a diverse array of brands and varieties, perfectly suited for stockpiling in this apocalyptic era. Without leaving a single item behind, she gathered everything into her spatial storage and then turned towards her boss's office. Lin Buin recalled that her boss had a small vault. She had heard from the front desk that it contained a safe housing the boss's personal stash, rumored to hold a considerable amount of gold bars. Although the safe was impenetrable, it was independent in structure. Lin Buin simply absorbed the entire safe into her space, her consciousness probing inside. After a brief moment, she sensed that the kitchen had seemingly expanded, perhaps widening by 10 centimeters. This deduction arose from the slight shift in the position of the refrigerator that had previously been pressed against the wall. It seemed the boss had indeed stored gold bars, which she had now absorbed. Lin Buin retrieved the safe and placed it back in its original position. On the display cabinet of the company, some showcased medicines remained. Lin Buin opted not to take them, leaving them for future scavengers. The supplies she had gathered, combined with her previous stockpile, were already more than sufficient. One mustn't be overly greedy. A little generosity for others is essential. Continuing her exploration, she ascended to the 20th floor. Glancing at the time, Lin Buin noted it was past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, her stomach growling in protest. After all the rowing, climbing, and resource gathering, her strength was waning. Deciding to sit in the stairwell, where solitude prevailed, she produced a small folding table and a chair. From her spatial storage, she retrieved a bowl of beef noodles. The rich sauce enveloping the perfectly cooked strands, topped with generous portions of braised beef, a crispy fried egg, and vibrant green vegetables, the aroma wafting enticingly around her. Lin Buin was genuinely hungry. She dove into her meal, and with each bite, warmth spread through her being. The feeling of satiation was utterly delightful. Leaning back in her chair, she took out a cup of milk tea, a treat she had ordered before the world fell into chaos. Having received a dozen cups, she mused that if her finances permitted, she could easily indulge in 100. Sipping half the cup, she returned the remaining milk tea to her space, now truly satisfied. Thinking of her pup back home, Lin Buin did not linger long. She tidied up the table, concluding her brief respite, and resumed her diligent scavenging. The 20th floor housed a company run by a wealthy heir, and during her time there, she had overheard many juicy tidbits about the young master venturing into entrepreneurship, particularly in jewelry design. Lin Buin swiftly ascended the final steps and pushed through the security door. Indeed, the company entrance was decadently adorned, exuding luxury through the glass doors. The front desk appeared far more stylish than that of her own company. Lin Buin weighed the hammer in her hand and, with a decisive strike, shattered the glass. As she navigated past the front desk, Lin Buin entered the office area, and her eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that this was the domain of a privileged heir. The design was exquisite, and the display cases showcased jewelry that appeared remarkably refined. If only the lights above were to illuminate, how magnificent it would be. The jewels within appeared to be of uncertain material, and Lin Buin pondered whether they could be absorbed into her space. Moreover, even if they could not, merely taking them out to admire would be a pleasure in itself. With a decisive smash of the display case, Lin Buin collected all the jewels inside, and after surveying the office area, she discovered that the company boasted a grand kitchen, complete with a refrigerator that operated independently. Upon opening the fridge, her eyes sparkled at the sight of an array of exquisite ingredients: caviar, foie gras, and wagyu beef. Alongside vacuum-sealed ham, filled the refrigerator to the brim. Additionally, the kitchen shelves held an assortment of wines and spices. What kind of company is this? It is truly extravagant. Without hesitation, Lin Buin gathered everything into her space. Such luxuries would have been unattainable before the apocalypse, yet here they were, encountered post-catastrophe. Next, she ventured into the office of the wealthy second-generation owner, which dazzled her senses. The office was expansive, with one wall transformed into a display case filled with diamond-encrusted, costly figurines, each beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Lin Buan held little interest in figurines or diamonds, yet she did stow one away in her space, only to retrieve it moments later, finding it unchanged after a long gaze. In the office, she discovered a built-in safe, immovable and secure. Lin Buan was indifferent. If it could not be taken, so be it. She had already found great satisfaction in gathering those ingredients from the kitchen. With her tasks complete, Lin Buan swiftly descended the stairs. It was now past 2 o'clock, approaching 3, and she wondered how the puppy was faring in her absence. Soon, she reached the 7th floor, only to find the water level had risen significantly. It had been at her feet before, but now it reached her ankles. She retrieved a kayak from her space and gently pushed it across the water's surface towards the window. Chapter 16. Encountering a neighbor with familiarity gained through repetition. Lin Buan stepped onto the kayak, adjusting to the initial swaying with ease. Once stable, she vigorously paddled in the direction of home. The journey back, devoid of the little troubles she had encountered on the way there, was smooth, yet she did not expect to come across her neighbor midway. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing each other. Lin Buan noticed his kayak, identical to hers, and a flicker of something unusual crossed her mind. "Are you also out gathering supplies?" Wei Chu, regaining his composure, spoke somewhat stiffly. Lin Buan responded with a cool nod, then hesitated. Considering that he had taken care of her dog, her aloofness felt somewhat inappropriate. She glanced into Wei Chu's kayak, which was brimming with supplies, starkly contrasting her own empty vessel. "Indeed, but I haven't had your good fortune. I found nothing of value," she shrugged, her expression tinged with a hint of regret, making it hard to believe she had just acquired an entire building at no cost. As Wei Chu heard the words, a fleeting hesitation crossed his face. Suddenly, Hato barked twice beside him, interrupting his thoughts. Coming back to his senses, he looked in the direction of Hato's barks and saw 2 distant black figures. Immediately, his expression turned serious as he said to Lin Buan, "Let us return together. It is likely that others are also out searching for supplies. As a lone woman, you could easily become a target." Lin Buan glanced in that direction as well and noticed that the original black dots began to take on some contours. A few individuals, unknown to her, were approaching on some sort of conveyance. Aware of the nature of people in a post-apocalyptic world, she did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Wei Chu rummaged through a pile of supplies and retrieved a length of rope, tying their kayaks together to prevent them from drifting apart. Fearing pursuit, they exerted themselves to paddle vigorously, soon spotting the apartment building. Wei Chu led the way, intending to take Lin Buan to the place he had emerged from. She observed the window in what appeared to be a communal area. Upon glancing at the supplies on his kayak, she fell silent for a moment before calling out to him. "With so many supplies, it's best not to be too conspicuous. We should go that way." She gestured to a direction, precisely to the window of the room she had previously vacated. Entering from there would at least attract less attention. To say nothing of the kayak, it was already quite eye-catching. "All right," Wei Chu replied after a brief pause, nodding in agreement as he changed direction towards the window she indicated. At that moment, he remained unaware that Lin Buan's suggestion had spared him from several potential troubles. Upon reaching the window, they found that the rising water level had flooded the area. They entered one after the other, dragging the kayak inside. Wei Chu focused on organizing the supplies, preparing to carry them home, while Lin Buan released the air from the kayak. It was impractical for her to carry the kayak upstairs, nor could she risk exposing her space in front of Wei Chu. This was the best way she could think of to dispose of the kayak, as she could always inflate it again once home. When Wei Chu had finished organizing the supplies, he noticed Lin Buan's actions, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. After pondering for a moment, he refrained from voicing any objections regarding her behavior. Lin Buan, catching a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye, felt pleased that he did not pry further. "This is for you," Lin Buan said as she finished with the kayak, and a backpack appeared before her, accompanied by Wei Chu's voice. She was momentarily taken aback, and upon lifting her gaze, she met Wei Chu's earnest, yet somewhat foolish expression. "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Buan furrowed her brow. One could easily guess the contents of the backpack. They were merely neighbors with limited interaction. How could Wei Chu be so generous as to offer her his painstakingly gathered supplies? Could it be that he had a savior complex? With that thought, Lin Buan immediately felt a desire to distance herself from Wei Chu. The notion of a saintly figure in the apocalypse is nothing short of a calamity. Wei Chu remains oblivious to the peculiar thoughts that Lin Buan has conjured. His momentary impulse to extend his backpack to her stems from a sense of pity. To be candid, The instant he offered the bag, regret washed over him, not for providing Lin Buan with supplies, but for the fear that his gesture might be misconstrued. Upon witnessing the change in her expression and the wariness in her gaze, he realized his intentions had backfired. Unable to suppress a bitter smile, he began to justify his actions. Please do not misunderstand. I noticed you had not gathered any supplies, so consider this alone. After all, while we may endure hunger, the dog cannot. Its cries would echo throughout the building, and that would spell trouble for us all. His words prompted Lin Buan to grasp the truth. Indeed, the little dog was quite the noisy creature. Thankfully, they had not yet reached a point of desperation where anyone would consider it a target. However, as time wore on and resources dwindled, the dog would undoubtedly become a coveted asset, and its barking would attract unwanted attention. Consequently, Black Bean could not escape the fallout either. She cast a glance at the obedient Black Bean resting by Wei Chu's leg. Her heart softened, and she promptly accepted the backpack. I will return it to you tomorrow. It is merely a small amount of supplies. I can manage. Wei Chu opened his mouth to insist she need not repay him, but upon seeing her indifferent demeanor, he swallowed his words. It seemed she would not heed his advice, nor would she desire to owe anyone a favor, so it was perhaps best left unsaid. As they made their way back to the 20th floor, they unexpectedly encountered Ji Dong and Qin Wei. What are we to do now that the water has risen to this level? We have no idea when rescue will arrive. Qin Wei's distinctive voice immediately alerted Lin Buan to her presence. She paused, and upon catching sight of her, Qin Wei's eyes sparkled with surprise. Having merely descended to assess the situation, she was taken aback to find Lin Buan. She tugged at Ji Dong's sleeve, signaling him to look at Lin Buan. Xiaoan, what brings you here? Ji Dong, about to dismiss Qin Wei's exuberance, turned sharply when he heard her call Lin Buan's name, only to have his expression shift upon noticing Wei Chu beside her. Lin Buan, who is he? Ji Dong pointed at Wei Chu, querying loudly. Only then did Qin Wei register Wei Chu's presence. Her gaze flitted between the two, and upon noticing the bulging bags in their hands, she quickly deduced their contents. Suppressing her excitement, she tugged at Ji Dong. Why are you being so aggressive? Xiaoan must have gone out to gather supplies. It appears she has had considerable success. Hearing this, Ji Dong's anger diminished slightly as he focused on the backpack Lin Buan held, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. Lin Buan, hand over the supplies, and I may consider being with you. Chapter 17. Two unyielding wretches. Lin Buan gazed at Ji Dong as if he were a fool, unable to comprehend how he could possess such audacity. Was it her lack of resolve that had perpetuated the illusion that he still had a chance? The thought ignited a flicker of murderous intent across her face. Surely, there must be a mirror at home to reflect upon one's own disheveled state. How dare he spout such nonsense here when he is so unworthy? Ji Dong's face flushed with indignation as he pointed at Lin Buan, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but was restrained by Qin Wei's grip on his arm. Xiaoan, how can you speak like that? I know there are misunderstandings between us, but Ji Dong still cares for you, she said, casting a lingering, resentful glance at Ji Dong. He, in turn, received her gaze, revealing a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Their silent exchange was not lost on Lin Buan, who felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Such revolting sentiments could only be uttered by a woman as duplicitous as you. Speaking insincerely, do you not grow weary of it? If you have a peculiar taste for rubbish, then take it away. I do not share your penchant for collecting refuse. With that, Lin Buan turned to leave, feeling that her restraint was wearing thin. Just as she was about to escape, Ji Dong reached out to grasp her hand. Lin Buan, you have gone too far. Apologize to Wei Wei. Unfortunately for him, he was thwarted at the last moment by Wei Chu, who delivered a swift slap, sending Ji Dong's hand flying away. Lin Buan seized the opportunity, swinging her backpack toward his face with a resounding thud, causing him to stagger backward, nearly losing his balance. Xiaodong, Qin Wei exclaimed, catching him before he could fully falter. Seeing the contorted expression on Ji Dong's face, coupled with the loud impact, Lin Buan glanced at her black backpack and then at Wei Chu, pondering what he had concealed within. A brick, perhaps? A small lesson for him. Do not approach me with such insolence, lest I be compelled to act more violently. Having delivered her warning, Lin Buan made to leave, but paused as she passed Qin Wei. Lowering her gaze to meet Qin Wei's restrained eyes, she whispered, restrain your petty schemes, even discarded. My possessions will never benefit you. Qin Wei's heart raced, fearing that Lin Buan had uncovered the secret of the jade pendant, her expression momentarily flustered. Just as she prepared to inquire further, Lin Buan was already hastening away. Xiaowan, Qin Wei called, attempting to pursue her, only to be halted by Ji Dong's grip. Wei Wei, my head is pounding. That wretched Lin Buan dares to treat me this way. She turned back, her icy gaze fixed on Ji Dong, wishing to berate him for his ineptitude. After all this time, he had failed to manage a mere woman and continued to be belittled by Lin Buan. He was utterly useless. Yet, the thought of the space Lin Buan possessed made her reluctant to concede defeat. At present, there exists but one path for Ji Dong to tread. She clenched her teeth, ultimately unwilling to relinquish her resolve. Thoughts swirling, she concealed her expression, donning a mask of concern as she inquired after his well-being, gently supporting him as they ascended the staircase. Shortly after their departure, at the window marred by a gaping hole in the corridor, 2 wooden planks approached, upon which 5 burly men either stood or sat. The planks met the wall with a dull thud, and the 5 men cast a fleeting glance inside the building before plunging through the waterlogged entrance, unaware that Lin Buan had entered. She and Wei Chu swiftly ascended to the 20th floor. Before they could exit the safety passage, the sound of barking dogs reached their ears. With an exasperated sigh, Lin Buan rubbed her forehead, while Wei Chu behind her wore a faint smile. As they emerged from the safety passage, they encountered Hua Xiao standing at her doorstep. Xiaowan, where have you been? Your large rodent has been incessantly barking, and when I knocked, there was no response. I thought something had happened and was about to summon Yu Su to force the door open, Hua Xiao remarked, turning to Lin Buan, her anxious expression easing into one of relief as she began to voice her grievances. I went out to gather some supplies, Lin Buan replied, raising her hand to indicate the backpack she carried, suddenly recalling it was a gift from Wei Chu. At that moment, he stood behind her, causing her to freeze in awkwardness. Hua Xiao, noticing Wei Chu, leaned forward for a better view, a knowing smile gracing her lips, accompanied by a suggestive glance. Receiving her gaze, Lin Buan felt a sudden headache, unsure how to explain to this woman, who seemed oblivious to nuance, that her relationship with the man behind her was non-existent. At that juncture, Heido approached Lin Buan's door, standing on its hind legs to paw at the handle. This action proved fortuitous, as Lin Buan hastily moved forward to open the door. As she cracked it ajar, Dao Dao squeezed through, circling Lin Buan with an air of grievance, emitting soft whimpers of distress. Heido pursued the little dog, licking it gently, as if to soothe its troubled spirit. Perhaps I should take Dao Dao with me? Wei Chu suggested suddenly, glancing at Hua Xiao, sensing that Lin Buan had words to share with her. Grateful. Lin Buan cast him a thankful look. Once he had taken the clingy little dog away, Lin Buan ushered Hua Xiao into her home. She rifled through the backpack Wei Chu had given her, finding it filled predominantly with canned goods, along with a few small bags of flour and rice. No wonder Ji Dong had been taken aback. These supplies were nearly as heavy as bricks. Wow, so many provisions. If we ration them, we could feast for a week. Hua Xiao exclaimed in delight upon seeing the items Lin Buan had unearthed. Returning to her senses, Lin Buan set aside a significant portion of the supplies for Hua Xiao to take home. No, you've worked hard to find these. I cannot possibly take so much. Hua Xiao immediately rejected the offer. Lin Buan felt a twinge of helplessness, thinking to herself that she hadn't truly found them. She was merely a fortunate recipient. Here, take it. If you feel embarrassed, tomorrow you can accompany Yu Su and me to gather supplies. This thought unexpectedly crossed her mind while she was persuading Hua Xiao. The intention of searching for supplies together was also to train Hua Xiao, helping her adapt swiftly to the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Is that really appropriate? Where did you obtain all this? Hua Xiao paused, seemingly grasping something, and hesitantly inquired. Lin Buan glanced at her, then whispered a few words in her ear. As she listened, her eyes widened in disbelief, casting a skeptical look at Lin Buan. Is that truly feasible? What if someone reports us afterward? How many years would I have to spend at a sewing machine for that? Her words rendered Lin Buan momentarily speechless. Sewing machines? Even if she wished to sew later, it might not be possible. Moreover, if they did not gather supplies promptly, their future days would be fraught with difficulty. Chapter 18. Companions in search of supplies. After reluctantly convincing Hua Xiao to join her in the search for supplies the next day, Lin Buan sent her on her way. Once Hua Xiao left, she resumed inflating the kayak and began organizing the spoils of the day. After a while, she sensed something amiss. Recalling the earlier incident of the Golden Buddha disappearing into her space, she harbored some suspicions. Thus, she put the organized supplies back into her space and checked the storage situation, confirming her intuition. Her space had expanded. However, realizing that the condition for this expansion was gold, she felt a pang of regret. She had initially considered collecting some gold for future planning. As gold is universally acknowledged as a hard currency, it seemed that would no longer be feasible. She pondered whether other gemstones might hold some value in the future. Never mind, survival came first. At present, she couldn't even guarantee her future existence. Could gold truly be more precious than her own life? With this understanding, Lin Buan cast aside her tangled thoughts. She entered the kitchen to prepare some food to satiate her hunger and casually retrieved a cup of milk tea from her space. Collapsing onto the sofa to clear her mind, it felt as though she had forgotten something important. Just then, a knock echoed through her front door. With a hint of confusion, she rose and walked over to the peephole. Upon seeing Wei Chu standing outside, the realization struck her. She had forgotten about the little dog. Dao Dao. She hurriedly opened the door, and upon seeing her, Dao Dao, cradled in Wei Chu's arms, immediately began to whimper excitedly. Wei Chu quickly set the wriggling dog down, gazing tenderly as Dao Dao scampered to Lin Buan's feet, joyfully bouncing about. Bending down to pat the exuberant pup, Lin Buan noticed its plump little belly, confirming that Wei Chu had indeed fed it well. With a hint of embarrassment, she straightened up and looked at him. "I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy here and forgot to bring Dao Dao back. Thank you for taking care of it and ensuring it was fed." Uncertain of what Wei Chu had fed Dao Dao, whether it was human food or dog kibble, Lin Buan acknowledged that, in these times, any sustenance was indeed precious. Reflecting on how he had provided her with a backpack full of supplies and ensured that the dog was well fed, she felt an increased sense of embarrassment. Alongside this awkwardness lingered a hint of discomfort, as if she had inadvertently incurred a significant debt of gratitude to her neighbor, a predicament that troubled her greatly. "Don't worry. Haidu is quite fond of Dao Dao. He willingly shares his own meals." Wei Chu seemed to recall something amusing, a smile sparkling in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Buan glanced at Haidu and affectionately patted its forehead. "Just a moment," she said before turning toward the kitchen to retrieve a large bone. "Haidu, catch." Returning to the doorway, she gently tossed the bone, offering a cue to Haidu. Though the bone had little meat, its sturdiness and the cartilage at the joints made it suitable for the dog to gnaw on. She had plenty more where that came from. Enough for Dao Dao to enjoy for quite some time, and she had no qualms about sharing with Haidu. Upon receiving the command, Haidu eagerly stretched out its neck to catch the bone. Wei Chu observed the bone in Haidu's mouth, his brow furrowing slightly as he was about to refuse. But Lin Buan interrupted him. "It's fine. Haidu needs to sharpen his teeth, and I have more than enough. Dao Dao won't finish them all." Hearing her words, Wei Chu swallowed his remaining objections. "By the way, are you going out tomorrow?" After a brief silence, Wei Chu suddenly inquired, as if recalling something important. Lin Buan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She certainly intended to venture out, as gathering supplies was crucial, and she hoped to expand her storage space. The most important matter had been settled with Hua Xiao. If she were to backtrack on her plans, persuading Hua Xiao in the future might prove difficult. However, she did not wish to embark on this endeavor alongside her neighbor. "I know of a shopping mall. Though the water level is currently high, there should still be some supplies to salvage." Noticing her hesitation, Wei Chu quickly shared his plan to ease Lin Buan's apprehension. Indeed, upon hearing about the shopping mall, Lin Buan felt a flicker of intrigue. She had been contemplating where to find gold tomorrow, and this was an unexpected opportunity. "I want to bring my friend," she stated firmly. However, she made it clear that Hua Xiao was a complete novice, and the unpredictable nature of their outing could lead to unforeseen complications. Some individuals were reluctant to include someone like her, who had never ventured out to gather supplies, so she felt it necessary to clarify this with Wei Chu. "Not a problem," Wei Chu replied, his expression unwavering. Lin Buan could not discern whether his indifference was genuine or merely concealed beneath his stoic demeanor. Unwilling to pry into his thoughts, she felt a sense of relief once he agreed. After a brief discussion regarding their departure time for the following day, Wei Chu took his leave. Returning home with Dao Dao, Lin Buan watched as the dog frolicked joyfully, and she could not help but affectionately ruffle its forehead. Casting aside the little dog at home was hardly a feasible option, for its incessant yapping would undoubtedly attract attention. However, taking it outdoors posed its own challenges, making it difficult to attend to its needs. After pondering the matter throughout the night, Lin Buan found herself at a loss for a solution. Perhaps it was the weight of her thoughts that caused her to awaken early. After tossing about in bed for a while and gradually coming to her senses, she resigned herself to rising. Following a refreshing wash, she prepared breakfast for both herself and her dog before gathering the essentials for their outing. Ultimately, she resolved to take the little dog along, as leaving it alone at home filled her with unease. Having observed Wei Chu with Haidu the previous day, she wondered if Haidu could manage to look after her dog during their excursion. She gazed down at her oblivious canine companion, who was blissfully spinning in circles, and let out a sigh. Indeed, one must not be too soft-hearted, for such tenderness often leads to complications. As the appointed time to leave approached, just as Lin Buan was about to step out, a knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, she found Wei Chu and Hua Xiao standing before her. "You two are quite punctual," Lin Buan remarked with a playful glance at her watch. "Are you bringing the little dog today?" Wei Chu inquired, noticing the leash in her hand and the excited pup at her feet. "Yes," Lin Buan affirmed with a nod. "I'm uneasy leaving it home alone, so I'll take it with me. Is it possible for Haidu to assist with the little dog?" "Certainly," Wei Chu replied after a moment's thought. He patted Haidu, who seemingly understood, rising to approach the little dog and sniffing it curiously. Miraculously, the little dog quieted down almost instantly. Lin Buan watched in awe, marveling at Haidu's intelligence. Without a word from Wei Chu, the dog knew precisely what was required of it. Was it possible that dogs possessed their own form of communication? Chapter 19. West District Mall. As the 4 individuals and 2 dogs descended to the 6th floor, Lin Buan noticed that the water level had risen significantly since the previous day. What had merely reached her ankles yesterday was now nearly at her knees. However, there was a silver lining. They would not need to venture to the windows to board a kayak. They could paddle out directly from within the building. "We'll need to break those remaining panes of glass. Otherwise, navigating the kayak could lead to injuries," Wei Chu remarked as he retrieved a small hammer from his bag. "Allow me," Yusu interjected, extending his hand toward him. Surprised, Wei Chu handed over the hammer. The 4 of them climbed into the kayak, which was larger than Lin Buan's. After some discussion, they decided to use only Wei Chu's kayak. They cautiously paddled to the window, where Yusu set about knocking away the remnants of glass. Wei Chu, ever diligent, rolled up his pant legs and waded into the water to ensure no shards remained submerged. After a considerable time, he confirmed that all hazards had been eliminated. Upon exiting the apartment building, they were surrounded by a murky expanse of water. Lin Buan had ventured out the previous day and was accustomed to the floating debris, while only Hua Xiao gazed around with curiosity. Suddenly, she let out a shriek, startling everyone. "What's wrong?" Lin Buan asked, observing Hua Xiao clinging to Yusu in a state of confusion. Hua Xiao pointed in terror at something in the distance. Following the direction of her finger, Lin Buan glanced and saw a bloated object bobbing in the water. As it drifted closer and its nature became clear, Lin Buan felt her tense nerves relax. It was merely a pig, a dead one, to be precise. "It's nothing to worry about," Lin Buan reassured her. Hua Xiao lifted her head from her boyfriend's embrace, cautiously turning to take a closer look before exhaling in relief. "You scared me. I thought it might be who knows how long it's been dead. Otherwise, we could have salvaged it for food," Lin Buan lamented. The expressions of the other 3 stiffened in horror at her words. "That notion is perilous. Regardless of how long it has been dead, anything submerged in this water is inedible," Hua Xiao exclaimed, exasperated. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and Hua Xiao's initial tension dissipated. Wei Chu and Yusu paddled for a while, and Lin Buan seemed to recall something, asking Wei Chu, "Which mall are we talking about that still has supplies?" "The new one in the West District," Wei Chu replied, revealing their destination without hesitation. "Isn't that still not open?" Hua Xiao questioned, puzzled. "It is true that the new mall in the West District has been constructed, but it remains unopened. They haven't even conducted a trial run yet. Can there truly be supplies?" Hua Xiao inquired skeptically. "Though it hasn't opened, the facilities are nearly complete, and the warehouse is well stocked. They originally planned to commence trial operations in a fortnight, but unexpectedly Lin Buan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If what he said was accurate, the supplies inside would be plentiful. Not to mention, the warehouse's contents had surely remained untouched by the water. If they could reach it, they would not have to worry about provisions for a considerable time. Moreover, this type of mall would typically house an abundance of jewelry stores. which meant the stock in the storeroom would likely be substantial. If she could manage to acquire it all, her storage space would undoubtedly expand significantly. The thought thrilled Lin Buan, almost making her wish to fly there immediately. However, they were still adrift on the water, and despite two of them paddling the kayak, their speed was limited. After what felt like an eternity of paddling, they finally caught a glimpse of their destination in the distance. At this distance, it seems we are the only ones who have come here, Yusu remarked, pausing to catch his breath. Even if others wanted to come, they would need the means. Wei Chu's statement held merit. There were certainly many who had set their sights on this area, but given the current circumstances, not everyone possessed the equipment akin to kayaks. As they approached the mall, Lin Buan encountered a new dilemma. They could not find a way to enter. The exterior of the shopping mall was encased in aluminum, resembling an impenetrable iron barrel, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to find an entrance. Climbing to the top, one could surmise there must be a skylight through which they could gain access. Wei Chu gazed upward at the pinnacle of the mall, pondering the arduous ascent ahead. The challenge appeared formidable, and Hua Zhao's complexion reflected her apprehension. This was indeed a precarious situation, having ventured so far only to face the prospect of climbing a building. Was Xiaowan truly not attempting to torment her? Unbeknownst to the anxious Hua Xiao, Lin Buan remained composed. This modest height was hardly insurmountable. If they could not overcome such minor obstacles for the sake of resources, it would be better to perish on the spot. I can do it. Wei Chu's voice sliced through the heavy atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. His expression was grave, and he continued earnestly, I will ascend first, secure a stable anchor for the rope, and then help you all up. Is that feasible? Hua Xiao and Yusu exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. It appears we have no other option. We must give it a try, Lin Buan interjected, cutting off Hua Xiao's doubts. Time was of the essence, and they had already squandered considerable moments on their journey. It was nearly noon. Any further delay would jeopardize their chances of entry. They could not afford to spend the night there. With Lin Buan's declaration, Hua Xiao, despite her reluctance, refrained from voicing further objections. Thus, they watched as Wei Chu prepared himself and began the ascent unaided. His agility was remarkable. He climbed with remarkable speed, though a few slips along the way sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Nevertheless, he successfully reached the top without serious incident. Before long, a rope was tossed down from above. Lin Buan urged Hua Xiao to go first while she took the rear. Hua Xiao wanted to protest, but was silenced by Lin Buan's glare. Stop dawdling. We don't have time to waste, Lin Buan whispered conspiratorially, once inside. Help me find some gold. Hua Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Buan, what are you thinking at a time like this? You're still fixated on money? Mind your own business. It's important. Lin Buan reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, urging her to hasten. Although somewhat irritated by Lin Buan's demeanor, Hua Xiao understood the gravity of the situation and ceased her objections, clambering up the rope with some difficulty. Following her were Yusu and two dogs, and finally, Lin Buan herself. Before ascending, she pried off a piece of aluminum and secured it to the kayak with a rope to prevent it from being swept away by the water. Once they had climbed up, Hua Xiao and Yusu discovered an entryway into the mall. Peering down, they found the interior shrouded in darkness. The beam of their flashlight illuminating only a limited area, obscuring the specifics of their surroundings. It seems deserted. Let us go down, grab what supplies we can, and not linger too long, Wei Chu stated, taking the lead as he stepped down. Chapter 20. The fright of the mall. Following Wei Chu into the mall, they found the top floor still reminiscent of the familiar cinema layout. After some deliberation, they resolved not to overlook this place and decided to split up to search for the cinema's inventory. To their surprise, they discovered quite a substantial stock. However, it comprised merely the usual cinema snacks, which, despite their commonplace nature, had the advantage of long shelf life, allowing them to savor varied flavors. Regrettably, they could not carry away much. They selected a few of their favorites and prepared to descend to the next level. 2 levels below were dining establishments, where they also found rice, flour, oil, meat, vegetables, and eggs in the kitchens. Further down lay clothing stores, but upon reaching the 3rd floor, they encountered standing water. It appeared that the barriers at various entrances of the mall had mitigated some flooding, resulting in a discrepancy between the water levels inside and outside. This was as far as they could proceed. Wei Chu illuminated the water with his flashlight, but the scene on the lower levels remained obscured. Only debris floated atop the water, likely remnants from the shops below. They decided to commence their resource gathering from this point. Should they return later, there might be little of value left for them. Lin Buan cast a wistful glance at the submerged depths. Typically, the jewelry stores and shopping malls are located on the first and second floors, and with the water now reaching the third, even her determination could not yield results. Shall we separate? Wei Chu turned back to Lin Buan, fully aware of her cautious nature, hence his deliberate wording. In truth, he preferred to act in unison, being outside. It was prudent to exercise caution, and having companions offered greater safety. Unfortunately, Lin Buan did not share his sentiment. Upon hearing separate, she nodded without hesitation. Yet, while she was inclined to act independently, she could not shake her concern for Hua Xiaoxiao, and thus cautioned her to stay close to Su. After a brief exchange, the quartet dispersed to pursue their own paths. Lin Buan swiftly navigated through the shops, merely glancing inside before stowing everything into her space. After visiting several stores, she unexpectedly entered one that housed various antiquities, momentarily leaving her speechless. The flashlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing a collection of old artifacts on a display shelf. And in the quiet, dim atmosphere, an unsettling sensation crept over her. She rubbed her arms, attempting to quell the goosebumps that had arisen. After inspecting the surroundings for items of interest, she found nothing that elicited a response from her space. Not wishing to occupy space with items of dubious value, she turned to leave. Just as she was about to exit, her right foot inadvertently kicked something. Crouching down, she discovered two safes beneath a sandalwood tea table. While she had no knowledge of their combinations, it was evident that the contents of a safe must be valuable. Without hesitation, she stored both safes in her space, intending to investigate their contents upon her return. Unbeknownst to her, the moment the safes were secured, her space expanded significantly. When the four reconvened, each bore additional items in hand. Once again, they ascended the stairs in tandem, having collected a substantial array of garments. Lin Buan, in particular, swept through the clothing as if a swarm of locusts had descended, leaving no attire unexamined, regardless of age or gender. In a secluded corner, she stumbled upon several interconnected bedding stores, which filled her with a measure of delight. She gathered an assortment of pillows, quilts, and even mattresses, though she refrained from taking everything due to space constraints. As they descended to the lower two levels of the cinema, Wei Chu cast a glance at his watch. Time was of the essence. They had to either act swiftly or spend the night in this unsettling place. Then we should hurry. I do not wish to remain here. It's quite terrifying, Hua Xiao remarked, casting a fearful glance around. The unlit mall loomed like a monstrous abyss, and they were akin to reckless beings frolicking on the precipice of danger. Do not speak of misfortune, Lin Buan retorted, casting a fish-eyed glare at her companion. This individual had an uncanny knack for attracting trouble. She hoped Hua Xiao would refrain from uttering anything ominous. I am merely frightened, Hua Xiao admitted sheepishly, aware of her propensity for trouble. Then let us be swift. We shall meet in half an hour, Wei Chu declared, and without further ado, they turned and made their way to the nearby shops. Upon entering a restaurant, Lin Buan's companion, Dao Dao, suddenly barked. Dao Dao, be quiet, she admonished softly, lowering her gaze. However, Dao Dao not only continued barking but also adopted a defensive posture, growling incessantly at something within. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Buan reached into her backpack and retrieved a large knife, holding it protectively across her chest while scanning the surroundings with a flashlight. Despite her scrutiny, nothing seemed amiss. Just as she began to doubt Dao Dao's instincts, footsteps echoed from behind her. Before she could turn, she heard Wei Chu's voice. I heard Dao Dao barking. What is happening? Is there trouble? As she turned to explain, she noticed Haidu suddenly crouch and growl in a particular direction. No further explanation was necessary. Wei Chu's expression turned serious as he gestured for her to remain alert. He produced a stick about the length of his arm and cautiously advanced in the direction indicated by Haidu. They followed Haidu to a door, where a sign read Restricted Area, Kitchen, No Entry for Unauthorized Personnel. The two exchanged glances in the darkness, and choosing to enter the kitchen seemed a prudent decision. Just as they hesitated, Dao Dao bolted forward with sudden urgency. Lin Buan, caught off guard, felt the leash slip from her grasp. Dao Dao, she cried, sprinting after her dog. Wei Chu tensed, muscles taut, and followed closely behind with Haidu in tow. Upon entering the kitchen, they were met with a startled scream, followed by a cacophony of barking. They traced the sound through the kitchen, arriving at what appeared to be a staff break area at the back. The flashlight illuminated the space, revealing 3 individuals concealed within. Among them was a young woman, with the dagger, known as Dao Dao, swirling menacingly around her feet. Lin Buan immediately recognized her as the previous owner of Dao Dao. Her face was pale as she stared blankly at the dagger, seemingly recognizing it as well, caught in a moment of uncertainty regarding her response. Dao Dao, come back. Lin Buan called out sternly. Sensing the unusual tone in her voice, Dao Dao hesitated, glancing back before reluctantly turning and sprinting toward Lin Buan. Dao Dao? The girl's whisper echoed clearly in the tranquil atmosphere. Lin Buan lifted her gaze to meet the girl's eyes, then crouched down to give Dao Dao a gentle tap on its rear. Don't run around recklessly. If you encounter heartless individuals, your life could be at stake. Chapter 21. Someone in the mall. Upon hearing Lin Buan's words, the girl's expression grew even grimmer. She took 2 steps back, retreating behind the others. Her head bowed as she seemed lost in thought. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man appeared slightly younger, while the woman was older. Noticing their lack of malice, they gradually relaxed. Exchanging glances, the man stepped forward. Greetings, I am the manager of this mall. May I inquire how you managed to enter? His tone was somewhat uncomfortable, and he quickly attempted to clarify. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not questioning you. I merely wondered if the water has receded enough for you to come in. As Lin Buan stood up, she caught sight of the flashlight in Wei Chu's hand, which illuminated the man's chest. She then noticed that all 3 were dressed in matching uniforms, each adorned with a name tag indicating their positions. The man speaking was named Pan Yunpeng. The older woman behind him was Su Yu, and the girl who had abandoned Dao Dao was named Ruan Yi. Lin Buan scrutinized Ruan Yi's name tag, discovering that her title was in turn, which immediately diminished her interest. We did not come in, we arrived from above. Wei Chu pointed upwards. Pan Yunpeng looked bewildered, unaware that there was a passage from the rooftop leading outside. After some discussion, it became clear that the 3 were trapped there. At the time of the typhoon, they had been conducting various inspections in the mall, initially believing it to be a minor storm that would soon pass. However, the flooding forced them to retreat to higher ground. Fortunately, there were provisions within the mall, otherwise, they might have starved without anyone knowing. Upon hearing their predicament, Lin Buan felt that Ruan Yi was merely facing retribution, while the other 2 were simply unfortunate. Nevertheless, one could argue that calamity and fortune often coexist. Had they not been trapped, their survival would have been uncertain. Since there is no imminent threat, let us depart. Lin Buan remarked, glancing at the time. They had already lingered for quite a while, and it was time to leave. Wei Chu cast a glance at her. Although he could not fathom the reason behind her sudden aloofness, he was not one to pry. He nodded slightly and intended to turn and leave with her. Just then, Pan Yunpeng wished to call out to them, inquiring if he could join their departure, as he was eager to return and check on the situation at home. At that moment, the voice of Hua Xiao resonated from outside. I'm here. Lin Buan raised her voice in response, and without heeding Pan Yunpeng's intentions, she grasped Wei Chu's hand and departed straight away. Pan Yunpeng and Su Yu exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. Sister Su, should we step out and inquire about the situation? Pan Yunpeng found himself in a quandary. I am uncertain as well. There are still others outside. Would it be inappropriate for us to approach? Although Su Yu's position was not superior to Pan Yunpeng's, her experience lent her a certain wisdom. Pan Yunpeng held her in high regard, especially since, without Su Yu's guidance, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Thus, he was willing to deliberate strategies with her. Remaining here is hardly a viable option, he frowned. Su Yu, too, felt a stir of determination. Her thoughts lingered on her children at home, and she yearned for Lin Buan and the others to take her along. However, her cautious nature and fear of potential malice from Lin Buan's group kept her apprehensive. After a moment of internal conflict, they resolved to follow and ascertain the situation. When Lin Buan and her companions returned outside, they found Hua Xiao and Yusu frantically searching the mall corridors. Upon seeing them, Hua Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. Where have you been? We were nearly driven mad looking for you, and you didn't respond to our calls. Lin Buan briefly explained. We encountered 3 individuals inside. 3 people? Hua Xiao was taken aback, and upon hearing footsteps, she looked up to see indeed 3 figures emerging not far behind Lin Buan. Fear gripped her, prompting her to shrink beside Yusu, casting wary glances at Pan Yunpeng and the others. Pan Yunpeng awkwardly spoke up, feeling a wave of self-doubt sweep over him. as Hua Zhao's palpable fear seemed disproportionate to their predicament. Surely, being trapped for a few days had not rendered him so fearsome? Is there an issue? Lin Buan turned back, her demeanor less than pleased. We were hoping to ask if we could leave with you. Pan Yunpeng, astute as ever, discerned Lin Buan's impatience and cut to the chase with his request. You wish to accompany us? Lin Buan scoffed lightly. Indeed, we are concerned about our families. We have been trapped for so long and worry for their well-being. So you stepped forward, her voice soft and explanatory. In the face of her sincerity, Lin Buan's ire diminished somewhat, leaving her in silence, unsure of how to respond. The circumstances outside were far from encouraging, and while taking them along was not a significant issue, the real challenge lay in how to exit the mall. The kayak can accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals, and they have already reached that limit. It is impossible to take the other 3 along. To be frank, the fate of their families remains uncertain. Whether they are alive or dead, we can show you the place from which we entered, but we cannot assist in your departure, Wei Chu firmly stated. Pan Yunpeng was momentarily bewildered by his contradictory words. Having already agreed to lead them, why could they not take them out? After they swiftly gathered the final supplies alongside Lin Buan and the others, and ascended to the rooftop of the mall. The vast expanse of water before them made everything clear. How could this be? The 3 stared in disbelief. Suyu collapsed onto the ground, and after a considerable time, she retrieved her phone from her pocket, raising it high in an attempt to find a signal. Alas, it was all in vain. After so many days, there was no signal, and even if there were, contacting anyone would be uncertain. You can remain in the mall for a while longer, but I advise you to move upward quickly. Otherwise, the rising water below may soon engulf you, and attempting to flee then will not be so easy. Wei Chu urged as he beckoned Lin Buan and the others to descend to the kayak, reminding Pan Yunpeng and the others as well. The disparity between the water level outside and inside was evident. As long as the water did not recede, the level within the mall would inevitably rise. The kitchen they occupied was precisely at the height of the water accumulating outside. Should the water within the mall rise, swimming would be a fortunate skill to possess. Otherwise, they would have to fend for themselves. Pan Yunpeng, snapping back to reality, stiffly responded to Wei Chu, clearly affected by the situation and still struggling to accept the harsh truth. Just as Lin Buan and the others completed their evacuation and Wei Chu prepared to descend, Pan Yunpeng suddenly grasped his arm. Wait. He swallowed hard. Can you take us with you? Wei Chu furrowed his brow, reiterating his previous stance. He cannot take them. Why not? Pan Yunpeng was momentarily taken aback, then asked with rising agitation, do you want money? Whatever amount you desire. Or if you want items from the mall, take as much as you wish. Just please help us leave this place. Suyu also regained her composure, scrambling to her feet and seizing Wei Chu's arm. Yes, take us with you. Whatever you want, just name it, and we will fulfill your demands. Wei Chu wished to explain that it was not merely a matter of desire. However, before he could speak, Lin Buan's voice interjected. If you wish for us to take you away, bring gold as fare. Not having seen Wei Chu for a while, Lin Buan assumed he had been ensnared by someone, prompting her to climb back up, only to overhear Suyu's words. Anger welled within her. She had anticipated that these individuals would not relinquish their pursuit so easily, and it served Wei Chu right for being entangled. With a cold expression, Lin Buan articulated her words to deter them. As expected, Suyu and the others stiffened at her remarks but still gazed imploringly at Wei Chu. Resultantly, Wei Chu disregarded them entirely, his stance unmistakable. He was attentive solely to Lin Buan. Suyu's eyes dimmed, and the despair of Ruan Yi, who stood silently behind, was palpable. Only Pan Yunpeng appeared conflicted. After a lengthy deliberation, he resolutely acquiesced. Very well, we shall provide gold, and you will escort us away. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Wei Chu glanced at him, then turned to Lin Buan, noting her astonishment, clearly not anticipating that Pan Yunpeng and his companions possessed gold. As time was of the essence, their kayak could scarcely accommodate 3 additional individuals. Not only did Pan Yunpeng fear that Lin Buan would doubt him, but he also returned to the mall, retrieving a considerable number of gold bars from an undisclosed source. Faced with the sight of those gold bars, Lin Buan found herself unable to voice any rejection. Moreover, Pan Yunpeng further assured her that upon their departure, he would provide her with even more. Lin Buan was not particularly avaricious. Her intention was merely to challenge them by not taking anyone along. Nonetheless, she could not dismiss the gold, as her space required such resources. Thus, she conferred with Wei Chu, planning to spend a night in the mall and dispatch them in batches the following day. Wei Chu had no objections. Yet Hua Xiao and Yu Su felt it prudent to be cautious of the three individuals, as they were unfamiliar strangers whose dispositions remained unknown. Most critically, Lin Buen's actions might incite their resentment. To this, Lin Buen remained indifferent. They had far more reason to fear her breach of contract. Consequently, that evening, they casually selected a lavish private room in the cinema to stay in. The mall was well stocked with food and beverages, and they procured blankets and other necessities from below. Even more astonishing was the presence of a bathroom in the opulent suite, complete with hot water, allowing Lin Buen and Hua Xiao to enjoy a refreshing shower. After a simple dinner, Lin Buen and her companions ventured out to begin scavenging for supplies within the mall. Since they needed to escort the three individuals out, multiple trips would be requisite. Thus, they seized the opportunity to gather as many items as possible, ensuring their efforts were not in vain. Upon witnessing their collection of supplies, Pan Yunpeng and his companions hesitated for a moment before deciding to join them in gathering provisions. They were not foolish. Having observed the conditions outside the mall, they recognized the impending challenges they would face. Hence, they too sought to carry out any essentials they might require. Lin Buen expressed indifference towards their gathering activities. She had already secured the bulk of the mall's resources in her space, leaving behind only items that were inconsequential. Even if she were to give them away, she would not perceive it as a loss. While meandering downstairs, Lin Buen encountered Ruan Yi. It was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or if Ruan Yi had intentionally awaited her presence, but upon seeing her, Dao Dao was distinctly thrilled. As Lin Buen attempted to restrain her dog, Dao Dao, from rushing towards Ruan Yi, she tightened the leash. Dao Dao, come back, Lin Buen commanded, emulating Wei Chu. Perhaps Dao Dao had been trained by Wei Chu during its return home, for it whimpered softly and returned to rest at her feet, casting a sorrowful glance at Ruan Yi. Noticing Ruan Yi's face, which was similarly etched with sadness, Lin Buen felt a sense of disdain. If she was truly so heartbroken, why had she abandoned Dao Dao in the first place? May I pet it? Ruan Yi suddenly asked, her voice laced with desperation. Lin Buen remained silent, her expression icy. What was there to pet? She had already done so before. Sensing her refusal, Ruan Yi's demeanor grew even more melancholic, as though she were on the verge of tears. The sight of her distress made it seem as though Lin Buen were the one tormenting her. Had anyone else been present, they might have misconstrued the situation entirely. Fortunately, this was not a melodramatic tale, and with only 6 individuals in the entire shopping mall, the others were preoccupied with gathering supplies, leaving the 2 of them to their standoff. Why are you feigning pity now? You weren't this sorrowful when you discarded Dao Dao, Lin Buen retorted, her annoyance mounting as she observed Ruan Yi's woeful expression. I'm not. I didn't. Ruan Yi vehemently shook her head, denying the accusation. Yet, Lin Buen had witnessed the entire sequence of events and was incredulous that Ruan Yi dared to defend herself. After a brief silence, Ruan Yi spoke with palpable dejection. I truly loved Dao Dao, but my boyfriend found him too noisy and clingy. That day, when we went out on a date, Dao Dao insisted on accompanying us. I had no choice but to take him along, but halfway through, we ended up arguing, and Dao Dao bore the brunt of his frustration. By the time I wanted to return and find Dao Dao, he had vanished. Lin Buen found not a shred of truth in her words. Ruan Yi had never sought Dao Dao, merely deluding herself into believing she had. As for her so-called boyfriend, did he truly blame a dog? Did he live by the seaside to meddle in such matters? A girlfriend was merely a girlfriend. They were not yet bound by marriage, so why should he dictate whether she could keep a pet? It seems you are quite devoted to your boyfriend, Lin Buen scoffed, delivering another sharp remark. Ruan Yi's expression faltered, as if she wished to respond but ultimately fell silent. Lin Buen discerned her thoughts accurately. She had undoubtedly not yet severed ties with that worthless partner. Not wishing to engage further with such a love-stricken individual, Lin Buen grasped Dao Dao and turned to leave, leaving Ruan Yi behind, lost in contemplation. Chapter 23. Home invasion. Though they had initially proposed to assist them in leaving, disagreements arose by the following day. Lin Buen and her companions believed they should first escort the individuals back to the apartment, after which they could determine how to reach their homes. In contrast, Pan Yunpeng and his group, after a night of reflection, felt that having received compensation, it was only right to comply with their wishes and return them home. Upon hearing the conditions proposed by Pan Yumpong, Lin Buan felt grateful that she had not disposed of all the gold bars into her space the previous night. Otherwise, today she would have been at their mercy. Without further ado, Lin Buan cast the bag containing the gold bars at Pan Yumpong's feet, firmly rejecting their transaction. Pan Yumpong and his companions were taken aback by Lin Buan's decisiveness. As the gold bars were unceremoniously returned, their expressions darkening considerably. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet Lin Buan paid them no mind and called for Hua Xiao and the others to board the kayak. Just as they were on the verge of departure, Pan Yumpong and his associates panicked and immediately acquiesced to their demands, refraining from further disturbances. Despite her reluctance to part with the gold bars, Lin Buan hesitated only momentarily before agreeing. She decided to remain behind while Wei Chu and Yu Su would take Hua Xiao and Pan Yumpong away first. Hua Xiao voiced her concerns, apprehensive about Lin Buan's safety alone, but ultimately, she was persuaded by Yu Su. After they departed, Lin Buan returned to the private room from the previous day with the gold bars. She stored the gold bars in her space, and soon, she felt a shift within it. Observing the noticeably expanded space, she reorganized the supplies at hand, discarding the cumbersome items into her space and retaining only the more portable ones. Calculating the time, they should return in approximately 2 hours. However, as time passed, the kayak remained absent. Not only were Su Yu and the others growing anxious, but Lin Buan too began to worry. She feared they might encounter trouble en route or, upon returning to the apartment, run into individuals with ulterior motives. The boat carrying Hua Xiao and the others was laden with substantial supplies, and should they cross paths with anyone upon their return, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Lin Buan would rather they face difficulties along the way than be targeted by unsavory characters in the apartment. To Lin Buan's dismay, Wei Chu and the others indeed encountered trouble at the apartment. Upon their arrival, they were fortunate not to encounter anyone. However, upon reaching the top floor, they discovered that their door had been forced open. Wei Chu's expression darkened as he entered to assess the situation, finding their home in disarray, with many supplies missing. Although the visible supplies were scarce, those he had concealed remained intact. Nonetheless, he was still filled with anger. In contrast, Hua Xiao suffered more severe losses, as all of her and Yu Su's supplies had vanished. It was unclear how much Lin Buan had lost, but judging by the state of the apartment, it was likely dire. How could this happen? Who could be so despicable? Hua Xiao felt a mix of anger and heartbreak. Though their supplies were limited, they were all gifts from Lin Buan. The thought of how hard Lin Buan had toiled to gather those supplies for her, only to have them taken away, intensified her fury. Let us not concern ourselves with who has taken what for the moment. Rather, let us examine what items may still prove useful and relocate them to my residence. It is unwise to linger here, as safety is compromised, Wei Chu earnestly advised. Given that their home had been forcibly entered, the blatant act of burglary left one to ponder the potential dangers of remaining alone. With Lin Buan still waiting for their return, Hua Xiao set aside her anger and promptly began searching for useful items alongside Yu Su, packing everything for transfer to Wei Chu's home, including items from Lin Buan's residence. As they rummaged through the house, Wei Chu replaced the tampered lock on the front door and installed 2 additional locks for enhanced security. Once everything was secured, Wei Chu instructed Hua Xiao and Yu Su to guard Pan Yumpong while he went to find Lin Buan. Before departing, he left behind the black bean and stressed that no one should open the door to anyone other than their return, ensuring the door was locked. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Hua Xiao and Yu Su nodded in agreement, while Pan Yumpong appeared utterly bewildered. Noting the unmistakable navet on his face, Wei Chu further advised Yu Su to enlighten Pan Yumpong regarding the changes following a typhoon. Yu Su understood immediately, offering him a reassuring glance. Having spent considerable time on this task, Wei Chu hastily made his way back to the mall, moving so swiftly that he missed those ascending the stairs. Shortly after his departure, the corridor on the 20th floor erupted into commotion. Lin Buan stood at the top of the mall, furrowing her brow as she gazed in the direction where Wei Chu and the others had vanished. They wouldn't abandon her, would they? A voice suddenly broke her thoughts from behind. Turning, she found Ruan Yi, her face etched with panic, while Su Yu appeared relatively composed, though concern and skepticism flickered in her eyes. Unlike Ruan Yi, whose every thought was transparent on her face, there was a stark contrast between those who had faced the harsh realities of life and those who had not. Ruan Yi's demeanor was easily decipherable. I am not worried. Why are you? Lin Buan rolled her eyes and retorted, dismissing her. At that moment, the dog Dao Dao, previously resting at Lin Buan's feet, suddenly stood and barked at a distant commotion. Lin Buan quickly turned to look, and after a considerable wait, she spotted a shadow coming into view. After a moment longer, confirming it was the returning kayak, she sighed in relief. They've arrived. Upon hearing Dao Dao's barks, Suyu rushed to Lin Buan's side, her face brightening at the sight of the kayak. Once Wei Chu secured the kayak with a rope, Lin Buan immediately instructed the two to board. Suyu went first. Despite her fear, she clambered aboard, but when it was Ruan Yi's turn, hesitation gripped her. What are you doing? Are you getting on or not? Lin Buan's expression darkened, her voice sharp. What is this delay? Do you wish to stay here or not? Yet, Ruan Yi whimpered, it's quite high, and I am afraid of water. She stood at the edge, gazing down at the murky water and the gently swaying kayak, feeling a wave of darkness wash over her body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Buan rolled her eyes and approached, pulling up the rope, securing it around the girl's waist with a tight knot, and, taking advantage of her distraction, pushed her into the water. A piercing scream erupted, and Lin Buan glanced back just as Wei Chu caught Ruan Yi, who appeared to have fainted in his arms, her body limp and unresponsive. Chapter 24. The scoundrel must face the consequences. Lin Buan swiftly boarded the boat, observing the unconscious Ruan Yi, as anticipated, had succumbed to her fainting spell. Dao Dao circled around her, evidently concerned, while Suyu wore an expression of hesitation. She could hardly believe that Lin Buan was capable of such an act. Having just witnessed Ruan Yi plummet from above, her heart nearly stopped. Now, seeing Lin Buan's indifference to Ruan Yi's condition, she felt a flicker of fear towards her. What did you say? Lin Buan exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions upon hearing Wei Chu mention that her home had been invaded. Her voice raised noticeably. The delay in our return was due to this matter. We don't know who did it or when it occurred, Wei Chu replied with a serious countenance. As soon as they set out, he informed Lin Buan of the events that transpired during their absence, as it pertained to her interests, ensuring she was mentally prepared. Upon hearing about the gathering of Hua Xiao, Lin Buan felt a sense of stability. She began to speculate on who would dare to act so recklessly. Her thoughts drifted to Ji Dong. Such a despicable character could easily commit such an act, especially given their past grievances. Most importantly, there was Qin Wei, the rat lurking in the shadows, secretly watching her and scheming to seize her opportunities, relentless in her intentions. Aware that Lin Buan was away, she would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity. Therefore, it had to be them. I know who did it. Once I return, I shall deal with them. A fierce determination enveloped Lin Buan's expression, her desire to fly back and confront those two wretches palpable. Meanwhile, Ji Dong, blissfully ignorant of being framed, had heard the commotion while lounging in bed during Wei Chu's repairs. He was too lazy to get up and paid it no mind. However, someone could not resist the urge to investigate. Ji Dong, are you awake? Qin Wei gently knocked on his door, her voice soft. At the sound of her voice, Ji Dong sprang from his bed, hastily dressing as he rushed to open the door. Wei, what is the matter? He greeted her, disheveled, with tousled hair and remnants of sleep in his eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing her face as she took in his appearance. I heard a lot of noise next door and wondered if something happened to Xiao Wan. Should we go check? Ji Dong's expression stiffened, and with a hint of displeasure, he replied, what could possibly happen to her? Given her nature, it would be better if something did. The latter part of his statement was murmured softly, yet Qin Wei, seated across from him, caught it, and a flicker of delight passed through her eyes. Do not speak like that. Xiao Wan merely harbors some misunderstandings towards us. Once we find the right moment to clarify things, she will surely comprehend, she reassured him, showering him with compliments that left him utterly disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, she suggested they step outside for a moment, and this time, Ji Dong did not exhibit the reluctance he had shown earlier. Qin Wei's smile deepened in satisfaction as she turned with Ji Dong to explore the situation, only to be met by a pair of envious eyes. She hesitated momentarily, her smile faltering before she quickly regained her composure. What is the matter? Ji Dong inquired, noticing her sudden cessation. As he maneuvered around her, he spotted the girl standing at the threshold of the adjacent bedroom, Wu Xiaofei, the owner of the house. She held a favorable impression of Ji Dong. Had it not been for this, she would not have allowed their party of 7 to stay. Not only had she relinquished her master bedroom for Ji Dong, but she had also found herself sharing a room with Qin Wei, her romantic rival. Upon first encountering Qin Wei, Wu Xiaofei immediately discerned her true nature. Yet, Ji Dong's distinct treatment of her fueled Wu Xiaofei's jealousy, as she felt entirely overshadowed. Having just returned from the restroom, she sensed Qin Wei's absence and instantly guessed that she had gone to seek Ji Dong again. Sure enough, upon exiting her room, she witnessed their intentions to leave together, igniting her jealousy. Ji Dong, where are you two headed? Wu Xiaofei suppressed the urge to confront Qin Wei, forcing a smile as she addressed Ji Dong. His irritation was evident as he frowned at her presence, initially intent on ignoring her. However, Qin Wei tugged at his sleeve, reminding him that they were in Wu Xiaofei's home, and he ought to extend her some courtesy. Thus, he softened his expression and said, "We just heard some commotion outside. We have friends staying next door, and we are unsure if something has occurred." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofei's demeanor brightened. Nevertheless, her earlier observation of Qin Wei's actions still left her seething with resentment. Consequently, she insisted on accompanying them, unwilling to allow them a moment alone together. Ji Dong was indifferent to the addition of another person. He had no intention of going in the first place, and had it not been for Qin Wei's insistence, he would not have bothered at all. Thus, the trio exited the house together. After a brief delay, they happened to cross paths with Wei Chu. Upon reaching the corridor, they noticed that the door to Lin Buan's home was wide open. The three of them paused momentarily, but Qin Wei quickly regained her composure, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. She stepped forward to Lin Buan's door, and upon witnessing the disarray within, her heart sank as she hurried inside, scanning the surroundings. What on earth happened? As Ji Dong followed closely behind, his brow furrowed upon observing the disarray within the house. He was not naive enough to believe that Lin Buan had caused such chaos. It was evident that someone had forcibly entered and ransacked the premises. The thought sent a pang of worry through him. "Lin Buan?" He called out loudly, his voice echoing throughout the room, yet there was no response. His expression darkened further. Unperturbed by his distress, Qin Wei began to wander around the room, rummaging through cabinets and drawers in hopes of fortuitously discovering Lin Buan's jade pendant. Naturally, the outcome was predictable. Such a vital item would not have been left behind. Even if it had been at home, given the current state, it was likely taken by someone else. Gritting her teeth, she stood at the head of Lin Buan's bed, her mind racing with speculation. Was the pendant taken by someone else? Or did Lin Buan still have it on her? If it were still with Lin Buan, there might be a way to obtain it. But if someone else had it, who could that possibly be? She had initially thought acquiring the pendant would be a simple task, never anticipating it would escalate into such a predicament. As the likelihood of retrieving the pendant diminished, anxiety gnawed at her. At that moment, Ji Dong entered the bedroom and found Qin Wei standing motionless at Lin Buan's bedside. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Wei Wei, what are you doing here?" "None of your business." She snapped back, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. She turned to face the startled Ji Dong. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her irritation and forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Ji Dong. I'm just a bit worried about Xiaowan." Ji Dong, regaining his composure, accepted her flawed excuse. He glanced around the similarly disheveled bedroom, a weight settling in his heart. Perhaps she hadn't left after all. Suddenly, he recalled the man he had seen with Lin Buan earlier. He also seemed to reside on this floor. The door to one adjacent room was ajar, while another was firmly shut, indicating someone was indeed inside. The thought of Lin Buan being alone with another man stirred a wave of discomfort within him. He could sense that Qin Wei had arrived at a similar conclusion. Her eyes brightened with renewed hope. Could Xiaowan be in the next room? She speculated without waiting for Ji Dong's response. Turning swiftly to exit the room and approach the door of the Wei family, knocking firmly. As the knocking echoed, the black dog, Black Bean, jumped up from the floor, barking loudly at the front door. This sudden commotion put Hua Xiao and the others on high alert, clutching their makeshift weapons and anxiously watching the door. Upon hearing Qin Wei's voice from outside, calling, "Xiaowan, are you in there?" Hua Xiao, visibly exasperated, lowered the rolling pin in her hand, signaling to Su not to be overly concerned and to carry on as usual. Can this insufferable green tea really care about anyone else? She's undoubtedly up to no good. As Qin Wei stood there, it was certain that Ji Dong was also present. The mere thought of this despicable pair made Hua Xiao feel nauseated, prompting her to disregard both the knocking at the door and Qin Wei's inquiries. After soothing the wary Haidu, she thought that since there was no response, Qin Wei would soon depart. However, she was unaware of the depth of Qin Wei's attachment to the jade pendant, After nearly 10 minutes of knocking with no reply, Qin Wei began to contemplate forcibly entering. Vivi, perhaps no one is home. Let's not call anymore and just go back, Ji Dong remarked, puzzled by Qin Wei's unusual concern for Lin Buan. Observing her struggle to elicit a response, and noting that aside from the initial barking, there was no sound from within, he surmised that Lin Buan simply did not wish to engage with them. Thus, his stubbornness flared, and he was intent on taking Qin Wei back without further concern for Lin Buan. Standing nearby with arms crossed, Wu Xiaofei watched Qin Wei persist at the door. Though she was uncertain of Qin Wei's motivations, she recognized the self-serving nature of this green tea bitch. It was evident that Lin Buan possessed something Qin Wei desired. Ji Dong, how can you be so callous? Given the circumstances at Xiao Wan's home, she must be going through something difficult. What she needs now is our care. Who knows? She might even be injured. If we disregard her, and something truly happens, what will we do? Qin Wei's impassioned plea struck a chord with Ji Dong. Wu Xiaofei rolled her eyes, scrutinizing Qin Wei, who wore a mask of indifference. Yet Ji Dong, oblivious to her facade, was moved, his gaze towards Qin Wei softening. But if she wants to open the door, what can we do? Ji Dong acknowledged the validity of Qin Wei's words, yet he felt powerless against the closed door. Shall we pry it open? Qin Wei suggested quietly, biting her lip. Meanwhile, Wei Chu, under Lin Buan's guidance, hastily maneuvered the kayak, arriving at the apartment building just in time. As soon as they docked, Lin Buan eagerly disembarked. At that moment, Wan Yi was still asleep, and Lin Buan was anxious to return home, to assess the situation and confront Ji Dong, her disdain for Wan Yi intensifying. I'll carry her up, Wei Chu said with a hint of reluctance, having glanced at Wan Yi. He was not keen on the task, but given that they lived on the 20th floor and Su Yi was older, he could not leave Wan Yi behind. With no other option, Wei Chu hoisted the burden of Wan Yi onto his back. Upon hearing his words and recalling that she had accepted the gold bar, Lin Buan felt compelled to stay. Fortunately, Wei Chu was a true gentleman. Carrying Wan Yi, he ascended the stairs at an unaltered pace. When they reached the 20th floor, the sounds of barking and knocking intertwined. Before Lin Buan could rush out, the dog beneath her feet darted forward, quickly joined by another bark and a woman-esque scream. Recognizing the familiar voice as Qin Wei's, Lin Buan's ire ignited. She burst through the door of the safety passage and beheld Ji Dong and Qin Wei standing before the gate of the Wei family, with Ji Dong wielding a kitchen knife, attempting to tamper with the lock. Despite her suspicions, the anger she felt was far greater than the desire to catch them in the act. You shameless scoundrels! Have you lost your minds? Lin Buan shouted, charging forward and delivering a kick to Ji Dong, sending the knife flying from his grasp. She then shed her backpack from her shoulder and swung the bulging bag towards them. No, Xiao Wan, you've misunderstood. Qin Wei, shielded by Ji Dong, was the first to react, trying to explain. Unfortunately, Lin Buan paid no heed to her words, hurling insults instead. You wretched thief. You've grown too accustomed to your petty thefts. Stealing from others is one thing, but daring to pilfer from my grandmother's supplies? Do you have a death wish? Ji Dong endured several blows, the pain radiating through his back and distorting his face. Seizing the moment, he rolled over to block the backpack, grasping its strap to thwart Lin Buan's movements. The bag was filled with supplies, weighing heavily, and Lin Buan, already fatigued from swinging it, found herself outmatched by Ji Dong's strength. Lin Buan, what madness has possessed you? Ji Dong shouted back as she finally halted her assault. If it weren't for Wei Wei's concern for your safety, who would even bother trying to break in? You should be grateful rather than slandering us. Your behavior is utterly incomprehensible. Lin Buan scoffed. What are you barking about? My home has been destroyed by you. Not only did you take my supplies, but now you wish to play the role of the Good Samaritan? Ji Dong was bewildered. What had he done wrong by showing concern? As he stood there in confusion, Qin Wei, however, was acutely aware of the misunderstanding. She realized that Lin Buan believed they had invaded her home and stolen her supplies. Yet, there was no time for explanations. The unfolding events suggested her worst fears might be realized. Lin Buan's home had been targeted, and there was a high likelihood that her jade pendant had been taken as well. The thought sent a wave of darkness over Qin Wei. She grasped Ji Dong, who was ready to argue, and fixed her wide eyes on Lin Buan, asking, Xiao Wan, did you have a jade pendant that you kept at home? Chapter 26. Severing the thoughts of the green tea bitch. Lin Buan paused, casting a deep gaze at her. Noticing the genuine concern in Qin Wei's eyes, she understood that someone else had invaded her home. After all, If it had been Ji Dong and Qin Wei, they would not have displayed such an expression while asking her this question. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to extinguish any lingering hopes Qin Wei might have had. Feigning a moment of confusion, her expression shifted, and she dashed into her home. Rushing to the bedside in her bedroom, she found the nightstand in disarray, clutter strewn about, and fell silent. Damn it, rummaging through a girl's private belongings. What a perverse fate awaits them. Qin Wei, following closely behind, misinterpreted the scene, watching her hopes fade completely. When Lin Buan turned around, she caught sight of Qin Wei's shattered expression, which brought her a sense of dark satisfaction. Then, did you not steal my supplies? She feigned skepticism as she regarded Qin Wei. Lin Buan, if I said it wasn't us, then it truly is not us. This morning, Wei Wei heard some commotion and, concerned for your safety, called me to come take a look. By the time we arrived, it was already like this. Before Qin Wei could respond, Ji Dong impatiently began to explain. Then why did you pry open someone else's door? Lin Buan glared at him sternly. Ji Dong's expression froze. We heard barking from inside, and when we knocked, no one answered. We thought you might be in trouble, so we intended to force the door open. This explanation was somewhat plausible, causing Lin Buan to fall silent, though she did not grant them a favorable countenance. She dragged Ji Dong and the others with her, while Wei Chu directly used the key to unlock the door, allowing Suyu to pull Ruan Yi into the room. Upon seeing Wei Chu return, Heido excitedly approached him, then took Dao Dao to the side. Meanwhile, the taut nerves of Hua Xiao and the others completely relaxed upon Wei Chu's arrival. Where is Xiaowan? Hua Xiao, not spotting Lin Buan behind Wei Chu, felt her previously relaxed nerves tighten once more. She's next door. Wei Chu hesitated, uncertain how to explain Lin Buan's current behavior, and could only inform her of Lin's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao immediately rushed out to find Lin Buan, only to overhear Ji Dong's words, which instantly incensed her. It's easy to say one thing, but who knows what schemes they're really plotting? She retorted mockingly. Without waiting for Ji Dong to counter, she hurried to Lin Buan's side. I've moved everything useful from our home to the next room. Let's go see what we've lost. As she spoke, she tugged Lin Buan along. Hey, Xiaowan. Qin Wei, regaining her senses, hurriedly attempted to call out to Lin Buan. The response was a loud bang as Hua Xiao swiftly pulled Lin Buan back into Wei Chu's home, forcefully slamming the door and leaving the two outside. After assessing the losses, Lin Buan was quite displeased. Although the supplies she had left outside were not abundant, they represented her hard-earned accumulation. And now she had no idea who had benefited from it, making it difficult for her to calm her emotions. If it wasn't those two, then who could it be? Hua Xiao furrowed her brow in confusion. There are plenty of people in the building. Anyone could be responsible. Even if we questioned them one by one, none would admit to it. Lin Buan took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. That's true. Wei Chu nodded, displaying a calmness that was almost disconcerting. If it was someone from the building, we will likely remain relatively safe for a considerable time. Everyone paused, exchanging glances, silently inquiring about his meaning. Now that everyone believes we have lost our supplies, they naturally will not focus their attention on us. Therefore, once our resources are depleted, we will not be the primary target. His words prompted a collective realization among the group. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Perhaps this is the essence of it. Yusu remarked with a smile. However, if they were to discover that we possess a kayak, enabling us to venture out in search of supplies. Hua Xiao was not quite so optimistic. Lin Buan nodded in agreement, sharing her concerns. Their expedition in the kayak to procure resources would undoubtedly attract attention. Otherwise, the intruders would not have seized the opportunity to break in while they were away. Though they were currently safe, once their supplies were depleted, the encroaching eyes would inevitably turn towards them again. Even if not coveting their resources, the allure of the kayak itself would be tempting. As the saying goes, a ship will naturally align itself when it reaches the bridge. They had already raised the alarm, and thus they would bolster their defenses. If they desired the kayak, would they simply hand it over? Wei Chu shrugged. It was not that they could not part with it. Rather, it was essential that the intruders possessed the capability to obtain it first. This was a valid point. Hua Xiao nodded, acknowledging that while they were not currently lacking in supplies, they were indeed short on weapons. With numerous individuals in the building, their small group would find it difficult to fend off wave after wave of ill-intentioned intruders. Mere hands could hardly withstand the force of many. It appears that on our next foray, we must seek out some means of self-defense. Lin Buan cast a glance at Hua Xiao, contemplating that this outing had indeed fostered her growth. In room 1803 on the 18th floor, the leader observed, "They have returned." And they brought back 3 individuals. A burly man lounged on the sofa, nursing a cup of milk tea while perusing something. Beside him stood a man with his head slightly bowed, reporting the situation. Even in such dire times, they had managed to bring others back, indicating that their capabilities surpassed their earlier assumptions. Xie offered an enigmatic smile, discarding the milk tea onto the coffee table. "Boss, should we intervene?" inquired the man beside him with a gesture. Xie raised a hand, deeming the endeavor pointless. It was better to fatten the sheep before slaughter. "I understand, boss." After his subordinate departed, Xie cast a glance out the floor-to-ceiling window at the murky ocean, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the intruders were just below Lin Buan, who had prepared a simple meal to satiate their hunger. During this time, Wani awakened. Recalling the events leading up to her unconsciousness, and without hesitation, she unleashed a tirade against Lin Buan. Lin Buan paid her no mind, and it was Suyu who eventually calmed her emotions. After a good cry, she settled down. "Tomorrow, we will see them off and simultaneously search for any defensive weapons to bring back." After their meal, Lin Buan conferred with Wei Chu regarding the fate of Pan Yunpeng and his companions. "That is acceptable, but not everyone can leave. We must retain some individuals to guard the home," Wei Chu remarked, casting a glance at the others nearby before leaning in to whisper, "I suspect there are outsiders in the building." Lin Buan's eyelids flickered, and she raised her gaze to him. "How do you know?" "It's a feeling," Wei Chu replied, furrowing his brow. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but now, upon reflection, he recognized the intruders' purposeful intent and their skills in lockpicking, which were not characteristic of ordinary individuals. Chapter 27. The water recedes. After succinctly sharing his observations and conjectures with Lin Buan, her expression grew increasingly grave with each revelation. Had it not been for Wei Chu's suggestion, she might not have noticed at all. The lock that had been pried open showed minimal damage. It was inconceivable that Ji Dong could have accomplished this. He would have likely resorted to brute force to break the door. And the inhabitants of the building were primarily ordinary citizens, who among them possessed such adept lockpicking skills. Furthermore, if someone harbored intentions of burglary, why would they opt for such a subtle method? It was evident that the individual who had tampered with the lock likely had ulterior motives, seeking to achieve something without alarming the occupants. The thought sent shivers down Lin Buan's spine. The more she pondered, the more goosebumps emerged, filling her with dread. Fortunately, she had persuaded Hua Xiao and the others to leave with her. She shuddered to think of the dangers they might have faced had they remained behind. If this place had become unsafe, perhaps tomorrow, when she sent them away, she could also scout for a more secure location. Wei Chu furrowed his brow at her words, hesitating to immediately concur with Lin Buan. He gazed out the window, where the swirling brown waters presented the greatest obstacle. Relocating was not an impossibility. But while people could depart at will, what about their supplies? A kayak could not transport both individuals and a substantial amount of provisions, easily rendering them targets for those with ill intentions. If it weren't for the floodwaters, a vehicle could have resolved this dilemma. But now they were uncertain when the waters would recede, and whether they could endure until that moment. It seemed prudent to first send them away and then reassess the situation. After all, they had just taken their supplies, and it was unlikely they would return soon. After considerable contemplation, Wei Chu opted to withhold his opinion, refraining from fully endorsing Lin Buan's thoughts. Nevertheless, he showed support for her idea through action, producing a map from an unknown source and collaborating with Lin Buan to identify potential locations for supplies or weapons. Naturally, they marked the residences of Pan Yunpeng and his companions, intending to check the vicinity while escorting them away. Lin Buan awoke in a state of heat-induced discomfort. As she stirred, she realized she was drenched in sweat, feeling exceedingly overheated. Her initial reaction was to suspect a fever. However, upon glancing at Hua Xiao, who was also soaked and on the verge of damp hair, she sensed something was amiss. Prompted by her worry, she called to Hua Xiao, "Hua Xiao, wake up." Hua Xiao, frowning with discomfort, opened her eyes after a brief moment. "What is it?" "Goodness, it's so hot." The moment she became aware, she touched her forehead, discovering her own perspiration, and suddenly her eyes widened in alarm. "What is going on? Why is it so hot?" She stared at Lin Buan, noticing she too was drenched in sweat. Lin Buan did not respond. Instead, she rose and approached the window, swiftly drawing back the curtains. Sunlight burst into the room, momentarily blinding her and causing her to squint. Once she adjusted, her gaze fell outside, and she was taken aback. The water has receded? Hua Xiao joined her at the window, equally astonished by the scene below. Yesterday, the floodwaters had spread up to the 6th floor. Now, they have receded to the 2nd. The astonishing drop in water level overnight is almost unfathomable. The rise in temperature is quite abnormal. Lin Buan glanced at the sun overhead before turning to find suitable clothing for herself and Hua Xiao. Upon exiting her room, she discovered that everyone was awake. Seated in the living room, each person's expression varying distinctly. Pan Yunpeng and his companions appeared quite pleased. The receding water signified that their journey home would be considerably easier. However, Wei Chu and Yu Su mirrored Lin Buan's demeanor, their faces devoid of joy and instead reflecting a subtle anxiety. At this rate, the water would likely recede by tomorrow, allowing them to return home independently without needing their guidance. Lin Buan was the first to speak, issuing a gentle dismissal to Pan Yunpeng and his group. Upon hearing her words, their delighted expressions abruptly stiffened, and the atmosphere grew tense. It seemed they had not anticipated Lin Buan's unyielding stance. Even Su Yu, a seasoned veteran, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Wei Chu finally broke the awkwardness. Once the water subsides, you 1T require our assistance in finding your way home. You are likely more familiar with the route than we are, and besides, we lack the means to transport you. Wei Chu was not deceiving them. Their vehicle had been submerged for days, and it would be a challenge to find one that still functioned. While some cars might still be operable, locating them would require effort, and without keys, driving them would be a significant obstacle. Understanding his implication, Pan Yunpeng's expression softened slightly. Very well, once the water recedes, we shall take our leave. He nodded at Wei Chu. Lin Buan chose not to engage with them, instead heading to the kitchen to inspect their food supplies. She was quite troubled by the need to arrange perishable items. Xiaowan, what shall we eat in this sweltering heat? Hua Xiao followed her into the kitchen and paused at the sight of the food laid out. We will eat this. Lin Buan indicated the items. What? Hua Xiao's face scrunched in dismay. Goodness, in this heat, you want me to consume such greasy food? I cannot possibly stomach it. Lin Buan, observing her despair, felt equally exasperated. She, too, was reluctant to eat, but if they did not, the food would spoil, leading to a true waste. After sweating profusely to finish breakfast, she glanced downstairs and noted that the water seemed to have receded further. The sight of various buildings emerging from the water, with debris and branches draped over them, allowed her to imagine the unpleasant odors without descending. We are in for trouble, Wei Chu approached her and remarked. Retracting her gaze, Lin Buan looked at him, her eyes inquiring. In such hot weather, it is uncertain how long it will last. Not only is there the risk of food spoilage, but the refuse and animal carcasses below. If the government can act swiftly, that would be fortunate. What we fear. Lin Buan's heart sank as she quickly grasped his meaning. Garbage and the remains of animals, when subjected to high temperatures, accelerate decay, leading to the potential proliferation of pathogenic bacteria. If the government fails to act swiftly to undertake cleaning and disinfection, the consequences are too dire to contemplate. We must take preventive measures promptly and, while people remain oblivious to the situation, seek out necessary medications. Lin Buan quickly recalled the most crucial items. Wei Chu nodded. His previously uncertain resolve now compelled into a decision. We must find another location. Wei Chu was concerned that the individuals in the building might turn their attention back to them. His worries were not unfounded. Downstairs, plans were underway to control them, intending to confine them like livestock. Chapter 28. The thief found by noon. Although the water downstairs had not completely receded, it was shallow enough to allow movement. Pan Yunpeng wished to wait until the water fully receded before departing. However, Su Yu, anxious about her children at home, could not wait any longer and left first. Ruan Yi also preferred to wait for the water to subside, but was reluctant to remain under the same roof as Lin Buan. After some hesitation, she ultimately decided to leave as well. As soon as she mentioned her intention to depart, Pan Yunpeng, who had been waiting for the water to recede, could no longer sit still and followed her out. He had not anticipated that Pan Yunpeng had feelings for Ruan Yi, which only became evident after so many days. It was clear that this man was adept at concealing his emotions. Nevertheless, this had no bearing on Lin Buan. The departure of the three individuals was indeed a fortunate turn of events. With outsiders gone, they could expedite their plans. They left Hua Xiao and Yusu at home, along with their 2 dogs. With the midday heat rising, it was better for the dogs to remain indoors to avoid overheating. Moreover, the dogs provided a formidable deterrent, which could prove beneficial. When Lin Buan and Wei Chu ventured outside, they unexpectedly encountered Ji Dong and his group, who were also leaving. Upon their meeting, both parties wore unsightly expressions. It was unclear what Qin Wei was thinking. Even after Lin Buan orchestrated a ruse to make her believe that the jade pendant had been taken, she still regarded Lin Buan in the same manner as before. Xiaowan, you're heading out too? What a coincidence. Shall we go together? Lin Buan halted, gazing at her as though she were a fool. Was she courting danger by inviting them along? Did she not fear the possibility of her taking advantage of the situation? No, we're not going in the same direction. Wei Chu interjected, recognizing Lin Buan's reluctance to engage, and politely declined on her behalf. Qin Wei's eyes flickered with displeasure, but she forced a smile. It's fine. We haven't decided where to go either. If you don't mind, may we accompany you? Are you deaf? Or is your skin truly this thick? Can't you understand such a blatant refusal? Do I need to spell it out for you before you grasp what I'm saying? As she felt the weight of Qin Wei's persistence, Lin Buan could no longer contain her irritation, unleashing a torrent of words. Qin Wei, maintaining her composure, allowed her smile to falter, feigning a sorrowful expression. I merely thought that having more people around would provide some reassurance. Little did I anticipate that Xiaowan would harbor such strong objections against me. Given the circumstances, I shall refrain from intruding upon your affairs. Before the words could fully escape my lips, Ji Dong, visibly displeased, turned to Lin Buan and exclaimed, Weivy had only your best interests at heart. She suggested we travel together out of concern for your safety on the road. Who could have predicted that such goodwill would be met with such arrogance? With that, he grasped Qin Wei's hand and declared, Come, Weivy, since they do not appreciate our company, we shall go on our own. I do not believe they can persist without seeking our assistance one day. Lin Buan regarded him with an expression of bewilderment, pondering the absurdity of his words. What nonsense was he spouting? Seeking their favor? What could she possibly desire from them, other than a modicum of rationality? Ji Dong attempted to pull Qin Wei away, but she remained steadfast, gazing earnestly at Lin Buan. After contemplating the situation, she surmised that Lin Buan would undoubtedly not let this affront go unchallenged. The invasion of her home was a personal affront, and it was likely retaliation would follow. By staying close to Lin Buan, she would ascertain who had invaded her sanctuary and thereby uncover the whereabouts of her belongings. This was the very reason she had insisted on accompanying Lin Buan. But it was unfortunate that she had a hindrance in the form of Ji Dong. Weivy? It was only when he could not budge Qin Wei that Ji Dong paused in astonishment, turning to her. Yet, Qin Wei disregarded him entirely, addressing Lin Buan instead. Now that the waters have receded, many will venture out in search of supplies. With just the 2 of you, you risk drawing unwanted attention. If we band together as 4, we may deter any potential threats. What do you think? Observing her unwavering determination, Lin Buan initially intended to decline, but found herself unexpectedly swayed at the last moment. Very well, if you wish to accompany us, then so be it. However, let it be clear, should any trouble arise, you are to resolve it on your own. We shall neither assist nor require your aid, understood? Her minimal expectation was simply to avoid being impeded or hindered. Most importantly, she was curious about Qin Wei's ulterior motives for wanting to remain by her side. Was she still clinging to hope? Ji Dong was dissatisfied with Lin Buan's stipulations, yet as Qin Wei showed no objections, he chose to remain silent. After the 4 reached a consensus, they commenced their descent down the staircase from the safety corridor. Upon reaching the 18th floor, the door connecting to the residence hallway was suddenly flung open with great force, startling them. Before them stood 5 imposing figures, and both parties stood momentarily stunned. Lin Buan and Wei Chu exchanged apprehensive glances, a chill running through them. The 5 men were strangers, confirming Wei Chu's suspicion that intruders had indeed entered the building. As the men laid eyes on the 4, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. Are you all heading downstairs as well? The foremost man inquired. None other than Xie Jun. He scrutinized the quartet with a smile. Sensing his relatively amicable demeanor, Qin Wei and the others relaxed their taut nerves. Indeed, our supplies have run low, and with the waters receding, we intend to search for some food. Qin Wei's words were not entirely an excuse. They truly had little food left, and if they did not gather some supplies soon, they would face hunger. It appeared that everyone was in the same predicament. Xie offered an enigmatic smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two teams descended the stairs in succession. Along the way, they did not encounter any other residents. But upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered that the inhabitants of the building had already descended to collect supplies. A crowd had gathered in the open area in front of the apartment, rummaging through the water for any usable items. At that moment, the water had receded to their calves, and its diminished level only amplified its murkiness. Lin Buan gazed at the yellowish-black water, her brow furrowing deeply. What's wrong? Sensing Lin Buan's unusual demeanor, Wei Chu inquired softly. She quickly regained her composure, shook her head, and was about to step into the puddles, heading towards their destination. However, upon turning her head, she noticed 5 burly men nearby, each equipped with a pair of water shoes. Among them, one relatively slender man held a pair of water shoes that appeared slightly different. Once Lin Buan recognized this, her expression darkened instantly, and she realized that these were indeed the thieves who had stolen from her family. Consequently, after they departed, she promptly seized Wei Chu's arm and, with a serious countenance, declared, "They have pilfered our supplies." What? Wei Chu was taken aback, turning to glance at the 5 individuals who had already distanced themselves, then returning his gaze to Lin Buan. "How can you be so certain that it is indeed them? The water shoes on that man's feet are my custom-made design, complete with the distinctive mark I requested. There's no mistaking it." Chapter 29. Stockpiling medicine nearby. Qin Wei and the others, having overheard Lin Buan's words, abruptly turned their heads to glance at the 5 departing figures, a flicker of inscrutable brilliance passing through her eyes. Unaware of her unusual demeanor, Wei Chu remained silent for a moment before addressing Lin Buan. "Judging by their appearance, they do not seem benevolent. Let us first gather supplies, and when the opportunity arises." He left his thoughts unspoken, but Lin Buan understood, and thus did not dwell further on the matter. Many were ill-prepared and could only roll up their pant legs to wade into the water. Fortunately, the weather had warmed, making the immersion bearable, even refreshing. However, the stagnant water was indeed filthy, littered with debris and even the carcasses of animals, which left Lin Buan feeling quite unsettled. Alongside her, Qin Wei was equally distressed. She stood on the stairs, her expression grim as she hesitated, gazing at the water that barely reached everyone's calves, the sound of retreat beating loudly in her heart. "What's wrong, Wei Wei?" As Ji Dong plunged into the water, he noticed that Qin Wei remained stationary, prompting him to turn and regard her with curiosity. Qin Wei opened her mouth, at a loss for words. It was she who had claimed to be in search of supplies, and she had also asserted that she would depart alongside Lin Buan and the others. Yet, upon arriving at this juncture, she realized she could not bear it, but found herself unable to directly express her reluctance to proceed. Just then, a sudden and tremendous force surged from behind, causing Qin Wei to stumble and one foot to plunge into the puddle. The dampness creeping up her feet left her feeling utterly distressed, hardly aware that had it not been for Ji Dong's timely intervention, she would have been submerged in the stagnant water. What was the point of blocking her path? If one did not wish to go, they ought to simply refrain from doing so. There was no need to put on airs, as if she were some kind of noble lady. If you have the capability, then endure the hunger. Wu Xiaofei regarded Qin Wei with disdain, recalling that it was her actions yesterday that had elicited Ji Dong's displeasure. Today, witnessing her pretentious demeanor only intensified her irritation. She had generously taken them in, expending her own provisions on them, yet received nothing in return. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, dismissing Qin Wei and Ji Dong. She stomped into the puddle with such force that the water splashed onto Qin Wei. "Ah!" Qin Wei exclaimed, startled as she dodged, inadvertently using Ji Dong as a shield, nearly splattering him with the murky water. His face contorted in disgust as he spat on the ground, finally regaining his composure. He raised his head, ready to chastise Wu Xiaofei, only to find that she had vanished from sight. Damn it, what was she so proud of? Once they returned, he would surely teach her a lesson. Observing this entire scene, Lin Buan felt speechless at Ji Dong's utter foolishness. Wu Xiaofei's blatant change in attitude was evident, and rather than seeking to placate her, he was preoccupied with thoughts of retribution, completely disregarding the risk of being cast out. Ignoring them, she turned and took Wei Chu's hand, seizing the opportunity to distance herself from the pair, whether they were slow to react or simply chose not to follow. After a considerable walk, neither had pursued them. Lin Buan felt a sense of relief and headed with Wei Chu towards various pharmacies. Upon reaching the first pharmacy, they discovered that most of the supplies had been washed away by the floodwaters, leaving only a chaotic mess of toppled shelves. Fortunately, a glass cabinet on the wall still contained a fair amount of medicine. Carefully extracting the remaining items, they discarded the sodden boxes and placed the intact packages into their backpacks. It was fortunate that the outer packaging was paper while the inner contents were safeguarded in waterproof plastic. Otherwise, they would have been left utterly bewildered in such dire circumstances. They managed to find a number of useful Western medicines, but traditional Chinese medicine proved to be more elusive. After collecting what they could, Wei Chu discovered the pharmacy's storage room, which was filled with boxes of medications, all ruined by the flooding. What could they do but open them? Lin Buan sighed as she entered the cramped storage space, which was overwhelmingly packed, and began rummaging through the medicine. After laboriously sifting through the pharmacy for an extended period, they finally completed their search. As they emerged, they were a mess, drenched in a mixture of sweat and murky water. Glancing up at the sun, the temperature had risen to a rather alarming degree. Determined to gather more supplies and return swiftly, Lin Buan turned and noticed a maternity and baby store adjacent to the pharmacy. She quickly grasped Wei Chu's arm. "What is it?" Wei Chu queried, momentarily taken aback by her sudden grip. Following her gaze, he noticed the nearby maternity and baby store, which left him momentarily speechless, uncertain of what thoughts had crossed his mind. As Lin Buan turned to speak, she caught sight of the expression on his face and realized he had misunderstood her intentions. "What are you thinking? We desperately need baby formula too. If we run out of food, baby formula can sustain us for a while." Unable to suppress her eye roll, she genuinely couldn't fathom the nature of his misunderstanding. Upon hearing her words, Wei Chu finally grasped the situation and scratched his head awkwardly. His cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as he glanced at Lin Buan. "Never mind, it's sweltering outside. Why don't you check the pharmacy across the street? I'll gather some supplies here and meet you afterward." Lin Buan, intent on replenishing her stock, feigned impatience to send him on his way. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Wei Chu asked hesitantly, his gaze fixed on her. With numerous people milling about outside, he thought it best not to separate, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Yet Lin Buan's reasoning was sound. The oppressive heat made it impractical for them to gather supplies together at each store, and splitting up seemed the most efficient solution. "Don't worry. While those people are still unaware, we can gather as much as possible," Lin Buan said, squinting at the throngs surrounding the various convenience stores. "All right then," Wei Chu agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. After giving her a few last pieces of advice, he waded through the water towards the pharmacy. Once he was a distance away, Lin Buan turned and entered the maternity store, closing the door behind her. She grabbed a stick from the side to secure the glass door and began to gather various items into her space. The formula cans, being aluminum, had excellent waterproof qualities, and she wasted no time. She collected one after another without pausing to examine them. Soon, she had cleared the store of all the items she could gather and, after a brief search, discovered the storage room in the back. In the dimly lit space, neatly stacked boxes awaited her, providing a bonanza of supplies. When she finally emerged onto the street, the maternity store was stripped bare, leaving only empty shelves behind, resembling the forlorn pharmacy next door. While she had successfully accomplished her task, Wei Chu encountered some trouble at the pharmacy. As he rummaged through the medications, a group of individuals rushed in, dripping with water. Chapter 30. Departure in Haste. Before Wei Chu could react, the group shut the door behind them and unexpectedly confronted him from the back. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated anyone being present, as they froze momentarily but quickly regained their composure. The closest among them seized Wei Chu and shoved him behind a half-height cabinet in the traditional medicine section. Just as Lin Buan reached the middle of the street, she observed a crowd rushing into the pharmacy, only to close the door behind them. The critical detail, however, was that shortly after their entrance, another group wielding glinting knives pursued them. She immediately halted, recognizing the armed group from previous encounters. Not long ago, the 5 imposing figures who descended with them stood before the pharmacy, attempting to tug at the locked door. They pressed their faces against the glass, peering inside for a considerable time, but finding no one present. Casting glances around, one of them locked eyes with Lin Buan. Upon noticing her, Xie Jun's gaze momentarily flashed with a fierce intensity. He quickly pivoted, donning a congenial smile as he approached Lin Buan. As the man drew nearer, Lin Buan felt a sense of unease, for it became increasingly apparent that he wielded a genuine weapon, far from any mere child's toy. "Excuse me, did you happen to see a few college students around?" Xie inquired, his demeanor relatively amiable. Yet, Lin Buan discerned a murderous intent lurking in his eyes. She lowered her gaze to mask her own malevolent feelings, feigning fear on her countenance. "I don't know, but I did see someone run off in that direction." She indicated towards a narrow alley adjacent to the pharmacy, separated by two shops. Xie glanced over, prompting one of his companions to hastily investigate. At that moment, Lin Buan felt a surge of anxiety. If the alley proved to be a dead end, their fate would be sealed. Fortunately, fortune favored her, as a voice rang out. "Boss, it's a live alley." Lin Buan released a sigh of relief. However, just as she began to relax, Xie turned back, scrutinizing her intently for an extended moment. Lin Buan furrowed her brow, enduring his gaze as if it were a tangible force, striving to conceal any other emotions. After a while, Xie withdrew his stare, offering her a light smile and a word of thanks. Once he led his men into the alley, Lin Buan lingered at the entrance for 5 minutes, confirming they did not retrace their steps before swiftly rushing to the pharmacy door. "Wei Chu, are you in there?" she implored, tapping urgently on the glass, yet fearing to raise her voice lest she attract Xie and his crew back. Hearing Lin Buan's call, Wei Chu managed to break free from the grasp of his captor. Emerging from behind the counter, he hurried to the door, only to find Lin Buan standing there alone. He quickly unlocked the door. "We must leave at once, or I fear they will return and cause us trouble," Lin Buan urged, attempting to pull him away. "Wait." Wei Chu hesitated, remaining rooted in place. Under her puzzled gaze, he turned back to his previous location, retrieving his bag from the water, and without a second thought, swept all the medicines from the counter into his bag. After zipping it closed, he disregarded the astonished expressions of the group behind the counter and dashed back to Lin Buan's side. Together, they swiftly vanished from the pharmacy's entrance. After recounting the events that transpired outside to Wei Chu, he shared his own harrowing experiences within the pharmacy. Upon exchanging information, they unanimously agreed it was time to return to their apartment. As they hurried back to the 20th floor, they stumbled upon quite a spectacle. Jidong, Qin Wei, and their friends, numbering 7 or 8, were locked out, frantically banging on Wu Xiaofei's door, vociferously shouting their demands. Lin Buan listened for a while before she began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Wu Xiaofei had discerned the true nature of Jidong, and in her dismay, her mind cleared. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was out, she quickly gathered some supplies and returned home, expelling all of them. However, Lin Buan found it puzzling that after staying there for so long, they could not possibly have been without a key. How could they all be locked out? After she had enjoyed the spectacle and returned home, she learned the answer from Hua Xiao. "She begged us," Hua Xiao shrugged. "She brought supplies and pleaded with us to help her change the lock. Initially, we were unwilling to assist, but her persistence was overwhelming. So Yusu lent her a hand." Upon hearing this, Lin Buan felt at a loss for words. She could neither scold them nor commend them. Ultimately, she decided that silence would be the best course of action. As she began to pack her belongings, indicating their departure that evening, Lin Buan solemnly instructed her to attend to another matter. "Huh?" Hua Xiao blinked in confusion, caught off guard by the sudden demand to leave, unprepared for such a shift. Lin Buan recounted her encounter with Xie, along with her and Wei Chu's speculations, noting that she had observed them wielding cold weapons. Frankly speaking, she felt that Xie had set his sights on them. While she was not one to shy away from trouble, the sheer size and armament of their adversaries were daunting. Among their group, aside from Wei Chu who could endure a bit, the others were less than capable. "Where are we supposed to go?" Hua Zhao's face paled as she asked, her expression filled with uncertainty. Lin Buan exchanged a glance with Wei Chu. They had yet to devise a plan. "Let us leave first. It's certainly better than being cornered at home." No sooner had she spoken than there came a knock at the door. Startled, Hua Xiao jerked. Fear etched across her face as she looked at Lin Buan. Her startled demeanor prompted Lin Buan to sigh in exasperation. Before she could speak, Wei Chu had already opened the door to reveal Ji Dong and his group. Lin Buan rose, regarding them with a frosty expression, and inquired, "What do you want?" "Xiaowan, we have nowhere else to stay. May we temporarily reside in your former house?" Qin Wei said, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as she conveyed their intentions. Lin Buan frowned, feeling quite displeased. Although she no longer lived there and would soon leave, It did not imply her willingness to allow them to occupy her former home. However, a thought struck her. If Xie group were to lash out at them, they would undoubtedly seek trouble again. With that in mind, she relented. The door over there is already broken. If you wish to stay, fine. But let me make one thing clear. Things are different now. If you choose to reside there and something goes awry, do not hold me accountable. She understood Ji Dong could not handle pressure. Thus, her words would resonate with him as a refusal to let them stay. Ji Dong would surely be unable to bear it. You can rest assured, he would never dare to extort you. Chapter 31. A magical transformation for Hua Xiao. Lin Buan was indifferent to whether he would attempt to extort her. Even if he did, it would be a different matter when he eventually found her. Ignoring Ji Dong and the others, Lin Buan and her companions swiftly organized their supplies. However, upon realizing the sheer volume of their provisions, it became evident that they could not possibly carry everything with just their hands and feet. What should we do? Hua Xiao gazed at the heap of supplies, her face clouding with concern at the thought of not being able to take it all. Perhaps we should seek a vehicle? Yu Su suggested to Wei Chu. The optimal solution would be to acquire a vehicle, but most had been rendered useless by the flooding, making the prospect of finding one exceedingly challenging. Is it truly so easy to find? Hua Xiao was skeptical. They were pressed for time. And what if Xie Jun and his group arrived before they could secure a vehicle? Regardless, let us search first, Yu Su reassured her, understanding her anxiety. Lin Buan observed their dilemma and looked at the organized supplies, feeling equally conflicted. In truth, it need not be so complicated. Her space could accommodate all of these items. Yet, could she genuinely trust them enough to reveal her secret? Xiaowan. Lin Buan, what are you pondering? I've called for you several times. What's the matter? Coming back to reality, she noticed Hua Xiao standing beside her, visibly displeased. They have gone out to find a vehicle, leaving us to guard the place. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Seeing her return to focus, Hua Xiao's irritation lessened, and she inquired about her appetite. Let me prepare the meal. Lin Buan felt a bit unenthusiastic, yet an idea sparked within her, prompting her to offer to cook. Very well, I shall assist you. Hua Xiao was indifferent to who cooked, preferring it not to be her. However, she did not anticipate that Lin Buan would decline her offer of help. As Lin Buan entered the kitchen, she prepared a cold dish of wood ear mushrooms, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, steamed pork ribs, and cold noodles. Once Hua Xiao finished her tasks, fearing Lin Buan might need assistance, she rushed into the kitchen only to be taken aback by the dishes prepared. Lin Buan, where did you acquire these pork ribs? The wood ear mushrooms, shredded potatoes, and noodles could be explained, but the ribs left Hua Xiao utterly astonished. Fresh pork ribs are distinctly different from pre-packaged meals, and Hua Xiao recognized this upon tasting. Remembering the sight of dead pigs floating in the water earlier, her expression shifted, and she found herself unable to swallow or spit out the meat in her mouth. You can't possibly have brought back the meat from those deceased pigs, can you? Ultimately unable to accept this, she spat out the meat and wrinkled her face in disbelief. What are you thinking? Lin Buan, initially tense, could not help but roll her eyes upon hearing her words. Those pigs have been dead for days. They must be utterly foul by now. Can you not discern that? Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao finally grasped the situation. She lowered her gaze and sniffed the meat in her hand, finding it fresh and odorless. Oh, this pork rib is indeed quite fresh. As she spoke, her confusion only deepened. Lin Buan found her expression unexpectedly amusing. She led Hua Xiao into the living room, halting before the organized supplies. Allow me to perform a magic trick, she declared, then waved her hand, causing the supplies to vanish into thin air. Hua Xiao's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she stared in astonishment at the empty space before her. The supplies that had been right in front of her just a moment ago had inexplicably disappeared. What happened? Where are the supplies? She exclaimed, anxiously clutching Lin Buan's arm, her expression bordering on tears. If the supplies were gone, how would they manage moving forward? Lin Buan, taken aback by her reaction, paused momentarily before awkwardly responding. Don't panic. I did say it was magic, didn't I? The supplies are certainly still here, merely relocated. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao began to comprehend the situation. She glanced at Lin Buan, suddenly struck by a thought, her expression freezing. The magic you mentioned. It isn't spatial, is it? Lin Buan regarded her with an approving look, impressed that her frequent reading of novels had sharpened her wit. Locking eyes with Lin Buan, Hua Xiao realized she had deduced correctly. However, she found the notion somewhat surreal. Could there really be a spatial dimension in this world? and how fortuitous that it had manifested for them. It took some time for Hua Xiao to regain her composure. She looked at Lin Buan, hesitated, and finally said, "Lin Buan, you must be the protagonist of this world, right?" Anticipating her response, Hua Xiao had not expected such a reaction from Lin Buan. With a speechless expression, Lin Buan could only mutter, "You're insane." Once Hua Xiao accepted the reality of Lin Buan's spatial abilities, she was overwhelmed with joy, unsure how to express her elation. Just moments ago, they had been troubled about how to transport the supplies, and now that perplexing issue had been effortlessly resolved. What a relief. However, she quickly realized why Lin Buan had waited until the two men had left before revealing the existence of her spatial abilities. As for Yusu, she had no comments. After all, they had been together for quite some time, and she had a fair understanding of his character. But regarding Wei Chu, Lin Buan sighed, finding it difficult to place her trust in a stranger she had only known for a few days. "I think Wei Chu has a bit of an interest in you," Hua Xiao suddenly remarked. "He seems to care about you, doesn't he?" Meeting her gaze, Hua Xiao shrugged and began to list the evidence. "Think about it. Hasn't he shown you a lot of consideration? First with the knives, then searching for supplies together, and now when you say you want to leave. He doesn't hesitate to reveal the hidden supplies. Even if he might have initially been drawn to your looks, his subsequent actions demonstrate genuine sincerity." While Hua Xiao's observations were valid, Lin Buan was not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship. "I'm not suggesting you start dating him," Hua Xiao replied, exasperated. "We're merely discussing the facts. Wei Chu has shown you his concealed supplies, indicating his trust in you. Since he has placed his trust in you, shouldn't you consider extending some trust in return?" After some contemplation, Hua Xiao realized that she might have been overly supportive of Wei Chu. She remarked, "In other words, the space is yours. Even if we had the intention to take it, it appears we have no means to do so. Rather than furtively living in fear, it would be more graceful to present it openly, allowing life to be more carefree." After expressing this, she added quietly, "One never knows when life might end." Upon hearing this, Lin Buan experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, one never knows when life might conclude. What purpose does it serve to hoard these possessions? The initial intent of gathering resources was to enhance one's quality of life. Such secretive behavior entirely contradicts her original intention. "I understand now," the observer sees clearly. She sighed deeply and smiled at Hua Xiao. Noticing her realization, Hua Xiao felt elated, but just as she was about to speak, a knock resonated at the door. Chapter 32. A visit unexpected. Previously lounging on the ground, Heido and Dao Dao abruptly sprang up, rushing to the door and barking furiously. Given their reaction, it was evident that the visitors were neither Wei Chu nor Yusu. Lin Buan and Hua Xiao exchanged glances, conveying a silent understanding. Before Lin Buan retrieved 2 baseball bats from the space and handed one to Hua Xiao. "Do not speak. I will investigate," she whispered, then proceeded cautiously towards the door. "No," Hua Xiao exclaimed in fear, grabbing her arm. Just as Lin Buan was about to respond, the person outside grew impatient and began to pound on the door. The resounding noise drew the attention of neighbors. Ji Dong, entangled by Qin Wei, had no choice but to join her in assessing the situation, only to lock eyes with the fierce gazes of Xie Jun and his group. Their expressions shifted in surprise. They had not anticipated such a swift reunion, nor in such a tense context, indicating that the amiability of their earlier encounter had vanished. Upon seeing Ji Dong and Qin Wei emerge from Lin Buan's residence, Xie Jun's demeanor shifted subtly. "What a coincidence, another meeting. The 2 individuals who were with you earlier, are they residing with you now as well?" Xie Jun inquired with a sly smile, his tone laden with insinuation. Just as Ji Dong was about to respond, Qin Wei interjected, restraining him. She suppressed her anxiety and offered Xie Jun a smile. "We are not staying together. It's merely a chance encounter, just passing by. They live next door?" She indicated towards the door that stood closed before them. Xie Jun glanced at the door and then turned back to her, smiling. "You all reside here?" he questioned, referring to Lin Buan's former abode, recalling the assortment of feminine belongings from their previous visit, which seemed to align with Qin Wei's character, suggesting it could indeed be her residence. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Wei shook her head. "No, we are just temporarily borrowing it due to some personal reasons. We recently parted ways with friends." Whether he believed her or not remained uncertain as he averted his gaze, signaling his subordinates to continue pounding on the door. Witnessing their actions, Ji Dong's expression darkened further. He attempted to intervene, but Qin Wei stood firmly in his path. Vivi, please step aside. We cannot allow them to continue banging on the door. In a moment of desperation, he could only address Qin Wei. Not only Qin Wei heard his words, Xie Jun, with keen ears, also caught what he said and turned to fix him with a piercing gaze, meeting Xie Jun's grim stare. Ji Dong swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back, edging closer to Qin Wei. Sensing his movement, Qin Wei's expression stiffened slightly, her disdain for him growing stronger. It was indeed true that men were often unreliable. In a situation like this, rather than protecting her, he was retreating behind her. No wonder Lin Buan had so easily given up on him. With contempt for Ji Dong's cowardice, she redirected her attention to Xie Jun. Although he did not appear to be a particularly good person, it was precisely his intimidating demeanor that made him seem more dependable. In times like these, those who were not easily provoked had a greater chance of survival. Moreover, Lin Buan's jade pendant was likely in his possession, and for the sake of reclaiming it, she would have to make some sacrifices. With this thought solidifying her resolve, Qin Wei took a deep breath, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she took a couple of steps towards Xie Jun. I believe I just heard them leave. Are you gentlemen searching for Xiaowan? If not, perhaps you could wait over here? The door lock is broken, so they will hear any commotion upon their return. Little did Qin Wei know that the lock on Lin Buan's door had been tampered with by them. They have left? Xie Jun inquired, his tone ambiguous. Indeed. I heard some noise, and when I stepped outside to check, they were definitely gone. Qin Wei had indeed seen Wei Chu and the others, but not Lin Buan. She assumed she must have gone ahead. Then how is there still a dog inside? Xie Jun glanced back at Wei Chu's door, where the incessant barking of a dog continued. Qin Wei paused for a moment before responding. On such a hot day, the dog might suffer from heatstroke if left outside. She merely spoke instinctively, yet Xie Jun believed her words. He pondered for a moment before raising his hand, signaling his men to cease their efforts to break down the door. Boss, after banging for so long, if someone were indeed home, there should have been some noise. Yet aside from the barking, there is no other sound. Could it be that this woman speaks the truth and no one is home? One of his subordinates whispered into Xie Jun's ear. This was precisely what Xie Jun had been contemplating. Most importantly, the door had been reinforced by Wei Chu, making it considerably more difficult to breach than before. After exerting themselves for so long, they were beginning to tire, and Qin Wei's invitation was all too timely. It was hard for Xie Jun and the others to resist the temptation. Very well, we shall not impose further on the young lady. Xie Jun smiled at her, and disregarding Ji Dong's displeased expression, he led his men straight into Lin Buan's home. The five of them navigated effortlessly to the living room sofa, and Qin Wei even took the initiative to fetch a few cans of beverages to entertain them. These supplies had been gathered by Ji Dong and the others, who had been reluctant to consume them, yet here she was, using them to host Xie Jun. However, upon observing the physique and stature of the other party, coupled with an intimidating aura, they dared not voice their dissent openly, though their expressions betrayed their discomfort. Xie Jun, of course, noticed their grim faces, yet a person of his caliber would never deign to regard a swarm of insignificant insects. Meanwhile, Lin Buan, separated by a door, overheard the entire exchange between Xie Jun and Qin Wei. She assumed that Qin Wei had merely acknowledged the jade pendant was in Xie Jun's possession, hence her superficial courtesy, completely oblivious to any ulterior motives that Qin Wei might harbor. However, it was indeed Qin Wei who facilitated their departure. Have they left? Hua Xiao inquired quietly, drawing closer to Lin Buan. In the next room, Lin Buan replied, raising a finger to signal silence. What should we do? Hua Xiao's anxiety was palpable. They could hide within the room, but the return of Yu Su and his companions was uncertain, should they encounter one another. It was dubious whether they could withstand the confrontation. Lin Buan found herself at a loss, as the current situation had utterly surpassed her expectations. She could not fathom how they had managed to find them so swiftly, and continuing in this manner was untenable. We must gather our belongings and, upon their return, collaborate to make our escape, Lin Buan proposed, albeit with a sense of futility. No matter what, we cannot allow those individuals to benefit from our resources. Are we simply to let them off the hook after they stole from us? Hua Xiao bit her lip, her reluctance evident. What do you propose? Do you wish to retaliate? Lin Buan responded, incredulous, casting a glance back at her. Look at you with your slender arms and legs. Whom do you think you could confront? It was not that Lin Buan sought to belittle her. She too yearned to exact vengeance, yet she recognized her own limitations. Chapter 33. Growing up, they gathered all the items that the Wei Chu family could possibly utilize into their spatial storage. The two dogs, witnessing the gradual disappearance of household belongings, were left in stunned bewilderment. With wide, round eyes, they observed Lin Buin's every move, their demeanor reflecting a barren landscape. Unable to contain their anxiety as they circled around her. Enough of this commotion, go play elsewhere, Lin Buin said, preoccupied with her task. She retrieved 2 dog treats from storage and tossed them to the eager canines, allowing them to amuse themselves. Once everything was secured, they remained on high alert, awaiting the return of Wei Chu and his companions. Yet, as they waited, the hours stretched into the night. Lin Buin glanced at her watch. The hour hand pointed to 10, yet there was still no sign of Wei Chu and the others, which stirred a sense of urgency and concern within them. What could be taking them so long? Hua Xiao and Lin Buin stood by the window, gazing below. In the darkness, not a single light flickered. It was as though the entire world had been consumed by shadows, devoid of any semblance of life. I don't know. They must have encountered some trouble, Lin Buin mused, shaking her head, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. The peril of remaining here is alarmingly high. The group of men next door may very well devise a way to intrude. The 2 women and their 2 dogs stand no chance against 5 burly men. Yet, the prospect of leaving is fraught with uncertainty, as they have lost track of Wei Chu and his companions. After successfully evading the neighbors, the question arises, where should they seek assistance? Meanwhile, Wei Chu has been searching for a vehicle for quite some time, but has found nothing usable. As darkness falls, he suggests returning, but Yu Su, lost in thought, proposes checking whether the fuel in the tanks is still viable. Upon confirming that some vehicles still possess usable gasoline, they contemplate gathering fuel. Although they considered going to a gas station, their earlier encounter revealed a chaotic scene with numerous people fighting for a scant supply of fuel. They pondered why others possessed vehicles, but seeing the turmoil at the gas station, they doubted their capacity to compete for fuel, hence their current plan. After collecting 2 large barrels of gasoline, they are met by a group of familiar faces. To be precise, it is Wei Chu who recognizes them, those university students who had barged into the pharmacy earlier that afternoon to help him evade Xie Jun. This time, Wei Chu observes them closely, a combination of 3 males and 1 female, seemingly naive and inexperienced. The 3 young men exude the foolishness typical of university students, while the lone female stands apart, her demeanor cold and detached. You're the one from this afternoon who pulled Wei Chu behind the counter, stammers one of the boys. Pointing at him, Wei Chu furrows his brow and glances at them. How did you get entangled with that group? If it weren't for them, they wouldn't have had to vacate the apartment so hastily. However, it is too late for regrets. Fate has brought them together twice. Though he wonders why they are still out at such a late hour. The group exchanges glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Wei Chu's inquiry. Stop wasting time with them. It's late, and we should head back. Otherwise, Hua Xiao and the others will start to worry, Yu Su interjects. Having recognized their identities and adopting a less than amiable demeanor, Wei Chu nods in agreement, intending to dismiss them, yet they block their path once more. Could you possibly shelter us for the night? Asks the boy who had previously pulled Wei Chu. What did you say? Before Wei Chu can respond, Yu Su eyes them warily. His caution is justified, although the outside world is chaotic. It is not so dire as to leave them without a place to spend the night. Their request raises suspicions about their intentions. You're quite audacious. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be out here searching for a vehicle at this hour. If you lack common sense, at least refrain from causing trouble for others. It's one thing to hide and seek refuge for yourself, but to endanger others is another matter entirely. Though he does not name them directly, the boys, despite their apparent foolishness, catch the underlying message. They share awkward glances, and the lead boy sheepishly scratches his head. I apologize. We did not intend for this to happen. The actions of those individuals were simply too extreme. We could not withstand them. So we had no choice but to flee. Subsequently, they introduced themselves. The leader was named in Zizong, accompanied by 2 young men, one named Fu Xingwen and the other Li Yufei. The young woman trailing behind was Li Yufei's sister, named Li Fanzuang. They were all students at the Minzu University. When the typhoon struck, they sought refuge in the library, escaping a dire fate. As the waters rose, they struggled back to their dormitory, relying on their scant supplies to survive until now. Just as they were on the brink of exhausting their provisions, the waters finally receded, allowing them to venture out in search of resources. Fortuitously, they stumbled upon a grocery store that had remained untouched. However, during their scavenging, Xie and his group barged in, immediately shouting for them to drop their belongings and leave. The young university students, undeterred, stood their ground and argued for their rights. Unfortunately, Xie and his group were not inclined to reason. Armed with weapons of unknown origin, they threatened to take their lives if they did not comply. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zitsung slung his backpack over his shoulder and, with a loud shout, led the remaining three in a hasty retreat. The four, resolute, left behind their supplies, taking only what they could carry. To Xie, this was a provocation, prompting him to pursue them down 2 streets. Wei Chu had heard of these events. Upon learning of their ordeal, even Yu Su was at a loss for words. It was not entirely their fault. They were merely gathering supplies and had inadvertently offended someone. There were inhabited lower levels in the nearby buildings. They could find a place to rest for the night. Or they could return to the university. Although they evoked some sympathy, Wei Chu and Yu Su remained resolute, unwilling to take them back. Regarding the vehicles you mentioned earlier, we know where to find some that are operational. By the time Wei Chu and his group returned to the apartment, it was already midnight. Lin Buan had been observing the situation from her window, and, upon noticing 2 lights approaching the stairwell, immediately realized that Wei Chu and his companions had returned. She turned to call for Hua Xiao, only to find that she had fallen asleep unbeknownst to her. Hua Xiao, wake up! Don't sleep. She hurried over and gently roused her. Huh, what is the matter? Hua Xiao, startled awake, looked around in confusion. They are back, downstairs. Quickly, let us move quietly and meet them halfway. Chapter 34. The Reunion and Escape. Is it really them? Hua Xiao wiped her mouth and hurriedly began to gather her things. At this late hour, they should be the only ones around. Lin Buan stored the remaining items in her space. The 2 women, along with their 2 dogs, swiftly made their way to the main entrance. Lin Buan bent down and whispered to Haidu, "Stay quiet for a moment. We will sneak out." The black bean seemed to comprehend, letting out a soft grunt before lowering its head to nudge the somewhat restless Dao Dao. Observing their interaction, Hua Xiao found herself at a loss for words. It was hard to believe that the dog could understand anything. After Lin Buan had finished giving instructions to the dog, she cautiously unlocked the door, waiting 2 seconds to ensure there was no noise from the adjacent room before gently pulling open the door. Fortunately, Wei Tzuxiu had oiled the hinges during the installation, allowing Lin Buan to open it without a sound. Outside, the darkness was just as oppressive. With the peril posed by the neighboring room and the current atmosphere, both of them instinctively quieted their breaths. In the midst of their tension, the black bean suddenly stood up and stealthily darted outside. Lin Buan was taken aback, nearly exclaiming "Black bean," but managed to stifle her words just in time. Adjusting to the dim surroundings, she saw the black bean rush to the door of the safety passage, disappearing momentarily before reappearing and trotting back to her. It was only when the black bean reached her side that she realized its intent. It was scouting whether the safety passage door was ajar. In comparison to their front door, the safety passage posed a significant challenge. If that door were to creak open, it would emit a jarring sound capable of startling anyone awake. Thankfully, the door was indeed open. Lin Buan urged Hua Xiao to go ahead, but Hua Xiao hesitated, fidgeting several times until Lin Buan grasped her hand, guiding the 2 dogs through first before pulling Hua Xiao along. The dogs moved swiftly, and with the black bean watching over, Dao Dao remained untroubled, quickly entering the safety passage. When it came to the 2 of them, Lin Buan instructed Hua Xiao to tread lightly but swiftly. Once outside the door, in order to avoid any unexpected incidents, she refrained from uttering a sound. Yet her grip on Hua Xiao's hand tightened, providing her some measure of comfort. Leading Hua Xiao, Lin Buan's heart raced as she hastened toward the safety passage. Though only a few meters away, it felt extraordinarily distant. Fortunately, they managed to enter the safety passage without incident. In the enveloping darkness and silence, all they could hear were their own heavy breaths and racing hearts. Without pausing, they hurried down the stairs, no longer concerned about the noise they might make alarming the neighbors, practically leaping 2 steps at a time. Woof! After descending several floors, the black bean suddenly barked loudly. Lin Buan's heart skipped a beat as she heard footsteps approaching from below. Just as she prepared to be alert, she recalled that the black bean's bark was one of excitement. Thus, she saw the black bean dash down the stairs, beams of flashlight illuminating the way. "Black bean," Wei Chu's soft voice called out, and they both sighed in relief. Meanwhile, as the black bean barked, Jun upstairs abruptly opened his eyes. The transition from confusion to clarity took barely a second. He sat up, startling his subordinate beside him. Boss, what's wrong? I heard a dog barking. Jun replied darkly. Huh, no way. The subordinate scratched his head, pondering whether he had experienced a nightmare. No, he needed to check next door. Jun was certain he had not misheard. He rose and kicked his man awake. Upon their arrival next door, they discovered the Wei family's door ajar. The interior utterly vacant. There was not a soul in sight, nor any furniture. One could hardly believe that this household had not recently been victimized by another thief. Damn it, the people have fled. Upon witnessing this scene, Jun had no further doubts. He turned and delivered a sharp slap to one of his subordinates, barking, Why aren't you chasing them? You all sleep like dead pigs. They surely haven't gone far. Hurry. The subordinates dared not utter a word and swiftly dashed towards the emergency exit. When Qin Wei, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate, she just missed brushing past four burly men as they hurried into the safety passage, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded as she watched them vanish from sight. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Buan rejoined Wei Chu and the others, succinctly relaying the situation upstairs. We must leave quickly. Just now, Hato called out, and we don't know if they noticed. As Lin Buan finished speaking, a cacophony of noise erupted from above. The heavy, chaotic footsteps reverberated in the hearts of the gathered group. Woof, woof, woof. Hato barked furiously at the upper floor. Soon after, voices echoed from above, urging, downstairs, quickly. We must leave. Wei Chu commanded, directing them to descend. There was no time for lengthy explanations. Lin Buan and the others promptly followed the group of men back down the stairs. They moved swiftly, with their pursuers not far behind. However, they had gained an advantage, bursting out of the corridor before their pursuers could catch up. Quick, 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 get in the car. And Zitsong was the first to dash out of the corridor, a fierce expression on his face as he reached the nearby van, flinging open the driver's door and taking his seat. The others, not to be outdone, opened the back doors and jumped in one after another. By the time Lin Buan and her group reached the vehicle, and Zitsong and his fellow students were already inside, awaiting their arrival. Yusu pushed Hua Xiao into the van and swiftly followed. But when it was Lin Buan's turn, she glanced back and saw Wei Chu burst from the corridor, followed closely by the four burly men. Lin Buan's expression turned grim. She leaped into the van, urging Zitsong to start the engine immediately. However, Zitsong hesitated, glancing at the approaching Wei Chu. No time for chatter. If we wait, none of us will escape, Lin Buan interrupted him. Zitsong glanced at the approaching giants, cold sweat breaking out, and instinctively obeyed her command. Igniting the engine. Wei Chu, hurry. Lin Buan left the door ajar and reached out toward him. Gritting his teeth, Wei Chu lunged forward, sprinting after the vehicle. Managing to keep pace, he shot a glance at Lin Buan, then suddenly accelerated, seizing her hand and leaping into the van. Lin Buan grasped Wei Chu's hand, nearly flinging him off, but fortunately, Yusu and the others reacted swiftly, pulling both her and Wei Chu into the vehicle. Once Wei Chu was inside, Zitsong cleverly pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the car to surge forward. Just as everyone thought they had escaped the four burly men, a hand suddenly appeared at the unlatched door. Chapter 35, Escape from Peril. Hua Xiao gasped in shock at the sight of the hand, unable to suppress a scream. When the group turned to look, another hand emerged from below, and Zitsong glanced into the rearview mirror and saw a fearless giant clinging to the door. His face turned pale as he hastily reduced speed. However, this deceleration only provided the man an opportunity. With both hands braced against the door, he revealed his head and attempted to climb inside, leaving the others utterly astounded. Suddenly, Li Fanshuang leaned forward from the back seat, grasped the door handle, and with a decisive pull, slammed the door shut. A horrified scream echoed from outside, prompting Li Fanshuang to crack the door open slightly, causing the hands that had clung to it to vanish. And Zitsong observed in the mirror as the giant was thrown to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. With the door securely closed, the cacophony from the outside world was silenced, leaving an eerie stillness within the vehicle. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment by Li Fanshuang's swift action. How could a mere university student in her early 20s exhibit such ruthlessness? Lin Buan and Wei Chu exchanged a glance in the darkness, gradually regaining their composure as they adjusted their positions. Truly, it was a Mitsubishi. Even in such a disastrous state, it could still run. Hua Xiao, perhaps attempting to lighten the mood, suddenly remarked, "Hee, when we went to the garage. This was the only car that could drive. All the others were totaled." And Zitsong responded with a grin, "Indeed. That luxury residential area near our school, I'm not sure if the developer is from Hong Kong, has parking spaces oddly arranged within the building. The architecture of that complex was also distinct, with each floor elevated, and in a corner of the topmost parking level, they discovered this van. Though they were unsure how it had ended up in such an upscale neighborhood, after inspecting all the vehicles, they confirmed that it was indeed the only one operational. Silence enveloped them once more, with only the two beams of light from the vehicle illuminating the sparse surroundings. "Where are we heading now?" And Zitsong asked, glancing at the rearview mirror, where he could only discern shadows, unable to read their expressions. "Where's this?" Lin Buan peered out the window, met with an impenetrable darkness. Uncertain of their location. "It should be in the direction we took to the mall," Wei Chu suggested, demonstrating a decent sense of direction. "I believe there might be a hotel nearby." It wasn't just Wei Chu with a good sense of direction. Fu Xingwen suddenly spoke up, making his presence known. Lin Buan cast a glance at them and inquired, "Who are they?" In a moment of haste, compounded by the darkness of the night, Wei Chu failed to recognize the individuals before her, despite having encountered them previously. Before Wei Chu could utter a word, and Zitsong began to introduce each person with a ceaseless chatter, his mouth moving nonstop. Observing that his incessant prattling might soon lead to an embarrassing situation, Li Yufei promptly interjected, "I apologize for the inconvenience. We were in such a rush that we inadvertently brought you all along." Having overheard the conversation between her and Wei Chu, they realized that Lin Buan was the person who had found the pharmacy earlier that afternoon. Coupled with the recent events, they assumed that Xie Jun's group was causing trouble for Lin Buan and her companions because of them. Lin Buan remained silent, opting not to clarify matters. In her view, if it were not for these college students, they would not have been in such a dire predicament. She was still contemplating how to retaliate against the thieves who had invaded her home. And now she was left wondering if she would ever have the opportunity to do so. Guided by Fu Xingwen, the group arrived at a 5-star hotel. They disembarked and, armed with flashlights, entered the hotel lobby. The overturned sofas and tables, along with the scattered yellow mud and debris, indicated that the establishment had also fallen victim to flooding for several days. It seemed that levels below the 6th floor were not suitable for habitation. Li Fanshuang remarked coolly, "There must be people upstairs. I wonder if there are any vacant rooms." Li Yufei mused with a frown of concern. "Let us check the 7th floor," Wei Chu suggested after a moment of contemplation. The floodwaters had risen to the 6th floor, but given the hotel's size, even if the number of guests were substantial, they would likely ascend to higher levels, making the 7th floor, being closest to the floodwaters, a probable location for unoccupied rooms. They ascended to the 7th floor and, without causing a stir, chose the 2 nearest rooms. After knocking and confirming that no one was inside, they forcefully kicked the doors open. The interior facilities were intact, showing no signs of water damage. After a brief exchange of safety reminders, they each entered a separate room. Once inside, Lin Buan and her companions barricaded the door with the furniture from their room. "Our supplies are still back at the apartment. Those rascals will benefit from it." Yusu sighed in frustration. Hearing this, Hua Xiao chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Yusu asked, bewildered. "She's laughing at you," Lin Buan interjected. Just then, a beam of flashlight illuminated the room, leaving Yusu momentarily perplexed as he gazed at her. Neither she nor Hua Xiao carried any bags. So from where did she acquire the flashlight? He turned to Wei Chu, only to find him a few paces away, tending to 2 dogs. This meant that Wei Chu had not provided Lin Buan with the flashlight. What was the source then? With the light in hand, Hua Xiao and Lin Buan could clearly discern the expression on Yusu's face. Noting his confusion, they exchanged a knowing smile. "There's something I've kept from you all, but given the urgency of our situation, I cannot allow our hard-won supplies to go to waste. Nor can I hoard them for myself," Lin Buan stated after a moment of silence, and under their watchful gazes, she conjured forth the meal she had prepared that evening. Upon witnessing the array of dishes and noodles before them, Yusu found himself momentarily dazed, while Wei Chu was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently casting a profound gaze towards Lin Buan, she retrieved 2 sets of bedding and some fresh clothes from her space. "I possess a space akin to those described in novels. All our supplies have been stored within it," Lin Buan elucidated briefly, allowing Yusu to regain his composure. You are truly remarkable," he stammered, astonishment rendering him speechless, ultimately uttering only 3 words. "Do not use foul language," Hua Xiao chided him playfully, her expression a mix of pride, as if Lin Buwan's space was a shared triumph. Yu Su glanced at her with a hint of exasperation. Yet he managed to calm himself and accept the reality of Lin Buwan's possession. Confirming that all supplies had indeed been retrieved, a wave of joy swept over them. He requested some items from Lin Buwan before joining Hua Xiao to arrange their lodging for the night. Lin Buwan, carrying dog food and water, approached He Do and Dao Dao. Observing their eager consumption of the provisions, it was evident that they were either exhausted or overheated. The hotel room felt stifling, and after a brief stay, they were already beaded with perspiration. You should not disclose such a significant secret about your space. Chapter 36. Water Resources. Lin Buwan paused her ministrations on Dao Dao, then resumed her actions nonchalantly. What would it matter if I told you? If you were to speak of it, would anyone believe you? She was uncertain whether others would believe, but one person undoubtedly would: Qin Wei. However, Wei Chu did not know Qin Wei well, nor was he aware of the considerable efforts she had expended to acquire such a space. Nevertheless, he and Lin Buwan were now akin to grasshoppers on the same boat. The mere thought of his supplies was enough to deter him from any reckless actions. When Lin Buwan resolved to reveal the existence of her space, she considered various factors. She could not indulge in solitary enjoyment. Having been granted a second chance at life, if her sole purpose was mere survival, why would she bring Hua Xiao and the others along? Over time, she had found Wei Chu to be tolerable, and disclosing the secret of her space served as a subtle test of his character. If he were indeed to divulge the matter, she would not mind if the first drop of blood on her hands were his. Wei Chu regarded her with a penetrating gaze, his thoughts unknown, and after a lengthy silence, he finally murmured, "I want to speak of it." Lin Buwan nonchalantly rose to her feet, having already devised a strategy in her mind, indifferent to whether he would keep his word. Even at night, the temperature did not significantly drop. They opened the windows, yet the outside air remained equally oppressive. To alleviate the discomfort, Lin Buwan retrieved a bamboo mat, a fan, and ice packs from her space. Though the ice packs could not be chilled without a refrigerator, they were filled with water and provided some semblance of coolness. A small comfort nonetheless. The 7th floor accommodations were uncertain whether they consisted solely of double rooms, or if it was merely luck that they had selected a double room, thereby avoiding any awkwardness during their rest. The young woman slept on one bed while the young man occupied another, a cooling mat complemented by ice packs providing considerable relief. Occasionally, a fan would be employed, and gradually, the rhythmic sound of breathing in the room became steady and prolonged. Lin Buwan was once again awakened by the heat. As she opened her eyes, a bead of perspiration trickled into her eye, stinging painfully and causing tears to flow uncontrollably. As she sat up, her companion, Hua Xiao, also succumbed to the oppressive warmth and awoke, followed shortly by the 2 men next door. "Goodness, it's unbearably hot. It seems even hotter than before," Hua Xiao exclaimed as she sprang up, vigorously fanning herself. The breeze produced by the fan was still tinged with warmth. Turning to look, she noticed the cooling mat on the bed was marked with 2 human-shaped sweat stains, and the pillows were thoroughly soaked. "My hair has become a tangled mess from the heat," she lamented, pinching her damp and oily strands, feeling a sense of despair. The temperature forecast for the day suggested a further rise. If this continued, water supplies would surely become scarce. Wei Chu approached the window and lifted the curtain slightly, squinting as the sunlight assaulted his eyes, causing his brow to furrow. "Even if the temperature does not rise, water will still be a precious commodity," Lin Buwan interjected. Rising from the bed, she retrieved clean clothes for everyone from her space and made her way to the bathroom. After attending to her personal hygiene and changing clothes, she pressed down the flush lever, only to find the toilet filled with murky yellow-black water. Having been stagnant for so long, the water supply had ceased, and the city's tap water was essentially rendered useless. It was not even a sensible option for daily use, let alone for boiling and drinking. Exiting the bathroom, Hua Xiao promptly entered, while the 2 men tidied up their belongings, sitting on the floor to fan themselves. "We must find a way to store some water. This weather is too unusual, and who knows what might happen next," Lin Buwan proposed. She had water in her space, but it would not last long for 4 people and 2 dogs. The uncertainty surrounding the resolution of the water supply issue meant they needed to prepare. It would be tragic to perish from thirst before hunger. "There is a water plant not far from here. We can go check it out." Wei Chu agreed with her suggestion while offering a solution. Given the heat, driving may not be practical. Shall we walk there? Should we bring the neighbors along? Upon hearing Lin Buan mention a vehicle, Yusu suddenly seemed to recall something. He rose and approached the door, retrieving two small white plastic barrels, each about the height of a calf. This is the gasoline Wei Chu and I siphoned yesterday. It may come in handy later, so keep it safe, he said. Lin Buan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gesture. In the rush of the previous night, compounded by the darkness, she had not noticed what the two men had brought. Yesterday, Yusu and Wei Chu had worried about how to transport their excess supplies. Now, with her space as a resource, they need not fear leaving anything behind or being robbed. In their presence, Lin Buan stored the 2 barrels of gasoline in her space. Wei Chu relaxed, his brow unfurrowing, and spoke, "We need to find a hardware store to acquire 2 water tanks for storing water. Otherwise, other containers will not suffice for our needs." "Where is there a hardware store?" Yusu was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed never contemplated this question. There should be some nearby. Before the construction of this 5-star hotel, the vicinity was an old urban area, which gradually developed after renovations. In the past, this area was home to hardware stores. And although many have since closed, a few still persist. If fortune smiled upon them, they might uncover several water tanks. As the 4 prepared to depart, they coincidentally encountered a group of young men from next door. Upon seeing them, the leader, and Zitsong, cheerfully greeted them. "Are you heading out too? We were just about to ask if you would like to join us in gathering supplies. It seems we share a telepathic connection." Wei Chu and Lin Buan exchanged glances before politely declining his invitation. "We appreciate it, but we have other matters to attend to today." This was no mere excuse. They were in search of water, and other supplies were not within their consideration. The group of university students appeared to possess limited resources. Not only did they need water, but also essential supplies. Their objectives diverged significantly. Moreover, Zitsong and his companions seemed to carry an air of misfortune, and Wei Chu was reluctant to join forces, fearing it might hinder their plans. "Oh, very well then," Zitsong responded, visibly disheartened, yet he soon regained his composure. "Will you be returning?" Wei Chu hesitated momentarily before nodding, indicating they would likely remain for another couple of days. Finding water was one matter. They had yet to locate a more suitable place to stay, so it seemed they would spend at least one more night here. "That's good to hear. We'll take our leave then. The temperature is quite high today, so do take care not to suffer from heat stroke," Zitsong said with a smile, waving goodbye as he departed. The 3 companions trailing behind him nodded in acknowledgement as they passed Wei Chu and the others. They were indeed quite polite. Had it not been for their apparent streak of bad luck, Wei Chu would have been inclined to include them, but alas. Chapter 37. The water plant. "I thought you might want to bring them along," Lin Buan teased Wei Chu as they exited the hotel. "I'm not that benevolent." Wei Chu shrugged, not disclosing to Lin Buan that he had indeed entertained the thought. However, recalling their previous encounters, which had not boded well, he ultimately dismissed the idea. The 4, accompanied by 2 dogs, traversed 2 streets and finally found a hardware store by midday. Upon seeing the door closed, they felt a sense of relief. A closed door meant that the water tanks were likely untouched by the flood, but upon prying it open, they were met with an empty interior, as if the roof had caved in. It turned out this hardware store had a back entrance, which was notably larger than the front, presumably for unloading goods. Unfortunately, the back door was wide open, and aside from some heavy items, everything else had been swept away by the water. With no other option, they had to seek out additional stores. Fortunately, a few more hardware stores were nearby, and in the last one they visited, they discovered 3 water tanks that had not been washed away by the floodwaters. After giving the tanks a quick wipe, Lin Buan stored them in her space. The 4 individuals and 2 dogs were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. The heat radiated against their exposed skin. Lin Buan produced water and a herbal remedy, distributing them among the group. "Drink some water, and this as well, to prevent heat stroke." As she spoke, she crouched down to fill a bowl for Dao Dao and added 2 bottles of the herbal solution. Dao Dao, feeling dizzy from the heat, immediately buried its head in the bowl, eagerly lapping up the water. Upon glancing back, Lin Buan noticed that Haidu was doing the same, and the water level in the bowl was quickly diminishing. After hydrating, the group felt considerably rejuvenated. Lin Buan conferred with Wei Chu, expressing a desire to reach the water plant swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications later. However, the dogs were clearly in poor condition, prompting the decision to return them to the hotel under the care of Hua, Xiao, and Yusu. "Can you 2 manage the water plant on your own?" Hua Xiao asked, her concern for Lin Buan palpable. The thought of the two encountering trouble was worrisome. It was uncertain whether they could escape, and the potential for accidents loomed large. If we have not returned by 8 tonight, you must leave the hotel, Lin Buan stated after some contemplation. Where will you go? Hua Xiao felt a surge of anxiety at her words. To the gym. Wei Chu interjected before Lin Buan could respond. What? The group looked at him, puzzled. It was unlikely anyone would be at the gym now. You should wait there. If you do not see us within 3 days, the remaining journey is yours to decide. No, we should face this together. We cannot part ways like this. Hua Xiao vehemently opposed, her grip on Lin Buan's hand tightening. You're being irrational. Lin Buan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Can't you think positively for once? Without waiting for Hua Xiao's reply, she tugged her towards the hotel. Once under the sun, Hua Xiao, who had intended to argue further, wilted under the heat. They arrived in silence at their hotel room, where Lin Buan retrieved 2 large backpacks, stuffing them with supplies until they could hold no more. We don't know what may happen, but should anything arise, the instructions I just gave you and these supplies will serve as your safeguard. Do you understand? Hua Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Lin Buan, unable to articulate her thoughts, merely nodding repeatedly. Take care of yourself, Lin Buan said, patting her shoulder before stepping outside. Freed from concern, she and Wei Chu hastened towards the water plant. Upon arrival, the plant was eerily quiet, the smooth mud at the entrance indicating no prior visitors. They exchanged glances and ventured inside, searching for clean water. After exploring several sections of the plant without success, fatigue and heat began to weigh heavily on them, and thoughts of giving up crept in. We've checked here. We can try the other sections. Just hold on a bit longer. We will find water, Wei Chu urged, his face flushed, sweat cascading down like rain, his clothing thoroughly soaked, rendering him quite disheveled. Lin Buan was not in a much better position. She swallowed hard and nodded. Although she desperately wished to rest on the ground, they had already squandered too much time. If they continued to waste more, they could not be certain that the ultimate reward would justify their efforts. Thus, she gritted her teeth and followed closely behind Wei Chu, traversing the expansive factory grounds to the opposite area. Upon reaching the first workshop, they discovered a considerable number of bottled water containers, and indeed, perseverance would yield rewards. This water factory also produced bottled water? Lin Buan felt a surge of joy, yet her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire. It must have been a merger, Wei Chu speculated, albeit with uncertainty. Lin Buan, indifferent to the logistics of mergers, stepped forward to inspect the sealed bottles. Though the exteriors were dirty, the water inside remained uncontaminated. Identify the intact ones and bring them to my space, she instructed Wei Chu, busily rummaging through the bottles on the ground without lifting her head. Wei Chu, not one to dawdle, promptly took action, quickly sifting through the bottles until he stumbled upon a large iron door. Taken aback for a moment, he wandered over and pulled it open, revealing a stockpile of prepared bottled water within. Lin Buan, come quickly, he exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Buan initially feared he had encountered trouble and hurried over, only to swallow her questions upon seeing the warehouse filled with bottled water. Wow, brother. Your luck is truly beyond words, she remarked, leaving Wei Chu to recall the 4 unfortunate souls associated with Nzitsong, eliciting a wry smile. Hurry and gather it up. Let us see if we can locate a switch nearby. Once the water tower is filled, we need to leave swiftly. With that, he turned to keep watch while Lin Buan busied herself inside. It was at this moment that he found the opportunity to examine the workshop structure. Noticing a towering cylindrical container in the corner resembling a water tower, which sparked an idea. After scanning the area, he spotted some tools not far away, selected 2, and made his way toward the giant container. Lin Buan was frantically cramming bottled water into her space when she was suddenly startled by a loud crash. She looked up and realized Wei Chu had vanished. Glancing at her space, she saw it was nearly full, disregarding the remaining water as she dashed outside. Just then, a second and third loud crash echoed, and as she exited the iron door, she followed the sounds to find Wei Chu wielding an axe, striking at a massive water tower. A rush of water erupted, and Lin Buan's eyes widened in astonishment. What are you waiting for? Quickly, catch the water. She snapped back to reality, immediately retrieving 3 towering water containers from her space, lining them up to receive the water. In the meantime, Wei Chu, frustrated by the narrow opening and slow flow, struck the tower twice more to enlarge the gap, and before long, one of the containers was half full. The 2 water towers filled within a mere 10 minutes. Lin Buan placed both towers into her space and gazed at the remaining water tower, her heart brimming with satisfaction. How did you notice this? After settling down, Lin Buan initiated a conversation. Once a person finds themselves idle, their tongue often becomes restless. Just a moment ago, while standing outside and surveying the surroundings, she surmised there must be water within and contemplated breaking in to test her theory. Wei Chu had also considered a more civilized approach, yet upon inspection, he discovered that the switch required electrical control. In this moment, with the absence of power, civility was no longer an option. They had no choice but to resort to force. The primary objective was to secure the water, and everything else could be addressed later. Have all the bottled waters been filled? Noticing she hadn't returned to the previous warehouse, Wei Chu couldn't help but inquire. Lin Buan nodded. My space is nearly full, and I've stored quite a bit. If we manage it wisely, it should last us a long while. With the addition of the water from these 3 towers, we shouldn't have to worry about water for the next 6 months, right? Lin Buan checked the water in her space. Besides what they had collected today, she had prepared a considerable amount prior, ensuring they were set for quite a while. However, she refrained from being overly optimistic, as the weather could remain hot indefinitely. 6 months should suffice, but if the heat persisted, water scarcity could become a significant issue. Upon hearing this, Wei Chu furrowed his brow, sharing her concern. If the temperature continued to soar, water resources would become even scarcer, making it increasingly difficult to find water when needed. Can your space grow? After a prolonged silence, Wei Chu posed this unexpected question. Lin Buan glanced at him, hesitating for a moment before nodding. It can, but it's a costly endeavor. She explained the conditions for her space to expand, and as Wei Chu listened, a complex expression crossed his face, perhaps pondering whether a space could be so materialistic. As the last water tower neared completion, Lin Buan cast a worried glance at the massive pit, uncertain of how much water remained inside. They had filled 3 towers, yet the water flow had not diminished. With no other containers available, wouldn't the water in the pit go to waste once they moved the towers? Wei Chu snapped back to reality, examined the water tower, then stepped aside to grab some white substance of unknown origin, shoving it into the gaping pit. After a considerable time, he successfully sealed the hole. Lin Buan stared in astonishment. What did you use to block it? The protective gear of the workshop workers. Is that even permissible? Lin Buan finally processed this, giving him a thumbs up, then sealing the water tower and placing it into her space. After completing their task, just as they intended to return to the warehouse to fetch more water, a cacophony erupted at the entrance. Someone's coming. Wei Chu signaled for silence, whispering. He noticed another door nearby was ajar and immediately exchanged a glance with Lin Buan, motioning towards that door, indicating she should follow him as they made their exit. The identities of those outside were uncertain, be they friend or foe. It was best to avoid any encounters. Lin Buan understood his intention and nodded at him. The 2 swiftly made their way in that direction. Just as they were about to dash out, a sharp voice called out from behind, "Stop." Naturally, they did not heed the command and quickened their pace, soon escaping the workshop. However, before they exited, Lin Buan glanced back and unexpectedly spotted Qin Wei. The commanding voice belonged to a man, and although it felt familiar, it was not Ji Dong's voice. This indicated that Qin Wei and her companions had teamed up with someone else. "Boss, it's those 2, Xie Jun observed, clearly recognizing Lin Buan and Wei Chu. His expression darkened significantly as he hesitated between pursuing them or fetching water. Ultimately, he remained composed, instructing his subordinates not to chase after them, but to prioritize finding water. Their group was sizable, and they soon located the warehouse discovered by Wei Chu. Upon seeing that over half of the bottled water was missing, Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she shifted her gaze to Xie Jun, biting her lip, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. In her quest for space, she had not only ingratiated herself with Xie Jun, but had also compromised herself, attempting to glean information about the jade pendant. Yet she had failed to extract any useful details from him. She had initially presumed that Xie Jun was simply tight-lipped and selfish, using the pendant as leverage over her. Only to realize now that the jade pendant might not be in his possession at all, but rather in Lin Buan's hands. This thought made her blood boil, and she stared intently at Xie Jun's subordinates as they busily transported water outside. The image of Lin Buan and Wei Chu escaping without any burdens lingered in her mind. Given her understanding of Lin Buan, this was utterly improbable, unless... Boss. Just as she was about to confront an unwelcome truth, one of Xie Jun's subordinates called out. Xie Jun turned around, and Qin Wei, snapping back to reality, instinctively offered him a conciliatory smile. Following Xie Jun to the massive water tower, she noticed a large hole in the tower's wall, plugged with white protective suits, and her face paled considerably. Reluctantly acknowledging the accuracy of her suspicions, she realized that Lin Buan had deceived her thoroughly. Grinding her teeth, she felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle Lin Buan piece by piece. However, he had already fled, leaving her in the dark about his whereabouts, rendering her anger futile. Boss, they must have taken a considerable amount of water, one of his subordinates remarked. As if that needed saying, Xie Jun replied, casting a glance at the two and then contemplating the dripping hole before instructing his men to hastily transport water. After Lin Buan and Wei Chu escaped the water plant and confirmed that no one was pursuing them, they breathlessly took refuge in a nearby store. Upon entering, they discovered it was a convenience store, though all usable items had been looted. Not being there for supplies, they paid it no mind. Lin Buan retrieved 2 bottles of water from his space and handed one to Wei Chu. Fortunately, they encountered no one until they had secured the water, otherwise, it would have posed quite a predicament. This led her thoughts to Qin Wei, stirring a peculiar feeling within her. No worries, they haven't caught up with us, and we still have time to gather other items. Upon hearing his words, Lin Buan paused momentarily and inquired, what else is there to collect? My space is already full. I cannot accommodate anything further. Wei Chu finished the water in his bottle, reluctant to discard it, and placed it in his backpack. We shall collect gold. Chapter 39. The earthquake in the hotel. Hua Xiao, Yu Su, and 2 dogs anxiously awaited the return of the two. Time passed slowly, and as Hua Xiao gazed out the window, she noted the sun descending in the west, its light obstructed by the buildings in front of the hotel, rendering the room somewhat less oppressive. It was past 7. Why had they not returned yet? She glanced at her watch, noting over half an hour remained until 8. They had been gone for several hours, approaching the agreed-upon time without a trace of their presence. Isn't there's still over half an hour? Don't fret. Lin Buan is far more astute than you, especially with Wei Chu by her side. His muscular physique is not merely for show. What do you mean? Are you implying she is foolish? Hua Xiao shot Yu Su an irritated glare. No, I'm merely speaking the truth. Yu Su shrugged, adding, besides, I was praising Wei Chu. He seldom commended his peers, yet he had genuinely witnessed Wei Chu's prowess. And it was no exaggeration to claim he was more formidable than dogs. Fortunately, Wei Chu remained oblivious to such assessments. Otherwise, he might question whether it was a compliment or an insult. Stop being so glib. I'm already vexed. Hua Xiao waved her hand dismissively, indicating he should find a cooler spot. What shall we eat later? Yu Su asked her. Anything. Observing her growing irritation, Yu Su muttered a few words under his breath, refraining from provoking her further, and turned to pour water for the 2 dogs. The sun was setting, and the temperature was dropping slightly, providing some relief for the dogs. Yu Su rummaged through the supplies Lin Buan had left behind, contemplating what to eat. Before nightfall, Lin Buan and Wei Chu emerged from a gold shop. Checking his watch, Wei Chu noted that it was getting late. It was time to return. It's getting late, almost 8. We should head back to the hotel, otherwise, Hua Xiao and the others will start to worry, Lin Buan remarked to Wei Chu. Wei Chu nodded, and the two made their way towards the hotel. As 8 o'clock arrived without a sign of Lin Buan's return, despair clouded Hua Xiao's eyes. Lin Buan said they would be back by 8. Should we head to the stadium now? Despite her desire to disregard the time, Yu Su remembered Lin Buan's instructions. He was more concerned about Hua Xiao's safety and would not willingly place her in harm's way. Let us wait another half hour, Hua Xiao said, biting her lip and pleading with Yu Su. He paused for a moment, sighed in resignation, and ultimately acquiesced. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the university students next door had returned, yet the figures of Hua Xiao and her companions remained absent. This time, Yu Su disregarded her pleas, resolutely insisting on taking her to the stadium. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered Lin Buan and Wei Chu, who had hurried back. You are back, Hua Xiao exclaimed in delight upon seeing Lin Buan. Her exuberance startled the university students next door, prompting Nzi Song to open the door and investigate. He paused for a moment upon seeing them outside, then noticed the backpacks on Yu Su and Lin Buan. Unable to restrain his curiosity, "Are you leaving?" Lin Buan shook her head in response and pulled Hua Xiao back into the room. Aren't we leaving today? Hua Xiao asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. We'll rest for the night and depart tomorrow, Lin Buwan replied. I am starving. What did you all eat for dinner? We haven't eaten yet, Yusu said with a sigh. Hua Xiao had been so anxious about their safety that she had lost her appetite, and now all four of them were ravenous. Save for the two dogs that had feasted to their heart's content. Lin Buwan felt a mix of helplessness and warmth at Yusu's complaint. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, she and Wei Chu decided against complicating matters and opted for instant noodles. With no electricity, they had to find alternative means to boil water. But this posed no challenge for Lin Buwan, who possessed spatial abilities. She retrieved 2 portable gas stoves, a copper pot, and water from her space. Once the water was boiling, she began to unpack other provisions: instant noodles, eggs, luncheon meat, sausages, and even slices of cheese. 1 copper pot could prepare 2 servings of noodles, but since Yusu and Wei Chu were not fond of cheese-infused noodles, they had to share a single pot. Lin Buwan also unearthed a tomato, slicing it simply for their meal, creating a delightful tomato noodle dish. Soon, the noodles were ready, and Lin Buwan and Hua Xiao ate in silence, their hunger overshadowing the stifling heat of the room. After they had satisfied their appetites, Lin Buwan offered everyone a can of cola. This life is quite pleasant, Yusu remarked, savoring a sip of cola. If it weren't for Xiao Wan, you might still be eating dirt somewhere. Hua Xiao shot him a playful glare. Indeed, Lin Buwan paid no mind to their playful banter. After their meal, she headed to the bathroom, retrieving a basin and a water tower. After pouring some water into the basin, she soaked a towel to freshen up. Once she had cleansed herself, she made sure not to waste any water, taking an empty bucket to collect it for future use. Upon exiting the bathroom, she informed the others, allowing the next person to enter. It has been so long since I last bathed. I feel quite unclean. Hearing that she could freshen up, Hua Xiao was overjoyed. Whereas the odor, my Xiao Xiao is always fragrant, Yusu praised, causing Hua Xiao to blush. While Lin Buwan and Wei Chu found their affectionately teasing exchange rather nauseating. After all four had finished their chores, the hour had grown late, and they all climbed into their beds, quickly succumbing to slumber. In the dead of night, when all was silent, a muffled rumble emanated from beneath the ground, followed by a sudden tremor that shook the building. Initially subtle, the vibrations gradually intensified. When Lin Buwan was jolted awake, the world around her appeared distorted. What was happening? She paused momentarily, only to hear Wei Chu's urgent voice beside her. An earthquake. Hurry, run. The cacophony of barking dogs accompanied the cries of alarm. An earthquake. Run. The tremors quickly escalated, rousing everyone from their slumber. Outside, a chaotic symphony of noise, including shouts and the frantic barking of dogs, filled the air. Lin Buwan and her companions grasped each other tightly as they fled their room, colliding with a group of college students from the adjacent unit. There was no time to consider anyone else. Survival was the only priority. They dashed into the emergency exit, where the sounds of crashing objects and hurried footsteps indicated that many occupants were still within the building, stumbling and gasping for breath. They finally burst out of the hotel and did not dare to stop until they reached an open area far away. Yet, even as they paused, the earth continued to shake, and nearby structures trembled and crumbled under the force. A throng of terrified individuals trailed behind them, all casting fearful glances toward the source of the thunderous noise, grappling with the reality of the unfolding disaster. The air was thick with cries of anguish and sobs, adding a somber weight to the atmosphere. Chapter 40. Departure and Reunion. The earthquake persisted for an extended period, with Lin Buwan and her companions crouching on the ground, tightly holding onto one another. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted in the distance, followed by an explosive blast that illuminated the sky with a fiery glow. After the explosion, the shaking ceased, leaving everyone in a state of disorientation, frozen in their previous actions. It took a while for someone to regain their senses and lift their gaze. The distant flames provided a flickering light, revealing the near-total devastation surrounding them. The first person to come to their senses cried out in despair, followed by a chorus of wailing, likely mourning the loss of loved ones still trapped inside. As the noise stirred many from their stupor, they too looked around, met with the same scene of anguish and despair. Lin Buwan observed the devastation with a calm demeanor, turning her attention to check on Hua Xiao. Once assured of her safety, she let out a sigh of relief. Dao Dao and He Do were securely nestled among them, though the two dogs, likely experiencing such a tremendous earthquake for the first time, were terrified and whimpered beside their owners. Lin Buan gently patted Dao Dao and exchanged a worried glance with Wei Chu, anxiety etched in their eyes. In such dire circumstances, an earthquake was far from a trivial matter. Not only had it displaced everyone, but in this sweltering heat, without rescue, those trapped beneath the rubble faced a grim fate. Moreover, the deceased could not be properly handled, risking the outbreak of pathogens. The consequences of disease among the survivors, lacking medical care, were too dire for Lin Buan to contemplate. It was terrifying. We were on the brink of being unable to escape. The voice of Nzitsong echoed in my ears as Hua Xiao regained her composure and grasped Lin Buan's hand, her expression still fraught with tension. We must leave this place swiftly, she urged. Lin Buan, in a soothing manner, returned the grip before turning to Wei Chu with a serious demeanor. Wei Chu shared the same sentiment. He glanced around and replied in a hushed tone, "Let us head to the stadium. It's spacious there. And even if an aftershock occurs, it won't be too perilous." Upon hearing his suggestion, everyone agreed without dissent. The four of them stood up, parting the crowd as they made their way to exit. "Where are you going?" And Nzitsong, who was nearby, immediately called out upon noticing their movement. Lin Buan turned to glance at him, but said nothing, quickening her pace alongside Hua Xiao. They had no intention of bringing anyone along. Yet if someone were astute enough to follow, she would not actively deter them. At this moment, the collective shock from the disaster still lingered, and being together posed little issue. However, once individuals began to regain their senses, lacking resources and a safe haven, the presence of a group devoid of security could lead to unpredictable consequences. Navigating through the throng was arduous, and just as they neared the edge, Nzitsong and the others caught up. "Where are you going? Take us with you." His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of those nearby. Lin Buan, slightly exasperated, was about to respond when a piercing voice interjected. "Lin Buan." The familiar call made her pause, her expression instantly darkening. Just as she intended to hasten her steps, a hand unexpectedly grasped her arm. "Lin Buan, why are you running? Didn't you hear me calling you?" Forced to halt, she turned to see the disheveled Yu Yu, accompanied by the equally unkempt and nonchalant Chen Yuebin. Her previously displeased expression turned icy at the sight of them. And Hua Xiao, upon recognizing their presence, mirrored her sentiment. "Annie, how did you end up here?" Yu Yu, with a look of relief, replied, "It's all because of that selfish Lin Buan. When the typhoon struck, she drove us away, and with no hotels available nearby, we had to flee to this distant one, only to be trapped upstairs. We barely escaped being buried just now." She shot Lin Buan a resentful look. "How can you be so selfish? Watching your own mother and brother face death? Serves you right," Lin Buan retorted coldly. Ignoring Yu Yu's increasingly ghastly expression, she smirked and continued. "A calamity begets 1,000 years of misfortune. Yet here you are, still alive, aren't you?" "You, how can you say that? I am your mother," Yu Yu exclaimed, clutching her chest in outrage. "I never said you weren't my mother. But what does that matter? When misfortune strikes, couples flee in all directions. What's the matter? Is your precious son of no use?" Lin Buan shot a challenging look at Chen Yuebin. This provocation visibly irked him, his expression darkening as he stepped forward, swinging a fist at Lin Buan. However, before his fist could reach her, it was intercepted by Wei Chu. "What do you intend to do?" Wei Chu fixed his sharp gaze upon him. Chen Yuebin, meeting his eyes, instantly felt a shiver run down his spine. He shrugged his shoulders, unwilling to lose face, and forced himself to shout at Wei Chu. "Who do you think you are? We're dealing with family matters. What business is it of yours?" "Family matters? Is your behavior not tantamount to domestic violence?" Hua Xiao had regained her composure, her fighting spirit soaring as she unleashed a barrage of words at him. A mere boy, still in his youth, dares to speak of handling family affairs with violence? Truly, the world has turned upside down. How dare you lay a hand on someone? Who gave you the audacity? Have you consumed bear hearts and leopard gall? Her words were not enough. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Yuebin was incapacitated by Wei Chu, she stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. She had longed to strike him for ages, and today her wish was finally fulfilled, filling her heart with exhilaration. "Yuebin, you dare to hit my son, I will fight you to the end." Yu Yu looked at Chen Yuebin with a pained expression before turning her furious gaze upon Hua Xiao, and with a roar, she lunged forward. Lin Buan, witnessing her actions, stepped in front of Hua Xiao, grasping her flailing hand. "You dare to strike my friend? Who do you think you are?" With that, she forcefully pushed Yu Yu back. Lin Buan had not suffered from a lack of sustenance during this period. Coupled with her recent excursions to gather supplies, she had inadvertently gained considerable strength. In stark contrast, Yu Yu had likely been confined to the hotel, with scant food and drink, and after a harrowing escape, she was utterly drained of energy. Lin Buan barely exerted herself, and Yu Yu found herself thrown to the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers and struggling to rise. Lin Buan, how could you lay a hand on your own mother? You are utterly unfilial. Lying on the ground, she continued to lament her fate, chastising Lin Buan in her pain. What is filial piety worth? Besides, why should I owe you my respect? Do you deserve it? Lin Buan scoffed. As long as she lacked morality, she could not be coerced. Let us go? She glanced at Wei Chu, signaling him to disregard Chen Yuebin and to prioritize their swift departure. Just as she was about to lead Hua Xiao away, another tremor suddenly shook the ground. Chapter 41. The gymnasium. The aftershock was violent, no less fierce than the previous quake, causing the group to lose their balance and crouch down, awaiting the tremor's end. The sound of heavy objects collapsing filled the air, accompanied by screams and cries, weighing heavily on Lin Buan's heart. With such a powerful aftershock, those who still held hope would surely be plunged into despair. Soon, the aftershock subsided, and without a moment to lose, Lin Buan urged Hua Xiao to hurry away. Seizing the moment while Yu Yu and Chen Yuebin were still in shock, they dashed outside. The gymnasium would likely not escape unscathed. Should we proceed? After running a distance, Lin Buan slowed her pace, expressing her concerns to Wei Chu. Let us first check over there. However, Wei Chu remained resolute in his decision. It was only halfway through their escape that Zitsong and the others caught up with them. You all run too fast. The four young men gasped, panting heavily as if they had just raced against the wind. Alas, you were unaware of their departure. Sister, when your mother and younger brother regained their senses, they discovered your absence, and it felt as if the sky had fallen upon them. They wept and cried out, attempting to impose moral guilt. Fortunately, everyone is preoccupied with their own troubles now, and no one pays them any heed. Zitsong brought news of the reactions of Yu Yu and her mother after their departure. Lin Buan appeared indifferent, as if she had not heard a word, showing no reaction whatsoever. In contrast, Hua Xiao was infuriated. She believed that instead of engaging in moral coercion, they should conserve their energy and contemplate how to survive moving forward. Enough of that. Let us hasten to the gymnasium, Lin Buan interjected, unwilling to continue discussing those two foolish individuals. Accompanied by Zitsong and the others, they proceeded towards the gymnasium. Along the way, they witnessed numerous buildings reduced to ruins. Some sturdier structures, though not completely collapsed, were rendered uninhabitable. The fate of those buried beneath the rubble remained uncertain, yet they could see some dust-covered hands and feet, prompting the group to look away in discomfort, only to find several bloodstains on the ground. The proximity to death profoundly affected the ordinary people, resulting in a palpable sense of sorrow among Hua Xiao and the university students. Lin Buan was at a loss for how to comfort her, merely squeezing her hand in solidarity. Fortunately, they were nearing the gymnasium, and it wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. The condition of the gymnasium was significantly better than that outside. Aside from some shattered glass and windows, everything else remained relatively intact. However, upon arrival, Wei Chu expressed his disapproval of taking shelter inside the gymnasium. Then where shall we go? Zitsong asked, perplexed. After all the effort it took to reach this place, was it not to find a refuge? Why, upon arrival, was there still resistance to entering? This should be one of the more intact locations nearby, and it was likely that many would flock here. Although they had arrived first, the complexity of the situation would soon become apparent, revealing their vulnerabilities. Ordinary people fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Survivors tend to have altered perspectives, and if they were to encounter the likes of Xie Jun, who were already reckless, life would become even more arduous. Are you suggesting that this place will soon become someone else's stronghold? Lin Buan quickly grasped his meaning, her expression darkening. Wei Chu nodded. My suggestion to come here was not solely for the gymnasium, but because the surrounding area is quite open. We should settle nearby for now and wait until the earthquake has completely passed before determining our next steps. However, Zitsong and the others appeared hesitant after hearing this. The area was indeed too open, perhaps even less secure than inside the gymnasium. Lin Buan glanced at them, aware of their preference for entering the gym. Despite the high temperatures outside, it still felt safer within the confines of the gymnasium. Wei Chu did not press the issue, offering a few words of advice before parting ways with them. As they entered the gym, Lin Buan turned to Wei Chu. It seems you do not hold them in high regard. There is no particular fondness or aversion. They are merely a few strangers I have encountered a handful of times. Wei Chu replied with a smile. We are strangers after all. Lin Buan paused and, for some reason, uttered this statement. Not quite, Wei Chu responded. Casting a penetrating glance in her direction, Lin Buan felt a twinge of discomfort and turned her gaze away, falling silent thereafter. After searching for a while, they discovered an excellent corner. Lin Buan retrieved a large tent and handed it to the two men to set up while she and Hua Xiao organized their supplies. The supplies they had initially laid out remained unchanged. Lin Buan meticulously checked for any omissions, adding various items to the pack for unforeseen circumstances. Why are you still taking out supplies? Hua Xiao questioned, somewhat puzzled by her actions. If survivors are drawn here, our activities will be exposed to other scrutiny. Consider how we can explain our constant access to food without revealing any supplies. Although exposing their resources posed certain dangers, it paled in comparison to the risks of revealing their shelter. Once they had completed their tasks, dawn broke, and shadows could be seen approaching the gymnasium in the distance. Wei Chu stood outside, attentively observing the movements of those individuals, while Hua Xiao and Lin Buan seized the opportunity to start a fire and prepare breakfast before the crowd thickened. It seemed unlikely they would be able to eat on time. Lin Buan pulled out some rice dumplings, and once the gas stove was ready, she allowed everyone to choose their preferred flavor. As she savored a meat dumpling, Lin Buan glanced at the trees that had been toppled by the earthquake, and an idea sparked in her mind. After we eat, let us chop some wood. When Wei Chu approached to grab a dumpling, she casually shared her newly conceived thought with him. The floodwaters have damaged many trees, and with the soaring temperatures over the past few days, the wood should have dried significantly. Even if it hasn't tea, we can always find time to dry it later. It will be essential for cooking and lighting in the future. All right, Wei Chu replied after surveying the trees and nodding in agreement. After finishing a dumpling, he and Lin Buan took 2 axes and joined Yu Su to chop down trees nearby. After felling 2 trees, they noticed a considerable number of people gathering in front of the gymnasium, with some observing their solitary tent. Lin Buan had already tidied up, and apart from the tent, nothing else was visible. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes, she stood in front of the tent with an axe in hand, fixating on the crowd. Upon seeing her wielding a weapon, many averted their eyes and joined the throng entering the gymnasium. The gymnasium was spacious enough to accommodate a significant number of people, yet many remained clustered outside. Their chosen corner was somewhat distant, and for the time being, no one approached them. Lin Buan watched the crowd intently until the sun reached its zenith, when she spotted a group of individuals clad in olive green military uniforms jogging towards them. As they drew near, the crowd in front of the gymnasium erupted with excitement. People sprang to their feet, rushing to surround the soldiers, and the noise escalated dramatically. Chapter 42. Police Station. The appearance of the military took both Lin Buan and Wei Chu by surprise. However, the benefits of their emergence were undeniably apparent. The gymnasium was managed and organized in the shortest possible time, and those who fled to this location were settled comfortably. Even Lin Buan and the military were consolidated under unified management. Upon learning that they were unwilling to enter the gymnasium for registration, the soldiers made no objections. After soothing the survivors within the gym, tasks for rescue and resource retrieval were swiftly assigned. Most chose to seek resources, as the nature of rescue missions often proved overwhelming for the average individual to bear. Wei Chu and Lin Buan conferred, deciding that the 2 men would lead the rescue efforts, while Lin Buan and Hua Xiao could either search for supplies or remain in the tent. Lin Buan advocated for their participation in the mission together, believing it would draw less attention, and Hua Xiao naturally chose to follow her. Thus, the 4 of them prepared their belongings, affixed their designated labels, and entrusted them to the soldiers responsible for financial management. Haidu and Dao Dao were taken by Wei Chu, who demonstrated exceptional care for the dogs. With Dao Dao by his side, Lin Buan felt reassured. Otherwise, in the midst of her busy tasks, she might forget about Dao Dao. And if someone were to seize the opportunity to abduct the dog unnoticed, she would have nowhere to lament her loss. Searching for supplies differed significantly from rescue efforts. While the latter was uniformly organized and allocated by the military, resource retrieval afforded more freedom. They inquired about the rescue participants, learning that those involved received 2 meals a day, while supply seekers relied solely on their own skills. 1/3 of the found resources were to be surrendered, with the remaining 2/3 kept, a policy that was already rather lenient. Lin Buan, possessing spatial capabilities, seized this opportunity for a discreet acquisition of supplies alongside Hua Xiao, an experience that was undeniably delightful. The two casually departed the gymnasium in a chosen direction, only to unluckily encounter Yu Yu and her son along the way. Upon spotting them, Lin Buan attempted to evade, but it was too late. They had already seen her. Lin Buan, you little wretch. Yu Yu charged at her with a contorted expression. You are the wretch. Hua Xiao retorted angrily. Truly, it was as if an ominous specter lingered, reappearing at every turn. Yu Yu disregarded everything and focused solely on Lin Buan. Frustrated by her previous fall, Yu Yu was determined to vent her anger. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Buan was no longer the same person she once was. As Yu Yu lunged towards Lin Buan, poised to strike her, Lin Buan swiftly kicked her away. Ah! Yu Yu screamed, crashing heavily to the ground, the pain radiating from her abdomen causing her face to blanch. Pointing at Lin Buan, Yu Yu was about to utter something when she saw Lin Buan approaching with a cold expression. What gives you the delusion that you can control me once more? Lin Buan fixed her gaze upon Yu Yu, an intense murderous intent nearly spilling from her eyes. Damn it, what are you so arrogant about? A furious roar echoed in her ears, followed by a swift rush of wind directed at Lin Buan. Hearing Hua Xiao's exclamation, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Buan suddenly crouched down. Chen Yuebin was caught off guard, barely managing to steady himself, only to find a hand gripping his ankle. Looking down, he met Lin Buan's mocking smile, and in the next moment, he was toppled to the ground. Ha ha! Hua Xiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You dared to act maliciously and still wish to retaliate. You truly have no understanding of the concept of death. After laughing to her heart's content, Hua Xiao stepped forward and kicked him twice, all the while uttering harsh words. Enough of them, we're wasting time. Let us leave quickly, Lin Buan interjected. Not wishing to linger with them, Hua Xiao, realizing they had indeed delayed too long, spat at Chen Yuebin and followed Lin Buan as they changed direction and hastily departed. After walking for a considerable distance, they began to encounter ruins, and upon entering, they discovered they had arrived at the police station. This station was modest in size, primarily comprising 1- or 2-story buildings, with few areas having collapsed. There probably isn't much to salvage here, is there? Let's move forward and see, Hua Xiao remarked, slightly disappointed. No, Lin Buan exclaimed, gripping Hua Xiao's arm, her eyes fixed on the police station with an astonishing brightness. The rescue teams had been divided into smaller units, with Wei Chu and Yu Su assigned to the same group. A small team of 10 was designated to search for survivors in a specific area. Upon reaching the designated zone and gazing at the ruins, which were unrecognizable, the team was momentarily bewildered. Given the state of affairs, were there still lives buried beneath the rubble? Before anyone could ponder further, the team leader commanded them to commence the rescue operation. Wei Chu moved aside a slab of stone, revealing a pair of tiny, dust-covered hands. He paused, staring at the small hand for a long time before crouching down to touch it. The soft yet cold texture spoke volumes. He closed his eyes, suppressing the pain that welled within. Wei Chu, what's wrong? Yu Su approached, puzzled by Wei Chu's stillness. Before Wei Chu could respond, Yu Su caught sight of the hand and instantly understood everything. Their faces reflected the same expression of realization. After a significant pause, Wei Chu patted Yu Su's shoulder. Don't just stand there. Hurry and clear the rubble with some decorum. Upon hearing this, Yu Su remained silent but quickened his movements. The rescue team was sifting through the debris, and Lin Buan and her companion were doing the same. Inside the police station, they discovered numerous boxes filled with drinking water, all of which Lin Buan stowed away in her space. However, her intentions extended beyond mere supplies. She meticulously inspected each room, effectively turning the entire police station upside down. Ultimately, she did indeed find what she was seeking. Lin Buan, Hua Xiao exclaimed, gripping Lin Buan's hand in excitement. It was only upon seeing the contents that she realized Lin Buan had come in search of weapons. After considerable effort, Lin Buan managed to unlock the safety mechanism. And while Hua Xiao was still marveling, she swiftly began to stow firearms and ammunition into her space, not even overlooking the most ordinary of police batons. With the assistance of Wei Chu, her spatial dimensions expanded significantly, enabling her to harbor the audacious ambition of seizing all these items. In a mere 5 minutes, The previously crowded room was left entirely bare, with Lin Buan leaving no trace behind, still yearning for more. This police station was indeed modest in size. Equipped with only a limited array of weaponry, should it come to use, it would soon be depleted. As Lin Buan pondered the possibility of nearby police stations to try her luck once more, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Instantly alert, she intended to pull Hua Xiao away, but the footsteps halted just beyond the room. There was no time to flee. She could only hastily stow away anything suspicious into her space. Chapter 43. Encounter with the police when the individuals outside entered. Their gazes locked with Lin Buan and her companions. Upon realizing the presence of strangers, Lin Buan and her group momentarily froze, then instinctively took 2 steps back, eyeing the newcomers with caution. The man opposite them, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected presence, swiftly surveyed the room with piercing scrutiny, his brow furrowing deeply. Lin Buan observed his reaction, feeling a wave of relief wash over her for her earlier actions. This middle-aged man, though stern in demeanor, possessed a keen intellect and appeared quite respectable. Given his discerning gaze upon the room, it was likely he was familiar with the premises. If that were the case, he could very well be a police officer, here in search of weaponry or perhaps to safeguard it. Nothing out of the ordinary. What brings you here? The middle-aged man inquired, unable to discern any clues, focusing his attention on Lin Buan and her companions. Why shouldn't we be here? If you can come, why can't we? Hua Xiao retorted, displeased with the man's tone. She assumed he, like them, was merely scavenging for supplies without giving it much thought. Lin Buan tugged at her arm, addressing the man. We were passing by and noticed the building's intact condition, so we came in to see if there were any supplies. And what have you found? The man asked in a seemingly casual manner. Nothing of note, Lin Buan replied, shaking her head. She shrugged, spreading her hands. By the time we arrived, everything was already taken. Perhaps someone got here before us. The man regarded her words with skepticism, scrutinizing them for quite some time. Lin Buan remained unperturbed, maintaining steady eye contact. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and Hua Xiao, sensing the shift, glanced between Lin Buan and the man, biting her lip, too apprehensive to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the man finally diverted his gaze, nodding to Lin Buan. I am Lu Deong, a local police officer. Lin Buan licked her lips, grateful for her instinctive actions. I am Lin Buan, and this is Hua Xiao. A brief introduction ensued, and they exchanged information. Lu Deong returned to his hometown for a brief respite before the calamity struck, narrowly escaping the deluge caused by the typhoon. Upon his hurried return, he found himself amidst an earthquake, waiting outside for the aftershocks to subside before following the throng to the gymnasium. It was only when the military arrived for crowd control that he seized the opportunity to check on the situation at his workplace. And your colleagues? Lin Buan inquired, turning her head away, avoiding the question. When they arrived, the entire police station had been thoroughly searched. Not a single trace of anyone was found. It was rather peculiar. Just then, footsteps echoed behind Lu Deong, and several men appeared in his wake. Ah, no need to elaborate. The colleagues have arrived, he remarked, casting a glance at Lin Buan. Good heavens, where has everyone gone? Exclaimed a young man, peering through a gap and astonished by the emptiness of the room. Someone beat us to it, Lu Deong noted, eyeing Lin Buan once more. Lin Buan remained unfazed. After all, they had no evidence to prove that anything was in her possession. Damn it, which scoundrel would dare to rob a police station? Let's keep it civil. There are 2 young ladies present, someone interjected, drawing attention to Lin Buan and her companion. After explaining their presence, the men behind Lu Deong seemed to comprehend the situation. They greeted the 2 women with a cacophony of voices before debating how to address the missing weapons right in front of them. Surely, they wouldn't suspect us, would they? Hua Xiao whispered to Lin Buan as the discussion grew heated. Lin Buan shook her head, choosing silence instead. In such times, it was wiser to remain discreet and diminish one's presence. Lu Deong kept a watchful eye on Lin Buan and her companion, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he noted their hushed exchange yielded no substantial information. After deliberating for a while without resolution, Hua Xiao began to feel anxious. They had been cornered in the room for quite some time, and the delay was becoming counterproductive. They still needed to gather supplies. Summoning her courage, she spoke up. Could you please make way? We need to search for other useful items. A hush fell over the room as everyone turned to face Hua Xiao, then glanced at Lu Deong. Observing the scene, Lin Buan raised an eyebrow, realizing she had underestimated this man. His position held considerable weight. "My apologies," Lu Daong replied, finally grasping the situation as he stepped aside to allow them passage. Just as Lin Buan and Hua Xiao were about to depart, he added, "By the way, it's unsafe for you two young ladies to venture alone. Would you like to temporarily form a team with us?" Lin Buan paused, exchanging a glance with Hua Xiao before turning to Lu Daong and nodding with a smile. "That sounds great." Momentarily taken aback by her smile, Lu Daong found himself questioning his initial judgment. He then accompanied the two men as they followed Lin Buan and her friend, while the others dispersed, seemingly uncertain of their next course of action. 5 individuals exited the police station, and Lin Buan inquired about the establishments surrounding the precinct. Upon learning that the only available shops were convenience stores and supermarkets, she felt a wave of disappointment. It was likely that these stores had been thoroughly looted before the earthquake. Even if they had not been completely stripped, the tremors would have collapsed the structures, leaving them buried beneath the rubble. A task to excavate would be both time-consuming and laborious. "Are there any factories nearby?" Lin Buan pondered before asking. "Yes," Lu Daong responded, glancing at her. "There is a sugar factory about 5 kilometers from here." 5 kilometers? Hua Xiao exclaimed. "Walking that distance would take at least half an hour. We have no idea what condition the factory is in. If the situation is dire, we might expend time and energy digging without any guarantee of success. Even if we locate supplies, transporting them back poses another challenge." Hua Xiao looked at Lin Buan with an expression of reluctance, clearly not keen on the idea. "Let us head in that direction and see if we can find other supplies along the way. If fortune smiles upon us, we might not need to trek the full 5 kilometers. Otherwise, we may have to make the trip." Lin Buan was not one to easily concede. The mention of a sugar factory sparked a sudden surge of interest within her. Sugar is a vital strategic resource, even if she had no immediate use for it. It was indispensable for daily life. However, 5 kilometers was indeed quite a distance, and with Lu Daong and the others accompanying her, the prospect of acquiring it at no cost seemed daunting. "All right," Hua Xiao muttered, somewhat displeased, though she was inclined to follow Lin Buan's lead. After confirming their destination, the 5 of them headed towards the sugar factory. Along the way, they encountered others who regarded them with unfriendly expressions. Lin Buan furrowed her brow, realizing that having Lu Daong and the others with her was not entirely disadvantageous. Before reaching the sugar factory, they stumbled upon a construction site. Lu Daong paused to ponder and called out to Lin Buan. "There are many tools and materials here that could be invaluable for post-disaster reconstruction. Let us take a look." Lin Buan hesitated at first, instinctively inclined to refuse, but quickly reconsidered. Perhaps they could discover something useful. Thus, she nodded in agreement to explore the construction site. This area was relatively secluded, devoid of many people, and Lu Daong and his companions volunteered to lead the way. "What can we possibly find at a construction site? Even if there are materials, the quantity is substantial. Can we really transport everything back?" Hua Xiao whispered to Lin Buan from behind, expressing her confusion. "Regardless of what we find, it won't be without value. Let us assess the situation first," Lin Buan replied, shaking her head. This was not the time for them to dominate the conversation. Silently, she followed Lu Daong and the others into the site. Inside, the conditions were not markedly better than outside, but they were certainly not as dire. The construction site appeared to be a new project, with only the foundations laid. As Lin Buan stepped inside, her attention was immediately drawn to the boards and rebar, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "Xiaowan, look, there's a dumper." Hua Xiao was captivated by the sight of the carts nearby. Setting aside other considerations, the carts presented an unexpected delight for them with their presence. The burden of transporting supplies would be significantly alleviated. Not only would this save effort, but it would also enable them to gather a greater quantity of resources. "Let us take 2 carts," Lin Buan suggested, her attention drawn to the boards and steel bars not far from the carts. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lu Daong also noticed the carts, and without much thought, he assumed that Hua Xiao intended to use them for transporting supplies. Thus, when Lin Buan and Hua Xiao made their way toward the carts, he merely glanced at them before returning his gaze. Once they had distanced themselves from Lu Daong, Lin Buan whispered to Hua Xiao, "Later, let us load some boards onto the carts and tell them we are taking these items back." "Huh?" Hua Xiao looked at her in confusion. "What use is it to bring back boards? They are neither edible nor practical. How can they be considered our supplies? We still need to boil water and cook. With just a few trees, it won't last long." As she spoke, Lin Buan set about moving the boards. Wei Chu and Yu Su had actually cut a considerable amount of wood, which they had stacked in their space, and in this sweltering heat, it would not deplete quickly. Nevertheless, Lin Buan felt it prudent to gather more. Aside from boiling water and cooking, they would need it for warmth when the weather turned cold. Although the temperature was high now, who could predict what it would be like tomorrow? After all, the weather had previously shifted drastically overnight. That is a fair point. Hua Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then joined Lin Buan in moving the boards. When Lu Daong and the others returned with the carts, they were momentarily taken aback to find the two women transporting boards. After learning from Hua Xiao about their purpose, they suddenly understood the board's utility. Continue with your work. We will fetch some items from over there and return to assist you, Lu Daong said, as he and the others each took hold of two carts and departed. Once they had walked away, Lin Buan bent down to stow a hefty stack of boards into her space. Seizing the opportunity, she also tucked away some steel bars she had gathered while moving the boards. Glancing around the vicinity, she spotted a few tools and, regardless of their immediate usefulness, decided to add them to her space as well. While she busied herself, Hua Xiao did not remain idle. She turned her attention to the task of moving boards while discreetly monitoring the situation with Lu Daong. Upon seeing their figures return, she called out to Lin Buan without hesitation. Knowing when to withdraw, Lin Buan did not overreach. After loading the boards onto the carts, she paused her efforts. When Lu Daong and his companions arrived, they noticed the substantial amount of boards already on the carts and refrained from requesting more. The three men, each pulling two carts, lacked the energy to manage anything else. Meanwhile, Lin Buan and Hua Xiao each pulled a cart, laden with heavy boards, but fortunately, the construction site was not far from the gymnasium, and despite their exhaustion, they managed to bring the carts back. They were indeed a striking group. Yet when the onlookers noticed the inedible items piled on their carts, their gaze swiftly averted. The military personnel, however, were not so short-sighted. Upon seeing the goods they had retrieved, their expressions immediately shifted, and they assisted in retrieving a third of the supplies while cautiously inquiring about their origin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Daong divulged the location of the construction site, prompting Lin Buan to cast him a couple of curious glances. Although the materials they brought back were not food, they were of significant assistance to the military, who, as an exception, provided each of them with a small portion of supplies, just enough to incite envy among those nearby. With the remaining lumber and their rewards in tow, Lin Buan and her companions retreated to their tent. Originally, 2 carts were meant to be dispatched, but Lu Daong and his team managed to return with 6. They were only required to return 2, yet he generously allocated an extra 1 to Lin Buan and her group, thereby allowing them to retain 2 carts and incurring a favor from Lu Daong. They utilized the carts to transport the supplies stored with the military back to their tent, where Lin Buan and Hua Xiao drew the curtain and began organizing their belongings. Are we not going to the sugar factory? Is today it? Hua Xiao inquired softly. Her voice lowered out of concern for eavesdroppers, as the tent's soundproofing left much to be desired. Perhaps tomorrow, let Wei Chu and Yu Su join us as well. Lin Buan replied, indifferent to the possibility of being overheard. Many had witnessed the military's keen interest in the items they had brought back and had heard the inquiries about their location. Given the current circumstances, most would rather exert themselves in labor for some supplies than toil under the scorching sun sifting through rubble. Those fortunate enough might gather a considerable amount of materials, while others could end the day with nothing at all. Therefore, it was certain that many would head to the construction site tomorrow, while Lin Buan could redirect her aim towards the sugar factory. Wei Chu and Yu Su returned only by evening, their faces covered in dust after collecting their wages for the day as they trudged toward the tent. As they approached, they noticed 3 blue tents erected not far from theirs. Exchanging a serious glance, they proceeded cautiously. Lin Buan was outside cooking. Having split the lumber they had brought back that day, she hadn't anticipated Lu Daong would station his people so close to them. Reflecting on Lu Daong's assertion that being neighbors would facilitate mutual support, she couldn't help but scowl, well aware that he harbored suspicions about her, an intention to monitor her closely. Chapter 45. Surveillance. Sensing the presence of someone nearby, Lin Buan snapped back to reality and looked up to see Wei Chu and the others, quickly rising to greet them. The dog dashed towards her, its coat dusty, which caused her some distress, though its eyes sparkled with joy. You've returned. Noticing their dust-covered appearances, she turned back into the tent and retrieved 2 towels for them. The 2 individuals stepped aside, brushing the dust from each other's clothing. The intermittent crackling sounds caught Lu Daong's attention. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the tent, momentarily taken aback by the sight of two unfamiliar faces, Wei Chu and Yu Su, before directing his gaze towards Lin Buan. "Who are these two?" he inquired. "Our teammates." Lin Buan succinctly introduced them. Upon hearing that Lu Daong was a police officer, Wei Chu's taut nerves relaxed slightly, though doubts lingered regarding their presence at the camp. After exchanging a few words, Hua Xiao emerged to check on the cooking food, interrupting their conversation. Wei Chu and his companions had long been famished. The military provided lunch. Yet the scenes of the victims they encountered during the rescue operations were far from pleasant, naturally dampening their appetites. Moreover, the military's lunch was hardly sumptuous, merely sufficient to stave off hunger, lacking in taste. Anticipating their predicament, Lin Buan had prepared a hearty meal in advance, and Hua Xiao had calculated the timing to fetch the food. As Wei Chu and Yu Su entered the tent, the aroma of the food wafted towards them. On a small table in the center, Hua Xiao was ladling dishes over 4 bowls of rice, the rich, brown sauce cascading over the grains. Regardless of the heat of the day, hunger demanded sustenance, and meat was essential. "What a feast today!" Yu Su exclaimed, leaning closer and inhaling the delectable scent. "It's not just for you." Xiaowan secretly cooked braised pork and vegetarian tofu. In generous portions, Hua Xiao chided him playfully, swiftly distributing the dishes, ensuring that Yu Su and Wei Chu received the most bountiful servings. "Tomorrow, let us rise early and make some pancakes. You two shouldn't go on the rescue mission. We will head to the sugar factory," Lin Buan stated as she settled down beside the two, who were engrossed in their meal. "The sugar factory?" Wei Chu asked. His curiosity piqued as he lifted his head to look at her. Lin Buan recounted the events leading up to her encounter with Lu Daong. Observing the tension in Wei Chu's furrowed brow, "You were too impulsive. They must have their suspicions about you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent after that glance towards the tent side, where Lu Daong and the others were setting up their camp. They lack evidence. Even if they are suspicious, they cannot act on it. Besides, who knows if the previous order can ever be restored?" Wei Chu paused, glancing at Lin Buan with a serious expression. "Then let us go together tomorrow and bring back more sugar," Hua Xiao replied to Lin Buan. "It's uncertain we will even find any," Yu Su interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Given the harrowing scenes they witnessed during today's rescue, the likelihood of the sugar factory being intact seemed bleak, not to mention their unfamiliarity with its layout. "Could you refrain from being so pessimistic?" Hua Xiao retorted, playfully punching him. All right, Yu Su raised his hands in mock surrender. That night, they gathered a few planks, cleaned them, and laid them down in the tent, covering them with straw mats to ensure a more comfortable sleep. At that time, they did not give much thought to their choice of corner. Following the earthquake and its aftershocks, the cement floor had developed some cracks, revealing an uneven surface beneath. The sweltering heat posed another challenge. Laying down bedding could prove unbearable. The next morning, as Lin Buan and her companions busied themselves, they noticed activity from the tent of Lu Daong not far away. After finishing his pancakes, Lin Buan was frying eggs and preparing other accompaniments when Lu Daong finally emerged from his tent, perhaps surprised by the early hour. He stood at the entrance for a moment, taken aback. "Lin, you're up so early?" he remarked. Lin Buan, hearing his voice, looked up to see Lu Daong, and was not particularly astonished. "The early bird catches the worm," she replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. As Lu Daong observed the fried eggs and luncheon meat in Lin Buan's pan and the pancakes in the basket beside her, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Buan, Lu Daong began somewhat sheepishly. "Could you possibly help us make some pancakes as well? We can provide the ingredients." Lin Buan was taken aback by his request, her expression momentarily clouded with confusion. Ultimately, she agreed, as it was a simple task and the ingredients would be provided by him, leaving her with no loss. The pancakes were not intended as their breakfast. Rather, they were provisions for the day ahead. They would be out for an entire day, and a proper meal at noon was essential, as hunger would not only impair their strength, but also their judgment. "Where are you all headed today?" Lu Daong inquired after he had washed up. Squatting next to Lin Buan and watching her cook, casually asking about her plans for the day. "I'm not quite sure yet," Lin Buan replied, not lifting her head, fully focused on her task, though her thoughts were aligned with her suspicions. Lu Daong, noticing their early preparations, must have been eager to gather information. Yet, She had not anticipated his impatience. Is it just the two of you girls going out for supplies today? He persisted. No. Today we are all going out together to gather supplies. This was not something she saw as needing to conceal. It could easily be discovered. I see, Lu Daong responded, falling silent thereafter. Woof woof. At that moment, Wei Chu returned from walking the dog, with Dao Dao sprinting to Lin Buen's side. Upon noticing Lu Daong, the dog tilted its head, scrutinized him for a moment, and then growled protectively, barking twice. Dao Dao, Lin Buen called, and the dog ceased its fierce demeanor. Is this your dog? Lu Daong asked, astonished as he regarded Dao Dao. After his question, he noticed Haidu, who was following closely beside Wei Chu. This is my dog, Dao Dao, and that is my teammate's dog, Haidu. Lin Buen introduced them, quickening her pace in her cooking. I didn't realize you had a dog, Lu Daong exclaimed in surprise. Lin Buen felt a hint of annoyance. What was wrong with having a dog? It wasn't he as if they were consuming his rice. Did the apocalypse mean one could no longer keep dogs? Yet, she merely grumbled inwardly, saying nothing aloud. Soon, the cakes he requested were expertly prepared, and Lin Buen subtly issued an invitation to leave, gathering her belongings and retreating into the tent. Lu Daong, holding the warm flatbread, cast his gaze towards the tent, his eyes deep and contemplative. Was that fellow attempting to extract information? Upon entering the tent, Hua Xiao immediately approached her, inquiring. Lin Buen nodded, stowing away her items. After we finish breakfast, let us depart swiftly. We must avoid drawing unwanted attention. Chapter 46, Forming a Team. While this was the plan, as they exited the tent, Lu Daong managed to entangle them in conversation. We intend to gather supplies. As public servants, shouldn't you be engaged in search and rescue? Hua Xiao retorted without reservation. Aware that their intentions were to monitor them, she questioned whether such blatant behavior was truly appropriate. Our group has divided into 2 teams. Today, I will accompany the supply collection team, which aligns perfectly with your objectives and falls well within my duties. Lu Daong's reasoning was indeed sound. Hua Xiao, at a loss for words, glanced at Lin Buen, realizing she had done her utmost, yet he remained persistently insistent, leaving her with no recourse. It appeared that Lu Daong was determined to stick with them. After pondering for a moment, Lin Buen ceased her refusals. There was little use in declining. Whether through chance encounters or following, it might be wiser to proceed openly, thus raising fewer suspicions. As they journeyed halfway, Lu Daong suddenly seemed to grasp their destination. Are you heading to the sugar factory? He quietly asked Lin Buen. The route to the sugar factory coincided with that of the construction site. And after the treatment they had received from retrieving the batch of materials yesterday, many were now hastily flooding to the site. Consequently, they encountered numerous individuals along the way, prompting Lu Daong to inquire in a hushed tone, cautious not to speak too much. Indeed, Lin Buen affirmed, not concealing the truth from him. They had originally intended to go to the sugar factory yesterday, but had been sidetracked by the construction site. Today, with the survivor's attention fixed on the site, she seized the opportunity to be the first to venture to the sugar factory, akin to the first to taste the crab. Lu Daong seemed to recollect their previous discussion about the sugar factory, which had ended prematurely, leaving him momentarily speechless. As they silently passed the construction site, what had once been desolate was now bustling with activity. However, with so few materials available and the number of survivors being considerable, self-interest soon stirred competition, inevitably leading to conflicts over resources. As they walked by, a confrontation erupted, a throng of people encircling the chaos, rendering the inner situation invisible. Only the sounds of screams and the surrounding clamor reaching their ears. Aren't you going to intervene? Hua Xiao shot a sideways glance at Lu Daong. He, however, paid her no heed, his expression serious as he gazed intently into the crowd, lost in thought. Noticing his inaction, Lin Buen exchanged glances with Wei Chu, disinterestedly averting her gaze and continuing onward. Such struggles for resources, while still capable of being viewed as a spectacle, would soon become insignificant. Before long, no one would regard such matters, eagerly anticipating the benefits of those who would profit from the conflict. As Lin Buen and her companions ventured forth, it was only after a considerable distance that Lu Daong and the others caught up with them. It was evident that they had undergone a significant internal struggle. Apart from Lu Daong, the expressions of the others revealed a range of emotions. Among the group following them, only Lu Daong was familiar. The remaining trio comprised 3 young women and 1 man. The women appeared to be quite youthful, likely having only recently embarked on their careers, or possessing merely 2 to 3 years of experience, while the man seemed somewhat older, in his early 30s. Perhaps due to their youth, they had been assigned to the team tasked with gathering supplies. For the nature of the rescue operations was such that it often exceeded what an ordinary person could endure. Lin Buan withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and silently quickened her pace. 5 kilometers was no trifling distance, and upon arrival, they would need to search further, making haste essential lest their efforts today be in vain. After a hurried journey, they arrived at the sugar factory, only to find the scene within scarcely better than the ruins outside. This factory, an old establishment, had undergone some renovations. However, no amount of external polish could conceal the reality of its age. A thorough inspection revealed that the collapsed structures were all part of the older sections, while the newer expansions erected in recent years remained relatively intact. God forbid the warehouses are located in those collapsed areas, or we might be in for an overwhelming workload today, Hua Xiao lamented, articulating the unspoken anxiety shared by Lin Buan and her team. The fear that the inventory had remained in the old warehouses was palpable. Should all the stock be housed there, they would indeed face a monumental task. Let's check over there, Lin Buan suggested, her brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment of silence, she pointed towards the new factory area, intending to commence their search with the more accessible locations. We should split up. Moving together would only slow us down, Wei Chu interjected, drawing Lu Dayong's attention. He glanced at Wei Chu with evident disapproval, but refrained from voicing his dissent. What could he possibly say? To argue that it was too dangerous to proceed as one? The factory was vast, and the likelihood of finding the warehouses together seemed slim. Moreover, what danger could there be? Aside from themselves, the entire complex was devoid of life. The critical window for rescue had long passed. Due to manpower shortages, they had yet to reach this site, and the hope for those buried beneath the rubble was dim. Ultimately, with no other options, Lu Dayong proposed pairing off. This way, if any issues arose, they would have someone to rely upon. Wei Chu regarded him but offered no objections, even remaining silent regarding his subsequent suggestion that each pair should consist of one person from their group. Consequently, Lu Dayong's team gained an additional member, a man in his 30s, previously a handler of police dogs, who volunteered to team up with 2 dogs. As He Do and Dao Dao showed no aversion to him, Lin Buan and Wei Chu acquiesced. While forming the teams, Lu Dayong hesitated between joining Hua Xiao or Lin Buan. He harbored suspicions that the mysterious disappearance of firearms from the police station might be tied to one of the two, though he had yet to reach a definitive conclusion regarding which one it could be. In the end, he chose Lin Buan, though his suspicions about her grew stronger. For Hua Xiao often seemed to be completely obedient to Lin Buan. Upon seeing Lu Dayong following Lin Buan, Hua Xiao's eyes widened, as if she wished to pierce him with her gaze. Why do you have that look? Yu Su tugged at Hua Xiao, hoping to temper her demeanor. Look at him. So shameless. Could he possibly have feelings for Lin Buan? At his age, with such cunning intentions, does he wish to be an old bull seeking tender grass? Hua Xiao exclaimed indignantly, her voice rising, instantly drawing the ire of Lu Dayong's companions. Mind your words. Our captain is not that kind of person. A female officer from Hua Xiao's team retorted angrily. How do we know? Are you asserting that he is not deliberately shadowing Lin Buan? Otherwise, wouldn't a man like him know to avoid suspicion? The two appeared ready to clash, but it was then that Lin Buan intervened, calling out to Hua Xiao. That's enough, Hua Xiao. Everyone is the same. Why not apply that logic to your own Yu Su? Don't be unreasonable. Upon hearing Lin Buan's words, the female officers from Yu Su's team quickly stepped aside, distancing themselves from him, fearing that Hua Xiao's ire might shift onto them, subjecting them to unwarranted ire. Chapter 47. White Sugar. Lu Dayong, confronted with Hua Xiao's obstinate nature, felt a headache creeping in, and he hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon this course of action and allow someone else to take over, observing Lin Buan from a distance. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Buan preempted him. Let's proceed as planned. Altering it repeatedly will not satisfy anyone. It is better to adhere to our original scheme. For reasons unknown, despite Lin Buan offering a way out, Lu Dayong felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Hua Xiao, sensing the shift, muttered a couple of phrases before relenting. Turning away, she began advising Yu Su on various matters, all the while exchanging knowing glances with him, silently seeking his approval. Yu Su smiled in resignation, and the female officers nearby mistakenly believed he was exasperated by Hua Xiao's insistence. In truth, Only the two of them understood each other's intentions. Indeed, Hua Xiao was deliberately causing a stir to instill caution in Lu Daong. If they consistently acquiesced to his demands, it might not diminish his suspicions, and he could become increasingly brazen. By exhibiting their assertiveness, they aimed to convey to Lu Daong that they were not to be trifled with, which would instill a measure of wariness in him. Those who felt the weight of the world most acutely were individuals like them. Once a person sheds the constraints of morality and rules, no one can predict their actions. The veneer of civility they had donned during the apocalypse had long since eroded. Only the lingering respect for it in people's hearts provided them with a false sense of control over the situation. Once the teams were formed, they each selected a direction to begin their exploration of the factory area. Lin Buan chose the path she had initially indicated, while Lu Daong was indifferent about his route, as his primary objective did not lie within the sugar factory's supplies. The new plant appeared sturdy from the outside, but upon entering, the damage inflicted by the earthquake was evident. The machines lay haphazardly on the ground, mingling with scattered white sugar and collapsed walls, a blatant waste of precious resources. However, as they ventured further inside, they stumbled upon some well-packaged white sugar. Lin Buan did not miss the opportunity to collect any usable supplies, diligently gathering the intact sugar into her backpack. She mused to herself whether the sugar factory also produced brown sugar, while she continued her task, murmuring about white sugar, brown sugar, and syrup, the essentials. Lu Daong, listening nearby, provided her with an answer. Upon hearing him, Lin Buan paused momentarily but resumed her efforts without further comment. Having filled a substantial portion of her backpack with white sugar, she left some space to explore for additional supplies. Adjusting her backpack and hoisting it onto her back, she looked up to meet Lu Daong's gaze. "Officer Lu, aren't you going to take some?" Lin Buan asked, her brow furrowing in inquiry. She felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze. After all, she had not hidden anything, and there was not a single grain of sugar in her possession that could incriminate her. "I forgot to grab my bag," Lu Daong replied with a resigned gesture. Lin Buan, slightly exasperated, glanced around and noticed a corner where a piece of red fabric was buried beneath the rubble. Approaching it, she tugged a couple of times until she unearthed a sizable piece of nylon cloth, likely intended for a banner, which had been dislodged by the earthquake. "Here, this should be able to hold a few bags," she offered, handing the red fabric to him. Sugar was a critical resource, increasingly valuable as time passed, and acquiring a few extra bags now would be advantageous. Lu Daong accepted the cloth with gratitude but remained still, his eyes betraying suspicion. Sensing his doubts about her intentions, Lin Buan decided to disregard them. After surveying the area, they moved deeper into the facility, transitioning from one workshop to the next, only to find the conditions in the subsequent room even more dire. After attempting to navigate through the debris for a while, they ultimately conceded defeat, realizing there was no safe footing to be found. Having searched thoroughly, they turned to reunite with the others as noon approached. Finding a shaded spot that was relatively clean and flat, Lin Buan gathered with her group while Lu Daong conferred with his. "How did it go?" Hua Xiao whispered to Lin Buan once everyone was seated for their meal. Although still skeptical, his demeanor had softened considerably. Lin Buan nodded in affirmation of her earlier efforts, recognizing that had it not been for Hua Xiao's earlier outburst, Lu Daong might have scrutinized her even more intently. "It's not just you he suspects. He might have doubts about Hua Xiao as well, but you are perceived as the most suspicious," Wei Chu remarked from the side. Lin Buan was well aware of this dynamic and understood the importance of maintaining her composure. "I actually hope he finds me the most suspicious," Hua Xiao replied, somewhat discontented. Then leaned closer to Lin Buan, speaking in a hushed tone. "I discovered a location in the southeast corner. I believe there might be supplies there." Lin Buan looked at her, perplexed. She could discern that the female officer trailing her was undoubtedly aware of it as well. "I merely harbored doubts without revealing anything." Sending her off instead, Hua Xiao provided an explanation. She had coincidentally spotted a door in that area, obscured by an uncollapsed wall, making it easy to overlook. At that moment, she couldn't articulate why she felt certain there would be supplies there, and instinctively obstructed the female officer who intended to investigate. After enduring the entire journey, she could no longer contain herself and confided in Lin Buan. Should there truly be supplies, she would fervently wish for Lin Buan to venture there. Even if they could only acquire a third of the provisions, it would suffice for them. Unfortunately, with Lu Daong and his companions in the way, attempting to check for supplies and having Lin Buan gather provisions was an arduous task. But the direction you chose, no matter how I approach it, I cannot reach that place, Lin Buan lamented. The direction she had selected was entirely opposite to that described by Hua Xiao, even if she deviated midway. It was implausible to stray toward that area, which would only arouse Lu Daong's suspicions further. Since Lu Daong suspects you and Hua Xiao, and you did not reveal any flaws this morning, he is likely to suggest a change of partners soon, Wei Chu interjected. Is that true? Hua Xiao inquired, her excitement palpable. Very likely, Wei Chu replied, glancing toward Lu Daong, who was engaged in hushed conversation with another, seemingly exchanging intelligence that was undoubtedly unfounded. If that is the case, might we also propose a change of route? Hua Xiao's mind raced. There was no requirement to retrace their original path. Given the vastness of the factory grounds, it was entirely possible to discover supplies by veering slightly off course. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, admiration gleaming in their gazes directed at Hua Xiao. Feeling the weight of their attention, Hua Xiao couldn't help but raise her head with pride. Chapter 48, Refugees? After dining, having concealed the acquired sugar in its hiding place, they were about to continue their search for supplies when Lu Daong unexpectedly proposed a change of partners. To their surprise, he did not select Hua Xiao, but rather Yu Su. Hua Xiao and Yu Su exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by Lu Daong's choice. Shouldn't he have opted for Hua Xiao? However, this turn of events played to Hua Xiao's advantage, and she seized the opportunity to propose a change of route as well. Lu Daong regarded her for a considerable time before ultimately nodding in agreement. Once they had each adjusted their routes, the reason for Lu Daong's acquiescence became apparent. By aligning himself with Yu Su, he could not only monitor Hua Xiao, but also chose a path conveniently near that small door, a stroke of cunning. Realizing this, Hua Xiao felt an urge to retract her suggestion, but before she could voice her thoughts, a cacophony of noise drew their attention. They turned to see a group of people approaching from a distance. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of others, the group exchanged glances, abandoning their previous course and hastily gathering their concealed supplies. Look, there's even a dog. As the crowd approached, none knew who they were. But the first to catch sight of the black dog let out a loud cry. Lin Buan and her companions quickly discerned the group, disheveled and grimy, resembling refugees from some distant calamity. Daodu. Sensing the predatory gazes directed at the two dogs, Lin Buan hastily called out to Daodu. Feeling the malice, Daodu barked twice at the strangers before swiftly retreating to Lin Buan's side. She retrieved Daodu's leash from her backpack, fastening it securely around the dog's neck and wrapping the other end tightly around her hand. Fearful that one misstep might lead Daodu to become a meal for someone else, Wei Chu also secured the leash on the black dog, his eyes wary as he regarded the suddenly menacing group. You there? Lu Daong pointed at the strangers and stepped forward to negotiate. Hua Xiao leaned closer to Lin Buan, observing their haggard appearance, suggesting they must have traveled a considerable distance to reach this place. Do you think we can still gather supplies today? Her concern was not unfounded. The intensity of the strangers' gazes was unnerving, making even Daodu and the black dog restless. If we can't gather more, we'll just head back, Lin Buan replied, inquiring about the findings of Hua Xiao and the others. Aside from her own bag of white sugar, the others had also managed to collect some white and brown sugar, adding up to a respectable amount. Lin Buan assessed the haul and deemed it sufficient, deciding against greed. The others understood her intent, marking the end of their efforts for the day. Just as they conversed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lu Daong was suddenly struck by someone. The situation escalated rapidly as the group surged forward, encircling Lu Daong. Lin Buan and her companions were momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation until a portion of the crowd barreled toward them. The negotiations had collapsed, and civility had vanished. Black dog, attack! Wei Chu crouched down and unfastened the leash from the black dog's neck, giving it a firm pat as a command. The black dog barked in response before launching itself at the nearest assailant, sinking its teeth into his face. After a swift attack, it retreated, darting out of the encirclement to target another foe. Wang, Daodu, perhaps influenced by the chaos, grew excited and attempted to join the fray. Fortunately, Lin Buan had secured it beforehand, preventing it from dashing into danger. Such a small creature could easily be trampled by a mere human foot. It could not hope to be as valiant as the black dog. Lin Buan's expression darkened, disregarding everything else. She picked up a broken steel rebar from the ground and unleashed a flurry of strikes on the approaching assailant. The others quickly found weapons nearby, responding with equal ruthlessness. The scene descended into chaos, becoming increasingly challenging to control. Lu Daong, amidst the turmoil, was left in the dark about the unfolding situation, as everyone was preoccupied with their immediate threats, unable to spare him a thought. Cries of pain echoed through the air, and with their numbers dwindling, Lin Buan and her companions were forced to retreat further. What is the matter with these individuals? Are they intent on consuming human flesh? Hua Xiao, the weakest among us, was continually retreating under assault, ultimately finding herself encircled by Bailing and the others. Consume human flesh? Perhaps they are yearning for dog meat instead. Wei Chu let out a cold snort, intensifying the ferocity of his actions. The leash of the dog was hastily thrust into Hua Xiao's hands by Lin Buan, who, upon hearing his words, bent down to cradle the dog protectively, her gaze warily fixed upon the agitated crowd. In stark contrast, the group led by Lu Daong appeared restrained, as if still shackled by the notion of being public servants, reluctant to act with the necessary brutality, which ultimately resulted in their suppression. Lin Buan cast them a glance, internally bemused. Even in such dire circumstances, they still fretted over possible repercussions. Suddenly, a resounding bang shattered the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire halted everyone in their tracks. Lin Buan observed as Lu Daong emerged from the parted throng, wielding a handgun. Everyone stepped back. He commanded with a booming voice. The crowd exchanged hesitant glances, and seizing the moment, Lin Buan swung her steel rod, striking the nearest individual. A piercing scream erupted, startling everyone. As attention shifted, Lu Daong quickly retreated to a safe distance with his group. Lin Buan spared the man's life. The steel rod struck his arm, likely fracturing it, at the very least causing a severe crack. The man collapsed to the ground, cradling his injured arm, his face contorted in agony. Beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, all serving as a testament to his suffering. Consequently, a flicker of fear crept into the eyes of those watching Lin Buan. Her ruthless strike, delivered without a hint of hesitation, illustrated the depths of her resolve. If such force had been directed at the head, the outcome would have been unimaginable. With this thought, many began to shuffle away from Lin Buan, unwilling to sacrifice their lives for fleeting impulses. A female officer contemplated admonishing Lin Buan, yet the words caught in her throat. However, her expression revealed her disapproval of Lin Buan's actions. Lin Buan scoffed internally. Did it matter if she approved? What mattered was effectiveness. Seizing the opportunity, she quietly inquired whether Hua Xiao and the others had secured their belongings. Once assured, she led them step by step toward the exit. During this time, some individuals, undeterred, attempted to attack them again, driven by the desire for the two dogs, their eager gazes igniting her ire. Thus, she showed no mercy this time, targeting the heads of her assailants. Chapter 49. Extreme heat. They knew her to be ruthless, but they had not anticipated her to be this merciless. Those individuals dared not provoke her further, helplessly watching as Lin Buan and her companions gradually extricated themselves from their encirclement. After breaking free from the encirclement, Lin Buan glanced back and was somewhat taken aback to find Lu Daong trailing behind with a group of people. Based on her understanding of Lu Daong, she had expected him to stay behind, persuading the others to return to the gymnasium. Yet here he was, running alongside her. What could this possibly signify? Listen to me, everyone, he declared. I do not know what you have experienced or where you have come from, but 5 kilometers away, the military has taken control of the gymnasium. We can all head there together. At the very least, it offers a place to rest and find food. Upon hearing his words, Lin Buan understood his intentions. The crowd began to stir, as their inherent trust in the military sparked a glimmer of hope. Before long, Lu Daong had convinced them to accompany him back to the gymnasium. I can't shake the feeling that this is a reckless move, Hua Xiao whispered in Lin Buan's ear, referring to Lu Daong's decision to take these people back. Lin Buan smiled slightly, replying, "Mind your own business, take care of yourself." To the military, the addition of these individuals was inconsequential, as their intrinsic sense of duty would not allow them to abandon anyone. However, for the survivors within the gymnasium, these newcomers represented potential competition for dwindling resources. While the military might not hold Lu Daong accountable, the inhabitants of the gymnasium could easily harbor resentment towards him. When personal interests are threatened, one can only imagine the chaos that might ensue. Lin Buan cast a glance at Lu Daong ahead of her, silently wishing him good fortune. As they led a group back to the gymnasium, they attracted considerable attention. Lin Buan and her companions instinctively distanced themselves from the crowd, signaling their disassociation. Upon returning to the gymnasium, they complied with the regulations and surrendered the necessary supplies before retreating to their tent. Meanwhile, Lu Daong and his group remained occupied at the registration desk, likely delayed for some time. After a brief dusting off, Lin Buan and her companions entered the tent, where the relentless sun had rendered the air stifling. It's getting hotter by the minute. Living in a tent is not sustainable. Perhaps we should just head into the gymnasium? Hua Xiao lamented, wiping the sweat from her brow. Even the gymnasium might not be much cooler, Yusu replied, offering her a wet wipe to help with her perspiration, his tone soothing. Although the gymnasium was spacious and provided some shade, the current density of people inside was considerable, creating a cramped atmosphere. Moreover, in this power outage, the absence of air conditioning was palpable, contributing to the rising temperature and an array of unpleasant odors. Given these conditions, it might be preferable to remain outside in their tent. While it was indeed hot, at least they had their own space, free to engage in whatever they chose without concern. Nevertheless, the escalating temperatures were alarming. If this continued, it could incite panic among the people. Wei Chu's expression turned serious. Uncertain about the circumstances at the water plant, Lin Buan voiced her thoughts at that moment. Everyone turned to her, their expressions one of disbelief. You still wish to go to the water plant? Hua Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. The gymnasium was quite distant from the water plant, one located to the south and the other to the north, at least 10 kilometers apart. They had already spent over half an hour walking to the sugar factory. A trip to the water plant would take a minimum of 2 hours. Moreover, the current temperature was exceedingly high, and venturing out during the day without sun protection would surely result in sunburn. However, applying sunscreen made one feel hot, increasing the risk of heat stroke. In summary, the prevailing conditions were hardly conducive to embarking on long journeys during the day. We will have to go eventually. Lin Buan sighed in resignation. Given the current conditions and temperature, water was depleting at an alarming rate. Even if they chose not to go now, it wouldn't be long before the military would require them or send personnel to the water plant and other locations in search of water. As for the issue of temperature, if venturing out during the day posed difficulties, they could wait until after sunset to go. Ultimately, it was a matter of willingness to undertake the journey. So, are you suggesting we go for another round of water collection? Wei Chu asked, puzzled. He could hardly believe Lin Buan would act so irrationally, especially after their previous encounter with Xie Jun and the near-violent confrontation that followed. Who could predict whether they would still be at the water plant? If they ventured there and ran into them again, a conflict would be unavoidable. No, Lin Buan shook her head. I am contemplating where we might find additional water. It was indeed a source of worry. Although there was space available, it felt as though their supplies were insufficient, causing her great distress. Well, we aren't lacking water at the moment, Hua Xiao said, relieved while drawing Lin Buan closer, urging her not to fret excessively and anticipate every possible outcome. How can I not worry? If we run out of water, won't everyone suffer from thirst? Lin Buan shot her a glance, exasperated by her lack of urgency. I believe our primary concern should be the issue of staying or leaving, Wei Chu proposed, presenting a different angle. The group paused, looking at him in confusion, noting the furrowed brow and serious demeanor he wore. Isn't it quite pleasant here? Where else would we go? Yusu remarked, glancing at Hua Xiao and Lin Buan, hoping to find agreement in their expressions. If the temperature continues to rise, do you think we will perish from thirst or heat first? Wei Chu retorted, his eyes devoid of emotion. His words left everyone momentarily speechless. Clearly, they had not considered this pressing issue. The current heat was extraordinarily intense. Their tents endured the relentless sun outside, and even when nighttime temperatures dropped, stepping back into the tent was disorienting. Returning early today only exacerbated the problem. The tent could easily be likened to a steam room, stifling and sweltering. Remaining inside for even a short while made breathing difficult. Throughout this exchange, the four of them had been sweating profusely, as if caught in a rainstorm. Dao Dao and He Do had long since reached their limit and rushed outside, seeking refuge from the heat. This indeed poses a dilemma, and with people returning from that side, chaos is bound to erupt in the gymnasium. Wishing to avoid being embroiled in it, the only option is to leave early. Lin Buan, momentarily dazed by the heat, quickly regained her composure. After swiftly clarifying the current situation, she concurred with Wei Chu's suggestion. However, where can we go now? Hua Zhao's flushed face displayed her distress as she looked at them. Just as Lin Buan was about to speak, a voice echoed from outside. Wei Chu, are you in the tent? Chapter 50. Military mission. The familiar male voice prompted them to exchange glances, momentarily unable to recall who could be seeking them at such a time. Wei Chu and Lin Buan exited the tent in succession, surprised to find Zitsong waiting outside. They exchanged a brief look, and Wei Chu inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something you need? I knew you were here. I saw you return just a moment ago. They even said I was seeing things," and Zitsong replied, a smile breaking across his sweaty face. "I came back a bit earlier today." Wei Chu nodded, responding succinctly. With a playful grin, and Zitsong leaned in closer, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before quietly revealing the purpose of his visit. "Wei Gu, we have a task here with a handsome reward. Since Fang Shuang is a girl, it's inconvenient for her to join us, but the slot exists and shouldn't be wasted on others, so I thought of you." "What task?" Wei Chu furrowed his brow, finding Zitsong's mysterious demeanor somewhat dubious. And Zitsong leaned in even closer, lowering his voice. "A portion of the military's original base has collapsed, and they are short-handed. They are discreetly selecting some young and strong laborers to assist in excavating the items buried beneath the base." Wei Chu and Lin Buan exchanged another glance, sensing an even greater unease. Generally, civilians cannot approach military territory, and even if a collapse occurs, it is typically managed by their own personnel. Enlisting outsiders is nearly inconceivable. Now Zitsong claimed they were compelled to recruit survivors due to a lack of manpower, which felt highly implausible. Setting aside the character of those they might recruit, encountering someone deceitful who might make off with one or two items would complicate future inquiries. Moreover, the items buried within a military base are undoubtedly significant. If they were trivial, there would be no need to go to such lengths to excavate them. It sounds unreliable. Could you be falling for a trick? Lin Buan eyed him with some hesitation. How could I casually say such things? However, they are seeking individuals like us, young ones. And we even signed some confidentiality agreement. When Zitsong mentioned the confidentiality agreement, an unusual expression crossed his face, which Lin Buan noticed but chose not to probe further. Under such circumstances, what purpose does a confidentiality agreement serve? It likely holds no binding efficacy. It is most probable that it is merely a facade for other threats. What is the reward? Wei Chu pondered for a moment, refraining from outright refusal but cautiously probing further. Each person receives a box of instant noodles and a box of water. One day? Or perhaps, one day? Do not even mention Wei Chu. Even Lin Buan finds it extravagant. After a few days, one's resources would have significantly increased. However, this also subtly indicates that there is something amiss with the situation. The military's generosity is undoubtedly for a deeper purpose. I shall contemplate this matter. Wei Chu pondered whether to discuss it with Lin Buan. Yet he hesitated to agree to Zitsong's suggestion of replacing Li Fanhuang. They are to assemble and depart at 7 this evening. Brother Wei, do not deliberate too long, or you will miss the opportunity. If you come to a decision, meet me at the south gate by 6, and Zitsong urged. A look of urgency etched on his face. However, he refrained from pressing Wei Chu further, resorting to words to convey the urgency of the matter. The heat outside was unbearable. Having spoken, and Zitsong turned and hastily departed, for lingering could lead to heat stroke or dehydration. Back in the tent, Lin Buan briefly recounted the situation to Hua Zhao and the others. Yu Su believed it prudent to investigate, not for the compensation, but to discern the military's true intentions. Why have we researched so extensively? Hua Zhao cast a puzzled glance at him. Shouldn't our primary concern be to find a suitable refuge? At her words, a heavy silence fell over the tent. It did seem to make sense. Let us adjust our nighttime activities starting today. I will take this opportunity to venture out and assess the situation at night. If no significant issues arise, we may slightly alter our schedule, proposed Wei Chu. His intentions were commendable, yet remaining in the tent made daytime rest virtually impossible, turning it into a sauna. They must first seek alternative shelters. Lin Buan reflected before speaking. Why not split up? Yu Su suggested. That is feasible, Hua Zhao mused thoughtfully. Wei Chu can undertake the mission, while we search for other locations. Let us return to the tent before midnight to devise further plans. Lin Buan organized everyone's tasks. There were no objections. After dining in the evening, Wei Chu exited the tent first to find Zitsong. Lin Buan and the others did not leave until after sunset. As they departed, they passed by the tent of Lu Daong and his group, suddenly realizing that they had not seen them return. Shaking his head, Lin Buan dismissed the thought. He had yet to sort out his own affairs, so it was best to refrain from meddling in others. The night fell slowly, and the temperature barely dropped. The three, accompanied by 2 dogs, walked for a distance, still feeling stifled. It seemed the night had not brought much relief. Hua Xiao wiped the sweat from her brow, her mood particularly irritable. The earthquake had collapsed the basic structures. Where could they find shelter? Lin Buan also found this troubling. He had considered basements and bomb shelters, but they had previously searched for these while collecting supplies. Either they had collapsed or were buried. Even if they were fortunate enough to find a habitable place, the target would be too conspicuous, and it would not be long before others came to seize it. Lin Buan was engulfed in uncertainty, pondering where she might find a place to find some semblance of comfort. If all else failed, perhaps they could seek refuge in a forest and live as savages. The heat had rendered Hua Xiao somewhat delirious, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. She surveyed their surroundings, but aside from her companions, there was not a soul in sight. The sweltering temperature sapped the moisture from their bodies, inducing a sense of lethargy. Finding a stone to sit upon, Hua Xiao called out to them, requesting a sip of water before they resumed their journey. Though spoken without intent, Lin Buan felt a fleeting thought flicker through her mind. Elusive as she attempted to grasp it, only to find it vanished again. Pondering deeply, she still could not recall what had just crossed her mind. At that moment, Hua Xiao's voice rang out again, compelling Lin Buan to halt and turn back, awaiting her companion's delays. Hua Xiao, perhaps affected by the heat, was feeling under the weather. Her spirits low. The respite extended longer than anticipated, when suddenly, Haidu and Dao Dao, who had been resting nearby, sprang to their feet, fixated on a certain direction. Noticing their unusual behavior, Lin Buan followed their gaze, but the darkness was too thick, and the beam of her flashlight did not reach far enough for her to discern anything. Haidu Dao Dao, what is it? Is there something over there? Chapter 51. Enemies converge. Woof. Woof. Before she could finish her sentence, Haidu barked loudly, his voice resonating with authority. Dao Dao joined in, their barks piercing the stillness of the night, a sound that would have surely drawn complaints in the world before the apocalypse. Yet now, their concern lay in what lurked in the shadows, provoking such a fierce reaction from the dogs. Just as Lin Buan opened her mouth to speak, a pair of feet suddenly came into view at the edge of her flashlight's beam. Ah! Hua Xiao gasped, instinctively startled. Look who I've stumbled upon. A familiar male voice boomed, and Lin Buan recognized it instantly. Before she could ponder further, the owner of that voice approached, stepping into the light. It was Xie Jun. The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart skipped a beat. To her astonishment, 2 more figures emerged behind him, and among them was the long unseen Qin Wei. A chill ran through her, realizing her misfortune in encountering this unwelcome group. Xiaoan. Hua Xiao also recognized their faces, clutching Lin Buan's arm in fear. Lin Buan felt her heart race, sliding her hand into her pocket, focusing intently on the gun concealed within. Should Xie Jun and his companions decide to act aggressively, she needed to be prepared to catch them off guard and secure an opportunity to escape. It was not cowardice. Even with a firearm, she felt the instinct to flee. She had only recently obtained the gun, and with Lu Daong watching closely, she had yet to become familiar with it. Anxiety gripped her, as she could not guarantee that she would be able to fire it effectively. It's been a while. Xiaoan. Qin Wei emerged from behind Xie Jun, her hand resting casually on his shoulder, offering Lin Buan a seductive smile, though her gaze was chillingly cold. Seeing Lin Buan, Qin Wei felt a surge of hatred within her. If it weren't for Lin Buan, she would not have found herself at the mercy of Xie Jun. The days she endured were neither human nor ghostly, all thanks to Lin Buan. To her astonishment, fate had conspired for their paths to cross here. What reason do we have to meet? Lin Buan replied with an expression of indifference. To describe their relationship, they were, at best, acquaintances, and at worst, former rivals in love. There was little camaraderie between them, certainly not enough to reminisce. You remain as detestable as ever. It's no wonder Ji Dong doesn't favor you. I dare say no one would cherish a woman like you. Qin Wei mocked, her laughter dripping with mockery. Xiaoan, doesn't he require the approval of others to affirm her worth? It is you who is truly pitiable, Hua Xiao retorted, rolling her eyes, unable to restrain herself. How hypocritical. When you were once Ji Dong's devoted admirer, I hardly recall you displaying such fortitude. Qin Wei sneered disdainfully. You. Hua Xiao was infuriated, at a loss for how to counter her. The truth remained that Lin Buan had indeed once been a sycophant. The thought of this made Hua Zhao's temper flare, and she pinched Lin Buan in frustration. Had it not been for her infatuation, she would not have lost this argument. Completely oblivious to Lin Buan's fierce competitive spirit, she was momentarily taken aback by the pinch and turned to glance at her. Just then, Xie Jun advanced, intent on seizing Lin Buan. In a critical moment, He Do and Dao Dao leapt forward, one biting his arm and the other his leg. "Ah, damn dog, let go!" Xie Jun shouted in pain, cursing vehemently. "He Do, Dao Dao, come back!" Lin Buan cried out in alarm. Dao Dao, still young, was no match for Xie Jun, who easily kicked it away, sending it sprawling on the ground with pained whimpers. Lin Buan's heart twisted in anguish upon seeing Dao Dao fall. She rushed over to pick it up, and after inspecting it and confirming it was unharmed, she finally felt relieved. After Dao Dao was hurled away, He Do seized the opportunity to release its grip and leapt a few meters away, baring its teeth and growling at Xie Jun. "Damn it! Kill that beast!" Xie Jun bellowed, glancing at his arm, nearly bitten to the bone, in a fit of rage. His subordinates, hearing the command, rushed towards He Do. Lin Buan, desperate, retrieved a gun from her possession without a moment's thought, attempting to disengage the safety before aiming it at Xie Jun and pulling the trigger. To her surprise, the recoil was so powerful that it caused her aim to falter, the bullet landing harmlessly at Xie Jun's feet. However, the sound of the gunshot was enough to paralyze everyone in their tracks, halting those who had charged towards He Do. Qin Wei gazed at the gun in Lin Buan's hand, her eyes alight with excitement. She had known it all along. The space was still in Lin Buan's possession, and she had been deceived by that wretched woman. Meanwhile, Xie Jun glared at Lin Buan, his expression darkening. He had never anticipated that she would possess a firearm, and a flicker of retreat began to take root in his mind. "Everyone, step back, or do not blame me for being merciless." Lin Buan tightened her grip on the gun, its muzzle directed at Xie Jun, her gaze resolute. Should they dare to move, she would undoubtedly shoot him dead. The first time she missed, but with her newfound experience, even if she did not kill him, she could still injure him. At such a critical moment, there were neither hospitals nor doctors. A mere injury could lead to an infection that might cost him his life. Although Xie Jun felt a flicker of retreat in the face of the gun, he was also filled with resentment. The standoff continued for a while until, gritting his teeth, Xie Jun waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw. Qin Wei, equally discontent, shot a resentful glance at Xie Jun. What a useless man. Afraid so easily, what would happen to her ambitions? "Lin Buan, where did you get that gun? Surely it must be stolen," she taunted. Her words dripped with a palpable bitterness, evident to all present. Lin Buan turned to glance at her, disregarding her entirely. Even if it were stolen, what could she do? Could she report her to the police? The police no longer existed, after all. Seeing Lin Buan ignore her, Qin Wei's ire intensified, and she opened her mouth to speak again, only to be met with a sudden slap across her face. The sharp sound stunned Lin Buan. Xie Jun's unexpected action left everyone, including Qin Wei, in shock. "Wretched woman, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you." Xie Jun spat through clenched teeth. Lin Buan's expression towards Qin Wei shifted. Was this truly what she desired? She was no better than Ji Dong, who at least had been genuinely fond of her. While they remained in a stalemate, they were unaware that not far away lay the base where Wei Chu and his team were headed that night. The gunshot fired by Lin Buan had been heard by everyone at the base. Unlike ordinary civilians unaccustomed to gunfire, the military personnel recognized the sound immediately, and the atmosphere in the base grew tense. "Is it one of ours?" A middle-aged man in a green tent asked gravely. Chapter 52. Escape from the mission base. Hearing the gunshot, Wei Chu frowned, an inexplicable unease washing over him. "Brother Wei, what's wrong?" And Zitsong, carrying bricks, paused upon noticing Wei Chu's stillness and inquired curiously. "I'm fine," Wei Chu replied, shaking his head as he regained his focus. Just as he was about to resume his task, he noticed two figures emerge from a nearby military tent, speaking briefly with a soldier. The soldier then whistled a rhythmic signal, and a small squad of troops quickly assembled, departing in an orderly fashion within minutes. Witnessing this unusual scene, Wei Chu felt a growing sense of anxiety. For some reason, he could not shake the feeling that the gunshot was somehow linked to Lin Buan. Recalling their earlier conversation about returning that night, he couldn't help but speculate whether they had encountered significant trouble, for Lin Buan would not have resorted to using a gun otherwise. The more he pondered, the more restless he became. After hesitating for a moment, He set down the bricks and turned to sprint towards the exit. When Nzitsong sensed something amiss, he became vigilant and observed his surroundings. Upon realizing that Wei Chu was about to flee, he immediately stepped forward to impede his progress. "Brother Wei, what are you doing?" Nzitsong asked anxiously after blocking his path. "There has been an incident. I must go and see," Wei Chu replied, furrowing his brow and suppressing his impatience as he briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, Nzitsong glanced around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, promptly pulled Wei Chu aside. "Have you lost your mind? Do you not recall what they said when we arrived? If you leave now, they might suspect something is wrong. If you fail to return, not only will you be in trouble, but you could also be apprehended, which would complicate matters further." His words were not mere exaggerations. Prior to their arrival, the military had required them to sign a confidentiality agreement and had laid out a series of stringent demands. Among these stipulations was the prohibition against leaving for any reason during the mission. Though this rule seemed ordinary, the consequences of violating it were anything but trivial. As Nzitsong noted, although they were unaware of what the military was searching for, the seriousness with which the military approached the matter was undeniable. Any breach of protocol could easily lead to misunderstandings. Wei Chu, having been summoned by Nzitsong, was unconcerned about being implicated. Rather, he feared that his momentary kindness might lead to unintended complications. With several hours remaining until their shift change, any mishap could prove disastrous. Wei Chu looked at Nzitsong with unwavering determination, his demeanor indicating that he was resolute in his decision to proceed, regardless of the consequences. Nzitsong, both frustrated and anxious, scratched his head, pondering how to persuade him. However, Wei Chu had no time for lengthy discussions. He brushed aside Nzitsong's hand and began to head toward the gymnasium. "Wait." Nzitsong grabbed him once more. "Do not impede me, or I cannot guarantee what I might do," Wei Chu threatened, glancing back. He possessed considerable strength. Dealing with someone like Nzitsong, who resembled a fragile university student, would be effortless for him. Nzitsong instinctively recoiled, clearly intimidated. Though he was unsure of Wei Chu's true capabilities, his muscular physique was imposing, presenting a stark contrast to Nzitsong's own slight frame. One punch, and Nzitsong could not assure himself of withstanding the blow. "No, brother, I know a way out. If you exit from there, you at least won't get caught." By the time Wei Chu stealthily escaped the base, Lin Buin and the others had just managed to evade Xie Jun and his group. Faced with such a crowd, Lin Buin and the others had lost their desire to leave, making their way back to the gymnasium, where they encountered a hastily returning Wei Chu. "How did you come back?" Lin Buin asked, surprised as she regarded him. Wei Chu did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he scanned her from head to toe, confirming she was unharmed before catching his breath and solemnly stating, "We will discuss this inside." His demeanor suggested that something significant had transpired, prompting everyone to refrain from further conversation as they filed into the tent. "Was that gunfire from you?" Once they were all inside, Wei Chu wasted no time and directly inquired about the recent events. The crowd exchanged glances and, after a nod, turned their attention to Lin Buin. She candidly recounted to Wei Chu the encounter they had with Xie Jun after leaving. Upon hearing of He Dou's valiant actions, Wei Chu bent down to pat its neck, exclaiming, "Well done, He Dou." The dog, seemingly aware of the praise, panted and gazed up at Wei Chu with a joyful expression that resembled a smile. "However, you acted recklessly. The base I visited tonight is not far from here." Upon hearing the gunfire, the military dispatched a team to investigate. "I was worried about your safety, so I returned stealthily." Lin Buin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that his return was prompted by concern for them, which stirred something within her. They were, at best, acquaintances, teammates, if one were to speak kindly, but in reality, their bonds were tenuous. The camaraderie had been formed out of necessity, and emotionally, her connection with each of them was weak. Yet, despite this, in the moment of concern for their well-being, he had unhesitatingly come back, regardless of his motives. This act endeared him to Lin Buin, marking his acceptance as one of her own. "But is it safe for you to have returned?" Lin Buin recalled Nzitsong's warning about the confidentiality agreement and furrowed her brow. Wei Chu shook his head. "Now that I have left, there is no turning back. As long as the military cannot apprehend me, it is not a significant issue. But we are registered at the gym. Wouldn't it be quite easy for them to find you?" Hua Xiao expressed her concerns. Her words jolted Wei Chu into a realization, and as he calmed, he acknowledged his naivety. After the military took control of the gym, They had registered everyone present, including him. Moreover, when he accepted the mission, the military had recorded his details as well, meaning he had merely escaped by chance. Locating him would be a simple task for them. What shall we do now? Can we return? Yu Su glanced at Hua Xiao and then at Wei Chu, equally anxious for his safety. No, it is easy to leave, but difficult to return. They might have already discovered Wei Chu's absence. Lin Buan firmly rejected the idea of going back. Indeed, as Lin Buan had predicted, shortly after Wei Chu's departure, military personnel arrived to call the roll. When they called Wei Chu's name, no one responded, and Zitsong, drenched in sweat from anxiety, wished to help answer. But noticed someone nearby. If he responded to Wei Chu's name, he would not be able to answer for himself. As he hesitated, the caller had already summoned Wei Chu's name 3 times. Upon confirming that no one answered, they ceased calling the remaining names and instructed everyone to stop work and rest aside. Chapter 53. Ascending the mountain, and Zitsong sat on the ground. Unlike the others who were relaxed, instead, he anxiously looked around as if he were infested with fleas. What are you doing? Are you infested with fleas? Li Yufan inquired. Observing his fidgety demeanor, Fu Xingwen turned his head and glanced at him. Though he did not speak, his eyes conveyed a sense of inquiry. However, after a brief moment, he seemed to have realized something, and his expression shifted from confusion to understanding. Did you help him escape? Although Fu Xingwen refrained from uttering Wei Chu's name, his subsequent words startled Zitsong, nearly causing him to leap. He lunged forward to cover Fu Xingwen's mouth, whispering reproachfully, "Do not speak carelessly. If anyone overhears us, we will be in dire straits." Observing his demeanor, Li Yufan comprehended the gravity of the situation, staring at Zitsong in disbelief at his audacity. "Are you out of your mind? If they discover that you assisted us, we will face the same fate. Have you lost your senses?" Li Yufan felt an overwhelming impulse to throttle Zitsong. They had registered as a group, while Wei Chu was not part of theirs. Yet he had usurped the spot originally assigned to Li Fan's Huang. If this information were to be unveiled, they would be ensnared without any escape. Initially, he had admired Wei Chu's capability to disregard military threats and flee, but little did he know that it was Zitsong who had proven more resourceful, inadvertently becoming an accomplice, which infuriated him. He insisted on running. I could not possibly restrain him. If INT helped him, he would have dashed straight through the checkpoint, and we would be in an even worse predicament. Rather than letting that happen, it was better to assist him in his covert escape. Who knows, he might return later. But now, with the military suddenly singling us out, how can I be blamed? And Zitsong felt unjustly accused. He had never intended for matters to escalate to such a degree. He was just as bewildered by the military's sudden interest. As it was not yet time for the handover, surely they must have uncovered something. Indeed, they had discovered something. Upon hearing the gunfire, a small squad had been dispatched to investigate, following the sound and encountering the injured Xie Jun. Without requiring extensive inquiries from the military, Xie Jun, harboring grievances against Lin Buan, embellished the account of events in front of the squad, omitting the animosity between himself and Lin Buan while emphasizing that Lin Buan was armed. This piece of information swiftly led the military to the details they sought on the registration form, thereby linking Wei Chu to the matter at hand. Now, not only was Wei Chu in trouble, but Lin Buan was also in jeopardy. Unbeknownst to Lin Buan and the others, after much deliberation and turmoil, they resolved to depart under the cover of night. The 4 hurriedly packed their belongings, hoping that Lu Daong would not return. Otherwise, their peculiar actions would undoubtedly raise further suspicion. Lin Buan had a habit of storing items in her space once they were no longer needed, allowing them to complete the organization of their tent with relative speed. As they began to dismantle the tent, the sound of running footsteps echoed from afar. Haida instantly became alert, fixing his gaze in one direction, while Wei Chu seemed to sense the impending danger as he halted his actions. Following Haida's line of sight, they discerned distant flickering lights, and he quickly realized that someone was approaching. Although the identity of these individuals remained unknown, their proximity at such a time could hardly signal anything favorable. He immediately called out to everyone, informing them that someone was approaching. Lin Buan and the others halted their actions and rushed to his side. Having packed everything, they decided to abandon the tent and hurriedly made their exit. Lin Buan, with a serious expression, secured the leash for Dao Dao before turning to leave. Wei Chu and the others quickly followed, uncertain of their destination but instinctively running forward. Shortly after they departed, a squad of soldiers arrived at their tent, cautiously peering inside with their rifles at the ready. Where are we headed? After they had run a short distance and confirmed that they were not being pursued, Hua Xiao inquired. This question struck a chord, as Lin Buan herself was unsure of their direction. However, staying put would undoubtedly be more perilous than their current predicament. I know a place, Wei Chu suddenly spoke up. When they arrived at the foot of a mountain with Wei Chu, they were all taken aback. What is this? Hua Xiao asked, her expression conveying her bewilderment. Climbing the mountain? Lin Buan echoed, looking at Wei Chu. The mountain is the best refuge we have at the moment, especially if we can find a cave. Upon hearing the mention of a cave, Lin Buan was enlightened. She had not considered that option. Natural caves, shielded from sunlight, and possessing excellent insulation, would provide an exceptional sanctuary under such intense heat. But can you guarantee that there is a cave up there? Hua Xiao queried, her face displaying despair. When was the last time she climbed a mountain? Several years ago. And now, in this sweltering heat. The thought of climbing without the assurance of finding a cave made her feel faint. Let us give it a try. We have no other place to go. And climbing the mountain is comparatively safer, Wei Chu suggested. This was a valid point. No one would anticipate their ascent, and though it may not be a long-term solution, it was certainly preferable to fleeing outside. With this thought, Hua Xiao couldn't help but sigh, struggling to comprehend how they had found themselves in such a dire situation, akin to mice scurrying in the shadows. Let us climb, Yusu offered, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Hua Xiao glanced at him helplessly, remaining silent. What alternative did she have but to climb? Thus, the four of them, along with their 2 dogs, laboriously ascended the mountain. Halfway up, Lin Buan noticed a glimmer of light nearby. She approached, peering down to behold a scene of ruins illuminated by countless twinkling lights, with black figures scurrying about like ants. Lin Buan quickly deduced that this must be the base Wei Chu had escaped from. What are you looking at? Noticing that Lin Buan had lagged behind, Hua Xiao and the others returned to her side. Just as she spoke, they saw the scene below and were left speechless, momentarily forgetting their previous question. This is a military base. Wei Chu's voice resonated behind them, confirming Lin Buan's suspicions. Hua Xiao found herself at a loss for words. The scale of the base was astonishing, leaving her to wonder what secrets lay buried beneath it, warranting such elaborate construction. Wei Chu fell silent. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the expanse of the underground base. While immersed in its depths, he had not realized its vastness. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the limitations of his own perspective. He had been assigned to the outermost region, never venturing further inside, thus lacking a comprehensive understanding of the base's significance. Chapter 54. The cave. How could such a large base remain undisclosed? Yusu pondered, gazing at the magnificent view below. A hint of confusion etched on his features. Hua Xiao regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Do you honestly believe the military would allow such knowledge to be public? He paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. It was not that he had been caught off guard. Rather, he had posed a rather foolish question. And Hua Xiao showed him no mercy. He sighed inwardly, attributing his discomfort to the sweltering heat, which had made him irritable, blaming the wretched weather. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Hua Xiao, upon witnessing his newfound silence, turned her attention elsewhere, suppressing her irritation. Indeed, the oppressive heat could easily provoke agitation. Hua Xiao, particularly sensitive to heat, felt as though she were at death's door in such soaring temperatures. It was evident that this base held great importance, especially considering the valuable items buried beneath, which warranted the considerable resources and personnel allocated for its excavation. Lin Buan, while voicing her thoughts, was plagued by relentless speculation about what could possibly compel the military to act so decisively. Before learning the truth, her curiosity had been manageable. However, once aware, it burgeoned like an insatiable vine, growing wildly. Curiosity killed the cat. Perhaps we should refrain from probing too deeply, Yusu suggested quietly, glancing at her. Lin Buan's expression remained unchanged, offering no response. Whether she had absorbed his words was uncertain. After a prolonged moment of silence, they departed from their vantage point and continued their ascent. With only a few hours until dawn, the urgency to locate a suitable cave before sunrise became palpable. The closer they drew to the sun, the more oppressive the heat became, and the sparse trees on the mountainside provided little respite from the relentless rays. As the quartet approached the mountain's summit, the previously unseen black-headed dog suddenly returned, barking excitedly at Wei Chu and the others. "Hide, quiet," Wei Chu urged, attempting to calm the exuberant creature. The dog's vocalizations were piercing. On the mountain, such sounds could easily carry down to the base below, potentially revealing their location to the military personnel conducting the search. Wei Chu's concerns were not unfounded, as the searchers nearby sharpened their focus upon hearing the dog's barks. After discerning the direction, they began to head towards their position. "What's wrong?" Lin Buan inquired, stepping forward to observe the exuberant Haidu. Her curiosity piqued. After a moment's hesitation, she sensed it was trying to communicate something. "Haidu?" Wei Chu noted the dog's unusual behavior, furrowing his brow as he regarded it. Upon realizing its owner was paying attention, Haidu took a few steps forward before glancing back at them. "Is it signaling us to follow?" Lin Buan ventured uncertainly. Wei Chu's gaze was profound and silent. He did not respond to her words, but took a step forward to follow the black dog. Upon noticing his company, the black dog joyfully turned its head and trotted ahead with a lightheartedness. The others exchanged glances for a brief moment before also trailing behind. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, the dog finally came to a halt, leaving them slightly disoriented. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a vast cavern, its entrance towering at least 1.5 times a person's height, though the interior remained shrouded in mystery. The fact that the light did not reach the depths suggested considerable depth, leaving them uncertain of what creatures might dwell within. Could there be snakes? Hua Xiao pondered anxiously, eyeing the cavern. Although they had successfully discovered this cave, its dark mouth instilled a sense of dread. The wilderness was teeming with serpents and insects, and snakes were Hua Xiao's greatest fear. The mere thought of encountering one inside sent shivers down her spine. "A quick glance inside will reveal all," Yusu remarked, aware of her fear of snakes. As he stepped ahead of her, Wei Chu glanced back at him, intending to follow suit into the cave. Meanwhile, the black dog, seemingly unconcerned, settled down in the grass nearby to groom its paws after leading them to this spot. Observing the dog's relaxed demeanor, Lin Wuan felt reassured that the cave posed little threat. Otherwise, the black dog's nature would not have allowed it to lead them here so nonchalantly. Indeed, it was not long before Wei Chu and the others emerged from the cave, reporting that it was empty and quite spacious, ample enough for the 4 of them and 2 dogs to maneuver comfortably. Hua Xiao exhaled in relief. Her anxiety alleviated somewhat. Once assured of their safety, they ventured into the cave with their flashlight in hand. At that moment, a group of people descended from the mountain, pausing to survey their surroundings for some time without detecting anything unusual, which stirred a sense of impatience among them. "Captain, we haven't spotted anyone. The base lies just ahead. Surely, they couldn't have infiltrated the base," a youthful voice echoed in the darkness. The leader, however, remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze toward the mountain. In the pitch-black night, the looming mountain appeared as a colossal entity, instilling a sense of trepidation. "Captain, do you truly believe they have ascended the mountain?" In this darkness, a misstep could result in a fatal fall, the same voice chimed in again, casting a glance at the darkened mountain. If they had indeed fled upward, it was improbable they would do so without utilizing any illumination. This was no tourist attraction but a wild mountain, with a climbing difficulty that was certainly not trivial, far removed from the notion that strangers could navigate it in utter darkness. A second look at the mountain revealed an impenetrable darkness devoid of any light. It was inconceivable that anyone could be up there. The leader remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the mountain for a considerable time before finally retracting his gaze and leading the group away. Unbeknownst to Lin Buan and her companions, who had narrowly escaped a perilous fate, joy illuminated their faces as they meticulously surveyed the cave. This cavern seemed as if it had been sculpted specifically for them. Upon entering, the upper walls soared higher, presenting an irregular semicircular form that extended down to the cave's base. The depth of the cave was not insignificant. Lin Buan estimated it to be at least 10 meters, with a similar width, ample enough for their habitation. After a brief tidying up of the cave, Lin Buan retrieved an array of items from her space. An emergency power source was connected to a lamp, instantly illuminating the cave in its entirety. Wei Chu, concerned that the light might betray their location to pursuers, requested Lin Buan to provide something to obscure the light. He and Yusu ventured to the entrance to devise a means of covering it. The cave, shielded from the sun, was considerably cooler, alleviating the suffocating heat that had besieged them. Hua Xiao greatly appreciated this relief. She laid down boards salvaged from the construction site, covering them with bedding and mats. In a display of gender distinction, Lin Buan and Hua Xiao nestled together in one corner, while Wei Chu and Yu Su occupied the opposite corner. In between, they placed supplies as a makeshift barrier, facilitating easier access from both sides. Chapter 55. The temperature rises again after establishing their makeshift dwelling. Lin Buan and her companions found themselves utterly exhausted. Having endured a sleepless night fraught with anxiety and expended considerable energy, Lin Buan collapsed onto the makeshift bed. She intended to rest her eyes, but as soon as they closed, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Wei Chu was the first to notice her peaceful breathing, and upon realizing she had drifted off, he turned to signal Hua Xiao and her partner to keep quiet. Hua Xiao peeked over and, upon seeing Lin Buan asleep, gestured silently to Yu Su before quietly slipping off her shoes and lying down beside her. She too was fatigued, while she could endure the absence of sleep. Witnessing Lin Buan's slumber made her resolve dissipate entirely, and she fell asleep within mere seconds. Wei Chu and Yu Su exchanged glances, hesitating whether to rest as well. But who would then stand guard? Sleep, Black Bean is highly vigilant. If any strangers approach, it will make a noise, Wei Chu murmured. His words directed at Yu Su, but equally a reminder to himself. No one among them was free from weariness, especially him, who had expended considerable energy at the base. Then stealthily escaped and fled down the mountain alongside Lin Buan, ultimately climbing a hill, thus exhausting himself more than anyone else. However, his physical constitution was robust, preventing him from feeling as utterly drained as Lin Buan and the others. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Su could not resist the pull of sleep and nodded in agreement to Wei Chu before turning to lie on the bed. Considering the two men were significantly larger than the women, Lin Buan had laid an extra board for them, ensuring that the two sizable men could share a space without feeling overly cramped. As Wei Chu and the others succumbed to slumber, intending to rest, he chose not to recline like them, but rather sat upon the cool mat, leaning against the stone wall, arms crossed and eyes closed. The cave fell into a serene silence, blending seamlessly with the mountain itself. None would suspect the existence of a hidden cavern concealing human presence. While they slept soundly, those searching for them outside faced utter disarray. Bang! Within the military tent, a muffled thud resounded as a palm struck the table with force. Can humans sprout wings and fly? With just a handful of individuals, so distinct in their characteristics, you've searched all night without even a shadow in sight? The man referred to as the captain fumed, his frustration palpable, yet he could not refute the truth. The circumstances had indeed altered, rendering their mission considerably more arduous. The one who escaped must be found, ensuring he reveals no information or carries anything out. Understood. As the sun ascended, casting its radiant light upon the earth, Wei Chu and his companions had draped a cloth over the cave entrance, shielding it from the sunlight, which did not disturb those within. However, Wei Chu awoke shortly after the sun began to touch the fabric, his mind momentarily hazy and his neck and back aching. After rubbing his neck and sitting upright, he raised his hand to check the time. It was already morning. He rose quietly and stepped out of the cave to discreetly attend to his physical needs. Nearby, He Do and Dao Dao lay at the cave's mouth. Upon hearing the movement, they merely opened their eyes briefly, recognized him, and then casually closed their eyes once more to resume their slumber. Upon Wei Chu's return to the cave, the sun was already high in the sky. Despite his caution, as he lifted the cloth, the sudden influx of light roused Lin Buan from her sleep. She awoke in a daze, having slept rather deeply, momentarily disoriented. However, upon seeing Wei Chu, she snapped back to reality, and through the improperly placed cloth, the brightness outside jolted her into full awareness. "What time is it?" she inquired of Wei Chu, but before he could respond, she glanced at her watch, which indicated it was just past 7 in the morning. "I actually fell asleep," Lin Buan exclaimed, her voice rising, which stirred Hua Xiao beside her from her slumber with a soft murmur. On the other side, Yu Su also awakened, and upon noticing everyone was up, he hastily rose and exited the cave to attend to his personal matters. The temperature outside was likely rising, and by noon, it would be unbearable. Let us familiarize ourselves with the surrounding environment and refrain from descending the mountain for now, Wei Chu suggested regarding the conditions outside. When he had first ventured out, the sun was not yet intense, but the heat was already alarming. Upon his return, the sunlight on his skin bore a distinctly scorching sensation. It is only a little past 7, yet the heat is already terrifying. I shudder to think of how oppressive it will be at noon, during the peak of the temperature. Considering the survivors within the gymnasium. In that confined space filled with people, it is undoubtedly akin to a vast steam room. Even without direct sunlight, in such stifling conditions, it is challenging to avoid complications. Long before noon, Wei Chu's concerns materialized. There were already individuals in the gymnasium suffering from respiratory difficulties and bouts of dizziness. As time progressed, the number of affected individuals steadily increased, inciting panic among the others in the gym. The military was suddenly under immense pressure. On one hand, they needed to reassure the public, while on the other, they had to devise a means to treat those in distress, leaving them frazzled and unable to attend to Lin Buan and the others. Conversely, Lin Buan and her companions, having discovered this cave the previous night, found their circumstances far superior to those in the gymnasium. After addressing their personal needs, they were even in the mood to discuss what to have for breakfast. After a light meal, they decided to set up some traps around the vicinity. Though they anticipated that no one would venture up the mountain for the time being, they did not rule out the presence of other animals, which would not only ensure their safety, but might also yield unexpected rewards. Upon hearing Wei Chu's words, Hua Xiao and Yu Su exchanged glances, not opposing the idea of traps, but finding his notion of unexpected rewards somewhat fanciful. In such sweltering heat, the animals in the mountains would likely not survive for long. Even if there were some, it was unlikely they would fortuitously fall into traps. However, they refrained from voicing these thoughts, recognizing that traps were indeed a necessary precaution, and they would not delay in their implementation. With the oppressive heat dampening their appetites, they hastily consumed breakfast and, seizing the early hours before the sun became too harsh, ventured out of the cave with their tools to scout the area for suitable locations to dig traps. After constructing several traps, they had moved some distance from the cave and reached the other side of the mountain. It was then that Hua Xiao's delighted exclamation broke through the air. "Look, isn't that a reservoir?" Without needing Hua Xiao to point the way, they could see several large ponds below, though they resembled reservoirs. Uncertainty lingered. What if they were merely contracted fish ponds? Wei Chu glanced at them and refrained from labeling them as reservoirs. Upon hearing the term fish pond, Hua Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she turned to Lin Buan, both of them understanding her desire for fish. However, Lin Buan was not so optimistic. In such scorching weather, despite the presence of water, the levels had noticeably dropped. Even if fish were present, they would struggle to survive in these conditions. Should we go check it out tonight? Regardless of whether there are fish, we should see if the water is usable. We could bring some back for our daily needs. Lin Buan inquired of Wei Chu. She did not wish to disappoint Hua Xiao, and after a moment of contemplation, she acknowledged that aside from fish, water was indeed a necessity, and a visit could be worthwhile. All right. Wei Chu hesitated for a brief moment before agreeing. Originally, the water they obtained from the water plant was drinking water, which seemed too extravagant for daily use. No one could bear to waste it. However, if the water from below remained clear, it would not be unfeasible to use it for everyday purposes. After confirming their direction and setting up traps, they returned. Upon arriving at the cave, they lifted the blackout curtain, and a refreshing breeze greeted them, instantly revitalizing the four of them. Haidu and Dao Dao were the first to dive inside, pressing against the cave wall to catch their breath. Observing their state, Lin Buan took out some water from her space to offer them. The water from the plant was rather cool and retained this quality even in her space. Not just the two dogs, but all four of them relished it. If only there had been more, they would have relished it daily, but unfortunately, they had only discovered 3 water towers and could not transport more. Had they not found this cave, they might have perished from the heat in the gymnasium. They were fortunate to have Haidu, a truly good dog. She deserved an extra chicken leg today. Hua Xiao, having consumed 2 large bowls of water, looked at Haidu and expressed her sentiments. Reflecting on their time in the gymnasium, the tent had been unbearable, and she had longed for a change of scenery. But given the conditions, she could not afford to be capricious. "So, you'll cook lunch today," Lin Buan remarked, casting her a glance. Since Hua Xiao mentioned wanting to give Haidu an extra chicken leg, she would cook. Whatever Hua Xiao wanted for Haidu was fine. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao's face darkened, and she bared her teeth at Lin Buan, ultimately conceding. During the sweltering midday heat, the cave was too enclosed for cooking, necessitating them to venture outside, which was also Lin Buan's reluctance to prepare this meal. Yu Su, unable to bear the thought of Hua Xiao suffering alone, offered to lend a hand. Before long, Hua Xiao had prepared a delightful spread, spicy and sour cold vermicelli, lemon shrimp, cold kelp salad, and spicy lotus root slices, accompanied by a bowl of porridge she had cooked in the morning. Initially, she intended to make shredded chicken, but it was too cumbersome, and the heat outside made her uncomfortable, so she abandoned that thought and simply boiled a few chicken legs for Haidu and Dao Dao. Eating this tangy and spicy fare on a hot day was truly appetizing. Lin Buan had not even eaten yet. Just the aroma made her mouth water. Once it reached her lips, the experience was beyond words. Although the absence of ice diminished the texture of the cold dishes somewhat, given the circumstances, eating so well was already a significant advantage over others. Their abundant provisions allowed for such indulgence. Otherwise, such a feast would have been unimaginable. After satiating their hunger and thirst, Wei Chu reminisced about their grueling toil in the gymnasium for the military. What did they receive? Military compressed rations, instant noodles, and that kind of bottled mineral water sold for $1 before the apocalypse. Aside from the mineral water, which was somewhat acceptable, the food was merely sufficient to fill their stomachs. This stark contrast truly felt like heaven and earth. They owed their gratitude to Buan's space, a veritable cheat tool. Yu Su remarked, giving Lin Buan a thumbs up. Lin Buan smiled, suddenly recalling something. Previously, Qin Wei had always targeted her, and she had thought it was due to her possessiveness over Ji Dong, but later realized it seemed she wanted to take the space from her. What? Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao suddenly lifted her head to look at her. Can your space be shared with others? Yu Su followed up with a question. Lin Buan's expression momentarily faltered before she shook her head. No, I cannot, for I do not comprehend the origins of this space. She spoke half-truthfully, considering that the space should be transferable. Otherwise, Qin Wei would not be so determined to oppose her. In her pursuit of this space, Qin Wei had even forsaken Ji Dong, aligning herself with Xie Jun, seemingly bewitched by the allure of it. What good could Xie Jun possibly be? Qin Wei was not a fool. She was fully aware of the consequences, yet chose to proceed, only to later blame Lin for her misfortunes, which was utterly irrational. This suggests that the reliability of the space is somewhat questionable. Yu Su and Hua Xiao exchanged glances, a hint of concern evident in their eyes. What if the space were to vanish one day? What would become of their supplies? They decided to make do with what they had for now, as the cave remained a safe haven, allowing them to retrieve some resources and alleviate the pressure on the space while easing their anxiety. Wei Chu, though not as troubled as they were, offered some prudent advice. That's fine. Lin Buan nodded in agreement, opting to release some supplies. Even if Wei Chu hadn't suggested it, she had already contemplated this plan. She intended to visit the reservoir later that evening. Regardless of whether there were fish, if the water was suitable, she would need to store both water and fish, thus requiring more space. After their casual conversation following dinner, Wei Chu took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Lin Buan busied herself organizing the items in the space. She had collected a considerable amount of bottled water from the water plant, taking 10 barrels to set aside in a corner, along with 10 boxes of instant noodles, rice, flour, and some ready-to-eat meals, in addition to daily necessities. She cleared out the boards and wood that Wei Chu and the others had cut earlier, placing the boards against the cave wall to consider their potential uses later. The wood was positioned near the cave entrance, close to the cooking area for easy access when it came time to start a fire. After 2 hours of diligent work, Lin Buan finally created some space, transforming the previously empty cave into a well-stocked haven. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she removed her clothing and laid down on the cool mat, intending to rest before heading to the reservoir that night. If the conditions were favorable, they would have much to occupy themselves with, while Lin Buan and her companions enjoyed a serene existence on the mountain. The survivors in the gym below were engulfed in turmoil. Many were suffering from dehydration and fainting, while others anxiously urged the military for solutions. In such a densely packed environment, chaos was bound to erupt. True to this prediction, amidst the cacophony, screams soon pierced the air, and the crowd surged towards the military personnel, momentarily oblivious to the cries. In the midst of the throng, a woman with a dark red complexion sat on the ground, cradling her already distorted child, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 57. The aquaculture farm. The gymnasium had descended into a hellish scene. The military faced immense pressure and was struggling to maintain control. Lin Buan and her companions were entirely unaware of the happenings below the mountain. After a restful slumber and a satisfying meal, they awaited the sun's descent, ready to embark on their descent as well. I took a glance and noticed a path that likely led directly down, allowing us to avoid a lengthy detour and the potential encounter with military personnel. Wei Chu returned from his reconnaissance and shared his findings with them. Really? Hua Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had been concerned about the possibility of encountering those individuals on their way down. Would they have to engage in a gunfight? Or perhaps she would find herself in a frantic chase, desperately trying to escape? To be honest, she wished to avoid both scenarios. Firstly, she had no desire to instigate a direct confrontation with the military, especially one that could escalate to the use of weapons. Secondly, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Should they face such a situation, Lin Buan would undoubtedly hesitate to act decisively, thus diminishing the effectiveness of their response. However, her momentary joy faded as she resolved, I think I should stay behind to guard the supplies. What is the matter? Lin Buan looked at her in surprise, astonished that she would suggest remaining to watch over their provisions. Hua Xiao cast a hesitant glance in her direction. You know me well. If I were to join you, I might inadvertently hinder your efforts. Besides, considering the substantial amount of supplies we have here, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving them unguarded. It's better for me to stay back rather than risk being a liability. Lin Buan wanted to argue that Hua Xiao posed no such hindrance. But Yu Su interjected before she could voice her thoughts. That's a reasonable plan. The supplies need to be monitored, otherwise, we would be uneasy. Who knows if, during our absence, someone might venture up the mountain, or if some wild animal might infiltrate and ravage our provisions. That would indeed be a costly mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Chu nodded in agreement with Hua Zhao's decision to remain behind, suggesting they leave Dao Dao and He Do with her. Should anything arise, they will alert you. In that case, you can find a safe place to hide, and He Do will guide us back. We will return as swiftly as possible. Initially inclined to oppose the idea, Lin Buan swallowed her words upon hearing Wei Chu's rationale. After contemplating the situation, she retrieved a firearm and ammunition from her storage space and handed them to Hua Xiao. I showed you how to use this last time, regardless of your aim. The mere presence of it should deter others. Just be sure to protect yourself. Hua Xiao accepted the gun, her eyes shining once more. Don't worry. When it comes to self-preservation, I have yet to falter. Lin Buan was left speechless. This girl certainly had a peculiar mindset, while others were concerned for her safety. She was busy putting on a show. Yet, it was precisely this lightheartedness that eased Lin Buan's burdened heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they stowed their tools in the storage space and set off with minimal gear. Upon reaching the traps at the rear, Wei Chu produced a flashlight to navigate the route he had previously scouted, carefully making their way down the mountain. To their dismay, they soon realized that the reservoir, which appeared quite close from their vantage point, was, in fact, a considerable distance away. What shall we do? Are we just going to walk there? Lin Buan queried, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. We have no choice. We can't find a vehicle now. Let's quicken our pace and aim to return as soon as possible. Wei Chu replied, equally resigned to the situation. Having confirmed their general direction, they hurriedly made their way towards the reservoir, their hearts racing with trepidation, fearful of encountering military personnel. Fortunately, their journey was fraught with tension but devoid of peril, and the path they had chosen proved to be correct. After an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. As they drew near, they discovered that it was not a reservoir at all, but rather a large private aquaculture facility. It seemed that luck was on Hua Zhao's side. She had wished for fish, and lo and behold, her desire was about to be fulfilled. Upon entering, the trio approached the edge of a pond, illuminating the water with a flashlight to gauge its quality. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Lin Buan, who was startled and nearly dropped the flashlight into the pond. What is the matter? Why scream so loudly? You might scare someone to death. Upon realizing the source of the commotion was Yu Su, she scolded him in annoyance. Trembling, Yu Su stammered, "There's a body." Lin Buan, still processing the situation, rolled her eyes, not dead yet. However, Wei Chu interjected, directing the beam of the flashlight towards a nearby shallower pond where a grayish, bloated figure floated ominously. Lin Buan glanced over, and her expression instantly darkened. It truly was a corpse. It was unclear how many days it had been there, but it was certainly in a state of decay. Luckily, the aquaculture owner had not combined the ponds into one large body of water, or they would have wasted their trip. The pond where the body was discovered was separated from the pond Lin Buan had been examining by a concrete wall, indicating that they did not share the same water levels. Otherwise, one would find it impossible to consume fish from a pond where a corpse floated. let alone use the water. Wei Chu attempted to comfort Yu Su, and once his emotions had settled, they resumed their activities. They scoured the entire aquaculture facility and discovered several large plastic barrels and fishing nets in an adjacent building that had not collapsed. Lin Buan collected all the usable items and intended to find a relatively clean pond to fill the barrels with water for their return. However, as they turned a corner, they stumbled upon a well. What on earth was the owner thinking, drilling a well here? Yu Su was perplexed, unable to comprehend the owner's reasoning. No matter. It's beneficial for us now, Lin Buan thought, dismissing the need to ponder the owner's motives. She simply instructed Wei Chu to help her fill the barrels with well water. The half-height white barrels, approximately 2 people wide, could hold a significant amount of water, and they had unearthed more than a dozen of them from the building. Once filled, they would have a sufficient supply of water for the foreseeable future. One person was enough to draw well water. So Wei Chu assigned Yu Su to that task, while he took Lin Buan to the pond to set the nets for fishing. There were 3 ponds in total. Aside from the one with the body, they proceeded to cast their nets in the other 2. In the first pond, they managed to catch a considerable number of fish, all of decent size. Lin Buan stored the fish and net into her space, planning to dry the fish for longer preservation. As they moved toward the next pond, Yu Su returned to inform them that the water was all filled. There was no rush to fetch water. They proceeded directly to the next fish pond. As they cast their net, they discovered a bounty of shrimp and crabs, much to Lin Buan's delight. After collecting this catch, she instructed Wei Chu to cast another net. As she had several nets at her disposal and could afford to use 2 or 3, while they were busy gathering the nets, Lin Buan took the time to secure the well water in a designated space. Upon her return, she found Wei Chu and the others already pulling in their nets. Today had proven to be quite fruitful, and it was time to head back. After netting another haul of shrimp and crabs, Lin Buan glanced at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and they would not reach home until the wee hours. All right, let's retrace our steps, Wei Chu suggested. But just as they approached the exit, they noticed someone approaching from a distance. Chapter 58. News from the gymnasium: someone is coming. The trio halted in their tracks, and Wei Chu whispered. Before he could finish, the figures quickly drew near, leaving them just enough time to turn off their flashlight and crouch behind a concrete slab in the shadows. Xingwen, is this the place? And Zizong panted, shaking his flashlight as he caught sight of the looming entrance ahead. It should be, Fu Xingwen replied, albeit with uncertainty. This aquaculture farm belonged to a distant relative, and he had only visited once a long time ago, so he was somewhat forgetful. It seemed this was the only location with an entrance nearby. If not here, where else could it be? Let us go in and find out, Li Yufan suggested, having searched around without spotting any signs. Then let us take a look. And Zizong agreed, feeling exhausted from their long trek. Even if it wasn't the right place, they could at least rest inside before continuing their search. The 4 entered the aquaculture farm, and due to their angle, they failed to notice Lin Buan and her companions. However, Lin Buan and the others had faintly overheard their conversation. Wei Chu, who was crouching at the front, glanced back at her, his eyes reflecting hesitation and inquiry. He sought their opinion on whether they should step out to meet Zizong and his group. Lin Buan was reluctant to stir up trouble. She feared that Zizong's group might be a trap. What if they stepped out and were apprehended by military personnel? Yet, she hesitated. What if Zizong and the others were in trouble and had fled to this place from the gymnasium? They should lend a hand. For had it not been for Zizong, Wei Chu might not have managed to escape the base so clearly. Their own situation was hardly any better. As she wrestled with her thoughts, a sudden, sharp cry pierced the air, shaken from her reverie. She observed for a while and confirmed that Zizong's group was not being followed before she nodded to Wei Chu. The 3 emerged from behind the concrete slab and moved towards the direction of the sound, discovering Zizong and his companions trembling in terror beside the second pond. As Lin Buan began to speak, they erupted into frantic cries. Ah, a ghost! The loudest among them was Zizong. Lin Buan nearly lost her hearing from the cacophony and, feeling exasperated, shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." The impact of the voice was immediately apparent, and Zizong and his companions fell silent, realizing that it was not a ghost. When the flashlight illuminated Lin Buan and Wei Chu, and Zizong's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother Wei, I knew you wouldn't be harmed. I was right," he exclaimed, rushing forward with the intention of embracing Wei Chu. However, unexpectedly met with such enthusiasm. Wei Chu hesitated for a moment before resolutely rejecting him. How did you end up here? Lin Buan inquired directly. And Zizong composed himself and recounted the situation at the gymnasium. After their departure, the venue was placed under strict military control, with all personnel associated with them being interrogated. Notably himself and Lu Daong, who had been questioned at length. As the temperature rose and the gym became crowded with stagnant air, numerous individuals began to suffer from heat stroke and fainting spells. While 2 individuals managed to hold on, the increasing number of those in distress led to widespread panic, culminating in conflicts by the afternoon. It was precisely due to these disturbances that they were ultimately released. That evening, while the military suppressed the rioters, and Zizong and his companions seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed. Coincidentally, Fu Xingwen mentioned that he believed a relative owned a fish farm nearby, prompting them to take their chances. However, upon entering, they were met with 2 startling surprises. The first was the sight of corpses in the pond, an overwhelming sight that only a few could withstand. Although Zizong and his friends had participated in rescue missions and witnessed incomplete remains in the rubble, they were mentally prepared for those encounters. This unexpected horror, occurring in the dead of night, would startle anyone. Before they could regain their composure, Lin Buan and the others suddenly appeared, delivering a second shock. Indeed, the phrase "people scare people to death" was not merely a jest. After hearing about the current situation at the gym, Lin Buan and Wei Chu exchanged glances, realizing that the military likely had no time to search for them now. This brought a fleeting sense of security, a welcome piece of news. What do you plan to do next? Wei Chu posed the most pressing question. I have no idea, and Zizong replied, his expression one of confusion and innocence, leaving Lin Buan momentarily speechless. There's still a room that hasn't collapsed. You can temporarily take refuge there. There's also a well that hasn't run dry. And the pond has fish. As long as no one comes looking for you, you can survive here for a while. Wei Chu informed him about the fish farm, returning the favor for helping him escape the base. And Zizong was genuinely pleased to hear this, but upon glancing at Wei Chu, he hesitated, appearing as though he wished to ask something but found it difficult to articulate. Just as he resolved to voice his inquiry, Wei Chu spoke again. We don't live far. If we need water, we might come here. Rest assured, we will exchange other supplies. We won't take anything for free. Brother Wei, you're too kind, and Zizong responded, feeling a bit embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words to decline the offer. They are still in dire need of supplies. Even though there is a fish pond here, one cannot subsist solely on fish, can they? Moreover, the second pond contains a corpse, and they will likely struggle to accept eating the fish from here in the short term. We have observed that the ponds do not connect, and the fish are still consumable. However, if you choose to reside here, that corpse must be dealt with, otherwise. With the heat, we risk the emergence of bacteria or viruses. Upon hearing this, and Zizong nodded vigorously, though the expression on his face was far from pleasant. He too wished to handle the corpse, yet the question remained, how? This matter lay beyond his realm of knowledge. Sensing his distress, Wei Chu refrained from offering advice. As he too was at a loss, it was best to leave it to Zizong and the others to devise a solution. Are you planning to leave now? And Zizong inquired, pondering the corpse for a considerable time before finally asking. It is getting late. We must return, Lin Buan remarked, glancing at her watch, which confirmed the urgency. If they did not hurry back, Hua Xiao would surely grow anxious. Very well then. They were reluctant to share their current location with Zizong, who, out of concern, refrained from asking. He wondered if the military might come looking for them. Questioning them now could lead to misunderstandings, especially if they were later found by military personnel and suspected him of tipping them off. As a mere university student, he could not afford to let such a misconception arise, so he suppressed his curiosity entirely. Chapter 59. The temperature rises again after briefly advising Zizong and the others to remain vigilant about safety and the heat. Lin Buan left them with a fishing net, and the trio turned to depart. After walking a distance from the aquaculture farm, Lin Buan suggested an alternate route home. Are you afraid? Wei Chu asked hesitantly, casting her a glance. One must always be cautious, Lin Buan replied coolly. Wei Chu fell silent for a couple of seconds before nodding in agreement to take the longer path. Thus, the 3 circled twice, ensuring no one was following, before hastening back to the mountains. In the cave, Hua Xiao remained on high alert, her nerves taut. As time passed, the mountain began to stir with activity. However, upon observing He Do and Dao Dao playing as if oblivious to their surroundings, she felt a slight easing of her tension. It was not until nearly 1 a.m. that Heido suddenly shifted from its previous relaxed state to one of heightened vigilance. Hua Xiao, initially drowsy, immediately became alert upon noticing its unusual demeanor. Gripping her gun tightly and focusing on the cave entrance. Hua Xiao must not have slept, right? Yu Su muttered quietly. No matter how bold she was, it was improbable she could sleep soundly. Lin Buan, knowing Hua Xiao well, thought to herself that she likely felt exhausted, yet dared not close her eyes. Hearing familiar voices, Hua Xiao relaxed once more, having also caught Lin Buan's words. You know I can't sleep, yet you all returned so late, despite saying you'd come back early. Just look at the time. She pulled aside the blackout curtain and stepped outside, reprimanding the three with a hint of exasperation. Hee hee, Yu Su chuckled playfully, moving closer to Hua Xiao, eager to engage with her. Regrettably, he arrived, weary and disheveled, the mingling sense of sweat and fish emanating from him, which was far from pleasant. Hua Xiao disdainfully pushed him away, instructing him to clean himself up before approaching her again. Yu Su pouted, feeling quite aggrieved. Yet he was aware of his own odor and refrained from getting too close to avoid inciting her ire. Have you fared well? Hua Xiao inquired, noticing his tactfulness, which lightened her mood as she turned to Lin Buan. Indeed, Lin Buan nodded, recounting their bounty of fish, shrimp, and crabs, along with the discovery of a well from which they had brought back several buckets of water. Hua Xiao, upon hearing this, was elated and at a loss for words. Splendid. Now we need not worry about a shortage of water. With water at their disposal, they indulged a little by filling basins for washing, allowing them to cleanse themselves, with some water left over for another rinse. After tidying up, they enjoyed the green bean soup prepared for dinner, which, while not particularly cooling, was nonetheless soothing and delectable. Especially as their hunger had grown, one bowl was truly satisfying. After their fill, they retreated to their beds and soon succumbed to slumber. In the midst of a hazy sleep, Lin Buan was roused by the rustling of Hua Xiao beside her. Upon opening her eyes, she found sweat trickling down her forehead, stinging her eyes and jolting her awake. What is happening? She sat up to discover she was drenched, and Hua Xiao was in a similar predicament. A glance across the room revealed Wei Chu also awake, sitting up as their eyes met, both wearing serious expressions. Something is amiss. Why is it so hot? Just as she contemplated checking her watch, Yu Su and Hua Xiao could no longer endure the heat and awakened in succession. Why is it so sweltering? Hua Xiao complained, her brow furrowed. Lin Buan glanced at her watch. It was only 6 o'clock, yet the heat was oppressive. Yesterday had not been this extreme. Wei Chu approached the cave entrance. Lifting a portion of the blackout curtain, blinding sunlight streamed in, striking his arm, and within mere seconds, he felt a searing pain. He quickly replaced the curtain, sealing off the light, and returned inside. What is the situation? Lin Buan observed his actions and the expression on his face, feeling a sudden heaviness in her heart. Wei Chu said nothing, merely extending his sunburned arm for them to see, which spoke volumes. Goodness, and it is only 6 o'clock. How intense will it be by noon? Hua Xiao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The sudden rise in temperature could spell disaster for those in the gymnasium. Yu Su's expression darkened. He dared not contemplate the casualties that might ensue. If they were already suffering in the cave, the conditions in the gymnasium would be even more perilous, potentially leading to fatalities from the heat. Just as Yu Su feared, numerous individuals in the gymnasium were gradually awakened by the heat, and as complaints escalated, cries and wails suddenly filled the air. The frail were unable to rouse themselves from the heat, while those who had succumbed to heat stroke without aid simply ceased to breathe. As the lifeless body of an individual lay nearby, an overwhelming sense of panic swiftly spread among the crowd. Oh heavens, someone has died. Will we perish from the heat here? We must escape. Yes, we must get out. The military had long recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet the strength of humanity pales in comparison to the forces of nature. Many soldiers suffered from sunburn and heat exhaustion, significantly diminishing their numbers. Amidst a more intense uprising than the day before, the military's power was considerably weakened. Soon, some individuals burst forth from the gymnasium, but before they could rejoice, the intense ultraviolet rays jolted them back to reality, the searing heat washing over them like a cold bucket of water. Their eager steps faltered, and they screamed to return to the safety of the gymnasium. However, those behind them remained oblivious to the peril ahead and surged forward, colliding with the retreating crowd. The weaker ones fell, unable to halt the frantic advance of the masses, screams echoing amidst the ominous sounds of breaking bones. By the time everyone grasped the danger outside, re-entering the gymnasium proved to be a daunting challenge. The entrances were jammed, thronged with desperate individuals, their panic overshadowing the clamor. Under the relentless sun, the skin of many began to redden and even smoke. Some collapsed from the heat, yet those around paid no heed, trampling over them in a frantic bid for refuge indoors. The military personnel struggled to maintain order, their voices hoarse from shouting, but none were willing to heed their calls. Meanwhile, Nzitsong and his companions, not far from Lin Buan, huddled together in a small shelter at the aquaculture farm, relief evident on their faces. Thank goodness we fled yesterday. Otherwise, enduring such wretched weather in the gymnasium is unimaginable. Let us forego sleep tonight and harvest the fish from the pond. In this oppressive heat, the pond might dry up and the fish will perish. It is better we process them now. At least they will provide sustenance. Li Yufan furrowed his brow, gazing apprehensively at the distant pond, concerned whether the water could endure under the fierce sun until dusk. Before he could voice his worries, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the four to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Only Fu Xingwen, as if recalling something dreadful, wore a grim expression. "Old Fu, what is the matter?" Nzitsong asked, noticing his abrupt change in countenance with a hint of concern. "Let us hope it's not a case of heat-induced malaise. We have no medical supplies, and if something serious were to occur, we would be in deep trouble." Fu Xingwen opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, an overpowering stench assailed their senses from an unknown source, causing the four to instinctively pinch their noses and gag incessantly. "Ugh, what is that foul odor? My heavens, it's revolting." Nzitsong retched, tears streaming down his face. "It must be the body in the pond that has exploded," Fu Xingwen managed to say, his face pallid as he articulated the horrific thought that crossed his mind. "Surely not," Nzitsong exclaimed in disbelief, while the Li siblings were equally horrified by his chilling conjecture. If what Fu Xingwen suggested were indeed true, the situation outside would be utterly unimaginable. A mere glance at the door would reveal the truth. Fu Xingwen's expression was grim, yet he managed to refrain from retching. Nzitsong and the others exchanged glances, each too apprehensive to venture outside, fearing they might encounter something repulsive. Even the thought of it was enough to unsettle their stomachs, leaving them without the courage to look. Eventually, they would have to confront it. They still needed to catch fish that evening. It seemed Fu Xingwen had regained his composure, a faint, darkly humorous smile lingering on his face. Enough already," Nzitsong exclaimed in despair, realizing their inevitable confrontation with the situation, causing their spirits to plummet. Had they known better, they would have heeded Brother Wei's advice last night and dealt with the corpse then, thus avoiding the ordeal they faced today. Mentioning this matter dampened Nzitsong's mood further. Last night, they had received a suggestion from Wei Chu to handle the body immediately, but when they drew near, all four of them had hesitated, ultimately succumbing to their fears and abandoning the task. Indeed, some matters cannot be postponed. The longer they linger, the more complicated they become. Lin Buan and the others found themselves confined within the cave, unable to address personal issues or cook outside, as the sun grew increasingly oppressive with the passage of time. Even standing behind the shade felt suffocating, the heat coaxing beads of sweat from their skin. They hastily prepared a meager meal to stave off hunger, but the sweltering weather left them with little appetite. With idle minds, Lin Buan suggested they gather the fish, shrimp, and crabs they had caught the previous night, intending to dry them later. The group worked feverishly not far from the cave entrance, preparing the fish, while Hua Xiao set up a pot, sweating profusely as she blanched a heap of shrimp. They had caught an abundance of seafood the day before, and it took the four of them most of the day to process it all. Lin Buan dared not expose their catch to the scorching sun. Instead, she had Wei Chu and Yu Su nail several rows of spikes into the cave wall to hang the fish for drying, transforming the cave into a veritable fish market, the scent of which would soon evolve into the aroma of salted fish. Hua Xiao wiped her brow, drenched in perspiration, watching Lin Buan hang the fish. "All this effort is for ourselves. Otherwise, we would have descended the mountain last night, where the air flows better, though it would be hotter. Would you be willing to do that?" Yu Su turned back to her with a smile. "Shut your mouth," Hua Xiao retorted with a roll of her eyes. She was merely jesting. She had no genuine desire to descend the mountain. She wasn't foolish. In this weather, hanging the fish for just 2 days would suffice. Wei Chu glanced over, confirming that all the fish and shrimp were well prepared before he began to tidy up the mess on the ground. After several attempts to wash the fish scales and entrails out of the cave, Wei Chu took a broom to sweep the interior. For dinner, they had fish prepared by Lin Buan, spicy fish head, sauerkraut fish, and sour fish slices, served with a generous bowl of rice. Delicious indeed. Having eaten little in the morning, the group was not particularly hungry at noon and had skipped lunch altogether. After a long day of labor, they were now thoroughly famished. As they slowly finished their meal, they noticed it was already 8 o'clock, yet the sun outside showed no sign of setting, defying all reason. As the sun descended, we decided to visit the breeding farm. Seizing the opportunity before the well ran dry to fetch some water, Wei Chu glanced outside and turned back to propose the idea. All right, Lin Buan replied after a moment of contemplation, retrieving some medicinal supplies from his space, primarily items to alleviate the summer heat, such as Huixiang Zhengqi liquid. He also gathered a box of noodles and rice to exchange for a few barrels of water, which would suffice. By 9 o'clock, the sun had completely set, and Lin Buan and the others immediately set off. This time, they brought black beans, leaving Yu Su and Hua Xiaodao in the cave. As they descended the mountain, the sky had turned entirely dark. Lin Buan and his companions made their way to the breeding farm with familiar ease. Meanwhile, Zitsong and his 3 companions, having procured some cloth from an unknown source, stuffed it into their nostrils as they cleaned the exploded corpses in the second pond. The stark white beam of the flashlight illuminated the disfigured bodies, eliciting both fear and disgust, yet they had to suppress their emotions to continue the grim task. The stench was unbearable, rendering them unable to eat properly all day. Their stomachs were both hungry and nauseous, and they knew they could not remain there without cleaning up. Truth be told, Zitsong and his companions were reluctant to leave this place, as it was a source of water, and the nearby well held a certain sentimental value. After an hour of labor, they had managed to tidy up the area to a reasonable extent. Out of respect, they gave the unknown deceased a simple burial, digging a hole not far from the pond. However, even after disposing of the bodies, the foul odor lingered, and Lin Buan and the others could already smell it before reaching the breeding farm. What is that smell? Lin Buan inquired, wrinkling her brow as she halted, unable to bear the increasing stench. Wei Chu and Black Bean also paused. While they were puzzled, Black Bean appeared increasingly agitated, seemingly aware that the source of the odor was unusual. What is wrong with Black Bean? Lin Buan asked, perplexed by its restlessness. Just then, without warning, Black Bean dashed in a particular direction, startling the 2, who quickly followed. They trailed the dog into the breeding farm, where they unexpectedly encountered Zitsong and his group. Brother Wei? Zitsong exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the 2. Black Bean stopped in front of him, incessantly sniffing around the 4. Ugh! Lin Buan halted, about to speak when the overwhelming stench of decay assaulted her senses, causing her to double over in retching. Why is it so foul? Wei Chu's expression soured as he held his breath, striving to endure the noxious assault. The bodies exploded today. It's our fault for not heeding your advice last night. The heat today has been unbearable, and we were directly overwhelmed by the stench all day. We've just managed to clean up, Zitsong replied, his voice muffled as he pinched his nose. After finally regaining her composure, Lin Buan's mind instinctively conjured images of the exploded corpses at Zitsong's words, causing her face to turn pale. She waved her hand dismissively and moved aside, leaning against a tree as she continued to retch, expelling a considerable amount of bile, her throat burning with discomfort. Chapter 61. The misfortunate college students. Wei Chu helplessly rubbed his forehead, left speechless by these college students. They had long been urged to address the situation, yet it remains unresolved, and the outcome is quite disheartening. Wei, my dear brother, are you here to collect water? Zitsong appeared quite awkward, immediately diverting the conversation upon noticing the conspicuous white empty bucket on Wei's back. Indeed, with the sudden rise in temperature, our water consumption has increased significantly. If this continues, one cannot fathom when the well will run dry. You must devise a means to procure tools for water storage, drawing up the well water and placing it in a shaded area. Otherwise, when the well eventually runs out, you will face a dire situation regarding your water supply. Upon hearing this, Zitsong and the others were taken aback. What? The well could dry up? Zitsong exclaimed in shock. Lin Buan, recovering from his initial surprise, approached just in time to hear this foolish remark, rolling his eyes in disbelief. How could the well not dry up? under such high temperatures. Not only wells, but rivers could also run dry. Who knows how long this heat wave will persist? A drought could last 3 years. One might not perish from hunger, but could certainly die of thirst. Lin Buen's words, though severe, were grounded in reality. In this scenario, the foremost issue is the scarcity of water, and currently, finding a reliable source of water is exceedingly challenging. Facilities like water plants, even if they have not collapsed due to the earthquake, would be guarded by the military or others with the capability to do so. Other water sources are equally far-flung, presenting another logistical challenge. And Zizong and his companions understood this reality, their expressions grim as they nodded in agreement with Wei's suggestion. We have brought you some food and medicine. Exchanging 2 barrels of water should suffice. Sensing the somber atmosphere surrounding Zizong and his friends, Wei redirected the conversation. He handed the previously prepared supplies to Zizong and Li Yufan, who stood beside him, holding the flour and medicine, as well as the rice in Li Yufan's hands. Zizong felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. Wei, thank you so much, he said, his voice slightly choked as he looked up at Wei. It is no wonder they were so sentimental. Throughout their arduous journey, although they had not openly expressed it, they harbored a profound sense of despair and heaviness in their hearts. All 4 of their families were in distant places, and after the initial typhoon, they could barely contact their loved ones, ultimately receiving no news at all. When the earthquake struck, they clung to a sliver of hope. Believing that only their locality was affected, little did they know that the military's control over the stadium revealed that tremors were occurring across the nation and even the globe. In that moment, their hearts sank. Could their families be fortunate enough to escape the earthquake? They dared not dwell on such thoughts, seeking refuge in their busyness. During their time at the stadium, the 4 of them fervently undertook missions assigned by the military, accumulating some supplies in the process. Without elaborating further, at the very least, the 4 of them had managed to conserve enough to sustain themselves for 2 to 3 months. Now, with Wei bringing them supplies, despite the modest amount of rice and flour, it would indeed suffice for 10 days to half a month, effectively extending their lifeline. To say that Wei Chu is like their reborn parent is not an exaggeration. In such an environment, apart from their parents, who else could possibly care about their well-being? Wei Chu, oblivious to the intricate workings of his own mind, noticed that the supplies were insufficient, yet still felt pleased. Patting his companion on the shoulder before expressing his intention to fetch water. Well then, Wei Gu, you all go ahead. We must retrieve the fish from these 2 ponds. Otherwise, if the water dries up by tomorrow, the fish will perish, and that would cause quite a dilemma. Upon hearing this, Wei Chu cast a glance at them, thinking that they were not entirely foolish. Thus, they parted ways, with Lin Buen and Wei Chu heading to the well to draw water, while Zizong and the others remained by the fish pond. Arriving at the well, Wei Chu turned on the water valve and waited for approximately half a minute before water began to flow through the hose. He frowned slightly. The rate of water flow was considerably slower than when they had previously filled their containers, indicating a drop in the water level of the well. What is going on? Lin Buen inquired, sensing something was amiss. Last time we came to fetch water, it was not this scarce. Are you suggesting? Wei Chu nodded, realizing they needed to store water tonight. Otherwise, he feared there would be none left by morning. However, Lin Buen glanced back towards the direction of the ponds. They were already quite occupied, as the fish and shrimp in those 2 ponds would keep them busy for the better part of the night. Furthermore, they still needed to find containers for storing water, and whether they would be able to locate them remained uncertain. The thought alone made Lin Buen's head ache. Yet she had no intention of offering assistance. She was not one to show undue kindness. Just dealing with Wei Chu had already compromised her principles. As for this group of university students, had it not been for Wei Chu's influence, she doubted she would have even glanced their way. Each person has their fate. If one can survive, they shall, and if not, they shall perish. In a moment of utter despair, she would rather take her own life than expect help from strangers. This was merely the onset of the apocalypse. If they could not surmount such trivial difficulties, they might as well indulge in fleeting pleasures, ensuring their final moments in this world were filled with joy. When we leave, we should just remind them once, Wei Chu remarked, casting a deep, unexpected gaze at her. Lin Buen was indeed taken aback. She had anticipated that Wei Chu would once again lend them a hand, only to find he was choosing to disengage completely. What's wrong? Perhaps her emotions were too transparent, prompting Wei Chu to ask again. Nothing, Lin Buen replied, shaking her head, opting not to elaborate further. It took approximately 10 minutes to fill 2 buckets with water. Once they had strapped the buckets onto their backs, they intended to return to the mountain. Initially, they had planned to fetch water and then scout the nearby area for supplies, but upon witnessing Nzitsong and his group's situation, they abandoned that idea. Most supplies were buried beneath the rubble, and for Nzitsong and his companions to retrieve them would require considerable effort. They decided against joining the fray, opting instead to give them some space to find their way. After exchanging greetings with Nzitsong and learning of their intention to return, Nzitsong insisted on giving them a few fish. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Wei Chu and Lin Buan exchanged glances and advised them on how to preserve the fish and shrimp for a longer duration. Nzitsong was overjoyed and hastily noted everything down. After recounting it to confirm there were no issues, he expressed his gratitude and personally escorted them out. This display of enthusiasm left Lin Buan feeling somewhat uneasy, as if they had unwittingly gained an enormous advantage over her. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Buan finally stored the water in her space. With ample time still on their hands, the two decided to venture to the gymnasium to assess the situation. However, upon nearing the venue, they were surprised to find the military preparing for a withdrawal. Pondering the situation, they sought an opportunity to blend in with the crowd, hoping to glean information about the abrupt evacuation. Chapter 62. The air raid shelter. What a tragedy. So many lives lost. The elderly could be excused, but the children were so young. The world is harsh, and merely surviving is a torment. It might be better to end it all. It is worth mentioning that were it not for these children, we might not have a chance for survival at all. If we remained in the gymnasium, we would surely perish from the heat. As they squeezed into the throng, Lin Buan overheard fragments of hushed conversations. Listening silently, she began to piece together what had transpired. Many had perished, predominantly the elderly and children, which had placed immense pressure on the military. Out of necessity, they hurriedly relocated the populace to a larger area. However, the specific destination remained unclear from the murmurs around her. "Keep your voices down and move quickly," barked some soldiers maintaining order, prompting Lin Buan and Wei Chu to lower their heads. The darkness, coupled with the crowd, allowed them to go unnoticed as they re-entered. After following the crowd for a while, Lin Buan recognized the direction they were heading. "Is this the way to the water plant?" she quietly inquired of Wei Chu. "It is in the same direction, but I cannot confirm if the destination is indeed the water plant," Wei Chu replied with a nod. Indeed, it remained uncertain whether the facilities at the water plant could withstand the tremors they had experienced. Should they endure, it might serve as an excellent refuge. Contemplating this, Lin Buan's thoughts shifted. Even if their destination was not the water plant, she and Wei Chu could still make their way there to investigate, perhaps even procure additional water. After all, those plastic barrels and bottles were not as fragile as one might think, and remnants might still linger amid the rubble. After sharing her thoughts with Wei Chu, she received his endorsement. Feeling considerably reassured, Lin Buan blended in among the crowd, making her way toward the water plant. After a lengthy journey, they reached their destination. To Lin Buan's surprise, the military had not directed them to the water plant, but rather to an air raid shelter located not far from it. She had never heard of this shelter before. It was impressive that the military had managed to locate it. Observing the underground entrance where people were lining up to register, she turned to Wei Chu and whispered, "Should we go in?" Wei Chu gazed intently at the entrance before shaking his head in response to Lin Buan. "It is unnecessary. The military's presence here indicates that conditions within are at least preferable to those in the gymnasium. We could survive on the mountain without entering the fray." He glanced once more at the heavily guarded entrance, realizing that stepping inside would be akin to walking into a trap, while entry may be effortless. Escape would be fraught with difficulty. Lin Buan fell silent upon hearing his words, dismissing her inclination to venture inside. After deciding against it, the two feigned being pushed out of the crowd, intending to slip away discreetly from the side. Just as they successfully extricated themselves from the throng, Lin Buan felt a sudden grip on her arm. Startled, she turned to find Yu before her. Her racing heart did not calm upon seeing her. Rather, a wave of irritation surged within her. The moment Yu uttered Xiao Wan, Lin Buan sensed something was amiss. Yu had never spoken to her in such a soft, hushed tone. Under the dim light, Lin Buan leaned in to scrutinize her, noticing her flushed face and shockingly pale lips. As she trembled lightly, beads of perspiration cascaded down her forehead, and the odor emanating from her was overwhelming, causing Lin Buan to squint. Was she suffering from heat exhaustion? Just as Lin Buan pondered this, she heard Yu Yu implore, "Help me." No sooner had the words left her lips than darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, and soon chaos erupted within the crowd. Their disturbance caught the eyes of the military personnel, who approached upon confirming an incident had occurred. Lin Buan scanned the approaching soldiers, furrowing her brows in disbelief when she did not see Chen Yuebin among them. This was highly unusual. Yu Yu regarded Chen Yuebin as her most cherished possession. Could she have lost him? Perhaps he had abandoned her? With no time to dwell on those thoughts, Wei Chu reached her side, whispering, "Should we take her with us? They are coming. We must hurry." Take Yu Yu with them? Did they think their lives were too comfortable? Lin Buan dismissed the idea without a second thought. However, Yu Yu clung to her hand like a lifeline. Even in her unconscious state, her grip unyielding. "Get her off me. Help me pry her fingers loose." Lin Buan muttered under her breath, urging Wei Chu to assist. A woman's strength could not surpass that of two men, especially when combined. As the military personnel arrived, Yu Yu's hand was finally pried away. Lin Buan did not cast a single glance at Yu Yu, instead turning and fleeing the scene with Wei Chu. Thanks to the crowd, the soldiers lost sight of them as they blended into the throng. "Damn it! What terrible luck to encounter that cursed woman!" Lin Buan exclaimed breathlessly once they had distanced themselves, still panting from the exertion. Wei Chu gazed at her, caught in a moment of unutterable complexity. After all, she was his mother. Was it truly right to speak so? Unaware of his turmoil, Lin Buan had no inkling of his thoughts. Had she known, she might have rolled her eyes at him. Was he bold enough to act yet too timid to allow her to voice her opinions? Yu Yu was inherently eccentric, and with such a mother, she felt herself cursed for 8 generations. After regaining her breath, Lin Buan suggested a detour to the water plant. They took a lengthy route to reach the facility, which, as they had anticipated, was largely in ruins. As they wandered through the wreckage, Lin Buan indeed spotted a few hidden treasures amidst the debris, managing to salvage several bottles of intact mineral water. Surely, they hadn't overlooked the plan entirely. Otherwise, how could there be any remaining supplies for them? She mumbled to herself while gathering the water, noticing the absence of Wei Chu's response. She looked up to find him standing silently at a distance, gazing intently at one of the factory buildings that had yet to collapse. "What's wrong?" she inquired, stuffing the water into her bag before straightening up and directing her gaze towards the structure, yet seeing nothing unusual. "I just saw some light over there," Wei Chu replied, his expression grave. A chill ran down Lin Buan's spine as she focused on the building for a considerable time, seeing nothing amiss. Doubt crept into her voice as she asked, "Are you sure you're not seeing things?" Wei Chu hesitated momentarily before shaking his head, asserting, "I shouldn't be mistaken." It was quite evident, even if it flickered briefly. It was not the beam of a flashlight. The intensity was at least twice that. He was certain he had not misjudged. "Should we go over and investigate?" Lin Buan proposed, sensing his reluctance to disregard the possibility, rather than letting him stew in indecision. She offered him a way out. Wei Chu remained hesitant, caught in a dilemma about whether to proceed. Just as he grappled with his thoughts, the occupants of the opposite factory were not inclined to grant them further contemplation. Suddenly, a throng of people erupted from the building, encircling Lin Buan and her companion. Before they could utter a word, a blinding light illuminated their faces, causing Lin Buan to instinctively close her eyes. One hand shielded her face while the other swiftly reached for the baseball bat concealed in her backpack. Using the bag as a shield, she retrieved the weapon. The sound of hurried footsteps drew nearer, and Wei Chu shouted, "Lin Buan, be careful." Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the bat wildly, unleashing her full force. The bat struck a person with a dull thud, followed by a cry of pain. A surge of satisfaction coursed through her, but it was soon overshadowed by a furious voice that rang out, "Lin Buan, you wretched girl. How dare you strike? Are you courting death?" That voice was unmistakable. It belonged to Chen Yuebin, that little rascal. "Chen Yuebin, you bastard. Did you bring your lackeys to ambush me?" Lin Buan retorted, her strikes growing more forceful. Amidst the chaos, cries of pain echoed around her. Not only was her baseball bat effective, but Wei Chu's agility was also not something easily matched by their assailants. As the confrontation reached its climax, those individuals, realizing they would gain nothing, retreated with mutterings of frustration. Lin Buan paused, finally discerning the true nature of the situation. Surrounding them was a group of ruffians with yellow hair, likely aware of her acquaintance with Chen Yuebin, who had spoken to her earlier. The group of beaten individuals, grimacing in pain, began to withdraw, thereby highlighting Chun Yuebin's solitary presence. Upon scanning the scene, Lin Buan met the haughty gaze of Chun Yuebin. Your mother just fainted. Yet instead of attending to her, you choose to mingle with this rabble? Chun Yuebin's countenance froze momentarily, quickly replaced by a mask of impatience. That wretched woman. What good is she other than being a hindrance? If she were to die, it would be a blessing. She is nothing but a burden, a waste of resources. Lin Buan felt a heaviness in her heart upon hearing this. Despite her prior suspicions, confronting the truth of the matter left her emotions in turmoil. It appeared that Chun Yuebin had indeed cast aside Yu Yu, and how ironic it was that after all her efforts to protect this son, he ended up treating her in such a despicable manner. A part of her wanted to laugh, while another part yearned to inquire of Yu Yu what it felt like to be abandoned by the son she cherished most, and whether there lingered a moment of regret. However, knowing Yu Yu as she did, she imagined that the latter would concoct various excuses to absolve Chun Yuebin, just as she had in the past when he engaged in petty crimes with this band of ruffians. She had merely remarked that he was still young, not inherently bad, and had been misled by those around him. How utterly infuriating. Did he truly believe that he was coerced into such misdeeds? If he had resisted, could anyone have forced him? Moreover, at 17 or 18, he was hardly a child. When trouble arose, he would still face the consequences, enduring the harsh realities of confinement. You truly are a devoted son, Lin Buan mocked him. You don't know anything. Chun Yuebin retorted, his face reddening at her sarcasm. I can barely provide for myself with the meager food I earn. How dare she complain and expect me to work? Who does she think she is? She is your mother, Lin Buan replied coolly, effectively silencing him. Unsure whether she was insulting him or merely stating a fact, he could not deny the truth that Yu Yu was indeed his mother, no matter how displeased he felt. Don't involve her. All she does is whine about having to sell herself. Does she believe she's some virtuous maiden? A middle-aged woman like her should consider herself fortunate that our brother, who even notices her. It's ridiculous that she dares to create a fuss. Deserving of her current half-alive state. Lin Buan opened her mouth, doubting her ears. Was this truly the language of a human? How could Chun Yuebin, a creature so devoid of humanity, utter such callous words? To suggest that his own mother should sell herself. Had his mind truly been scorched by the sun? You certainly do honor your father, she thought, wishing to give him a thumbs up for so eagerly placing a green hat upon his father's head, an unprecedented feat indeed. Chun Yuebin had yet to descend into the depths of madness. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. However, being young and valuing his pride above all, he dared to hold his head high among the crowd. This absurdity amused Lin Buan, who mused that raising such a filial son was less admirable than nurturing a piece of char siu. Yet, this was of no concern to her. With Yu Yu fainting before her, she had no intention of intervening with Chun Yuebin. Why would she bother with such a troublesome brat when she could be dealing with more pressing matters? Enough chatter, Lin Buan. You have stepped onto our territory today, and you must adhere to the rules set forth by our Tiger Lord. Chun Yuebin pointed at her, his arrogance palpable. Lin Buan regarded him coolly, lifting her chin defiantly, inviting him to speak his mind. He first gestured towards Wei Chu, asserting that if he wished to leave, he must exchange supplies for his freedom, otherwise, he would remain as a beast of burden. Then, his gaze shifted back to Lin Buan, appraising her with a few clicks of his tongue. You possess a degree of beauty. It would be fitting for you to keep company with the Tiger Lord. If you can amuse him, you will enjoy the finest provisions, thus benefiting from my favor. Chun Yuebin, lost in his thoughts, wore a smug expression. Meanwhile, Lin Buan's demeanor darkened as she tightened her grip on the baseball bat. In a swift motion, she advanced, and before he could react, she swung the bat with ferocity, delivering a punishing blow. Do not mistake your foolishness for everyone else's ignorance. I am not your long-suffering mother, and you clearly seek a beating. Today, you shall learn that you, too, are worthless. The bat struck with formidable might, and Chun Yuebin's cries shattered the surrounding silence. His entourage, eager to intervene, hesitated at a mere glance from Wei Chu, retreating in fear. None wished to endure the previous torment, scattering like birds at the first sign of danger, leaving Chun Yuebin to endure the beating alone. After all, it was a family matter, and as outsiders, they felt it prudent not to interfere. However, some close to Chun Yuebin returned to inform their so-called Tiger Lord. Just as Lin Buan was about to render Chun Yuebin nearly unrecognizable, a throng of reinforcements, more than double the previous number, surged forth from the nearby factory. Stop this at once. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking a death wish? Chapter 64. Bargaining. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Buan ceased her assault on Chun Yuebin and looked up to see a man in his 40s, roughly her height, but twice as robust, glaring at her with an expression of fury. No wonder Yu was so misguided. It was apparent that this man was far less appealing than Chun Yuebin's father, which made Yu's interest seem unfathomable. With a swift kick, she sent Chun Yuebin sprawling, then rolled up her sleeves and faced the newcomer. Are you the infamous Tiger Lord? I am, Huang Hu replied, scrutinizing Lin Buan with a keen eye. The weather was sweltering, and Lin Buan wore nothing but a black cotton tank top and short denim shorts, her slender and youthful figure on full display, coupled with her face, reminiscent of a young Yu. She instantly caught Huang Hu's attention. Little sister, is there no way to converse civilly without resorting to physicality? What if my subordinates, lacking in discernment, inadvertently harmed you? Huang Hu stroked his chin, revealing a grin that was utterly repugnant. Wei Chu furrowed his brow, casting a frigid glare at Huang Hu, contemplating how to wipe that disgusting smile off his face. Huang Hu was clearly a glutton, and Lin Buan had no desire to engage in idle chatter with him. I cannot speak to the perceptiveness of your subordinates, but you, with your beady eyes, ought to be wary. I would not mind helping you clear your mind. Lin Buan scoffed, swinging her baseball bat forcefully against the partially crumbled wall nearby. The flying dust and debris splattered across Huang Hu's face, extinguishing the mirth in his expression, which turned dark as he fixed a cold stare upon Lin Buan. Little sister, I advise you not to disrespect the offering of a drink and instead provoke the consequences. Huang Hu warned ominously. Noting the shift in his tone, his minions behind him drew an array of tools from seemingly nowhere, steel pipes, machetes, and axes, brandishing them menacingly at Lin Buan and her companions. Is this all you've got? Lin Buan surveyed the scene, a derisive smile gracing her lips. She had expected more from them. They were merely a ragtag bunch, leveraging their numbers to intimidate the fewer. Had she not encountered them prior to her heist at the police station, she might have hesitated, but with access to firearms in her possession, she felt no trepidation towards such a disorganized group. Huang Hu was taken aback by the audacity of someone even bolder than himself. He scrutinized Lin Buan and then glanced at Wei Chu, uncertain of their origins. While he was unperturbed by Lin Buan, merely perceiving her as a spirited girl unafraid of danger, it was Wei Chu's silence that instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Having navigated the underworld for years, he had honed an acute ability to judge character. Despite Wei Chu's silence and inaction, he could discern that his capabilities were extraordinary. Should a confrontation ensue, his brutish minions might not stand a chance against Wei Chu. I hear this young man is your brother? Since you are family, is it not only natural for an elder sister to discipline her younger sibling? Huang Hu's thoughts swirled, and his demeanor softened as he extended an olive branch. Lin Buan regarded his sudden change in attitude with suspicion, uncertain whether he harbored ulterior motives behind his newfound cordiality. She remained silent, observing Huang Hu, eager to see what else he might concoct. The atmosphere grew tense, and the smile on Huang Hu's face gradually stiffened, his frustration simmering within as he silently resented Lin Buan and her companion for refusing to yield, leaving him without an exit. This territory belongs to me, Huang Hu. How can you come here to cause trouble and expect to have any justification? Despite my attempts to treat you with some decency, you remain ungrateful and obstinate. It seems you have come here with the intention of disrupting our operations, haven't you? Huang Hu, no longer pretending, spoke candidly. Lin Buan raised an eyebrow, questioning when this water plant had transformed into your domain. Is there even any water left within the factory? She gestured toward the area from which Huang Hu and his companions had emerged, her inquiry stripping Huang Hu of his patience. Are you here for the water? Huang Hu's expression darkened. He possessed a modicum of cleverness and insight. After the earthquake, with the heat intensifying, he recognized the paramount importance of water. Whoever controls this resource wields significant influence. Thus, he gathered a group of followers and, instead of aligning with the military, scoured several locations he believed would yield water, ultimately arriving at the plant. Fortunately, upon their arrival, only half of the facility had collapsed, leaving the other half relatively intact with a considerable supply of water. After seizing control, he enjoyed a brief period of comfort until the temperature rose once more. The arrival of a few deranged individuals claiming the plant as their own, followed by Lin Buan and her formidable companion, made life increasingly challenging. Or did you think I came here for this so-called filial son? Lin Buan rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm, even giving a playful kick to the timid Chen Yuebin lying on the ground. Huang Hu shot a shadowy glance at Chen Yuebin, attributing all of this to him. If you wish to acquire water, you must offer other supplies in exchange. Lin Buan and Wei Chu exchanged glances. This was not an unacceptable proposition. Bartering would soon become the norm, and as long as it did not become excessive, they were open to amicably negotiating this deal with Huang Hu. How much supply is required for 1 ton of water? Wei Chu asked in a low voice. Huang Hu regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before replying. 1 ton of water in exchange for 10 pounds of staple food, such as rice or flour. Other supplies can be negotiated based on circumstances. 10 pounds of rice. He truly dares to ask for that. However, given the current situation, it was not exorbitant. Yet they still needed to negotiate with Huang Hu. Firstly, they did not want him to perceive them as capable of easily parting with such substantial supplies, and secondly, Huang Hu's earlier demeanor had irked Lin Buan. Additionally, Chen Yuebin, that little brat, following him as a lackey further fueled Lin Buan's desire to ensure Huang Hu did not take advantage of them. 5 pounds of rice for 1 ton of water. Or we can simply take it by force. It's your choice. Lin Buan bypassed unnecessary conversation, having his terms and issuing a threat. Are you sending me off like a beggar? Before Huang Hu could respond, one of his subordinates erupted in outrage. Indeed, you think you can just take it by force? With so many of us, we don't believe we cannot defeat just the 2 of you. Observing their fervor, Lin Buan let out a cold laugh. And under the cover of her backpack, she retrieved a gun from her space, firing a shot into the air. With a resounding gunshot, the atmosphere fell silent, immobilizing everyone present. Only after realizing what Lin Buan held in her hand did they faintly comprehend the source of her audacious confidence. Chapter 65. Huang Hu's change of heart. Huang Hu, both astonished and fearful, found his tongue tied, utterly at a loss for words. Lin Buan's gaze remained indifferent as she slowly aimed her firearm at him, stating, 1 ton of water or 5 jin of rice. Choose wisely. The same ultimatum was presented to Huang Hu once more, and this time, he certainly would not hesitate. 5 jin of rice. 5 jin of rice. Huang Hu raised his hands in a flurry. This was a real gun, and he feared that a moment's delay in his decision could cost him his life. Yet, in the face of such a life-or-death moment, he still sought to negotiate some benefit for himself. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. And 5 jin of rice was no trifling matter. If Lin Buan and her companions were to request a few more tons of water, the rice they obtained could sustain them for several days. Pleased with his compliance, Lin Buan allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she temporarily lowered her weapon. Following Wei Chu, they entered the factory area, which appeared somewhat different from the workshop where they had previously collected water. Numerous colossal water towers stood within, undoubtedly filled to the brim. Lin Buan's eyes reddened at the sight, pondering how they had overlooked this workshop before. Reflecting on past events, they had not reached this area in time, having been preoccupied with Qin Wei and the others, and her space had been unable to accommodate any more, which had led to their missed opportunity. However, upon witnessing the multitude of giant water towers, Lin Buan altered her intentions. She called out to Huang Hu, requesting to take one of the massive water towers. Huang Hu turned pale at her words. Originally, he had thought Lin Buan and her group would only take a few tons of water. Never did he anticipate such an audacious demand. It's not that I am unwilling, Huang Hu stammered, but we have no idea how to dismantle this, and we lack the tools. As he spoke, he quickly conjured an excuse. This was indeed a valid point. Those colossal towers were connected to a network of pipes, and dismantling them was no simple task. However, this challenge did not daunt Wei Chu. After examining the situation, he nodded in affirmation toward Lin Buan. Seeing the smile on Lin Buan's face, Huang Hu felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing his excuse would not suffice. Sure enough, Lin Buan spoke next. You need only answer whether you agree or not. The dismantling and transport are not your concern. Huang Hu wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Would he say no? Naturally, he longed to refuse. Who could bear to part with such a valuable resource? The current scarcity of water was well known, and if the temperatures continued to soar, the value of water would only escalate. The water from just one of those giant towers could sustain their group of dozens for several months, perhaps even half a year. As Lin Buan boldly claimed one, how could he not feel a pang of regret? Yet, the presence of her gun made Huang Hu hesitate. What is it to be? No exchange? Seeing him remain silent for an extended period, Lin Buan began to exert pressure on him. She understood that he was undoubtedly reluctant. Yet Lin Buan had already demonstrated considerable restraint, asking only for a single exchange involving resources. Had she been more ruthless and overtly seized the water tower? What could they have done to stop her? Huang, who returned to his senses and hurriedly replied, casting several furtive glances at Lin Buan, his expression marked by hesitation. Speak quickly if you have something to say, Lin Buan said, her impatience evident. You desire the water from this tower, while I have no interest in resources. Can we not trade with weapons instead? Huang, who contemplated the long term. As long as he guarded the water, resources would not elude him. However, the question of how to safeguard the water loomed large. Encountering Lin Buan today was akin to a wake-up call, swiftly illuminating his shortcomings. He had already lost the water from one tower due to her. What if others, armed with real weapons, appeared? Would he be left in the same humiliating position, forced to accept whatever others dictated? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he decided to forego the resources and instead barter the water from this tower for weapons with Lin Buan. Lin Buan smiled wryly. Do you think I am a person of great patience, willing to entertain your conditions? As she spoke, her eyes swept across the water tower in the factory, a malicious smile gracing her lips. Should you irritate me, I could simply destroy these water towers. If I cannot obtain them, neither shall you. Huang, who was taken aback by her audacity, a flicker of regret crossing his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and gritted his teeth, engaging in negotiations with Lin Buan. I am well aware of your capabilities. Previously, I, Huang Hu, failed to recognize your stature and inadvertently offended you. However, you see, my subordinates are merely numerous and lack true strength. If someone else were to come and seize it, wouldn't it create complications for you when you next require water? Being addressed with such respect by a man at least a generation her senior left Lin Buan feeling uneasy, goosebumps rising on her skin. She had no intention of trading weapons with Huang Hu, yet a sudden thought sparked hesitation within her. Huang Hu, adept at reading expressions, noticed the shift in Lin Buan's demeanor and seized the opportunity to persuade her further. Consider this, one weapon for one water tower, a fair exchange. Moreover, we could establish a long-term collaboration. As I guard this water plant, whenever you require water, simply bring any resources to trade. It is a win-win situation. He glanced at Lin Buan again, steeling himself. Or perhaps you could take the water directly, without needing to trade resources. Let it be a gesture of goodwill from me. Huang Hu to you. Lin Buan regarded him with a sardonic smile, not believing a single word he uttered. Such a transaction could only occur once. To truly trust Huang Hu's words in return for more would be akin to walking into a tiger's den, a foolish endeavor. Let us discuss this further, she replied, refraining from outright rejection and granting him a glimmer of hope. As Huang Hu heard this, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly retreated a considerable distance to allow Lin Buan and Wei Chu to confer. Are you truly planning to exchange weapons with him? Wei Chu inquired, frowning at Lin Buan. Instead of addressing his question, Lin Buan gazed at the distant water tower and posed another query. How long will it take to dismantle that water tower? Wei Chu, somewhat perplexed, glanced back at the structure and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, approximately 10 minutes. That's far too long. Lin Buan shook her head. In 10 minutes, if they have not departed, we will be cornered. Let them assist me. Perhaps it will expedite the process. Although Wei Chu was uncertain of her intentions, he was willing to cooperate. He gestured towards Huang Hu's subordinates, stating, very well. Let us agree to Huang Hu's terms and dismantle the water tower promptly. Lin Buan decisively affirmed. Chapter 66. A trick played on Huang Hu. The negotiation with Huang Hu was remarkably successful. Upon hearing that she was willing to trade weapons for the water tower, Huang Hu was not only amenable to having his men help dismantle it, but was also open to assisting in its transport. Indeed, Lin Buan had devised this plan. The idea of moving the colossal water tower in broad daylight was no trivial task. Without revealing her strategic intentions, she was initially at a loss for how to extract the structure from the water plant. However, with Huang Hu's support, her apprehensions diminished. Before proceeding, Lin Buan selected a water tower that was nearly full. Huang Hu dared not object. Out of sight, out of mind. He instructed his subordinates to assist Wei Chu in dismantling the tower, and then turned his back, taking a moment to savor a cigarette. What thoughts occupied his mind at that moment remained a mystery to all. Lin Buan paid little heed to his internal deliberations. Instead, she observed as Wei Chu directed the workers in dismantling the water tower, her gaze flitting between them and her watch. After more than 6 minutes, the water tower was finally disassembled. Lin Buan requested Huang Hu's help in transporting the tower to a designated location. Wei Chu remained behind as collateral while Lin Buan went to retrieve the gun. Upon hearing this, Huang Hu hesitated, wary that Lin Buan might be deceiving him, and concerned that Wei Chu might not suffice as assurance. If the situation turned awry, he would be at a considerable loss, having sacrificed so much water. If you do not trust me, then I cannot trust you either. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss, Lin Buan remarked with a slight smile. Her indifference evident. Huang Hu was taken aback, fearing that Lin Buan might act impulsively, and his demeanor shifted immediately. How could I not trust you? Let us proceed as you suggest. He reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Buan's proposal. Rest assured, I will return to reclaim my people. With that, she departed with the individuals tasked with moving the water tower. As she watched them transport the tower 2 kilometers away, Lin Buan instructed them to pause momentarily. From her backpack, she produced a gun and 30 rounds of ammunition, laying them before them. Take a good look. The gun and ammunition are in order. One of you must return to Huang Hu with these and ensure my people are released. In discussing the matter of redemption, Lin Buan found herself unable to retrace her steps. Setting aside the notion of allowing these individuals to depart, she contemplated how to secure the water tower within her spatial confines. Her intentions were noble, yet the apprehensions of others loomed large. Regardless of whether they would ultimately withdraw, it was certain they would keep a vigilant watch on her. Thus, Lin Buan pondered how to consummate this transaction safely. The men of Huang Hu exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, one stepped forward. He was evidently a trusted associate of Huang Hu, and as he emerged, the subtle unrest within the crowd gradually subsided. Lin Buan had no inclination to probe further. She tossed the unloaded gun to him, instructing that it be returned to Huang Hu, asserting that they should first release her captives. Upon her meeting with them, the remaining individuals could then reclaim the 30 bullets. This was the most prudent course of action, an unloaded weapon, which would not only assuage Huang Hu's concerns, but also pose no substantial threat to Wei Chu. The man hastily accepted the gun, cradling it with utmost care in his hands. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Buan before dashing towards the water plant. Within a mere 10 minutes, Wei Chu appeared within her line of sight, confirming he was alone. Lin Buan then distributed the bullets to the individuals who remained to observe her. Noticing the absence of any followers accompanying Wei Chu, they comprehended Huang Hu's intentions and departed silently with the ammunition. Lin Buan handed the gun to Wei Chu, instructing him to monitor the departing figures. It was only when their silhouettes faded from view that she successfully concealed the massive water tower within her spatial realm. By the time Wei Chu returned, Lin Buan had grown bored, gazing at the luminous moon above and contemplating the promise of a clear day ahead. Have they all departed? Hearing footsteps, Lin Buan withdrew her gaze to focus on him. Yes, we should hasten our return. It is getting late. Although Wei Chu was puzzled by her decision to give the gun to Huang Hu, he refrained from questioning her further, deeming it an inconvenient moment for inquiries. Yet, Lin Buan felt compelled to explain. As they traversed the path back to the mountain, she divulged her rationale to Wei Chu. All the firearms were procured from the police station, and they are largely indistinguishable. The gun I provided to Huang Hu was previously used by Qin Wei and her associates. Earlier at the water plant, I discharged a round to intimidate Huang Hu. The air raid shelter is not far from the water plant. They certainly heard that gunshot. By the time they reach the plant, the concerns regarding the firearm and the water will preoccupy their thoughts, allowing us a brief reprieve. Wei Chu was taken aback by her strategy, momentarily stunned by Lin Buan's ingenuity. She had not only secured the water, but had also outmaneuvered Huang Hu. Once he regained his composure, he sought Lin Buan, though he realized that finding her was not guaranteed. At that moment, he would be akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to articulate his frustrations. Noticing his gaze, Lin Buan smiled. Does he think he can negotiate with me? That water plant does not belong to Huang Hu merely by virtue of his claim. As a mere petty thug, what strength does he truly possess? When she had bargained for 5 pounds of rice, she had not contemplated the broader implications. At worst, she would incur a slight loss of supplies, yet overall, she emerged with a gain. However, Huang Hu harbored grand ambitions, daring to propose such a condition. since he was eager to stir up trouble. Lin Buan felt compelled to oblige him. This water plant was beyond Huang Hu's protection. Had he possessed a modicum of wisdom, he would have leveraged this situation to negotiate with the military. Yet, with a gun in hand, the military personnel would hardly place their trust in him. The outcome hinged on his cleverness and the choices he made. Shortly after Lin Buan and her companions departed, personnel from the air raid shelter became available and began to investigate the water plant. At that moment, Huang Hu remained blissfully unaware that he was being watched, reveling in the dream of his newfound firearm acquired from Lin Buan. Before returning to the mountain, Lin Buan and her group encountered Nzitsong and his 3 companions who were rummaging through the ruins. Upon their unexpected meeting, Nzitsong greeted them warmly. "Brother Wei, are you out searching for supplies?" he inquired, glancing around and noticing they were empty-handed, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Fearing he had inadvertently touched a sore spot, he pondered how to smooth things over when Lin Buan interjected. "No, we just returned to drop off some water and, feeling a bit idle, ventured out again." Hearing this, Nzitsong sighed in relief, his face brightening with a cheerful smile. "Do you need containers for water? We've unearthed plenty of buckets and basins that can be used." He gestured towards their feet, where common household items lay, water buckets and basins among them. They were fortunate indeed, having found items that were neither smashed nor deformed, merely dust-laden and in need of a wash. Chapter 67. Survival at all costs. "We don't need any. We have plenty ourselves. You should keep them for your use," Wei Chu replied, shaking his head, uninterested in competing with these youngsters. "We plan to stay up tonight to gather more useful supplies. Otherwise, we might struggle to find anything later." And Nzitsong beamed with a silly grin. Lin Buan was somewhat touched by their apparent resilience in the face of catastrophe. When searching for supplies, ensure you take precautions to avoid injury. If possible, try to find some disinfectant to properly sanitize the pond where the corpses were found. Having offered this advice, she felt she had done her duty. Whether they acted on it was now up to them. Wei Chu, sensing her concern, cast a glance in her direction but remained silent. Meanwhile, Nzitsong, having absorbed her words, nodded his sincere gratitude. As they exchanged a few more pleasantries, just as Lin Buan and her group were preparing to leave, she suddenly recalled something and turned back. There's an air raid shelter near the water plant. The people from the gym have relocated there. We've checked it out, and it's far superior to the gym. If the weather continues to worsen and you find it unbearable at the breeding farm, it would be wise to move there sooner rather than later. With that, she turned and walked away before they could respond. Once they had distanced themselves, Nzitsong and his companions regained their focus. "An air raid shelter?" he questioned, glancing at Fu Xingwen and the Li siblings, his eyes filled with curiosity. The Li siblings exchanged looks, and Li Fanzhuang hesitated before speaking. "I doubt the air raid shelter is much better. Even if the location has changed, the individuals remain the same. In such a case, what difference does it make compared to staying in the gym? Perhaps the change of environment might bring a modicum of comfort. But wouldn't residing in a farm be even more pleasant? There, one wouldn't have to share their living space with too many others, nor be on guard against others coveting their resources, living in fear of losing their home in a moment of carelessness, leaving them in a state of despair. Although it is indeed hot in the farm, the air raid shelter is hardly any cooler. I do not concur with the idea of relocating." Fu Xingwen expressed a sentiment akin to Li Fanzhuang's. As for Li Yufei, he needn't speak. Wherever Li Fanzhuang goes, he follows. "Very well. Let us diligently scavenge and construct that small dwelling. Every day we can endure is a blessing." This sentiment sounded rather optimistic. Observing the smile on Nzitsong's face, one could tell he was genuinely optimistic. When Lin Buan and Wei Chu returned to the mountain, dawn was approaching. Before they could reach the cave entrance, Dao Dao rushed out from within. Following closely behind were Hua Xiao and Yu Su, who, upon realizing their return, slowly awakened from their drowsiness. "Did you two sleep so soundly? What if someone had come while you were unaware? Can you not have a sense of urgency?" Lin Buan was utterly speechless. These two were rather carefree. Their deep slumber could not be attributed to mere fatigue. "I was just a bit tired." Yu Su sheepishly scratched his head. It is said that one cannot sleep peacefully in the same bed with two types of people. Hua Xiao's carelessness was one thing, but Yu Su's was equally concerning. At least they had left Dao Dao behind, who could alert them if someone approached. It had been quite a while since they had ventured out. Once Hua Xiao woke up and noticed the light breaking on the horizon, she realized they had been gone nearly all night. Lin Buan glanced at her watch. It was just past 5 o'clock, and dawn was near. It seemed today's temperature would not differ significantly from yesterday's. The sun is about to rise. Let us prepare breakfast, or else we will be busy in the cave again once it is out. Realizing their time for outdoor activities was limited, Lin Buan quickly urged Hua Xiao and the others to get moving. There was no time to inquire about Lin Buan and Yu Su's experiences outside. After Hua Xiao swiftly addressed her personal matters, she began preparing breakfast. By the time she finished, the sun had already risen, and they had no choice but to return to the cave to escape the lethal ultraviolet rays. Will we descend again tonight? Hua Xiao asked Lin Buan during their meal. No, we cannot. Our current supplies can sustain us for at least 6 months, and there is little to be found down the mountain. Lin Buan shook her head, refusing any further nighttime excursions. Were it not for the necessity of survival, she truly would not wish to engage in such a slow form of self-destruction. Do not assume that sleeping sufficiently during the day will render one untroubled at night. When the time comes, fatigue will still set in. Enduring fatigue at the base of the mountain is one thing, but having to remain vigilant adds a level of torment far greater than the simple struggle of staying awake. In recent days, her exhaustion had reached a point where she felt utterly drained. If this continued, she would prefer to succumb to fate rather than confront any natural calamity. Upon learning of her need for rest, Hua Xiao refrained from further inquiries. After dinner, Lin Buan and Wei Chu retired for the night, while Hua Xiao and Wei Chu organized supplies in the makeshift area separated by wooden boards. After Lin Buan and the others departed the previous evening, she and Yu Su had nothing to occupy them, so they divided the cave into 2 halves. The inner space served as a resting area, essentially a bedroom, while the outer section was designated for meals and work. By creating these 2 distinct spaces, they could minimize disturbances during rest periods. Originally, the sun-dried fish was expected to take 2 days to cure, but after Hua Xiao and Yu Su moved the fish outside, it became perfectly crisp overnight. They took it down together, stacking the pieces neatly in transparent storage boxes for later use when Lin Buan awoke. The same process was applied to the shrimp and crabs. Some were set aside for today's meals, while the remainder was stored for future consumption. Once the organization was complete, Hua Xiao began preparing dinner. They were currently maintaining a regimen of 2 substantial meals a day. Porridge was prepared in the morning, and during the sweltering midday, their appetite waned, leading them to simply eat a few bites of porridge to stave off hunger. Despite the heat within the cave, the porridge remained relatively refreshing, though it did not fully satisfy their hunger. For dinner, Hua Xiao cooked sweet and sour dried fish, spicy stir-fried crab meat, and a dish of mushrooms and shrimp. The enticing aroma wafted through the cave, rousing Lin Buan from her slumber. Groggily, she sat up, still disoriented about the time of day, until the clattering of the spatula against the iron pan gradually brought her back to consciousness. Yawning, she navigated around the wooden partition and spotted Hua Xiao just a short distance from the cave entrance, fervently stirring the dishes, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. How delightful it smells! Lin Buan approached, glancing over the preparations and nodding in satisfaction at the evening's offerings. Why not sleep a little longer? Did I disturb you? Hua Xiao looked up at her. No, I've had enough rest. Lin Buan waved her hand dismissively and fetched some water from the nearby barrel, rinsing her mouth at the cave entrance. Just as Hua Xiao was about to speak, Wei Chu emerged from behind, and with everyone present, they could finally commence their meal. Chapter 68. Wildfire. While Lin Buan and her companions sheltered in the mountains, they sought ways to occupy their time. Aside from leaving larger trees around for shade, Wei Chu and Yu Su had felled all other trees. The scorching heat and prolonged sunlight posed a high risk of natural wildfires, and the thought of a fire encroaching upon their cave was troubling. Thus, for several consecutive nights, they diligently cleared a firebreak, exhausting though it was. They managed to gather a significant amount of timber. Unable to venture outside during the day, the 2 spent their time in the cave devising ways to utilize the wood, ultimately constructing a rudimentary set of tables and chairs for their meals. After nearly clearing the nearby trees, they found themselves with little to do, so they proceeded to construct several cabinets for storage. Wei Chu even ventured down the mountain to gather some materials, erecting a cooking stove near the cave entrance. In the flurry of their activities, they lost track of time as the temperature steadily rose. While Lin Buan was organizing the space, she stumbled upon a few thermometers. Among them was one that measured room temperature. She took it out and placed it inside the cave. After a while, she checked it and found the temperature approaching 40 degrees Celsius. No wonder it felt so unbearably hot every day. She could hardly imagine how much higher it was outside. The sunshade at the cave entrance offered some thermal insulation, yet it proved inadequate, and they were still drenched in sweat, coupled with the stagnant air inside the cave. Wei Chu decided to experiment with creating a wooden fan. As he was engrossed in his research, a sudden acrid smell of smoke wafted through the air. Initially thinking that Hua Xiao was simply cooking at the stove, he was alarmed to hear her shout, "It's on fire!" Startled, he quickly rose to investigate. And Lin Buan had already rushed to Hua Xiao's side. Peering through the gap in the sunshade, they could see thick, billowing smoke rising into the sky. Upon approaching, they noticed that the smoke was seeping through the crevices, prompting Lin Buan and the others to hurriedly seal the gaps in the sunshade. At that moment, they could hardly care about the risk of suffocation. If they were to run outside, it would spell trouble, either suffocation from smoke or being scorched by the sun. In contrast, remaining in the cave might still offer a sliver of hope. Have you cleared enough trees? If a wildfire truly breaks out, it won't reach us, will it? Lin Buan furrowed her brow with concern. Observing the billowing smoke, she feared that the wildfire was substantial. If Wei Chu and the others had not cleared enough trees, or if the buffer zone was insufficient, they could be in grave danger. It should be enough. We put in a great deal of effort. And there are no trees for at least 10 meters around. Yu Su quickly reassured her. His urgency was also meant to comfort Hua Xiao, afraid she might misinterpret his concern as negligence. 10 meters? Lin Buan was taken aback. Were they truly that audacious? Had they managed to cut down trees within a 10-meter radius in just a few days? Noticing her astonishment, Yu Su smirked. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to admit the dire state he was in during those days when Wei Chu dragged him out to chop wood. To say it was exhausting would be an understatement. As soon as night fell, Wei Chu would haul him out to work until dawn before returning. He was so fatigued during those days that he collapsed into bed without a moment to spare for anything else. It was only after they had cleared a satisfactory buffer zone that he was finally liberated. Reflecting on those grueling days, his limbs still trembled slightly, though the intense labor had sculpted a thin layer of muscle on him. "You guys are incredible," Hua Xiao exclaimed, equally astonished by Yu Su's capabilities. In an instant, Yu Su's weary expression transformed into one of pride as he tilted his chin, accepting Hua Xiao's praise. His smug demeanor left her speechless, yet, considering his previous hard work, she refrained from chiding him. The wildfire raged on, seemingly endless, but fortunately, thanks to the substantial amount of trees Wei Chu and Yu Su had felled, the flames did not encroach upon the cave. The mountain, despite its elevated position, was not impervious to the effects of the raging fire. The most apparent consequences were the thick, acrid smoke billowing from the cave and the rising temperature. Nonetheless, these effects remained within their tolerable limits. Observing in the evening, they noted that the fire continued to burn, albeit with diminished intensity. Wei Chu and Yu Su ventured out to assess the situation. The flames had nearly consumed their immediate area, and the wildfire had now spread to the opposite side, with no indication of when it would cease. Once the fire subsided sufficiently, they intended to inspect the remaining trees, salvaging those that were only partially burned, as they could prove useful in the future. Suddenly, Lin Buan recalled something and offered them a reminder. Consequently, they waited for several days, during which the wildfire nearly eradicated all the trees on the mountain. From a distance, the entire mountain appeared shrouded in darkness, stark and barren. Fortunately, when they first ascended, they had hung blackout curtains at the cave's entrance. And after being enveloped by the smoke, a thick layer of black ash coated the exterior, blending seamlessly with the desolate mountain. From the outside, there seemed to be no apparent issues, yet the wildfire had garnered some attention. The military personnel stationed near the air raid shelter promptly reported the fire to their superiors. At that moment, they were engaged in a protracted negotiation with Huang Hu, attempting to exchange minimal supplies for water from the plant. Misunderstandings arose between the two parties concerning the weapons received from Lin Buan, nearly escalating tensions to an adversarial level. Fortunately, Huang Hu, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the misunderstanding and proactively engaged in discussions with the military, thereby resolving the conflict. Knowing he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Buan, Huang Hu was understandably irate. However, even if he had the desire to confront her, he could not locate her amidst the chaos. Thus, he vented his frustrations on Chen Yuebin. Having already endured a beating from Lin Buan, Chen Yuebin had scarcely recuperated when the tide turned against him, becoming Huang Hu's outlet for anger. Witnessing Huang Hu's demeanor, others also refrained from offering him any semblance of kindness. Suddenly, his circumstances had become extraordinarily bleak. The wildfire's emergence drew the military scrutiny. Given the base's proximity at the foot of the mountain, raising concerns about potential damage to their facilities. After deliberation, they decided to dispatch a small team after dark to assess the situation at the base. The restoration plans for the base had been temporarily halted due to the previous unrest in the gymnasium and adverse weather conditions. But this did not signify the military's abandonment of the initiative. Having just settled the populace, they aimed to procure a new batch of supplies before resuming their plans. Though nightfall was delayed, it eventually arrived, and as darkness enveloped the air raid shelter, a team quickly emerged, making their way toward the mountain. Unbeknownst to Lin Buin and her companions, who were diligently collecting partially burned or charred timber around the cave with flashlights in hand, the military was approaching. After the fire swept through, the mountain had become exceedingly difficult to cool down. Hua Xiao wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm, feeling a touch of agitation from the oppressive heat. Although the wildfire has been extinguished, the scorching heat of the day has caused the temperature on the mountain to rise dramatically. Even now, as night falls, the temperature remains stubbornly high. Chapter 69. The military returns. It is unbearably hot. Let us return for now. After all, we are here and cannot run away. There is no issue in gathering again later. Lin Buin expressed concern for her. Yu Su was at a loss for words, turning to the two of them. You indulge her. Is it not always hot? Should we cease our work simply because of the heat? I did not say I wouldn't work. Hua Xiao retorted defiantly. Indeed, my dear aunt, you never said you wouldn't, but Lin Buin is too indulgent, not wanting you to toil. What of it? Lin Buin knows how to pamper me. Why don't you, as my boyfriend, do the same? I do not. The two resumed their playful banter. While Lin Buin stood by, feeling like an outsider, observing the couple's quarrel that was, in essence, a display of affection, rolling her eyes as she walked ahead. After walking for a while, the beam of the flashlight suddenly illuminated a figure in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Buin recognized it was Wei Chu, who stood pensively at the edge of the cliff, seemingly lost in thought. Wei Chu, what are you looking at? Lin Buin greeted as she approached him. As she reached his side, Wei Chu swiftly snatched the flashlight from her and turned it off. Before Lin Buin could protest, he whispered, Shu, look. Following the direction of his finger, she noticed a flickering light below the mountain, capturing her attention. What is that? After observing for some time, without comprehension, she curiously inquired of Wei Chu. It is a person, he succinctly replied. Lin Buin was taken aback. Unable to fathom how anyone could approach the mountain after it had been scorched clean by fire. Could they possibly uncover anything? What are you two looking at? Just then, Hua Xiao's voice broke her reverie. Turning around, she mimicked Wei Chu's earlier action, seizing Hua Xiao's flashlight and switching it off. Hey, what are you doing? Hua Xiao exclaimed. Bewildered. Someone is coming, Lin Buin said before Yu Su swiftly extinguished his flashlight as well. Having spent time together, they had come to understand each other's characters. Upon seeing Wei Chu standing in the darkness, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Upon hearing Lin Buin's warning, his subconscious reaction was one of realization. Wei Chu, ever observant and cautious, must have sensed the presence of others long before, standing vigilantly to ascertain their intentions regarding the mountain. Who are they? Hua Xiao asked, her astonishment lingering as she leaned in for a closer look. In the enveloping darkness, coupled with their elevated position, they could not discern the identities of those below. However, the illumination they carried allowed Wei Chu to track their movements. After lingering for a while, the figures meandered before heading towards a nearby military base. Pausing there for an extended period, Wei Chu began to formulate a hypothesis regarding the newcomers. It must be someone from the military, he remarked, his demeanor relaxing a fraction. As long as they do not ascend the mountain, they are temporarily free from exposure risks. Lin Buin naturally noticed the lights moving toward the military base. Her gaze fixed on them, lost in thought. Will they come up the mountain? Hua Xiao felt a surge of tension upon hearing it was military personnel. Uncertain, Wei Chu shook his head, instructing them to return while he kept watch. If they decide to ascend, we will retreat from another path. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao anxiously urged Lin Buin to gather their belongings. Not so fast, Lin Buin interjected, regaining her composure and gently restraining her. Their base is far more significant than ours. Otherwise, they would not have returned to assess the situation. Wei Chu glanced back at Lin Buin, clearly surprised by her perspective. However, I am genuinely curious about what lies within that base, prompting the military to go to such lengths without giving up. Lin Buan voiced her curiosity. Are you inclined to investigate? Hua Xiao, being her close friend, immediately grasped her underlying intention. Lin Buan met her gaze, but remained silent. Is this not a tacit agreement? Hua Xiao found it utterly baffling. Are you out of your mind? Just look at the vastness of that base below. Do you intend to scour through it? It would take an eternity. At her words, Lin Buan paused, glancing down the mountain, awkwardly scratching her face. Indeed, her aspirations far exceeded reality. If so many military personnel could not comprehend the situation here, how could she or their small group achieve what they could not? Realizing her thoughts were somewhat outlandish, Lin Buan felt embarrassed and refrained from speaking further. Well, it seems we will not accomplish anything today. You all should return and rest. I will keep watch here for a while. If nothing arises, I will head back later, Wei Chu remarked, providing Lin Buan with an escape. Assured that he could manage alone, Lin Buan decided to accompany Hua Xiao and the others back to the cave. Yu Su, walking behind, patted Wei Chu's shoulder as he passed. If they do not leave swiftly, I will come to relieve you later tonight. Wei Chu said nothing, implicitly agreeing to the arrangement. Upon returning to the cave in darkness, Hua Xiao could not calm herself enough to rest. She muttered as she busied herself, gathering everything that could be packed. If they truly needed to flee, Lin Buan could simply gather things, and they would leave without any hassle. Seeing Hua Xiao flit about like a headless chicken, Lin Buan endured for a moment before finally grasping her arm. They will not come up, stop fidgeting, and go lie down to sleep. Watching you whirl around is making me dizzy. How do you know they won't come? What if they do? Hua Xiao stared at her with wide eyes. Before Lin Buan could respond, Yu Su stepped forward, taking hold of Hua Xiao and turning to Lin Buan with a grin. Do not mind her. You know how she worries. I will speak to her for a moment. Upon hearing Yu Su's words, Lin Buan paid no heed and proceeded to freshen up before lying down on the rudimentary bed. With her hands cradling the back of her head, she pondered over what secrets the base beneath the mountain concealed. This infernal curiosity gnawed at her relentlessly, leaving her in a state of disquietude. Just as she managed to lull herself into a semblance of sleep, Hua Xiao entered abruptly, rousing Lin Buan once again. Are you about to sleep? Hua Xiao exclaimed, seemingly astonished that Lin Buan could fall asleep at all. What else should I be doing at this hour? Lin Buan replied, bewildered. What is there to do at night, if not sleep? The guards down the mountain are vigilant. If something were to transpire, one must be alert to escape. What good would it do to simply sit here wide-eyed? Before Hua Xiao could respond, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the very mountain to tremble. Hua Xiao stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but Lin Buan swiftly steadied her, her expression turning grave as she gazed towards the cave's entrance. As they reached the mouth of the cave, they collided with Yu Su, who wasted no time in announcing, there has been an explosion. An explosion? Both women were momentarily taken aback. Where did it occur? Hua Xiao inquired. Yu Su shook his head, drawing back the blackout curtain and guiding them outside. Before they had fully emerged, an orange glow illuminated the area, and upon stepping out, they beheld a sky ablaze in the southeast, accompanied by thick plumes of smoke, far more intense than the previous forest fire. My heavens, what is that? Hua Xiao gasped, her mouth agape. The mere sight of the raging flames was sufficient evidence of the severity of the situation. At that moment, Wei Chu hurried back, his expression urgent. He reported that following the explosion, all personnel at the base had evacuated and were likely returning to assess the situation. That appears to be a chemical plant, Wei Chu stated gravely after surveying the site of the explosion for a moment. What did you say? Lin Buan turned sharply to him, disbelief etched across her face. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the chemical plant that has exploded, Wei Chu affirmed with a nod. The preceding tremors were significant. They might have compromised the structural integrity of the plant. Coupled with the rising temperatures of late, the hazardous materials within, many of which are sensitive to heat, would inevitably lead to an explosion sooner or later. Fortunately, the recent natural disasters have likely prompted the evacuation of nearly all survivors. There should be minimal presence there, and any remaining individuals would likely be those unable to escape the quake. If it truly is the chemical plant, we are in serious trouble, Lin Buan remarked. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the billowing smoke. Wei Chu paused, quickly grasping the implications of her words. We must prepare ourselves, otherwise, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. With that, he signaled to Yu Su to descend the mountain. Lin Buan was still processing his meaning, but instinctively voiced her intention to accompany them. She intended to go, Hua Xiao had to remain on the mountain alone, which was unacceptable. Since their ascent, Hua Xiao had scarcely descended, and the confinement had begun to wear on her. Observing that they were about to descend, she insisted on accompanying them. Recognizing her determination, Wei Chu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. The commotion from the chemical plant was considerable, and it was likely that the military's attention was concentrated there. Thus, their descent at this moment might not encounter any individuals. Eventually, they descended together with their 2 dogs, not venturing far. As Wei Chu boldly led them directly to the military base. Amidst the rubble, he instructed Lin Buan to gather a substantial amount of cement, gravel, and bricks into their storage space, then spent considerable time rummaging through the debris, collecting a plethora of items that Lin Buan and the others deemed worthless. Upon returning to the mountain, Wei Chu and Yu Su busied themselves at the cave entrance, each wielding a shovel and a pickaxe, diligently digging until they had excavated a trench. The trench was nearly half a person's height and a width of an arm, which they then refined, extending it down the slope of the mountain to create a gradient. After observing for a while, Lin Buan began to comprehend their intentions. It appeared to resemble a drainage ditch. However, the problem was that, currently, there was no rain. Water on the mountain was either evaporated under the sun or consumed by wildfires. What purpose did digging this drainage ditch serve? What are you digging this for? Hua Xiao inquired curiously, seizing a moment when Yu Su was resting. Ask Old Wei. It's his idea, Yu Su shrugged, gesturing towards Wei Chu. He too was uncertain about the rationale behind the excavation, but since it was Wei Chu's request, he felt reluctant to refuse, especially as it seemed beneficial for everyone. Naturally, he also noticed the resemblance to a drainage ditch and shared Lin Buan's doubts. Yet he was too preoccupied to question Wei Chu directly. Wei Chu, catching his breath, climbed out of the trench and moved aside to drink some water. With the explosion at the chemical plant, it was evident that no one would attend to the aftermath. The harmful gases and smoke produced from the fire were likely to disperse into the air, significantly increasing the probability of acid rain. He gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling both hot and parched. After uttering those 2 sentences, his throat felt scorched. Given the current nature of the weather, should acid rain commence, it might not cease at all, and it was imperative that they prepare in advance. Upon hearing this, the others felt as though a sudden clarity had dawned upon them, their expressions darkening instantly. The heat was bearable, but acid rain was utterly intolerable. If it indeed fell incessantly as Wei Chu suggested, they would be unable to venture out. Not only during the day, but even at night, regardless of whether they truly needed to go out. The thought of acid rain flooding into their cave was a genuine concern. Hence, it was indeed prudent to excavate the drainage ditch ahead of time. Hua Xiao wore a worried expression, approving of Wei Chu's actions. Once we finish digging the drainage ditch, we can also construct a barrier at the cave entrance. If this ditch proves ineffective, it can still serve a purpose. Lin Buan cast a glance at the drainage ditch, which stood as tall as a half-grown person, and remained silent. Such a deep trench seemed utterly futile. What purpose did that small barrier serve, if not a desperate struggle against fate? Though these pessimistic thoughts crossed her mind, she would never voice such disheartening sentiments. In a show of solidarity, both she and her companion descended to assist in the labor. While they were unable to contribute significantly, they could at least help transport the excess soil. With their participation, the progress of the drainage ditch was visibly accelerated, and it was nearly completed in a short span of time. Wei Chu intended to lay a layer of cement at the bottom, but was uncertain if the amount they had brought back would suffice. Hence, he decided to first construct the small barrier at the cave entrance. Together with Yu Su, he busied himself building a barrier about the height of a calf, managing to finish it just before the sun emerged. They pulled the shade curtain inside, allowing the newly constructed barrier to sunbathe outside, anticipating that it would dry sufficiently by noon. After a night of relentless toil, both Wei Chu and Yu Su's garments were thoroughly soaked in sweat. Concerned for her partner, Hua Xiao rose early to prepare a hearty breakfast. Lin Buan, not to be outdone, filled a large bucket with water for them to wash up and cool down. If acid rain were truly to fall, the people down the mountain would undoubtedly endure far greater hardships. During breakfast, Hua Xiao gazed at the shade curtain, which faintly glimmered, and sighed. While she managed her own affairs, she found herself contemplating the plight of others, reflecting on the human tendency to feel a sense of sorrow for one another. Those sheltered in the air raid shelter would likely remain unaffected, but the fate of others was uncertain. Wei Chu's voice broke the somewhat tense atmosphere. As he spoke, Thoughts of Nzitsong and their farm crossed his mind. If acid rain were to strike, their situation would likely become untenable. Lin Buan also considered Nzitsong. Pausing her actions, her expression neutral, yet she cast a glance at Wei Chu. It seemed a bit premature to discuss such matters. Who could truly predict the occurrence of acid rain? Once the sun had risen, they remained huddled in the cave. Throughout the day, several explosions erupted, their thunderous echoes reverberating across the sky, impressive but not as powerful as the initial blast. They endured until nightfall, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, seizing the last vestiges of light, they emerged from the cave to survey the scene. Whether it was merely their imagination or a grim reality, the sky bore an unsettling yellow hue, and the fire at the chemical plant raged on, billowing smoke that expanded several times over, casting an ominous shadow. The situation appeared dire indeed. Observing the situation over there, anyone would feel a chill of fear. Ren Su suppressed his relaxed demeanor, his tone now brimming with concern. The smoke appeared to be continuously spreading, and at this rate, it would soon reach their vicinity. One could easily surmise that the smoke harbored toxins, and inhaling it could lead to unknown consequences. What should we do? We do not possess gas masks. Hua Xiao's face turned pale as she gazed at the thickening smoke, acutely aware of an unsettling discomfort in her throat. It would be preferable to acid rain. Once the fire and smoke were extinguished, the remaining issues would not pose significant challenges. Stop staring. Let us get to work quickly, or we might not be able to finish tomorrow. Wei Chu snapped back to reality and urged them to start moving. He and Ren Su needed to focus on repairing the drainage ditch, while Lin Buan and her group would gather firewood in the mountains, with their respective tasks allocated. By the time Wei Chu and Ren Su completed the drainage ditch and sought out Lin Buan, she and her companions had already collected a considerable amount of unburned wood. As the two joined them, not only did their pace quicken, but the quantity of wood they amassed also surged. The four were rummaging through the dark ground when they were suddenly startled by the anxious barks of He Do and Dao Dao. Realizing something was amiss, they halted their activities and looked up, only to see the two dogs racing towards them with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He Do, what's wrong? Wei Chu questioned, perplexed by He Do's frantic demeanor. Initially, he had thought their reaction indicated someone was approaching from the mountains. But after waiting for a while without seeing anyone, the situation grew even more perplexing. He Do, in a state of agitation, circled around Wei Chu's feet, occasionally tugging at his pant leg, urging him to leave. Dao Dao mimicked this behavior, leaving Lin Buan bewildered, unable to discern their intentions. Only Wei Chu remained vigilant, observing He Do as it frequently glanced in one direction. Following its gaze, he too looked over, and upon spotting the bright flames and billowing smoke, his expression shifted dramatically. He understood what He Do meant. It sensed impending danger. Quick, back to the cave. We must hurry, Wei Chu bellowed, turning and sprinting towards the cave with He Do in tow. Lin Buan and the others paused momentarily, but upon realizing the reason for Wei Chu's uncharacteristic panic, their expressions changed, and they swiftly followed in his footsteps, racing towards the cave. However, they had unwittingly strayed quite far. Even if they quickened their pace to a run, they could not reach the cave in mere seconds. As Lin Buan inhaled the increasingly pungent scent of sulfur, her complexion turned ghastly pale, confirming Wei Chu's fearful prediction. It was truly a dire situation, one that offered no respite. A pattering sound began to emerge behind them, mingled with an eerie, sizzling noise. In a state of anxiety, she frantically searched her surroundings for anything that could shield them from the impending acid rain, hoping to buy them time to return to the cave. After rummaging through various items, she unearthed several umbrellas, tossing them one by one to Hua Xiao and the others. Just as they opened the umbrellas, the acid rain began to pour down upon them. Shielding their heads did little to protect their bodies. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, the rainwater struck them with searing pain, igniting their nerves and sending adrenaline soaring. With hurried steps, they dashed back to the cave within moments. The four of them, in a state of disarray, bore the red, swollen wounds inflicted by the acidic rain. Lin Buan, refusing to delay, provided each person with half a bucket of water to wash away the corrosive rain, followed by 2 tubes of erythromycin ointment and some antibacterial medication. They applied the ointment to their inflamed injuries, and only after taking the medicine did they truly relax. Slumped in their chairs, they gazed at the tattered blackout curtains, ravaged by the acidic rain, their faces reflecting their distress. Wei Chu and Yu Su sat for a moment, but upon noticing the acidic rain seeping into the cave, they quickly rose to fetch some boards to shield the entrance. The wood sizzled, emitting ominous wisps of white smoke, a sight that was truly alarming. Hua Xiao, witnessing this scene, turned as pale as a ghost, dreading to imagine the plight of those below the mountain. Compared to them, the people down below were truly in dire straits. No one anticipated the sudden onset of acidic rain. Everyone had taken advantage of the dark, sunless hours to scavenge for supplies. In the struggle for survival, even if they were fatigued, they had to keep their eyes open to seek resources. Finding them meant prolonging their lives, while failure meant waiting for starvation to claim them. Thus, when the acidic rain began, many initially felt a sense of relief, believing that after so many sweltering days, the heavens had not forsaken them. However, their joy was short-lived as the painful sting of the rain dampened their spirits. Screams and cries of agony erupted as those who realized what was happening scrambled in panic to find shelter beneath buildings. In their frenzy, many jostled against one another, and some fell. Acidic rainwater pooled on the ground, and upon contact with exposed skin, it sizzled violently, releasing plumes of white smoke and piercing screams that shattered the night. Those hiding nearby instinctively directed their flashlights toward the commotion, revealing a person on the ground, their face contorted in pain, rolling in agony. In an instant, a once pristine individual became a bloodied figure, gradually ceasing movement, with only faint whimpers indicating they were still alive. The onlookers were engulfed by a wave of profound terror. How fierce was this rain? Did they still have a chance to survive? Chapter 72. The Cave Encounter with Centipedes. Meanwhile, and Zizong and his companions were not in a much better predicament. The youth were quick-witted. Fu Xingwen was the first to notice the anomaly, and it was his caution that allowed the four of them to retreat to the small shelter of the breeding farm before the storm intensified. However, they too were caught in the acidic rain, suffering from varying degrees of burns. "It hurts so much," Li Fanzhuang exclaimed, despite her usual aloof demeanor. She was just a young girl barely in her 20s, and the burns on her arms and feet brought tears to her eyes. Li Yufan carefully examined her injuries. They did not appear to be severe, yet he understood the discomfort, having sustained injuries himself, allowing him to empathize with her plight. "Let me see if I can find any medicine," and Zizong remarked as he scurried to a corner, rummaging through the supplies brought by Lin Buan during their last visit. Fortunately, Lin Buan had included a variety of medications, primarily household essentials, which naturally included burn ointment and erythromycin. As he turned around holding these ointments, Li Yufan had just finished cleansing Li Fanxiang's wounds with water. Thank goodness for Brother Wei, otherwise we would have been left without even water to use. And Zizong sighed, while wiping the wound with a towel. Not to mention that the well had been showing signs of drying up these past few days. With today's acid rain, the water within was rendered unusable. Luckily, they had heeded Wei Chu's advice and procured numerous containers a few days prior to store the well water inside the small cabin. Otherwise, they would be utterly helpless now. "That was only because you listened." Fu Xingwen glanced at him before returning to his task of tending to the wounds. The group took turns applying the ointment while leaning against the wall, observing the unusual rain outside, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Meanwhile, high on the mountain, Wei Chu was unaware that anyone was grateful for his efforts, as he busily helped Yu Su move items closer to the cave entrance. The acid rain fell chaotically, occasionally allowing droplets to drift into the cave, yet there was no wind to accompany it. However, as time passed, the fire at the chemical plant diminished significantly, and the thick smoke was not as oppressive as before. This change went unnoticed by those seeking refuge from the acid rain. Even if they had noticed, they were too preoccupied to pay it much mind. The acid rain persisted for 7 days, with Lin Buan and the others huddled on the mountain, observing the rain's progression. On the morning of the 7th day, a barely perceptible scent of sulfur in the air struck Lin Buan as peculiar. After collecting some of the rain in an iron basin, he discovered that it had not corroded, indicating that the acid rain had finally passed. However, the rain from the sky showed no signs of ceasing, while the humidity and temperature in the air continued to rise, making the cave unbearably stuffy. Most troubling was the pervasive dampness that created an unsettling atmosphere. Once the acid rain had subsided, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Lin Buan set out numerous empty containers outside the cave to collect rainwater. While he was arranging them, a shrill scream from inside the cave startled him. He hurried in to find Hua Xiao standing at the foot of their sleeping area, visibly distraught and staring intently at a certain spot. "What's wrong?" Lin Buan inquired, following her gaze but finding nothing amiss. It was only when Hua Xiao pointed and exclaimed, "There are bugs," that Lin Buan was taken aback. Bugs. It was the first time hearing of such creatures in the cave where they had taken refuge for so long. Yu Su, who had entered a moment later, was equally puzzled upon hearing Hua Xiao's exclamation. So many events have transpired on the mountain, yet the cave had never been invaded by any other creatures. At that time, they feared the presence of snakes, insects, and rodents, but there wasn't a single hair to be found. Why, then, are there any now? Where are these insects? Yu Su murmured in confusion as he walked in the direction pointed out by Hua Xiao. After rummaging around and finding nothing, he began to relax. "Are you seeing things? There are no insects here. It's completely clean." Just as he said this, he suddenly shouted, startling everyone. He was seen frantically waving his hands and retreating. Terror etched across his face as he gazed in that direction. "What's wrong? Are there really insects?" Lin Buan, witnessing his demeanor, felt her nerves tighten. Without waiting for him to speak, Wei Chu strode over, glanced a couple of times, and spotted a centipede, as thick as a thumb, crawling about. Even someone as composed as he was could not suppress the shock at the sight of the centipede. Before he could react, two more emerged from an unknown crevice. Observing the centipedes glistening with a shiny hue, Wei Chu felt a shiver run down his spine, accompanied by a sense of dread. It must be the impact of acid rain that has caused these centipedes to appear. Although there had been a forest fire on the mountain, the instinct for survival among animals would have driven them to seek refuge. Now that the fire has been extinguished and the climate has shifted, one can only imagine what kind of evolution those creatures might undergo. "Wei Chu, what exactly is it?" After a prolonged silence without any response from Wei Chu, Lin Buan tentatively inquired. "Oh, it's a centipede," Wei Chu replied, regaining his composure and suppressing his worries. Upon hearing that it was a centipede, Lin Buan turned pale. After all, this creature is not favored by anyone, and it could very well be venomous. If bitten, they would not know how to handle it. "We don't have any insecticide," Hua Xiao remarked, having regained her composure, her face scrunched up. Indeed, Lin Buan had overlooked this item when gathering supplies. Who could have anticipated that in a post-apocalyptic world, she would still have to contend with a swarm of insects? Now that the acid rain is gone, why don't we head down the mountain to take a look? Hua Xiao suggested tentatively. Lin Buan shot her a glance, but said nothing. Wei Chu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, considering the idea feasible. Descending the mountain could not only lead them to search for insecticide, but also allow them to assess the situation below. Once they decided to go down, Lin Buan began preparing the necessary items for their descent. First and foremost, raincoats were essential. She also gathered backpacks for each person, containing spare raincoats, umbrellas, water, and some dry rations. Given the inclement weather and the potential for unforeseen events, these supplies would ensure their safe return to the mountain. After meticulously checking to ensure nothing was forgotten, she distributed the backpacks and raincoats to everyone, also providing each person with a mask, not the ordinary medical type, but those protective N95 masks against viruses. The situation below the mountain must be dire. If we are to search for insecticide, we will likely have to venture into some dilapidated buildings, the contents of which are unknown. Wearing masks can shield us from dust and bacteria. I have placed several in your backpacks. If they become soiled, do not hesitate to replace them. Health is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Upon recalling the chemical plant explosion, Lin Buan, while rummaging through her supplies, promptly arranged masks for everyone. Regardless of whether her concerns were excessive, it is often better to err on the side of caution than to regret later. Chapter 73. Descending the mountain in search of insecticide. The group of 4 descended the mountain, leaving 2 dogs behind. Primarily out of concern that acidic corrosive liquids might still linger in the accumulated water below, harmful to their paws. Initially, Lin Buan hesitated over this decision, particularly since the younger dog, Dao Dao, was still quite naive. However, the older dog, Haidu, had been well trained by Wei Chu, alleviating some of Lin Buan's worries. Navigating down the mountain was fraught with difficulties. First, the aftermath of a wildfire, followed by acid rain, had rendered the path nearly impassable. With the added challenge of rain, the descent was exceedingly arduous. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, their upper bodies remained visible, but their lower halves were caked in a mixture of black and yellow mud. After a brief cleaning by the roadside, they relied on their memories to head towards the nearest supermarket. Though labeled as the closest, the journey was still quite lengthy. Fortunately, it was daytime, and perhaps due to the recent acid rain, not a single soul was in sight. The rain washed over the ravaged city, where once thriving buildings had been corroded beyond recognition, leaving no trace of their former grandeur. The sights along the way weighed heavily on their hearts, and silence enveloped them as they pressed forward. Despite the overcast skies and persistent rain, the temperature remained uncomfortably high. Encased in their raincoats, they quickly became drenched in sweat. It was Lin Buen's first realization that rain could possess warmth. At first, she thought it was merely a figment of her overheated imagination. It wasn't until they were midway that she recognized something was amiss. Holding out her hand to catch a few raindrops, she felt the warmth upon her skin. This sensation was real, not an illusion or merely a consequence of the heat. While puzzled, she did not dwell on this peculiarity. Upon arriving at the first supermarket, an underground establishment, they found the entrance accessible, yet collectively deemed it unnecessary to enter. Firstly, after prolonged flooding from the typhoon, the interior likely had been inundated, with supplies swept away to unknown locations. Furthermore, it was inevitable that survivors scavenging for resources had already ransacked the place, rendering it devoid of any goods. Even if something they required remained, locating it among the debris would be a daunting task, compounded by the risk of aftershocks potentially blocking their path. After deliberation, they decided to forego this supermarket and proceed to the next. After traversing a considerable distance, they finally beheld a small 3-story building, remarkably unscathed by the tremors, though its upper facade bore the pockmarks of acid rain. Nevertheless, it revealed a sign indicating the entrance to Li Hua Supermarket on the first floor. The four exchanged glances, contemplating a foray inside. Approaching the entrance, they were met with an enveloping darkness. Lin Buen retrieved a flashlight, distributing one to each companion. As they activated their flashlights and ventured within, the passage, though not extensive, appeared quite disordered. The hardened, thick sludge bore long, dragging marks, alongside numerous footprints. After traversing approximately 5 meters, a distinct scene unfolded before them. To the right lay a diminutive amusement area, where gaming machines lay strewn across the ground, not to mention the children's toys, scattered and rendered unrecognizable by the dirt. On the left, a small boutique specializing in children's clothing revealed its wares, all soaked and unfit for viewing. Progressing further, it became apparent that the earthquake had caused significant disarray. Many shop signs had fallen, leaving the ground in utter chaos, devoid of a single clear step. Passing several boutiques selling women's apparel, they noted the relatively intact decor, yet all the doors remained firmly shut. Hua Xiao gazed through the glass, observing the disarray of clothing within, and after a moment's contemplation, turned to Lin Buen, suggesting, "Typically, garments are packaged. Their storerooms should still contain some. Shall we venture in to investigate?" Unexpectedly, Lin Buen found herself momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Wei Chu. Upon meeting her gaze, he uttered no words but swiftly approached, moving aside the sign that blocked the entrance. With a hammer in hand, he forcefully shattered the shop's lock in a matter of seconds, leaving Hua Xiao utterly astonished. Had she not witnessed the fleeting exchange of glances between Wei Chu and Lin Buen, she might have assumed his eagerness was a sign of his affection for her. This thought prompted Hua Xiao to roll her eyes at Yu Su, who remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Indeed, men exhibit two distinct behaviors, whether in a relationship or not. In the past, when he was pursuing her, he would intuitively grasp her feelings with merely a glance. Yet now, after spending considerable time together, their mutual understanding seemed to have diminished, leaving him oblivious to her overt signals, which infuriated her. As she followed Lin Buen into the shop, Hua Xiao, in her frustration, stepped forcefully on Yu Su's foot. "Ah!" Yu Su let out a pained cry, unable to restrain himself from hopping on his feet. His exclamation startled Lin Buen, who turned around to find him grimacing in agony and jumping in place. "Why did you step on me?" Yu Su was filled with both anger and grievance, wondering how he had offended this lady. "Humph." Hua Xiao, with a touch of pride, turned her head away, completely ignoring him, leaving him to guess her thoughts. Yu Su, utterly perplexed, was relieved that Hua Xiao had not exerted herself too much. The pain in his foot gradually subsided. He hesitated, ultimately deciding against entering. The shop was so small that even 3 people would struggle to move comfortably inside. Soon, Wei Chu emerged as well, surrounded by women's clothing, feeling out of place as a man amidst the commotion. "Have you been sent out too?" Alas, even at this hour, women remain unable to temper their little tempers. Yu Su, still engulfed in self-doubt over how he had irritated Hua Xiao, could not help but voice his grievances to Wei Chu upon seeing him emerge, mistakenly believing he had been cast out. Wei Chu, upon hearing this, cast a glance filled with unutterable sentiments in Yu Su's direction. What do you mean by that look? Not hearing his response, Yu Su turned to look at him, only to meet his inscrutable gaze, which instantly put him in a foul mood. Listening intently, Wei Chu took a deep breath and slapped him on the shoulder. What did Hua Xiao just say? Huh? Yu Su was momentarily taken aback before speaking. She mentioned that the clothes were all packaged. Before she could finish her thought, Yu Su fell silent, a look of realization and regret washing over his face. I was simply hoping to find the pesticide sooner. He muttered silently to himself as he slapped his forehead in self-reproach. Wei Chu shrugged in response. It's of no use telling me. I am not the one who is upset. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Su had received guidance from Wei Chu. While Hua Xiao spent considerable time searching with Lin Buan before they finally located the small warehouse of the clothing store. It was indeed filled with garments. Yet they appeared far from the condition she had envisioned. However, after a brief inspection, Lin Buan neatly packed them away. Why have you put everything away? It seems that there are scarcely a few decent garments among these. Hua Xiao looked at her in confusion. Chapter 74, Discovering a Safe. Indeed, all of them had been soaked, yet after a wash, they could still be worn. One needn't be overly fastidious. Lin Buan offered a brief explanation. The clothing appeared to lack the freshness of new items, but fortunately, the outer layer was still intact. Although they had been waterlogged, they were not in as dire a state as those outside. Very well, Hua Xiao reflected, conceding that her words held some merit. Thus she ceased to dwell on whether the clothes were new. There were several shops of the same kind, and they had thoroughly scavenged them all. After confirming that there were no resources left on the first floor, they ascended the escalator to the second-floor supermarket. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered that the supermarket entrance was completely obstructed. A chaotic assortment of items littered the area, but most notably, the lockers had toppled over. It was uncertain whether it was the result of an earthquake, but the lockers positioned on both sides of the supermarket entrance had fallen, blocking the way in. Perhaps we should investigate the upper level, as it seems to lead to an exit? Entering through the exit is also an option, Lin Buan suggested. Those cabinets are quite hefty, constructed entirely of iron, and secured with locks. While the four of them could muster the strength to move these cabinets, there are alternative methods. Why should they exert themselves unnecessarily? The four ascended yet another level, ultimately discovering the supermarket's exit. Although the conditions here were hardly improved, the exit remained unobstructed, allowing them to enter the store with ease. A beam from the flashlight illuminated the interior, revealing that this supermarket had likely been visited by survivors. The floor was strewn with disordered footprints and scattered supplies. Most of the items were mundane necessities, as the more valuable provisions, such as food and drink, had been largely depleted. Hua Xiao observed the scene before her, feeling a hint of disappointment, as she had hoped to stumble upon something unexpected. Beside her, Yu Su, perhaps seeking to make amends, attentively noted the nuances of her expression. Sensing the shift in her mood, he quickly began to analyze the reasons behind it. Considering their current location and the sights around them, he swiftly deduced the source of her discontent. Although their supplies were plentiful, and their primary purpose for this visit was to procure insecticide, the absence of other materials seemed inconsequential. After all, they had recently acquired a significant amount of clothing, which could be regarded as a delightful surprise. Yu Su's voice, laced with a conciliatory tone, broke through Hua Xiao's reverie. Upon glancing at him, she realized he was attempting to comfort her, which brought a small measure of joy to her heart, even as she maintained an air of aloofness. However, her intimate companion, well acquainted with her temperament, recognized that her irritation had waned, and a smile blossomed upon his face, a relief flooding through him. Noticing his unremarkable demeanor, Hua Xiao turned her head in disdain, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Buan and Wei Chu, walking ahead, remained unaware of the unfolding drama behind them. They scanned their surroundings, only to find no trace of insecticide and scarcely a few intact supplies. Should we consider checking the warehouse? Wei Chu approached Lin Buan and suggested, let us go and take a look. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Buan nodded in agreement. Although she harbored doubts about the possibility of any resources remaining in the warehouse, she reasoned that it would be worthwhile to investigate. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them. and they might indeed stumble upon some hidden treasures. The warehouse of this supermarket is quite easy to locate, situated at the left end of the third floor. A simple plastic curtain separates the exterior merchandise area from the warehouse within. Judging by the appearance, it seems there is little left to salvage. Undeterred, Lin Buan ventured inside with her flashlight alongside Wei Chu. The ground was nearly a mushy mess, trampled into a disarray of mud and various chaotic marks. As they moved deeper, they encountered an array of scattered supplies, all seemingly ruined by water, rendered useless, which likely accounted for their abandonment. Of course, there were also numerous household items, cumbersome and of no use, carelessly discarded by others. Lin Buan spotted some dishwashing liquid and, undeterred by its condition, approached to find a relatively clean woven bag to collect these items. As she continued to gather, she and Wei Chu ventured further in, and upon turning a corner, she unexpectedly discovered a door beside her, momentarily taken aback. Wei Chu, noticing her pause, approached to see Lin Buan standing before a silvery steel door. "What is the matter?" he inquired. He was somewhat perplexed and inquired with confusion. "Look at this door. It remains unopened." As Lin Buan spoke, he swept the area with his flashlight. Upon noticing the shattered keypad lock, he was momentarily taken aback. The state of the lock left Lin Buan in a state of hesitation, unsure if anyone had truly entered. Wei Chu stepped forward and examined the lock for a considerable time, informing Lin Buan that it had not been tampered with. However, opening this combination lock would not be a simple task. He speculated that it must contain valuable items, for typically, supermarkets do not possess such cabinets without reason. Indeed, it is quite unusual for a supermarket storage to house a safe with a combination lock unless it safeguards something precious. Is it even possible to open it? Lin Buan found herself consumed by curiosity for the first time, feeling a profound significance attached to whatever lay within. "Let me give it a try," Wei Chu replied after a brief silence of 2 minutes, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Are you all here?" came Hua Zhao's voice from behind, interrupting before Wei Chu could make an attempt. This couple had finally located Lin Buan after a lengthy search, their mysterious activities outside still unknown. In a place like this, it was indeed commendable that they had managed to find Lin Buan at all. Yet, it was understandable. The two of them had scarcely any time to spend together lately. Having been forced to sleep apart on the mountain and occupied with various tasks daily, leaving little opportunity for nurturing their relationship. "What are you doing?" Hua Xiao inquired as she approached, noticing them standing before a door with puzzled curiosity. Lin Buan explained the situation, and Hua Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there be gold inside? Upon hearing this, Lin Buan paused, suddenly enlightened. No wonder she felt that the contents were of such importance to her. Had she not experienced a similar feeling when she discovered the opportunity for her space to expand? Could it indeed mean that there was gold inside? Wei Chu turned to Lin Buan, meeting her gaze, and saw the same sparkle of excitement reflected in her eyes as in Hua Xiao's, which made him smile despite himself. Reluctantly, he turned back to focus on the combination lock, realizing that opening the door could no longer be a trivial matter. If it remained locked, someone would surely be disappointed. Fortunately, Wei Chu had a few ideas regarding the lock and asked Lin Buan for various tools, enlisting Yu Su's assistance to help dismantle it. Meanwhile, Lin Buan and Hua Xiao did not remain idle. Upon confirming their inability to assist, they began to rummage through the storage room with a woven bag, collecting anything they deemed potentially useful. In another corner, Hua Xiao stumbled upon an abundance of insecticide, boxes upon boxes of it. Instantly, her sense of security surged. She could imagine exterminating any centipedes or pests upon their return. With a grin, she called for Lin Buan to help her gather the insecticide and store it away. Besides the insecticide, they also uncovered various other supplies that had been left behind, though none were food items. Instead, they were everyday necessities, including quilts and bedding that had been rummaged through but seemingly abandoned. After some contemplation, Lin Buan decided to collect the usable bedding and linens into her space. "What are you collecting these for?" Hua Xiao asked, perplexed by Lin Buan's actions. On such a sweltering day, what use is there for cotton blankets? Storing them in the space would merely occupy valuable room. Do you truly believe this heat will persist indefinitely? Lin Buan cast a silent glance at her companion, pondering the thoughts swirling in her mind. Though the current temperature is indeed high and its decline remains uncertain, as long as the earth endures, the 4 seasons will inevitably follow their course. Who knows if tomorrow might bring a change in the weather? However, Who can predict when the chill will arrive? Hua Xiao mumbled, completely forgetting the time when the cold gripped them after the typhoon. Lin Buan chose to ignore her, focusing intently on gathering supplies. As they were nearing completion, good news finally emerged from Wei Chu's side. Upon their return, they discovered that the combination lock had been removed, leaving Lin Buan astounded by how Wei Chu had accomplished such a feat. What amazed her even more was the revelation that the safe truly contained gold, far more than just a trivial amount. As she opened the steel door and shone her flashlight inside, the metallic gleam reflected back, nearly blinding them. Wow! Hua Xiao gasped, her mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Inside, gold dominated the contents, but it was not merely gold. Various pieces of jewelry crafted from gold, as well as jade and gemstones, filled the space, with the most eye-catching items being the gold bars nestled at the back. Is this really a supermarket storage? We haven't stumbled into some greedy private vault, have we? Yu Su glanced around, incredulous that an unassuming supermarket could harbor such wealth. It was clearly suspicious. Perhaps, Wei Chu mused, setting down a 50-gram gold bar, his expression not mirroring the excitement of the other three. Gold, take whatever you desire quickly, otherwise I will store it in the space and it will be gone. After surveying the treasures, Lin Buan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her space was akin to a gold-devouring beast, regardless of size. Anything gold would be consumed upon entry. With so much gold around, she could not possibly hoard it all, so it was only fair to let Hua Xiao and the others choose first. Why would we want gold? Once we step outside, it may not even suffice for a meal. It would be wiser to use the gold to expand our space and gather more supplies, allowing us to live the life we desire. Hua Xiao surprisingly rejected the notion, picking up a dazzling diamond necklace that could blind onlookers. I say, diamonds are quite splendid too. Just imagine how much more attention I would attract wearing this out rather than gold. Upon hearing this, Yu Su eagerly approached, surveying the array before selecting the largest diamond ring, theatrically kneeling before Hua Xiao. Madam Hua Xiao, might I inquire if you would do me the honor of marrying me? Hua Xiao feigned surprise and emotion, replying, I would, as she extended her hand for Yu Su to place the ring upon it. Lin Buan, at a loss for words, could not suppress an eye roll, though inwardly she felt a sense of contentment. She understood that Hua Xiao was merely performing for her benefit, aiming to alleviate her psychological burden. Who could resist gold? This hard currency remains relevant even today. However, her assertion held truth. Expanding space with gold to amass more resources proved to be a more reliable guarantee than gold itself. After consulting with Wei Chu, he too agreed to feed the gold into the space. Thus, Lin Buan felt no hesitation. With the assistance of the three, she transferred all the gold into the space. And shortly thereafter, she sensed a tumult within the confines, which only settled after a considerable time. Upon inspecting the space, she discovered nearly an additional 200 square meters, prompting her to burst into laughter. When she shared this delightful news with everyone, the room resonated with Hua Xiao's cheers. This is wonderful. I feel compelled to explore every supermarket in the city. Hua Xiao's remark elicited laughter from the group. Sister, do you even realize how many supermarkets exist in the entire city? If you were to visit them all, would you even have legs left? Lin Buan quashed her absurd notion. How daring to imagine traversing the entirety of the city's supermarkets. Even if she possessed the willpower, Lin Buan had no desire to accompany her. They had barely visited a few supermarkets and were already exhausted, compounded by the heat. Even if their feet were fine, the heat would take its toll. Let us gather our things. We must return, Wei Chu suggested, glancing at his watch. They had been out long enough. Aside from the gold, all the jade and jewelry were packed away into Lin Buan's space for transport. As the four exited the supermarket, they realized the night had fallen. Surprised by the late hour, they deliberated and decided against continuing to the next destination, opting instead to head back. As darkness enveloped them, they noticed signs of life emerging. However, the earthquake had claimed many lives. Those who survived were competitors, instinctively avoiding each other, fearful of being robbed. Especially for groups like Lin Buan's. They were a source of apprehension for solitary survivors. Thus, they only glimpsed hasty figures, with no opportunity to encounter the survivors face to face. In truth, this was rather fortuitous, sparing them considerable trouble. Yet, just as Lin Buan was beginning to feel pleased with their smooth journey, they were abruptly halted. Please, help my daughter. A woman, her features obscured, emerged from the side, kneeling before them with a girl of about 6 or 7 years in her arms. Her voice conveyed a despair that felt genuine. The four halted 5 steps away, frozen in place, listening to her pleas and sobs. To be honest, it was difficult to summon sympathy. It wasn't that the woman was unworthy of pity, but the atmosphere was unsettling. The sudden appearance of someone in such distress resembled a scene from a horror film, sending shivers down their spines. Even the typically tender-hearted Hua Xiao felt an instinctive fear as she nestled closer into Yu Su's embrace. Her gaze fixated on the woman not far away, eager to comprehend the unfolding situation. Chapter 76. The plague. Lin Buwan exchanged a glance with Wei Chu, both sensing an unsettling peculiarity. How could this woman so suddenly appear, pleading for help to save her child? Moreover, the infant in her arms had remained eerily motionless, instilling a sense of foreboding in Lin Buwan's heart. Please, try to remain calm, Wei Chu urged, attempting to steady the distressed woman for a clearer inquiry into her predicament. She wept incessantly, repeating fervently the plea to save her daughter. Yet the specifics of her daughter's condition remained shrouded in mystery. How were they to offer assistance? After a prolonged wait, the woman's tears showed no sign of abating, and the absence of others nearby suggested it was unlikely to be a trap. Shall we approach? Hua Xiao ventured, her initial fear dissipating. Tentatively, she withdrew from Yu Su's hold, posing the question. After a brief consultation, Lin Buwan and Wei Chu resolved to approach the mother and daughter, leaving Hua Xiao and her partner behind to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. They advanced slowly, halting 2 paces away from the pair. Lin Buwan aimed her flashlight to assess the girl's condition. The beam illuminated half of the child's face, whether due to the lighting or an ailment. Lin Buwan noted the girl's pallor was disturbingly unnatural. Yet, only viewing her profile, she hesitated to draw any conclusions and desired to draw nearer. Just as she lifted her foot, Wei Chu grasped her arm, shaking his head in disapproval of her approach. Suddenly, spurred by Wei Chu's action, the woman bowed before them, fervently exclaiming her desperation to save her daughter. This movement revealed the girl's face fully to Lin Buwan, and her heart sank at the sight. The child's complexion was ashen, her lips tinged with a sickly blue, and most alarmingly, Lin Buwan discerned dark, purplish sores festering from the girl's chin down to her neck. No longer needing Wei Chu's restraint, she instinctively seized his arm and retreated hastily. What happened? Did you see something ghastly? Hua Xiao inquired, perplexed, as they returned to their previous position. Lin Buwan, trembling, did not respond. Instead, she hastily retrieved a canister of alcohol spray from her backpack, dousing the 4 of them in a frantic manner. She and Wei Chu were particularly thorough, as if attempting to immerse themselves entirely in the antiseptic. Hua Xiao looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom Lin Buwan's bizarre behavior, and was just about to ask when Yu Su silenced her. In contrast to Lin Buwan's erratic actions, the grave expression on Wei Chu's face alarmed Yu Su even more. Having spent considerable time together, he had never witnessed such a serious demeanor from Wei Chu, as if a monumental crisis were imminent. We must leave at once. We cannot linger here, Lin Buwan declared, disregarding the rain as she discarded her raincoat for a fresh one, replacing her mask with urgency, imploring Hua Xiao and the others to follow suit. Wei Chu mirrored her actions, sharing her sense of urgency. Observing the situation, Hua Xiao hesitated about whether to change into a raincoat and mask as well. However, before she could make a move, Lin Buwan swiftly came to her aid. With remarkable speed, she tore off Hua Xiao's raincoat and mask, replaced them with new ones, and urged her to turn and leave. Meanwhile, Yu Su had already adeptly changed his own raincoat and mask while Lin Buwan was assisting Hua Xiao. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, the palpable tension radiating from Lin Buwan and Wei Chu deterred him from harboring any false hopes. Grasping Hua Xiao's hand, he began to lead her back. Upon noticing their departure, the woman, in a state of panic, stumbled to her feet while clutching her daughter, attempting to pursue them. Hearing the commotion, Lin Buwan glanced back and, upon seeing the woman closing in, felt a surge of fear, urging Hua Xiao to run. Confused, Hua Xiao found herself being pulled forward by Yu Su, while Lin Buwan pushed from behind. By the time she comprehended the situation, they were already 5 meters away. Fortunately, the woman lagged behind, her speed hindered by the child she carried, and the distance between them widened. Upon reaching the entrance of the supermarket and confirming that the woman had not followed, Lin Buwan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. What is happening? Why are we running? Hua Xiao, exhausted from the sudden sprint, inquired breathlessly. Yu Su turned his questioning gaze towards Lin Buan and Wei Chu, who was also catching his breath. Lin Buan, still recovering, attempted to articulate an explanation, but was momentarily hindered by her labored breathing. Sensing the urgency, Wei Chu took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety rising within him. That little girl is dead, or if not, she is perilously close to death. What do you mean, perilously close to death? Both Yu Su and Hua Xiao were bewildered. Her neck is festering, likely infected by some bacteria or virus. Did you not notice that her mother, the woman holding her, also appeared unwell? Lin Buan finally managed to explain as her breathing steadied. Hua Xiao, still perplexed, had indeed observed the woman's pallor but assumed it was merely a result of her daughter's illness, compounded by their current dire circumstances, poor nutrition and lack of sleep. Yet, upon hearing Lin Buan's words, she began to feel an unsettling doubt. Recalling the woman's face, she realized it did seem somewhat peculiar. The aftermath of the earthquake had ushered in sweltering weather, compounded by an explosion at a chemical factory, releasing harmful substances into the air. The ensuing acid rain, coupled with the current dreary, rainy weather, posed an alarming risk. Wei Chu pointed out the underlying threat. The bodies from the aftermath of the earthquake have likely not been fully removed, and the heat accelerates decomposition, making an outbreak of disease plausible. Furthermore, the explosion at the chemical factory unleashed toxic materials that could interact with the acid rain, creating a dire situation. In this humid, rainy climate, if a plague were to emerge, it would serve as a vast incubator, a breeding ground for bacteria. Without medical supplies or healthcare, one can only imagine the devastating toll an epidemic would take among the survivors. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hua Xiao and Yu Su turned pale, their faces reflecting an expression of trepidation. Fortunately, Lin Buan had reacted swiftly. Had that woman ensnared them, they would have found themselves in dire peril. What shall we do now? If we head back that way, we might encounter her again, Hua Xiao asked, her lips trembling. There are multiple routes to return. Let us take a longer detour. We must remain vigilant along the way and avoid anyone we come across to prevent another encounter like that. Wei Chu quickly devised a plan for their return. After outlining the precautions, they changed direction and continued their journey. Having just escaped the ordeal with the mother and daughter, an urgent desire to return to the mountains surged within them, prompting them to quicken their pace considerably. They remained watchful of their surroundings, fearful that another unexpected encounter could be exceedingly terrifying. As they approached the foot of the mountain, they unexpectedly came across a group of individuals, but thankfully recognized them as familiar faces before any confrontation ensued. Brother Wei? And Zitsong's sharp eyes discerned Wei Chu from a distance, leaving Lin Buan to wonder if there was something more than mere friendship in Zitsong's excitement upon seeing him. Retracting his hand that had instinctively reached for a weapon, Wei Chu nodded in acknowledgement of the greeting. On such a rainy day, have you ventured out to gather supplies? And Zitsong inquired with a smile as he moved closer to them. As he saw them approaching, Wei Chu's expression shifted dramatically. Stop! Don't come any closer, he commanded. Why? And Zitsong and his companions halted, confusion mingling with a hint of grievance on his face. Unlike Lin Buan and the others, and Zitsong's group lacked raincoats, having fashioned a makeshift umbrella from a tricolored plastic tarp they had managed to find. While it shielded them from the rain, they had to remain in close proximity to one another, and Lin Buan had no time to ponder their peculiar choice. Have you recently encountered any outsiders? Wei Chu asked solemnly, scanning the four of them with a piercing gaze. Not at all, and Zitsong replied, bewildered. During the acid rain, we suffered burns and stayed at the breeding farm for an entire week. Today, upon discovering that the rain was no longer corrosive, we decided to venture out for supplies. Upon hearing this, Lin Buan and the others exhaled in relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped one threat without encountering another quartet of potential carriers of contagion. What is happening? Hua Zhao's visible relaxation caught in Zitsong's attention, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. To him, it was evident that Wei Chu and his companions would not be unduly concerned about contact with others unless something was amiss. At this moment, we are uncertain, but it would be prudent for you to exercise caution and avoid close proximity to strangers. Wei Chu refrained from explicitly stating the nature of the danger, as they themselves were not entirely sure. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and with a hint of uncertainty, he cast a glance at them, hesitating before inquiring, did you carry out the disinfection on the pond where you dealt with the bodies? We did, and Zitsong replied, still looking bewildered. but his obedient demeanor relieved Wei Chu and Lin Buan. While he remained unaware of the gravity of the situation, the astute Fu Xingwen discerned something from the fragments of conversation, his earlier confusion and ease dissipating entirely. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized Lin Buan and the others, his gaze lingering on the masks covering their faces for a considerable moment. "Old Fu, what are you staring at?" Li Yufan poked Fu Xingwen. "Why are you fixated on Wei Ji's girlfriend? Can't you see how cold Wei's expression has become?" Returning to reality, Fu Xingwen met Lin Buan's gaze and awkwardly lowered his head. He had not realized that his attention had drifted to the mask on Lin Buan's face, leading to misunderstandings among the others, especially Wei Chu, who, upon witnessing Fu's reaction, felt a flicker of displeasure. However, this was not the time for romantic entanglements, so he suppressed his unusual feelings. With little interest in continuing idle chatter with Zizong and the others, Wei Chu coolly exchanged a few words before preparing to leave with Lin Buan and the others. After watching Wei Chu and his companions depart, and once they were a distance away, Li Yufan felt emboldened to speak loudly to Fu Xingwen. "Old Fu, what was that all about?" Staring at Wei Ji's girlfriend. "If that leads to a misunderstanding, it won't end well." Beside him, Li Fanqiang shot a glance at Fu Xingwen, her eyes filled with a hint of bitterness. Oblivious to her thoughts, Fu Xingwen's brow remained furrowed. "Don't jump to conclusions. I merely zoned out, and my gaze happened to fall on Sister Lin's mask." If Lin Buan were to learn that Fu Xingwen privately referred to her as Sister Lin, one could only imagine her expression. Among Zizong's group, Fu Xingwen came from the most affluent background, which naturally imbued him with a touch of arrogance. By custom, he would never address someone he had met only a few times, with whom he had little connection, as sister. However, within Zizong's influence, they often discussed Wei Chu during their leisure time, as Wei Chu frequently accompanied Lin Buan, and grateful for Wei Chu's attentiveness towards them. And Zizong naturally elevated Lin Buan to the same esteemed status as Wei Chu. Over time, Fu Xingwen had also come to accept the titles for both Wei Chu and Lin Buan. Of course, he recognized Lin Buan's exceptional abilities. Her consistent presence beside Wei Chu indicated that she was not the type to depend on others. Though Fu Xingwen may not excel in many areas, he had a keen eye for people, and he could see that Wei Chu often prioritized Lin Buan. "What are you thinking about, zoning out at a time like this?" And Zizong asked with curiosity. "I was contemplating what Wei Ge mentioned earlier," Fu Xingwen responded, revealing his suspicions without prompting. "What did you say? A virus?" The other three listened in disbelief. Even Li Fanhuang, who had just moments ago been brimming with enthusiasm, wore a solemn expression as she regarded him. Fu Xingwen nodded. "Although this is merely my conjecture, it is likely quite accurate. They must have encountered something while gathering supplies. Coupled with what he just said and the events of recent days, something dreadful may be on the horizon. Oh heavens, will we even survive this?" And Zizong was the first to embrace Fu Xingwen's hypothesis, though his acceptance was anything but tranquil. He tilted his head back, wishing to curse the heavens for their cruel fate. It was already a struggle, yet they seemed unwilling to cease their torment, with calamity striking one after another. Did they desire the extinction of humanity for their amusement? But just as those words were on the tip of his tongue, he held back. To vocalize such thoughts would surely dampen the spirits of the others. If morale plummeted, their demise would be imminent. At this juncture, all they could do was rely on one another, ensuring that his grievances did not undermine the collective resolve. Wiping his face, he looked down at the other three. "What should we do now?" "First, let us seek out medical supplies and protective gear," Fu Xingwen suggested, recalling the masks worn by Wei Chu and the others. "Indeed, if this is a virus, our attempts at self-preservation cannot solely rely on avoidance. We require medication." Li Fanhuang concurred wholeheartedly with Fu Xingwen's proposal. "Very well. We shall alter our course and search for pharmacies or similar establishments. Regardless of the medication, we must bring back whatever we find," and Zizong reflected, realizing the validity of Fu Xingwen's suggestion. With no doctors available, should they fall ill or contract some virus or bacteria, their only recourse would be to save themselves. And for that, they needed medicine, which was precisely what they lacked most. Chapter 78. Speculations on the condition of the air raid shelter. Lin Buan and her companions returned to the mountain, all four of them in a state of utter disarray. They were drenched to the bone. The mingling of sweat and rainwater trapped within their raincoats was unbearable. When Lin Buan finally removed her mask, hoping to inhale a breath of fresh air, She was instead overwhelmed by her own odor, prompting her to gag involuntarily. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Wei Chu, standing beside her, immediately noticed her reaction and hurried over to inquire. The man's body scent was even more pronounced than that of a woman, and as he drew closer, Lin Buan, who had initially felt somewhat better, was once again assailed by the stench. She quickly waved her hand at Wei Chu, turning her face away. Please keep your distance. The smell is unbearable. Wei Chu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss regarding the source of the odor until he overheard Hua Xiao's loud complaint about Yu Su, urging him to step away. Only then did he comprehend what Lin Buan had meant. Feeling a twinge of sadness, he nevertheless bent down to sniff himself, instantly squinting his eyes at the offensive aroma. Any trace of sorrow dissipated. If he found himself distasteful, it was only natural for Lin Buan to feel the same. Silently retreating a couple of steps, he waited for Lin Buan to regain her composure. Once she was ready, he fetched fresh clothing for them and promptly set about washing himself. After the four individuals tidied themselves up, they suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Where was Dao Dao? Lin Buan pondered for a moment before recalling that her usually cheerful little shadow was nowhere to be found today, causing her to panic. She ventured inside to search, but still found no trace of Dao Dao. Not only was Dao Dao missing, but so was Haidu. Haidu was missing too. Lin Buan rushed outside, her voice filled with fear. Don't panic. Haidu won't wander too far on its own. Wei Chu reassured her before stepping out of the cave and whistling into the distance. After a considerable wait, two barks echoed from afar. Lin Buan hurried to Wei Chu's side, peering outside, but alas, the darkness obscured her view. The next moment, the dogs burst into the cave, shaking off the rainwater that clung to their fur. Wei Chu and Lin Buan found themselves caught in their wet, frenzied antics, splattering the freshly cleaned legs with water, much to Wei Chu's dismay. You little rascal, weren't you supposed to stay at home? If you run off like this, you might end up in a stew. Lin Buan, unbothered by the rain, crouched down and shook Dao Dao's head in frustration. To her shock, Dao Dao suddenly retched, and when she looked closer, she was horrified. Ah, a mouse. A small mouse tumbled out of Dao Dao's mouth, momentarily dazed before scurrying away in a panic, fortuitously heading towards Hua Xiao. Since Hua Xiao was already terrified of bugs, she naturally screamed at the sight of the mouse, turning pale upon realizing what was scuttling across the ground. Haidu tilted its head, confused by Hua Xiao's screams, and then lowered its head to expel another mouse. This stirred a veritable hornet's nest, as Hua Xiao's shrill screams and the frantic squeaks of the mice echoed in the cave, creating a cacophony that was utterly headache-inducing. After a considerable effort, Wei Chu and Yu Su finally managed to drive the two mice out of the cave. Haidu and Dao Dao were then punished to face the wall for their misdeeds. Bringing back the mice had undoubtedly been Haidu's idea, perhaps after they had left. The centipedes had reappeared in the cave, prompting the duo to seek assistance. Upon hearing Wei Chu's conjecture, Lin Buan found it utterly unfathomable. Could a dog truly be this clever? Of course, she didn't mean to imply that Haidu was foolish. It was just that the notion of seeking help was too far removed from her understanding. However, regarding why Haidu and Dao Dao had brought back two mice, their true intentions remained a mystery, so she decided to take Wei Chu's explanation at face value. After this thrilling little episode, when they searched for the centipedes in the cave, they discovered that they were nowhere to be found. Still fearful, Hua Xiao urged Wei Chu and Yu Su to conduct a thorough examination of the cave. Fortunately, there was still some cement left from before, which they could use to seal any gaps they found, thus providing a temporary safeguard. After a meal and a brief respite, the two individuals commenced their exploration of the cave with flashlights in hand. It was unclear where Lin Buang had procured the chalk, but it was fortuitously utilized to mark the crevices they encountered. I propose we descend to the base to procure more cement and seal the cave walls entirely, ensuring a more permanent solution, remarked Hua Xiao, observing their laborious inspection. Sister, let's forego the cement. Is our water not falling from the heavens? Lin Buang retorted silently, ready to critique her, when an epiphany struck her, causing her to pause mid-sentence. Isn't the water falling from the sky? Hua Xiao echoed her thoughts. Clearly, Lin Buang recognized the validity of this point. She rose, taking the remaining container and exiting the cave with the intention of collecting rainwater. However, as she positioned the container, she noticed something amiss down the mountain. Hastily, she approached a distant platform and gazed downward, spotting a group approaching the military base. Their swift and orderly movements indicated their affiliation with the military, even from afar. Were they returning to the base, undeterred in their construction efforts? The memory of the mother and daughter they encountered on the way up the mountain stirred a sense of confusion within Lin Buwang. Was it possible that the occupants of the air raid shelter had not experienced such occurrences? Yet, that seemed improbable. The shelter's entry restrictions were not so stringent. If those outside were already exhibiting symptoms and fatalities had occurred, it was unlikely that no one inside had contracted the illness. With lingering questions, Lin Buwang observed the group for some time, confirming their activity at the base before returning to the cave. At that moment, Wei Chu and Yu Su had completed their inspection, but Hua Xiao insisted on retrieving more cement from the base to cover the entire cave, thus simplifying their predicament. That's not an option, Lin Buwang interjected upon entering the cave, eager to dispel Hua Xiao's fanciful notions. What's wrong? Hua Xiao turned, her brow furrowed in concern at Lin Buwang's pallor. Shaking her head, Lin Buwang recounted her observations and expressed her doubts. The air raid shelter cannot be immune. It houses many individuals in a confined space, making the situation potentially dire. Is it possible that this necessitated their return? Wei Chu's words illuminated Lin Buwang's understanding. If conditions in the air raid shelter had deteriorated to the point of being unmanageable, then relocating to a more open environment might present a glimmer of hope. Are we to become neighbors with those individuals? Hua Xiao remarked reluctantly, glancing at them. At least we are on the mountain, while they are below, Yu Su replied optimistically. But you must ensure they do not ascend the mountain, Hua Xiao sighed. This was indeed a concern. It was only a matter of time before someone sought to claim this mountain, and should they venture up, their cave would undoubtedly become a target. Even if someone ascends, what does it matter? Do they truly wish to usurp her territory? They must first ascertain whether they possess the capability to do so. Lin Buwen wore an expression imbued with menace. She would not allow anyone to extract any advantage from her. Those who dare covet her possessions must be prepared to face the consequences, as she would show no mercy. Wei Chu cast a glance her way, but remained silent. The paramount concern at present was the extent to which the plague had spread below the mountain. They needed to devise a means of acquiring information. The situation down below was indeed dire, particularly within the air raid shelter. Once a bustling refuge, it had transformed into a somber place, with numerous individuals isolated in designated areas. The agonizing sounds of relentless coughing and the echoes of wails reverberated within, sending chills down the spine. What was most disheartening was the incessant flow of individuals being brought in for isolation, with the spread of the contagion remaining uncontrollable. The military leadership was at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Although they dispatched personnel to procure medicines and equipment, their efforts proved futile. The scarcity of medications and medical staff was alarming. Even if doctors were available, the pre-apocalyptic reliance on advanced machinery for diagnosis rendered them helpless now, with no electricity to conduct tests and provide data. Without such diagnostic information, the presence of doctors was rendered moot, as they could not prescribe effective treatments. As the situation within the shelter deteriorated, several influential leaders convened to deliberate on a course of action. After much discussion, they revisited the previously set-aside base. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sun obscured by thick clouds, though still warm, they hastened to develop the already cleared area, transferring all healthy individuals there, clinging to the hope of saving as many as possible. If not for desperate circumstances, they would not wish to abandon anyone. However, with no alternatives left, this plan was swiftly ratified. Subsequently, Lin Buwen witnessed the unfolding scene. Anzi Tsong and his companions, sensing a shift in the external situation, became markedly more cautious. After hastily gathering numerous supplies, they returned to the farm. Though aware that Wei Chu and the others had no reason to deceive them, once back at the farm, their curiosity surged like wild grass. Was it truly as terrifying as rumored? Perhaps we should venture out to gather more information, Anzi Tsong suggested softly to the group. Li Yufan glanced at him, displaying disinterest. The others felt similarly. Fu Xingwen had been preoccupied with thoughts since the onset of the plague and was oblivious to Anzi Tsong's remarks, lost in his own reflections. He was unaware of what occupied his mind, while Li Fanzhuang, having prepared the group's meal, hesitated momentarily before approaching him with a bowl of water. "Senior, please drink some water," she offered, extending the bowl towards Fu Xingwen. The difference in age between the Li siblings is not significant. Li Fanzhuang is merely 1 year younger than Li Yufan. They could have been in the same grade, but during their school years. Li Yufan's relentless desire to compete led him to believe that as the elder brother, he should not be in the same class as his sister. He insisted on making a fuss about attending school. Their parents, exasperated by his antics, ultimately sent him off to school. This display caught the attention of Zizong and Li Yufan. Zizong nudged Li Yufan with his elbow and gestured towards Fu Xingwen, indicating the peculiar situation with his sister. Li Yufan, feeling irritated, pushed away his elbow and stared at the somewhat bashful Li Fanzhuang, his mind in turmoil. Had these events not transpired, he would never have accepted his sister's affection for Fu Xingwen. It was not that Fu Xingwen was unworthy, but rather that he was too exceptional. Fu Xingwen, a young master from an affluent background, stood at a height that Li Fanzhuang's family, though comfortable, could not reach. Her admiration for him was inherently unequal. Even if they were to force a relationship, it would not yield happiness. Yet, as they lived day by day, uncertain of what tomorrow might bring, opposing Li Fanzhuang's feelings for Fu Xingwen seemed unnecessary. Pushing the food around in his bowl, Li Yufan observed the scene with indifference. Fu Xingwen, recovering from his reverie, glanced at his bowl and then met Li Fanzhuang's eyes, which were filled with unspoken emotion. His intention to take the bowl faltered as he instinctively shifted his gaze towards Li Yufan. They exchanged a look. Li Yufan's expression was inscrutable, and after a long moment, he turned his face aside. This gesture implied a tacit permission for them to act as they wished. While others might find joy in such a situation, given that Li Fanzhuang was indeed a striking beauty, Fu Xingwen had no intention of indulging in romantic sentiments at that moment. He regarded Li Fanzhuang merely as a sister, having maintained appropriate boundaries. Her sudden shift in feelings perplexed him. Noticing that Fu Xingwen had yet to take the water she offered, and having glanced at her brother, Li Fanzhuang bit her lip, understanding his meaning. Though a sense of reluctance stirred within her, she recognized that this was not the time for emotional discussions and did not wish to pressure Fu Xingwen. Thus, she summoned a smile and asked, "Senior, is something wrong? Have you been out all day and aren't you thirsty? If you're not thirsty, I might as well give the water to my brother." At her words, Fu Xingwen looked at her, feeling a sense of relief as he accepted the bowl of water, softly expressing his gratitude. As she watched him take a few sips, a hint of longing flickered in her eyes, yet she chose not to speak further. Turning back to her brother, she picked up her own bowl and ate in silence. The expression on Li Yufan's face was far from pleasant, although they sat together. Not a word passed between the siblings, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. This charged ambience affected the other two as well. After exchanging a glance, Zizong quickly finished the food in his bowl and, upon cleaning up, darted to the door of the small room, escaping the peculiar tension enveloping the siblings. Fu Xingwen sighed internally, feeling a throbbing headache. It seemed prudent to maintain a greater distance from Li Fanzhuang in the future. As the atmosphere in the small room grew stagnant, Zizong returned after washing the dishes and suddenly spoke up. "I recall Brother Wei mentioning that there is an air raid shelter near the water plant, where the people from the gymnasium had originally relocated. Should we not inquire about the situation and ascertain what is truly happening?" Chapter 80. The Cawing Crow reinforcements arrived at the military base once again, to prevent anyone from noticing their presence on the mountain. Wei Chu and Yu Su replaced the tattered light-blocking curtain at the cave entrance, which had been damaged by acid rain. Hiding within the cave, they mixed cement to cover the marked areas. Once everything was completed, it was already midnight. After a late-night meal and a brief rest, Wei Chu and Lin Buan headed to the edge of the platform to survey the situation at the base below. What had once been a pitch-black expanse was now illuminated by a flicker of light from one corner. It seems the military still possesses some resources. "This area consumes quite a bit of electricity," Lin Buan remarked quietly to Wei Chu. "Large lighting fixtures must be powered by batteries or old generators. Not to mention, batteries are disposable, and generators require diesel, which is also consumable. However, the military likely has a stockpile or can procure such supplies. Clearly, they are utilizing their last reserves. Judging by their current state, they are likely working tirelessly to meet deadlines." Wei Chu, however, understood the gravity of the situation. If they have truly relocated here, does that not place us in considerable danger? Lin Buan furrowed her brow, her tone laced with concern. Her greatest worry remained the threat of an epidemic. Although they were on the mountain and it would take some time for the people below to think of coming up, it was only a matter of time. Furthermore, they would eventually need to descend. It was impossible to remain on the mountain indefinitely without communication, which could render them vulnerable. Wei Chu remained silent, gazing down at the base without offering a response, lost in his thoughts. Noticing his reticence, Lin Buan also fell silent, contemplating how to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, Zizong and the others at the base decided to investigate the air raid shelter. After donning the protective gear they had gathered and establishing a rudimentary quarantine, they set off towards the water plant. Throughout their journey, they encountered no one, which felt decidedly amiss. In the past, shadows could always be seen amid the ruins at night, scavenging for supplies. Yet, on this occasion, they had not seen a single figure, and an inexplicable sense of panic began to creep into their minds. Heightening their vigilance, the four of them located the air raid shelter in accordance with Lin Buan's description. However, they did not approach recklessly. Instead, they observed from a distance, keeping firmly in mind the warning to avoid contact with others. Isn't the security a bit excessive? Zizong whispered after watching for a while. The entrance to the shelter was illuminated by several lights, with soldiers armed with rifles stationed on either side. In front, 2 groups of 5 soldiers patrolled back and forth. Aside from these concerns, they also noticed the masks adorning their faces, clearly indicating to Zizong that there were indeed issues within the air raid shelter. We are right to be here, judging by the circumstances. The situation must be quite dire, otherwise they wouldn't be wearing masks, Fu Xingwen replied solemnly. Up ahead at the gymnasium, the military personnel guarding the entrance were not as stringent, patrolling with firearms, and there was nothing amiss. The current scene, however, appeared quite unusual, even from a distance. Without seeing the expressions on the soldiers' faces, they could sense the solemn atmosphere, which inevitably weighed heavily on their hearts. Let us return swiftly. We shouldn't risk infection, especially when there's no place to seek treatment. Wouldn't that be a death sentence? You have a knack for negativity. Can't you say something more optimistic? Li Yufan retorted angrily, striking Zizong lightly, for his words only served to instigate fear and frustration. Yet, he spoke the truth. Having already grasped the situation regarding the air raid shelter, it was indeed time for them to retreat. Prolonging their investigation could lead to an unfortunate infection, rendering their efforts futile. Am I not merely stating the facts? Zizong felt quite innocent, believing he was merely concerned that someone among them might be overly curious. The territory of the breeding farm was expansive, with ample open space surrounding it. Relatively speaking, they still considered themselves secure, but they needed to fortify the perimeter with protective measures. Otherwise, should someone discover their location, the danger would remain. Suddenly, Fu Xingwen voiced his apprehension. Upon hearing his words, the other 3 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was evident they had just come to realize this crucial issue. Previously, their concern was about survivors potentially discovering their hideout in search of supplies, which could lead to conflict. However, with the emergence of a plague, it was uncertain whether those arriving would be healthy survivors. They were not afraid of conflict. As 4 young individuals, they were confident in their ability to defend themselves, especially with their makeshift weapons. Yet, if the newcomers were infected survivors, the potential for conflict was secondary. The real threat lay in the possibility of contagion, which could prove fatal. Indeed, that is the most critical point, and Zizong was the first to respond, echoing Fu Xingwen's sentiments. Then he recalled something, and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, I wonder where Brother Wei and the others have settled. If only we could be neighbors. We could look out for one another in times of need. Fu Xingwen chuckled softly, casting a glance in his direction. You seem quite preoccupied with them, but they may not share your sentiments. Unlike in Zizong's innocent perspective, Fu Xingwen had a more discerning view. While Wei Chu might possess some goodwill, remembering their shared hardships and offering assistance, his kindness did not guarantee that those around him would feel the same. Just Lin Buan alone would likely oppose their joining the group. Otherwise, an invitation would have already been extended. Moreover, Wei Chu and his companions appeared quite capable, naturally reluctant to burden themselves with those who might hinder their progress. To put it bluntly, they were merely strangers, so why should they feel obligated to include them? Evidently, he understood his meaning, and Zizong let out a dejected sigh. There was a chance they might encounter them again. They seemed amicable enough. Next time, if necessary, we could exchange supplies with them, and they likely would not refuse. Li Fanzhuang offered him a few words of comfort. We need to gather more supplies. Otherwise, how could we possibly impress them? Li Yufan chimed in with a smile. Lin Buan and the others clearly did not lack for resources. Engaging them in trade would not be an easy task, particularly for rarer items. Besides the relationship between both parties, one must possess sufficient supplies to sway the other. In these times, who would readily offer assistance without a compelling reason? Resources are paramount. Then let us continue our search for supplies. For I feel embarrassed to offer our meager remnants to Brother Wei. And Zitsong's spirits were low. However, Brother Wei's approval is inconsequential. It is Sister Lin who must relent. As Li Fanzhuang spoke, she cast an inexplicable glance at Fu Xingwen. The latter was puzzled but discreetly distanced himself. Just as they were about to depart, a faint cry for help suddenly emanated from a nearby building. Chapter 81. Yu falls ill. The four fell silent in an instant, exchanging frightened glances, silently questioning whether they should investigate. Fu Xingwen shook his head, advising against it, yet the pitiful, feminine plea tugged at their hearts. Should we not take a look? Li Fanzhuang hesitated and whispered a suggestion. Li Yufan pulled her back and shook his head. She glanced at Fu Xingwen, pressed her lips together, and fell silent. Observing the expressions of the three, and Zitsong scratched his face, torn with indecision. In theory, it was ill-advised to act kindly in such circumstances. Yet years of moral education made it hard for them to turn a blind eye to suffering. It felt too convoluted. A distant glance should suffice. Surely it cannot be too dire? And Zitsong hesitantly suggested, cautiously looking to Fu Xingwen for approval. Fu Xingwen met his gaze without a word, firmly against their proposed action. Even if we ignore it, we must pass that way. We could simply glance over as we go by. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Li Yufan intervened to ease the situation. Due to the earthquake and acid rain, the once well-connected roads had been largely destroyed. The path they had taken was one cleared by the military. The moans and cries for help coincided with the route they needed to take to collect supplies. Even if they wished to circumvent it, they would have to take a considerable detour, wasting precious time. With no other choice, the four resolved to heed Li Yufan's suggestion and merely glance from afar, regardless of the circumstances. They could not afford to risk their own lives for the sake of others when they themselves had not yet found their footing. And Zitsong fell silent. Suddenly reminded of Wei Chu, should he find himself in such a situation, it was likely that neither he nor Lin Buan would intervene. As he pondered, the weight on his mind suddenly lightened, as if he comprehended why individuals of their ilk could be so carefree and capable. The four of them walked along the path, passing a partially collapsed building from which groans and cries for help emanated clearly. They halted, straining to listen, confirming that only a woman was inside. Exchanging glances, Fu Xingwen spoke again. Let us move on. Do not concern yourselves too much, lest we invite misfortune. With his words, the others felt as though they had received a reprieve and hurriedly nodded, their expressions tinged with urgency to leave the area. Just as they had taken a few steps, a staggering figure emerged from the shadows of the crumbling structure. Upon noticing the four of them, the individual quickened their pace and reached out to grasp Li Fanzhuang, who was at the rear. Ah! Li Fanzhuang gasped in surprise, turning to confront a pale face that startled her to her core. Help me, I feel so unwell. The weak, hoarse voice rang out, but they could not hear it. And Zitsong and the others, upon hearing the sound, turned back, and the beam of the flashlight illuminated the woman's face, causing her to squint and inadvertently release her grip. However, upon noticing the dark, purplish sores on her neck, Fu Xingwen immediately reacted, grabbing the Li siblings and retreating swiftly. And Zitsong, holding the flashlight, found the woman somewhat familiar but was still pondering where he had seen her when Fu Xingwen shouted, "And Zitsong, come quickly." He snapped back to reality, instinctively stepping back just in time to evade the woman, who had also regained her focus and lunged towards them. What is happening? And Zitsong asked as she stumbled and fell to the ground. Not daring to show too much compassion, he quickly retreated to rejoin Fu Xingwen and the others. Let us leave, Fu Xingwen whispered urgently, pulling the group away from the scene. They ran a considerable distance before stopping to catch their breath, glancing back to ensure they were not being pursued, finally allowing themselves to exhale in relief. It was only then that Li Fanzhuang regained her composure, her expression one of despair as she clutched Li Yufan, trembling and struggling to articulate her thoughts, her eyes red and brimming with tears. What is it, Xiaoshuang? Do not frighten me, Li Yufan implored, alarmed by her demeanor, as he embraced her in an effort to console her. I think, that woman. She seemed ill, Li Fanzhuang managed to convey. As soon as the words left her lips, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. How could that be? Li Yufan asked incredulously, glancing at Li Fanzhuang in his arms. Upon meeting her gaze, a shock coursed through him. He understood that Fu Xingwen was not jesting. The woman might have carried a plague, and she had just grasped Li Fanshuang's arm. Realizing this, Li Yufan's eyes blazed with a crimson hue. His expression one of devastation as he dared not contemplate the possibility that Li Fanshuang had been infected. Soft whimpers filled the air, thickening the atmosphere with gravitas and sorrow. Silence enveloped them, and the weight of their predicament loomed large. If Li Fanshuang had contracted the contagion, the three of them would not escape unscathed. None would be spared. Do not delay. We must seek medicine, Fu Xingwen said, wiping his face, his spirits plummeting to their lowest depths. And Zitsong shrank his neck, wearing a face of despair, mentally chastising himself for his ill-fated predictions. After managing to compose his emotions, the Li siblings followed closely behind Fu Xingwen, beginning their search for a pharmacy in the vicinity. Given the proximity to the air raid shelter, even if a pharmacy existed, it would likely have been thoroughly ransacked by those sheltering within, indicating their impending fruitless endeavor. After a night of searching, they discovered only trivial items, with no significant supplies to be found, no medicines, and scarcely any food or essentials. Just before dawn, they returned to the farm, their spirits low. The most affected were the Li siblings. Li Fanshuang appeared utterly soulless, while her brother, Li Yufan, remained steadfastly by her side. Ignoring everything else, Fu Xingwen rummaged through the medications Lin Buan had brought, selecting some he deemed preventive and distributing them among the group. After a brief respite and a meager meal to satisfy their hunger, he summoned Zitsong again, intending to utilize the materials around them to construct a fence for the small cabin. Zitsong understood the gravity of this task and mustered his spirits to accompany him outside, gathering materials for their endeavor. Though his hands were busy, his mind remained restless. Since the onset of these events, his thoughts had been tumultuous, a cacophony of conflicting ideas swirling within. Suddenly, a realization struck him, as if a light bulb had illuminated his consciousness. No wonder that woman seemed so familiar. It dawned on him that she was none other than Lin Buan's mother. They had crossed paths briefly after the earthquake, and the long interval, coupled with the darkness and her illness, had rendered her visage ghostly, obscuring his immediate recognition. However, upon recalling her identity, Zitsong gasped in shock. Wait, that woman today, she is Lin Jie's mother, he exclaimed, drawing Fu Xingwen's attention. What did you say? Fu Xingwen turned to Zitsong, a hint of disbelief crossing his serious countenance. She is Wei Dai's partner's mother. Don't you remember the mother and son we encountered before heading to the stadium after the earthquake? Zitsong continued, his expression shifting with the weight of the revelation. He hesitated, pondering that they had only seen Lin Jie's mother and not her brother, leaving his thought unfinished, but Fu Xingwen surely grasped the implication. After a prolonged silence, Fu Xingwen spoke solemnly, discussing this is pointless. Their relationship does not appear strong. It is entirely possible that they care little for the fates of these two. It was not that Fu Xingwen was callous. Rather, he had witnessed too much. Coming from a prominent family with a complicated background that could rival the plot of a melodramatic series, he understood the harsh realities of human connections. This complexity is why he had been able to associate with Zitsong and the others for so long, without anyone seeking him out or prompting thoughts of returning home. Given the convoluted nature of his family, he might find himself more vulnerable at home than in the company of Zitsong and the others, wandering outside. Growing up in a complex familial environment, nature has bestowed upon one a profound understanding of interpersonal relationships. In Lin Buan's perspective, there existed no semblance of maternal or sibling affection between her and Yu. Indeed, it is entirely plausible that, as he remarked, Lin Buan harbored no concern for their well-being. Zitsong pondered this notion thoughtfully. Given Lin Buan's previous demeanor, anyone would doubt the existence of any blood ties between them. An uninformed observer might even assume that Yu and Qin Yuebin were merely Lin Buan's stepmother and stepbrother, a family of vampires, preying upon their daughter. Still dreaming of her providing for them in their twilight years, would surely elicit laughter from Lin Buan if she were to learn of Yu's current plight. Alas, one wonders where Brother Wei and the others might be now. They must be faring better than us. I long to seek their counsel on where to procure medicinal supplies. This thought cast a shadow over Zitsong's countenance. Fu Xingwen glanced at him silently, lost in contemplation, unbeknownst to Lin Buan, who remained atop the mountain. Yu had once again stirred trouble. After she and Wei Chu assessed the base below, they returned to their cave. How did it go? Upon their return, Hua Xiao approached with eagerness. What do you mean, how did it go? Lin Buan replied, somewhat perplexed by the inquiry. Is the base down there far from us? It's manageable. There is a considerable distance. Wei Chu reflected on the construction site, noting the separation from their mountain. The military base sprawled extensively. When Wei Chu initially fled, he had the assistance of An Zikong. He discovered that the base's perimeter was connected to the mountain, enabling him to escape by traversing over it. It was through this route that Wei Chu conceived the idea of ascending the mountain, a stroke of fortune aided by An Zikong's support. The military, in their current construction endeavors, had chosen a location in the central area of the base, still a fair distance from their mountain. This decision likely stemmed from a concern that the trees on the mountain had been largely ravaged, compounded by the erosive effects of acid rain, leading to significant soil erosion, which could easily result in mudslides or even seismic activity, jeopardizing their safety. Given the present circumstances, they could scarcely withstand any significant setbacks. That is reassuring. Hua Xiao sighed in relief upon hearing this. The distance indicated that an assault on the mountain would not be imminent, allowing them a reprieve for the time being. Let us rest early. We will strategize for the forthcoming matters tomorrow. As the hour grew late, Yu Su urged the others, and they each retired to wash up and rest. Upon awakening the next day, they found the rain had ceased, the sun had emerged, and temperatures had risen a few degrees since the acid rain. Fortunately, they had replaced the old blackout curtains. Otherwise, they might have succumbed to the sun's relentless rays before even stirring. The four of them rose, drenched in sweat, and, accustomed to the weather's shifts, they adjusted the curtains and engaged in activities within the cave. Lin Buan and Hua Xiao prepared breakfast, while Wei Chu and Yu Su tidied themselves up, intending to resume their research on the wooden fan. The oppressive heat in the cave made it quite uncomfortable. Having a fan, albeit humble, made a discernible difference. After their meal, each engaged in their respective tasks. Lin Buan meticulously organized the items within the space. Having collected a considerable amount of gold previously, the space was now ample, even with some surplus, though regrettably, she could not gather more resources. With the sun shining brightly today, the progress at the base below must be considerably slow, she mused. Once Hua Xiao completed her work, she sat beside Lin, using a palm leaf fan to create a gentle breeze, her mind drifting to other matters. Indeed, the number of people is insufficient. Accommodating so many is no trivial task. Lin Buan remarked without lifting her gaze. Alas, even in these times, one must uphold their responsibilities. It is not easy for them either, Hua Xiao sighed. Lin Buan glanced at her, acknowledging the truth in her words. Without their presence, many more lives would be at stake. In a sense, we owe them our gratitude. Not to mention the supplies that came so easily, like the cement at the base. Had the military not established the base here, we would be at a loss for where to procure such materials. Indeed, Lin Buan speaks rightly, Yu Su interjected suddenly. Hua Xiao cast a glance at him, choosing not to reprimand him for interrupting, given his earnest endeavor to study the fan. If they were to ascend the mountain, we would not be afraid. This is our territory, and should they attempt to seize it, they must first contend with our strength. Coupled with the drainage ditches outside, if we remove the wooden planks, they would face challenges in crossing over. Wei Chu had contemplated the scenario of the survivors ascending the mountain before retiring for the night. If someone does indeed come up, as I mentioned, survival will depend on their own abilities. They are no pushovers, and the drainage ditches alone present a formidable obstacle. When I planned to excavate, I had foreseen this issue, which is why I made them so wide and deep. Furthermore, we possess weapons when faced with tough adversaries. Who could match our resilience, save for the military personnel? However, should they truly ascend, the military will likely be too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with others, turning a blind eye to everything else. Suddenly, the weather cleared, disrupting the military's plans. Based on the previous forecasts, they could have worked through the rain during the day, completing the temporary base and the relocation within 3 days. However, the heavens seemed to conspire against them, presenting challenges that forced a shift to nocturnal operations. Even with round-the-clock shifts, the timeline would inevitably extend, causing considerable distress among the military leaders in the air raid shelter. At this precarious moment, a new dilemma emerged, intensifying the populace's panic. Chapter 83. Li Fan Shuang was infected. In the isolation ward within the air raid shelter, nearly half of the patients perished overnight. Upon receiving this news, the military high command wore grave expressions. as they now faced the pressing issue of how to manage the corpses of those who had succumbed to the illness. A single misstep could potentially allow these sources of infection to contaminate the entire air raid shelter, leaving no escape for anyone and resulting in certain demise. However, the complexities surrounding the situation are daunting and multifaceted. Chief among these challenges is the dilemma of how to transport the deceased out of the shelter and subsequently, how to handle the remains. Furthermore, there lies the matter of comforting the families and other survivors within the shelter. The emergence of a contagious disease has already instilled a sense of panic among the populace. Should news of the fatalities leak, it would become increasingly difficult to maintain control. The confines of the shelter are limited, and the notion of suppressing information is far from simple. By the time the authorities receive the news, it is likely that the public has already caught wind of vague rumors awaiting confirmation. If the bodies are discovered during their handling, the public, having their suspicions validated, would likely erupt in vehement protests, either fleeing or rioting, scenarios that are certainly undesirable to witness. Meanwhile, within the breeding facility, Li Fanshuang awoke, that morning feeling an unusual discomfort in her throat. Initially, she attributed it to the weather, believing that a few hours without water after waking might have led to her dry and painful throat. A glass of water would surely remedy it. However, after consuming 2 bowls of water, she found not only no relief, but rather an intensification of the pain that compelled her to cough uncontrollably. The sound of her cough first drew the attention of her brother, Li Yufan. "Xiao Shuang, what is wrong?" he inquired, frowning as he approached her, concerned she might have caught a cold. The continuous rain over the past few days had necessitated their venture into the elements to gather supplies, and despite crafting rudimentary umbrellas, they were still inevitably drenched, making them susceptible to illness. Just as he took a couple of steps closer, someone grasped his arm. Turning to see Fu Xingwen with a serious expression, he paused in surprise. "Old Fu," he began, but was cut off by Fu Xingwen's urgent whisper. "Do not go over." Fixated on Li Fanshuang's silhouette, Fu Xingwen remained silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and Li Yufan, understanding the unspoken message, turned a pale gaze towards Li Fanshuang. "Xiao Shuang." His voice trembled, laden with disbelief. Li Fanshuang covered her mouth in an attempt to stifle her cough, but the muffled sounds resonated like drums, echoing in the hearts of those present. After a strenuous effort to suppress her cough, she lifted her head, inhaled deeply, and managed to force a smile as she turned to face Li Yufan. "Brother, I fear I might." Before she could finish her sentence, another bout of intense coughing erupted. The paleness of her complexion was now tinged with a hint of color, but upon seeing her condition, the hearts of the other two, aside from Li Yufan, sank heavily. Her ashen face was one concern, but the redness in her eyes, the purplish hue of her lips, and, most alarmingly, the rash that had erupted across her body painted a terrifying picture. This was no ordinary cold. Why? Li Yufan cried out in despair, unable to comprehend how. With just that one touch, Li Fanshuang had become infected. He had been in close proximity to her. Why had he not contracted the illness? Why must his sister endure such suffering? "Useless, brother. I am ill and have no medicine, so there is no need for you to worry." In contrast, Li Fanshuang appeared to accept the situation with remarkable composure, even managing to smile. "Don't be foolish, Xiao Shuang. I will go out to find medicine, and I will surely cure you." Li Yufan could no longer hold back his tears. Their parents' fate remained uncertain, even if they were alive. Whether they would reunite was still in question. Now, he had only Li Fanshuang left as family, and he could not allow anything to happen to her. With this thought, he cast a deep glance at Li Fanshuang and turned to rush out of the small cabin. The crowd gasped. Going out now would be akin to courting death. Fortunately, Fu Xingwen reacted quickly and intercepted him before he could exit. "Li Yufan, have you lost your mind?" And Zitsong shouted as he rushed over to pull him back inside. The pressure on Fu Xingwen diminished abruptly, and he winced slightly. "Senior, are you all right?" Li Fanshuang noticed his unusual demeanor and anxiously approached to check on him. However, after taking 2 steps, she suddenly halted, recalling something. And Zitsong, who was grappling with Li Yufan, then noticed something was amiss and released his grip to inquire what was wrong. Upon glancing back, his gaze fell upon Fu Xingwen's back, where his shirt had been burned through, exposing inflamed skin that was significantly swollen and visibly blistered. He had suffered the sunburn while preventing Li Yufan from leaving, and the severity of the injury was unexpected. "Old Fu, come inside. I'll apply some medicine," and Zitsong said as he led him to their supply area. Witnessing that Fu Xingwen had been injured because of him, Li Yufan refrained from impulsively seeking medicine and stared guiltily at An Zizong treating Fu Xingwen's wounded back. This diversion had managed to calm everyone down, even those who had been previously agitated. The spread of the plague at the foot of the mountain had thrown the survivors into chaos, while those on the mountain remained blissfully unaware. After contemplating for a day, Wei Chu and Yu Su had indeed managed to craft a wooden fan. However, compared to the previous electric fans, this one was exceedingly rudimentary. It requires manual effort? How disappointing, Hua Xiao remarked after observing it a couple of times. The wooden fan they had created lacked power to set it in motion. One had to operate it manually. It's certainly easier than fanning oneself with a palm leaf, Yu Su replied, tugging on the rope beneath the fan. As he pulled the rope downward, the fan began to spin, generating a gentle breeze. The faster he pulled the rope, the quicker the fan turned, and the stronger the wind became. Feeling the warm breeze, Hua Xiao and Lin Buan sighed. It's not entirely useless. At least it provides some relief. Though it does require effort. What else with your reactions? Yu Su looked at the two of them, puzzled by their size. Given the circumstances, we must make do. Wei Chu offered, noticing their thoughts and providing some consolation. Lin Buan nodded, no longer fixating on whether the fan was truly effective. That evening, they intended to assess the situation at their base. If there were no significant changes, they would descend the mountain in a couple of days to investigate further. Upon hearing her suggestion to descend at such a precarious time, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. The conditions at the base were all too predictable, and venturing down now would undoubtedly heighten the risk of contracting the plague. Lin Buan's sudden desire to descend was perplexing. Wei Chu furrowed his brow, contemplating her intentions, yet was unable to decipher her thoughts, so he simply inquired. Chapter 84. Lin Buan's hospital visit. I wish to visit the hospital in hopes of fortune. Lin Buan finally articulated her plan. Are you out of your mind? Hua Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. What could you possibly achieve at a hospital during such a time? Surely, everything of value has already been evacuated. What do you expect to find there, dust? Lin Buan shook her head. With a hospital of such vastness, how can you be certain that everything has been taken? Besides, my visit is not solely for the supplies. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao and Yu Su exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by her intentions, unsure of what she truly sought. However, Wei Chu, standing nearby, suddenly seemed to grasp something, glancing at her with a thoughtful expression. We shall accompany you, Hua Xiao declared, though she remained uncertain of Lin Buan's purpose. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to join her in this perilous endeavor. No, you must stay on the mountain and remain vigilant regarding the situation below. I fear they may relocate here in the next couple of days, Lin Buan insisted, unwilling to allow Hua Xiao to accompany them. She believed that it sufficed for just her and Wei Chu to go. The addition of more individuals would only serve to distract them and compromise their safety. How long do you intend to be gone? Hua Xiao discerned the implication in her words, recognizing that Lin Buan did not plan to return before nightfall. The nearest hospital likely lacked the items she sought, and the closest one was over 5 kilometers away, making a same-day round trip unfeasible. Lin Buan spoke the truth. Their current location was somewhat removed from the city center, and the mountain was a considerable distance from the apartment they had previously occupied. She intended to visit a more distant hospital, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Must you go so far? Hua Xiao asked, both anxious and reluctant. Be good, don't fuss, Yu Su interjected before Lin Buan could respond. Choosing to go to the hospital at this juncture must indicate a critical need for supplies, perhaps even those vital for their survival. They are acutely aware of their own circumstances. It is best not to complicate matters further. Hua Xiao bit her lip, understanding Yu Su's meaning. She recognized that this was not a moment for her to be willful. Despite her reluctance, she chose to remain silent. With Yu Su stepping in, Lin Buan felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to contend with Hua Xiao's concerns, which lightened her emotional burden considerably. Once the decision to descend the mountain was made, Lin Buan and Wei Chu prepared a few essential supplies and safety measures for the two remaining individuals and their dogs. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon once more, prompting the duo to approach the cliff's edge to observe the developments at the base below. They noted an increase in personnel hastening the construction efforts, which filled Lin Buan and Wei Chu with a sense of foreboding. After 2 hours of observation, they could see the framework taking shape before their very eyes. At this pace, the construction would be completed in less than 2 days, facilitating the relocation of the survivors. It appeared that they would not need to wait long. Tomorrow, they would descend, careful to avoid an encounter with those below. On the return journey, Wei Chu stated solemnly, "We should descend today." Lin Buan concurred, acknowledging that their original plan was to descend the night after tomorrow. However, the military's swift actions suggested that some uncontrollable factors were compelling them to expedite the establishment of the new site. Given their current pace, the base would likely be ready by tomorrow at the latest, with the possibility of relocating the survivors as early as late at night, or at the very least by the following day. Should they inadvertently cross paths with the survivors during their descent, Lin Buan realized the consequences would be dire for them. "We must descend today. We have made all necessary preparations for Hua Xiao and the others," Lin Buan declared, noting that their arrangements were already set. "Agreed," Wei Chu replied after a moment of contemplation. After briefly briefing Hua Xiao and the others, Lin Buan and Wei Chu began their descent. Upon reaching the base, Lin Buan pondered which hospital to visit, as the city had numerous medical facilities. The closer options were dismissed, while the farther ones presented uncertainty regarding which to choose. Observing her indecision, Wei Chu interjected, "I know of a pharmaceutical company near Anhao Hospital. Perhaps we could visit it while we are there." At this, Lin Buan's eyes brightened with excitement, not only for the pharmaceutical company, but also for Anhao Hospital, which was known for its superior equipment and abundant supplies. However, she considered the distance, estimating it to be over 20 kilometers away. If they traveled on foot and encountered no obstacles, they should arrive before dawn. "Very well. Let us head to Anhao Hospital," Lin Buan agreed decisively. To reach their destination swiftly, the two began to run toward Anhao Hospital. Along the way, they encountered numerous survivors collecting supplies, taking care to keep their distance from the crowds. They soon noticed an unsettling trend. Many of the survivors were coughing, indicating a potential contagion. Finding a secluded spot to rest, Lin Buan retrieved alcohol spray and new masks. She disinfected her hands before removing her mask, then sanitized once more before donning a fresh one. "The situation is far more severe than we anticipated," she remarked. "Most of those we encountered appear to be infected. If this continues, there will be no safe place left at the base." Following her actions, Wei Chu donned a new mask and furrowed his brow as he gazed into the encroaching darkness outside, murmuring his apprehensions. It was possible that they might have to ascend the mountain one day, and thus, they needed to be prepared. Lin Buan understood this notion as well. The situation below was grim, and the circumstances above were no better, an inevitability. Moreover, she contemplated the cave where they resided atop the mountain, devoid of any escape routes. Once targeted, they could easily find themselves trapped within the cave. With their current supplies, being cornered there would be manageable, certainly more so than for those afflicted by illness. Yet one must not underestimate the depths of human nature. In desperate circumstances, or when all avenues for retreat have been severed, encountering a vulnerable target might incite one to devise every possible means to strip it of its essence. Thus, their safety on the mountain was far from guaranteed. And acknowledging this truth stirred a sense of anxiety within Lin Buan. "Do not fret, we still have time. Let us first procure what you need from the hospital. And upon our return, Yu Su and I will devise a plan," Wei Chu reassured her, urging her to momentarily set aside her concerns. Lin Buan reflected for a moment. Regaining her composure, understanding that urgency served no purpose, danger lurked everywhere, and it was wiser to seek additional security for themselves. They hurried intermittently, reaching the pharmaceutical company Wei Chu mentioned just before nightfall. Chapter 85. Encounter with Ji Dong and Wu Xiaofei. Lin Buan had anticipated the pharmaceutical company to be substantial, only to discover upon arrival that it was merely a small establishment. The office occupied a mere half-floor within a rented office building, and beneath the rubble of a collapsed structure, Lin Buan spotted a sign bearing the company's name. "Is this truly the pharmaceutical company you spoke of?" she asked, incredulous as she turned to Wei Chu. With a slight smile, Wei Chu replied, "The company is here, but that does not imply that their warehouse is as well." At this remark, Lin Buan's expression momentarily faltered. She considered inquiring how he knew the location of their warehouse, but ultimately refrained. Regardless of how he acquired this knowledge, if the warehouse remained undiscovered, there was hope for the four of them in the future. As dawn approached, it was ill-advised to venture to the pharmaceutical company's warehouse. Thus, Lin Buan and her companions sought refuge in a relatively sturdy corner of the ruins. No sooner had they barricaded the entrance than the sun broke forth, with rays streaming through the crevices, causing the temperature within the modest space to steadily rise. Sweat cascaded down their faces, and Lin Buan retrieved a box of cooling patches from her supplies, applying them to Wei Chu's forehead and arms. The soothing sensation of the patches provided immense relief, akin to discovering an oasis in the desert. After a simple meal and ample hydration to replenish their bodies, Lin Buan urged Wei Chu to rest while she kept watch at the entrance, preventing any potential intrusions. In this scorching sun, anyone foolish enough to venture outside is courting disaster. You need not stand guard. Let us both rest. When the sun sets, we have pressing matters to attend to, and we cannot afford to be fatigued, she insisted. Wei Chu regarded her disapprovingly. Under the relentless sun, any individual who dared to step outside risked severe sunburn or worse, collapsing entirely. No one would be so reckless as to throw their life away. She was merely inviting trouble upon herself. Very well, he conceded. Lin Buan pondered for a moment and deemed his words to be accurate. Thus she resettled herself within the confines of the space, leaning against the disordered wall. Do not overthink it. I shall rest here. Should any commotion arise, I will be the first to know. You should get some proper rest. Wei Chu gently reassured as he patted her shoulder. The corner they occupied could barely accommodate 3 individuals, and Lin Buan had obstructed the entrance, thereby reducing the available space within. Wei Chu's chosen spot was conveniently situated not far from this entrance, while Lin Buan rested a mere half an arm's length away from him, facing the entrance. A sliver of sunlight filtered through a narrow crevice, illuminating a few scattered patches on the ground. Initially, Lin Buan intended to seal those gaps, but Wei Chu suggested leaving some light to prevent her from sleeping too soundly. With his remark, Lin Buan relinquished the notion of blocking the light. As she leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, Lin Buan presumed she would struggle to find slumber. However, she had greatly overestimated her stamina. A night of intense exertion had left her body clamoring for rest, and scarcely had she shut her eyes when she succumbed to a deep, sweet slumber. Observing Lin Buan with her eyes closed and her breathing deepening, Wei Chu shook his head with a smile before quietly unwrapping a tissue to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead and face. After sitting for a while, unable to resist the allure of sleep, he too closed his eyes. In a hazy doze, Lin Buan was just beginning to awaken when she heard Wei Chu softly calling her name. What is it? She mumbled as she opened her eyes, only to see Wei Chu gesture for silence. Someone's coming, he whispered. It was then that Lin Buan realized the sun had vanished from the sky. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearing sunset, yet a faint glow lingered on the horizon. As she observed her watch, the sound of footsteps outside heightened her anxiety. Wei Chu, positioned in front of her with his hand resting on her shoulder, radiated warmth that seeped through her skin, soothing her frayed nerves. We must act swiftly. While others remain inside, let us search for something to eat. Understood, understood. Why are you so verbose? Am I verbose? Whose benefit do you think it is for me to be so? Who has repeatedly rescued you, despite past grievances? Had I known you were this inept, I would have preferred to flee alone, rather than risk starving alongside you. Shut up. Who are you calling inept? I am referring to you. Jidong. You are nothing but a waste. No wonder both of your women have abandoned you. It appears they possess clarity of mind and have seen through your hollow bravado. Unlike me, who is but a fool. The quarrel between a man and a woman grew louder as they approached, and Lin Buan snapped back to attention, recognizing their voices. It struck her as oddly familiar, and only when she heard the woman shout Jidong's name did she realize they were acquaintances. The man was undoubtedly Jidong. But who was the woman? Qingwei. Yet her voice did not seem to match. It's that girl from next door, the one who sheltered them before, Wei Chu quietly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Buan was struck with revelation. It was she, entangled once more with Jidong. How utterly perplexing. For a moment, Lin Buan found herself at a loss for how to assess Wu Xiaofei, who seemed utterly consumed by matters of the heart, unwilling to relinquish her attachment to Jidong even in such dire circumstances. The discordant sounds of their quarrel persisted, almost escalating into a physical confrontation. After listening for a while and confirming their distance, Lin Buan withdrew the wooden barrier obstructing the entrance. The two emerged from their hiding place, glancing around to ensure the coast was clear before making their way toward the pharmaceutical company's warehouse. Wei Chu guided Lin Buan through a labyrinth of turns, and after what felt like an eternity, they were nearly at their destination. However, just as they were about to reach it, they unexpectedly encountered Ji Dong and his companions. The echoes of their argument left Lin Buan and Wei Chu speechless. It was astonishing that they could still muster the energy to bicker at such a time. They hardly appeared to be deprived of resources, their voices robust and full of spirit amidst the conflict. Initially, Lin Buan intended to avoid the pair. But with nightfall casting shadows around them, the beam of their flashlight would easily betray their presence. Just as they sought to slip away unnoticed, they were already spotted. "Who goes there?" Ji Dong barked, turning around warily to face Lin Buan and Wei Chu. The flashlight in her grasp obscured their identities, leading Ji Dong to assume they were merely other survivors. Exchanging a glance with Wei Chu, Lin Buan resolved to vacate the area and take a longer route to the warehouse, wishing to steer clear of the erratic couple. Understanding her intention, Wei Chu nodded in agreement, and they both ignored Ji Dong, turning to leave. Observing their retreat, Wu Xiaofei felt a slight easing of tension, only for Ji Dong to suddenly call out, "Lin Buan," in an excited voice. Caught off guard, Lin Buan watched as Ji Dong, who had been beside her moments before, dashed toward the departing pair. Realizing the situation, she followed suit, and Ji Dong soon reached Lin Buan, recognizing both her and Wei Chu. It dawned on her why Ji Dong had been so animated. Lin Buan frowned as she felt Ji Dong's grip tighten on her arm, irritation bubbling within her. "Xiaowan, I've searched for you everywhere. Why did you leave so abruptly?" Ji Dong's expression bore just the right amount of concern. Had Lin Buan not regained her clarity and overheard the content of Ji Dong's dispute with Wu Xiaofei, she might have believed he was genuinely remorseful. Unfortunately, Ji Dong was the type to never acknowledge his faults, and his words and demeanor upon encountering Lin Buan were likely an attempt to curry favor once more. Seeing through his facade, Lin Buan felt a flicker of disdain, pondering why such a troublesome individual had not been afflicted by misfortune, and lamenting her ill luck in crossing paths with him. "Are you planning to linger here just to be sold off?" she retorted with irritation, shaking off his grip. Ji Dong, clearly recalling previous events, wore a look of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofei, initially envious of Ji Dong's attention towards Lin Buan, now felt a pang of confusion as she observed Ji Dong's expression in response to Lin Buan's words. At the moment when Xie Jun and his companions arrived, Wu Xiaofei was consumed by sorrow over Ji Dong's exploitation of her, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Eventually, after Lin Buan and the others fled, Xie Jun, unable to catch them, returned to the apartment amidst the clamor, which roused Wu Xiaofei from her slumber. Disturbed by the commotion outside, she sensed something amiss and refrained from opening the door, instead peering through the peephole. Upon spotting Xie Jun and his formidable companions, her first instinct was to barricade the door. She swiftly used furniture to secure the entrance, and not long after, someone outside conveyed information to Xie Jun's group, leading to a raucous knocking on her door, initiated by Ji Dong. Had she not seen Xie Jun and his men through the peephole, she might have succumbed to Ji Dong's coaxing. However, knowing Ji Dong was accompanied by a menacing crowd, she resolutely chose not to respond. Realizing Ji Dong's attempts were futile, Xie Jun and his associates resorted to force, attempting to breach the door with threats and violence, yet all their efforts proved ineffective. Terrified, Wu Xiaofei was grateful for the sturdy door and furnishings she had chosen, which ultimately safeguarded her life. After enduring a lengthy barrage of insults outside, silence fell when it became clear that their approach was fruitless. Just before the earthquake struck, Xie Jun and his group engaged in a heated argument, which lasted until they quieted down. During their quarrel, Wu Xiaofei cautiously removed the barricades from her door and witnessed the entire scene through the peephole. When Lin Buan and the others departed, they took everything from the floor except for Wu Xiaofei's belongings. With no food left, they planned to vacate the apartment, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Qin Wei climbed onto Xie Jun, intending to follow him. This was a severe blow to Ji Dong, who could hardly fathom Qin Wei abandoning him so readily, leading to a confrontation between them and ultimately a conflict with Xie Jun's group. The outcome, as expected, was a brutal beating at the hands of Xie Jun's men. After observing the entire ordeal through the peephole, Wu Xiaofei hesitated before finally opening the door long after Xie Jun's departure. She rushed to Ji Dong's side, who lay bloodied in the corridor, and assessed his condition. Finding he still had breath, she dragged him back to her home, caring for him until he regained consciousness. When the earthquake struck, she forcibly extricated him from the top floor. It can be said that without Wu Xiaofei, Ji Dong might have perished without a trace. never to have the chance to present himself before Lin Buan again. Ji Dong, do not underestimate others. I have no time for your antics now. Do not cling to me, or I cannot predict my own actions, Lin Buan warned him sternly. Xiaowan, I realize I have wounded your heart, but could you grant me another chance? I have come to appreciate your kindness, and this time, I shall not disappoint you, Ji Dong implored, completely disregarding Lin Buan's words. He took a step forward, pleading, attempting to grasp Lin Buan's hand, only to be thwarted by a swift palm from Wei Chu. Do not lay hands on me, he admonished. Ji Dong momentarily froze, his gaze shifting to Wei Chu. Upon discerning his countenance, Ji Dong's breath quickened. He pointed at Wei Chu, then at Lin Buan. His face flushing, his expression akin to that of a man who has caught his girlfriend in an indiscretion. Before he could utter any disparaging remarks, Lin Buan drew a kitchen knife, pressing it against his throat. What kind of insolence is this? Speak only after careful consideration. The knife's sharp edge broke the skin, instilling a sudden clarity in Ji Dong. A gasp escaped Wu Xiaofei as she moved to intervene, but Lin Buan shot her a threatening glance, halting her in her tracks. Do not act impulsively, she whispered to Lin Buan. Ji Dong, hearing her words, regained his composure, panic etching his features. Xiaowan, please don't. If you're upset, you can beat me, but there's no need for the knife, is there? Ji Dong, Lin Buan called coolly, narrowing her eyes as she approached him. Do you know how much I long to kill you? Gazing into Lin Buan's eyes at such proximity, he recognized the seriousness and murderous intent therein. She was not jesting. In an instant, despite the sweltering heat, cold sweat broke out upon him. Xiaowan, murder is a crime. Please, don't be rash. I can vanish from your life this very moment and never return. Would that suffice? Lin Buan remained silent, her unwavering stare suffusing him with palpable pressure. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Murder is illegal. Do you truly believe that anyone could hold me accountable if I were to kill you now? Lin Buan scoffed. Hearing this, Ji Dong's expression stiffened, and he quickly grasped the gravity of his situation, his legs shaking even more violently. In the next moment, a repugnant liquid oozed down his legs. Lin Buan, with a look of disdain, stepped back, spat at him, and turned to leave with Wei Chu. How unfortunate to encounter such a scoundrel. And now I feel utterly disgusted. Wu Xiaofei, having observed the entire scene, felt a similar sense of revulsion at Ji Dong's pitiful state and for the first time questioned her own judgment. How could she have been attracted to such a cowardly man? Yet, as she reflected on her investments in him, she found herself unable to turn away, cursing inwardly. Lin Buan continued to pull Wei Chu along until they had traveled a considerable distance before stopping. She looked around, realizing she was lost. Uncertain of where she had dragged Wei Chu, embarrassed, she turned back to him. It seems we are lost. Chapter 87. The laboratory in the warehouse. Wei Chu wore a smile, observing Lin Buan's somewhat indistinct visage in the darkness. The sense of crisis that had surfaced upon encountering Ji Dong had vanished entirely. Not to worry, I know the way. I will guide you. Why do you seem so familiar with this warehouse? Lin Buan regarded him with suspicion. Upon hearing the words, Wei Chu's expression momentarily faltered. After a considerable pause, he spoke in a rather ambiguous tone. A friend brought me here a few times before. What kind of friend would take such risks? This is a company warehouse. After all, while some of the medicines may not hold significant value, there are undoubtedly valuable items within. If any precious pharmaceuticals were to be carelessly lost, the repercussions would be severe for that friend. However, the fact that the warehouse remains intact suggests that their actions have not yet been discovered. Lin Buan silently mused about Wei Chu and his so-called friend's audacity, refraining from further inquiries about their purpose here. Her current concern was merely whether there were still goods within the warehouse. The iron door of the warehouse appeared weathered, perhaps soaked by water or corroded by acid rain, its surface marred with rust, reminiscent of a derelict storage facility long abandoned. Were it not for Wei Chu's firm belief that this was the place, Lin Buan likely wouldn't have given it a second glance. Just as she pondered how to gain entry, Wei Chu approached and manipulated something, and in the next moment, the warehouse door creaked open. Lin Buan was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze towards Wei Chu transformed. Goodness, it seemed he spoke the truth. Otherwise, how could he have unlocked the warehouse door? She certainly did not believe he possessed the key. Following Wei Chu into the warehouse, she illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight, revealing a dismal sight. Most of the medicine's outer packaging was composed of cardboard boxes, all of which had been soaked and rendered to pulp. Fortunately, the subsequent high temperatures had dried out the water inside, preventing the floor from appearing even more repulsive. With the remnants strewn about, Lin Buan felt a headache coming on. The medicines themselves were undoubtedly intact. If cleaned thoroughly, they could still be usable. However, with the cardboard boxes waterlogged and dried, retrieving the medicines would require considerable effort. Wei Chu glanced at her without speaking, then ventured further inside before returning to Lin Buan and saying, "Let us go deeper." Huh. Lin Buan was puzzled. Before she could inquire further, Wei Chu grasped her arm and led her deeper into the warehouse. Isn't it all the same in there? What could we possibly find? Reluctantly, Lin Buan followed him into the dim environment, where various irregular shadows made her feel uneasy. Wei Chu did not respond, and after approximately 2 minutes of walking, they reached the depths of the warehouse. This unassuming exterior belied the vastness and depth within. Under Lin Buan's curious gaze, Wei Chu began to fumble around in a corner of the wall. What exactly are you searching for? She began to sense the underlying motive. It was he who suggested the Anhao Hospital, and he who mentioned this pharmaceutical company. His familiarity with the warehouse's layout was evident upon entering. He headed straight for the depths, appearing less like someone collecting supplies and more like one on a quest for something specific. Just as Lin Buan was on the verge of losing her patience, Wei Chu suddenly halted, his hands finding something, and with a sharp click, the dark wall before them began to slowly rise. A soft blue light gradually illuminated the warehouse, dispelling the darkness within. Lin Buan was taken aback by the scene before her. As the walls ascended, a metallic silver-gray structure emerged, adorned with softly glowing blue fixtures. Suddenly exposed to the light, she found herself momentarily disoriented. It had been quite some time since they last had electricity, yet here in this dilapidated warehouse, power was available? Wei Chu, undeterred by Lin Buan's astonishment, advanced toward a nearby keypad, diligently working at it, the sound of beeping intermittently resonating in the air. Amidst these unusual sounds, Lin Buan regained her senses and cautiously approached, observing his nimble fingers dancing over a miniature keyboard embedded in the wall. The small screen before him displayed a dizzying array of symbols, leaving her utterly bewildered. She could not help but glance at Wei Chu. The blue glow from the screen illuminated his face, revealing an intense focus that seemed to render him oblivious to her presence beside him. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the screen, accompanied by 2 alert tones. Lin Buan noticed Wei Chu retract his hand, visibly relieved, his expression easing into one of tranquility. A sharp click echoed behind her, startling Lin Buan from her thoughts as she turned to see a heavy door slowly creaking open. Looking back at Wei Chu, she found him gazing at her with a reassuring smile, his demeanor radiating unwavering trust. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly suppressed the rapid rhythm, pivoting back to the door and stepping forward. Beyond the door lay a moderately long corridor. Once they entered, the door closed behind them. Lin Buan turned back anxiously, but Wei Chu comforted her. "Do not worry. We are inside. Exiting is quite simple." He gestured toward a controller beside the door. Upon seeing it, Lin Buan felt a wave of relief wash over her. "What exactly is this place?" she inquired, as if the thought had just occurred to her. "You'll find out once we explore," Wei Chu replied, pointing to the door at the end of the corridor. Lin Buan shot him a glance, dismissed her curiosity about what lay within, and hastened to the end, pushing the door open with urgency. To her astonishment, the interior resembled a laboratory, its walls emitting a cold glow and filled with various instruments that sent a shiver through her. She had never been particularly comfortable in such environments. Although there were no bizarre specimens or items preserved in formaldehyde, the atmosphere still unsettled her. This is a pharmaceutical company's laboratory, equipped with top-notch defensive and security capabilities. From the outset, they designed it with various contingencies in mind, ensuring a self-sufficient power supply, Wei Chu explained, glancing at a nearby tablet before pausing. However, it seems the electrical systems are malfunctioning now. The energy within the lab may not last much longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Buan quickly turned. "Can you fix it?" Wei Chu shifted his gaze from the tablet, meeting her eyes with an expression of disbelief. "What are you thinking? It can't be what I suspect, can it?" "What do you suspect?" Lin Buan's expression transformed into one of excitement. A self-sufficient power supply unit. Wasn't that precisely what she needed? Once acquired, they would no longer have to endure a primitive existence. Chapter 88. The laboratory raid. "Don't get your hopes up. That equipment is difficult to dismantle," Wei Chu replied, exasperated. He had anticipated all of Lin Buen's reactions, but he never considered she would target the laboratory's power supply. Upon hearing this, Lin Buen's enthusiasm deflated instantly. All right then, what are we here to find? She had assumed they had come because Wei Chu was searching for something specific. With a resigned sigh, Wei Chu led her through a winding path until they reached a door. He opened it, and the lights flickered on, causing Lin Buen's eyes to widen in amazement. Compared to the outside, the pharmaceuticals here were nothing short of exceptional. My goodness, so many medicines! Lin Buen exclaimed in disbelief, stepping inside to inspect further. The majority of the drugs were prescription medications and certain specialized treatments that were unavailable outside, precisely what Lin Buen and her companions required. Before Wei Chu could say a word, Lin Buen began to gather the medications into her storage space. The room quickly emptied, and Wei Chu then guided her to the next chamber, which contained various supplies that had likely been provided for the researchers here. Lin Buen wasted no time and took everything. Finally, they arrived at a relatively secure room. Wei Chu executed his usual procedure, and the door opened automatically. A refreshing chill wafted out, enveloping Lin Buen in comfort, causing her pores to open in delight. With a sigh of wonder, Lin Buen opened her eyes, and upon seeing the contents within, her gaze widened in astonishment. Rows of upright refrigerators housed numerous vials. The labels on the nearest ones indicated their contents. Insulin, antibiotics, and a variety of others were present, and upon entering, she even spotted an array of vaccines in considerable quantities. Wei Chu, come quickly! Lin Buen called excitedly after scrutinizing the room. With a resigned smile, Wei Chu approached her side, only to hear her voice filled with concern. We don't have a refrigerator. Will taking these vials compromise their efficacy? Regardless of the impact, the medicines will still retain some effectiveness. The circumstances are what they are. Don't overthink it, Wei Chu reassured her, unfazed by her worries. Even if they didn't take the vials. Once the laboratory's energy was depleted and power was no longer supplied, the vials would meet the same fate. You have a point, Lin Buen nodded thoughtfully, then requested his assistance in packing. As they gathered the items, Lin Buen suddenly had a thought and glanced at Wei Chu, noticing her slowing pace. Wei Chu raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Buen pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. It was rare to see Wei Chu in such a hesitant state, and he turned to her with a curious gaze, patiently awaiting her resolution. While we cannot take this laboratory with us, could we not inform the military about its existence? Wei Chu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Buen would consider disclosing this place to the military. Most individuals would instinctively wish to claim it for themselves. Initially, she too had entertained the idea of taking the laboratory's power supply, but upon realizing that was impossible, she did not contemplate its destruction. Instead, the notion of entrusting it to the military genuinely surprised him. For a moment, Wei Chu found himself at a loss for words. If you disagree, just assume I am deliriously happy and rambling nonsense, Lin Buen remarked, sensing his silence and regretting her suggestion. She believed there were still many resources within the laboratory, yet her limited capabilities prevented her from utilizing them effectively. As she gathered the syringes, an idea struck her. The military would undoubtedly safeguard valuable personnel. Properly harnessed, the laboratory's power supply could enable many to survive in this sweltering environment. Most crucially, the equipment here might lead to the discovery of a cure for the plague. While she could strive to survive alongside Hua Xiao and the others, she could not justify depriving others of their lives. The apocalypse might be nature's retribution against humanity. Survivors could be both virtuous and malevolent. If all humanity perished, what significance would their survival hold? Humans are inherently social beings, and Lin Buen could scarcely fathom a world inhabited solely by the four of them. Thus, she contemplated informing the military, hoping they would employ the laboratory's resources for post-disaster reconstruction, illuminating a path forward for humanity. However, since Wei Chu had been the one to discover this place, she felt it necessary to seek his opinion. I have no objections. The decision rests with you, Wei Chu replied, shaking his head, revealing no aversion to her idea. Upon hearing his response, Lin Buen scrutinized him closely. His once unfamiliar and polite demeanor had transformed into one of trust and acceptance, his features appearing slightly more gaunt and weathered than when they first met. Reflecting on his actions over the past days and Hua Zhao's earlier remarks, her heart raced. Flustered, she swiftly turned away, feigning busyness as she continued to stow away the syringes, all the while troubled by her burgeoning feelings. Indeed, Humans are emotional creatures. The saying that time breeds affection is not merely a cliché. In such dire circumstances, how could she allow herself to become entangled in romantic sentiments? Completely contrary to her original intentions, Lin Buan let out a faint, bitter laugh, inhaling deeply as she suppressed her fluttering heart. She was determined not to repeat past mistakes. She would survive and resolutely refuse to lose herself to emotions, resolving not to leave herself vulnerable. Lin Buan quickly gathered her composure and finished collecting all the syringes with an air of nonchalance. Unbeknownst to Lin Buan, Wei Chu had undergone an emotional journey. After collecting all the syringes, he suggested whether they should take the pharmaceutical raw materials from the laboratory. Lin Buan followed him for a glance, yet shook her head. Let it be for the military. We have no use for these. They undoubtedly possess the expertise in this domain. If we were to carry everything away, it would be akin to a skilled cook lacking ingredients. Without raw materials, they would be unable to conduct any research. Realizing that Wei Chu might perceive her as overly altruistic, she added, "Of course, I do not intend to relinquish it without compensation. I plan to use this location and these materials to negotiate a deal with the military." "What do you intend to trade?" Wei Chu asked, momentarily taken aback, having initially thought Lin Buan was willing to give the place away to the military, only to discover her intentions to barter with them. "What do you believe we need at present?" Lin Buan inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon him. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chu suddenly recalled something, meeting her eyes, and they both smiled knowingly, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. Chapter 89. The morgue. After meticulously inspecting the laboratory to ensure nothing was overlooked, Wei Chu chose not to lead Lin Buan back the way they came. Instead, he guided her through an underground passage, leading to Anhao Hospital. Standing in the storeroom of Anhao Hospital, Lin Buan felt as though she were in a dream, and her suspicions regarding Wei Chu's identity grew. If his knowledge of the pharmaceutical company's warehouse and the clandestine laboratory could be attributed to luck or information from a so-called friend, his awareness of the connection between the laboratory and Anhao Hospital was surely not common knowledge. How did Wei Chu come to know of this underground passage? And how was he aware of the link between the pharmaceutical warehouse and Anhao Hospital? Her skeptical gaze swept over Wei Chu several times, but she refrained from questioning him further, sensing that inquiries would yield no answers. Perhaps due to Anhao Hospital's status as a foreign-invested institution, the structure remained unscathed. Despite the severe earthquake and numerous aftershocks, it had not crumbled like many buildings outside. Otherwise, Lin Buan and Yu Su would have found no place to stand upon their arrival. However, when Lin Buan illuminated the so-called storeroom with her flashlight, revealing various medical supplies strewn across the floor, soaked and damaged, darkness seemed to envelop her. Wei Chu, clearly taken aback by the situation, stood in shock for a while before regaining his composure. "Most of these supplies should still be usable. You can sort through them," he sighed, offering his guidance to Lin Buan. This storeroom could indeed be considered an extension of the laboratory, discreetly situated within Anhao Hospital. Given the current state of Anhao Hospital, it appeared that survivors had taken refuge inside. Therefore, after collecting the supplies, Wei Chu intended to lead her back the way they came. Lin Buan was uncertain about which items were usable and which were not, so she opted to gather everything into her space. Once certain that nothing was amiss, Wei Chu led Lin Buan back along their original path. However, as they approached the laboratory door, the sound of relentless banging echoed from the outside. They exchanged glances, realizing that someone had discovered the laboratory and intended to force their way in. "What should we do?" Lin Buan whispered to Wei Chu, her mind racing with thoughts of whether the door was sufficiently sturdy. If it wasn't, she would have to prepare for a confrontation. To her surprise, Wei Chu reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, even a bomb might not breach this door." Lin Buan felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She knew Wei Chu never boasted. Yet the door's formidable nature left her incredulous. It took her a moment to regain her composure, and as she gazed at the incessantly rattling door, she felt a slight easing of her tension. "Shall we wait here? I fear those outside might not relent," she suggested. Wei Chu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us exit through the Anhao Hospital." With that, he took Lin Buan's hand and turned towards the direction of the hospital. "Shouldn't there be others inside the hospital? Will it be safe for us to leave this way?" Lin Buan asked, her concern evident. Wei Chu remained silent, uncertain of how to address her worries, for he did not know the exact location of the warehouse within Anhao Hospital. Not receiving a response, Lin Buan refrained from further inquiries, instead retrieving 2 guns and ammunition from her space, one for herself and the other handed to Wei Chu. Upon returning to the warehouse, they donned masks, switching to a state of vigilance as they approached the door. With utmost caution, they unlocked it and opened it slightly. Outside lay an impenetrable darkness, and after listening intently, Wei Chu discerned no sounds. He signaled Lin Buan to be silent, then retrieved a flashlight, widening the door to glance outside swiftly. Beyond, it appeared to be a vacant room, devoid of any presence or even a single object. Wei Chu felt a sense of relief and quietly relayed the situation to Lin Buan. Together, they pulled the warehouse door fully open and stepped outside. Once out, Lin Buan carefully closed the warehouse door behind them, then turned to survey the room they found themselves in. The surroundings were starkly empty, dominated by a stainless steel table that felt oddly familiar yet unsettling. What sent a chill down Lin Buan's spine was the inexplicable coolness of the room, accompanied by a faint, indescribable odor. It was oppressively hot outside, even within a room. One would not expect such a refreshing chill. This was decidedly unsettling. Gripped by fear, she clutched Wei Chu's arm, silently urging him to proceed with caution. Wei Chu, having already identified the exit of the room, was about to advance when Lin Buan's grasp on his arm halted him. Noticing her worried expression, he understood she had sensed something amiss. Pausing momentarily, he nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the exit, cautiously moving closer. This room ought to be a suite. The exit is completely unshielded, revealing only a hollow frame. Wei Chu approached, peering out to ascertain whether anyone was present outside. However, he sensed something amiss. It appeared that something lay upon the ground. As he illuminated the area with his flashlight, the sight rendered him motionless, his pupils constricting in horror. Lin Buan, noticing his unease, hurried over for a glance, only to stifle a dry heave behind her mask, nearly retching. She remarked on the unsettling familiarity of the scent, a vague yet indescribable odor. It dawned on her that this storage room was linked to the morgue. The corpses outside had begun to decay in the freezer after the power outage, and following their exposure to water, they had likely undergone a grotesque transformation. Post-earthquake, numerous bodies had been dislodged, and regardless of their prior state, all had succumbed to putrefaction. With no one to tend to the aftermath, these decomposed remains, subjected to rising temperatures, had lost their moisture, leaving the entire floor and the freezer strewn with desiccated, dark red human tissue. Coupled with the indescribable stench, the sight was unbearable for anyone to behold. At that moment, both Lin Buan and Wei Chu were paralyzed by revulsion. Even Wei Chu's complexion turned ashen. They stood at a standstill, uncertain of how to proceed, overwhelmed by disgust. The floor was devoid of any clean space, and neither wished to dirty their shoes by stepping on the remains of others. The atmosphere grew tense, each grappling with a dreadful mood. What should we do? How do we exit? Lin Buan whispered to Wei Chu, her fingers subtly gesturing towards the ground. Wei Chu exhaled deeply, his emotions fraught with rare irritation. He surveyed their surroundings, forcing himself to regain composure, contemplating their escape, acutely aware of the potential viral threats lurking among the corpses. Their prolonged presence here could prove increasingly perilous. Chapter 90. The military base construction completed. Lin Buan also scanned the vicinity, noticing that some of the mortuary cabinets remained unused. An idea sparked in her mind, and she tugged at Wei Chu. Let us move the tables out of those cabinets and use them to bridge the gap. It should work. After a moment's consideration, Wei Chu turned back and maneuvered the table positioned in the center towards them. Lin Buan directed him with her flashlight, ensuring they avoided disturbing the remains, seeking out areas devoid of dismembered flesh, conveniently close to the freezer. Wei Chu leaped up, retrieving 2 unblemished cabinets, positioning them at the opposite end of the table, thereby creating a slope that led directly to the open space before the morgue door. With his long legs, he traversed the distance in just a couple of strides, then turned to encourage Lin Buan to follow. Not one to hesitate, Lin Buan ascended the table and mimicked his movements, successfully reaching his side. Before departing from the morgue, she clasped her hands together and murmured to the indistinguishable remains. I'm sorry, it was beyond our control. We will return shortly with someone to collect you. She was not superstitious. Rather, she sought solace for herself. After all, the deceased here were pitiable souls who had not even experienced joy in this world, only to endure such torment and death. It was somewhat lamentable. Wei Chu found her actions perplexing, Yet he was not one to speak much, so he refrained from questioning her and patiently waited for her to finish. Upon exiting the morgue, they discovered they were on the second basement level. The elevator was inoperable, forcing them to ascend via the stairs. They climbed to the hospital's first floor, only to find the emergency exit door closed. Unsure if anyone lingered in the lobby, they hesitated to push the door open. Fortunately, the door had a glass panel. Wei Chu concealed himself nearby and observed for a moment. Once he adjusted to the darkness, he could vaguely discern the situation outside. The first-floor lobby they arrived at had once been the hospital's emergency department. When the disaster struck, it seemed that both staff and patients had fled, leaving behind only scattered debris. Once assured that no one was present, Wei Chu pushed open the emergency exit and stepped outside. The door emitted a disconcerting creaking sound, which resonated eerily in the stillness of the dark night. Lin Buen's heart raced as she nervously followed Wei Chu into the lobby, hastily moving toward the hospital's exterior. As they exited the hospital, a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind them, resembling a hurried descent from above, and it was evident that more than one person was present. Wishing to avoid trouble and contact with strangers, they extinguished their flashlight and darted behind an overturned vehicle for cover. Moments later, the footsteps halted at the very spot they had just occupied, and voices became discernible. Strange, was there not someone here just now? A puzzled male voice inquired. Could they have run away? Is there truly someone? Surely, I did not mishear. Even if they fled, they cannot have gone far. Let us venture out and take a look. From their dialogue, it was clear there were at least 3 individuals, all youthful, including one woman. As the footsteps gradually receded, Lin Buen felt an oddity. In the darkness, these young people remained in the hospital instead of searching for supplies. Were they not concerned about exhausting their resources? Or did they possess enough provisions that they need not venture out daily for sustenance? They've moved on. We should leave as well. Wei Chu's words snapped Lin Buen back to reality. She peeked out and confirmed that no one was in sight, then nodded and swiftly followed Wei Chu away from the hospital. Along the way, she glanced at the time and calculated their return journey to the mountain, concluding that they should reach the summit before dawn. After deliberation, they decided to head straight back. Lin Buen feared that the longer the night lingered, the more dreams would arise. Contemplating a return to negotiate with the military regarding the laboratory, she now found herself uncertain of whom to trust, realizing that if she did not act swiftly, others might seize the opportunity before her. After rehydrating, they officially set off, racing towards the mountains. Meanwhile, the military base at the foot of the mountain was nearing completion. The leaders within the shelter received news and immediately began to sift through the survivors, dispatching them in batches to the base. Unable to sleep, Hua Xiao, worried about Lin Buen and her group, accompanied Yu Su to observe the situation at the base below. Upon spotting a distant group approaching, she recognized that the evacuation had commenced. They were remarkably swift. Fortunately, Xiao Wan and her companions had departed early, or else they might have encountered trouble. Furrowing her brow, Hua Xiao gazed at the lengthy procession below, feeling a sense of unease. The thought that they might be living among a group potentially carrying a virus heightened her sense of crisis. With no doctors available and the medical environment nearly non-existent, any illness could lead to death. Although the exact situation below remained unclear, she could already surmise that some lives had undoubtedly been lost. This was an inevitable reality, merely a question of time. What concerned her now was how long the evacuation would take. They must not return just as Wei Chu and the others arrive. Yu Su was contemplating more comprehensively. At this pace, it was uncertain how many remained in the shelter and whether those afflicted would be evacuated alongside the others. If the sick were indeed included in the transfer, the speed of evacuation would likely not be quick, increasing the possibility of an encounter with Lin Buen and her group. What then? If they crossed paths, aside from the risk of infection, the military would certainly devise a way to capture Xiao Wan and her companions, thus exposing them to danger. The thought made Hua Xiao's head throb. For now, she decided to wait and hope that Wei Chu and the others did not return too soon. Meanwhile, Lin Buen and her group were hastily approaching. Just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain before dawn, they encountered a visibly anxious Zitsong and Li Yufan. Brother Wei, Sister Lin, and Zitsong exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing them. Hearing his voice, both paused, turning to see him. Their expressions shifted slightly. How was it that they kept running into him? Like a ghost that wouldn't vanish? Wei Chu pondered silently, feeling no enthusiasm at their appearance. Are you out searching for supplies? He inquired, and Zitsong managed a wry smile. Fang Shuang and Old Fu have both been infected. They're currently running high fevers. We came out to see if there are any medications available." Upon hearing this, Lin Buen's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly stepped back, distancing herself from Zizong and Li Yufan. Although Wei Chu did not retreat, his countenance altered as he glanced at Zizong and his companion, remaining silent. However, Lin Buen's reaction provoked Li Yufan, whose previously sorrowful expression suddenly morphed into one of rage. He shouted at Lin Buen, "If it weren't for your mother, how would my sister have gotten infected? What do you mean by stepping back?" Chapter 91, Medicine Without a Doctor. Lin Buen paused, raising her gaze to him, her expression darkening. "What do you mean?" And Zizong immediately intervened to calm the oncoming rage of Li Yufan, explaining the situation to Lin Buen. Upon learning that Li Fanxiang had been infected by Yu Yu, Lin Buen's furrowed brow remained tense. Yu Yu? She was still alive? Not only alive, but also causing harm to others. Perhaps it would have been better if she had perished. "Take me to see those two," Lin Buen said, her agitation evident. Initially reluctant to involve herself, she met Wei Chu's gaze and resolved to go. And Zizong seemed taken aback by her request to visit Li Fanxiang and exchanged a glance with Li Yufan. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement to lead her there. They walked ahead, returning to the breeding farm. Lin Buen observed the transformed little house and couldn't help but glance at them. The once partially collapsed structure had been cleared and simply rebuilt with some timber materials. The roof, crafted from materials they had procured, created a half-height space above, seemingly designed for insulation. Surrounding the small house were various makeshift materials, and the original large gate of the farm had been dismantled and reassembled in front of the house. As Lin Buen entered, she touched the door and the adjacent materials, finding them quite sturdy. Coughs occasionally echoed from within, snapping her back to reality as she noticed Zizong stepping inside, illuminating the previously dark interior. She followed Wei Chu into the now-lit room, which was divided into 3 sections, one corner for Li Fanxiang, separated by a curtain from the area where 3 boys were sleeping, and another space for dining and storing supplies. The coughs emanated from the innermost corner, and Lin Buen recognized the voice as Li Fanxiang's. Just as Zizong was about to speak, Lin Buen, uninterested in his words, strode in and pulled back the curtain, her eyes immediately landing on Fu Xingwen. He lay on a rudimentary straw mat, his face bearing a disturbing flush, lips pale and cracked, forehead glistening with sweat, trembling intermittently. On the other side of the curtain lay Li Fanxiang, in stark contrast to Fu Xingwen, who was unconscious. She was very much awake but utterly weakened, lying there unable to move. Observing her somewhat ashen complexion and the sores forming on her neck, Lin Buen found herself at a loss for words. She gazed for a while before stepping back, disregarding the sentiments of Zizong and Li Yufan. Taking out her alcohol spray, she meticulously applied it to herself. Li Yufan's expression remained grim, harboring a trace of animosity towards Lin Buen. After finishing with the alcohol, she approached Wei Chu and said, "I cannot proceed. Given the circumstances, I cannot administer medication indiscriminately. We need to find a doctor." Wei Chu paused, seemingly deep in thought, then replied, "Let's give her an antibiotic." Lin Buen cast a glance at him. Both seemed to be running a fever. Utilizing antibiotics that were not specifically indicated for their condition could at least help reduce the fever. "I cannot administer injections," Lin Buen admitted, raising her hands in resignation. Although she comprehended the theory, she had never applied it in practice, and thus felt a twinge of fear. "I will do it," he replied. Lin Buen was taken aback. She had not anticipated his willingness. Just as she was about to express her surprise, he added, "I have given injections to animals before." "Humans are not the same as animals," Lin Buen retorted, her incredulity growing. What audacity he had to seek the limelight in such a manner. As she was lost in thought, Li Yufan interjected, "I can do it. My mother is a nurse at the hospital, and she has taught us." The mention of his parents made Li Yufan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. His mother would never have imagined that the knowledge she imparted would one day be utilized by a child in such a grave situation involving another child. Lin Buen exchanged a glance with Wei Chu and, taking advantage of her backpack's cover, retrieved an antibiotic syringe from her space. "Neither of you are allergic to any medication, are you?" she suddenly inquired as she handed the syringe to Li Yufan. Only then did she recall the possibility of allergies. She had hastily taken out penicillin without considering that someone might react adversely to it. And Zizong and Li Yufan were momentarily taken aback. Li Yufan was aware that Li Fanshuang was not allergic to penicillin, but Fu Xingwen and the others were not informed of this. What if they inadvertently administered it, and the person experienced an allergic reaction? They exchanged worried glances, both feeling somewhat troubled. Let us start with Fanshuang, Li Yufan decided, gritting his teeth. After all, a sister held greater importance than a brother. And Zitsong remained silent, not endorsing the notion of solely saving Li Fanshuang, but recognizing the grim reality. If they could save one, they must try. It was unreasonable to allow both to perish. We could try cephalosporins. The efficacy may be uncertain, but it should have some effect on Fu Xingwen. Wei Chu proposed a solution. If penicillin proved unsuitable, then cephalosporins would have to suffice. It was improbable for both to be allergic. If they were, then Fu Xingwen's fate would be sealed. He would have to rely on his own resilience to navigate this peril. Very well, Lin Buan conceded, unfazed by the prospect of administering another cephalosporin. She retrieved the syringe from her space once more and handed it to Zikong. He took it nervously, staring at the syringe in his hand, feeling utterly lost. He was not skilled in this. Couldn't he request Wei Chu to assist with the injection? His gaze pleaded for help from Wei Chu, who found himself exasperated. Why was it that Li Yufan, who was undoubtedly more qualified, could not wait until he finished with his task before administering to Fu Xingwen? Why rely on him? A novice? Truly, none of these university students were dependable. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Fu Xingwen. With such unreliable companions, it was indeed a wonder he had managed to survive thus far. Before Zitsong could voice his unspoken plea for assistance, Li Yufan emerged from within. His expression had improved significantly since before, yet the gravity etched on his brow revealed that Li Fanshuang's condition had not alleviated much. Upon seeing him emerge, Zitsong hurriedly approached, thrusting the ceftriaxone injection into his hands, urging him to administer it to old Fu as well. Li Yufan paused, momentarily taken aback by the injection in his grasp. As he turned to proceed to give Fu Xingwen the injection, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Lin Buan. Their condition necessitated professional treatment. Merely these two medications might prove ineffective. Wei Chu's blunt words shattered his momentary joy. Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Zitsong's face, and he wiped his brow, stricken with discomfort. Where can we possibly find both medication and a doctor now? Lin Buan glanced at Wei Chu, understanding his intention to assist them. Although she lacked his altruism, the fact that Li Fanshuang might be infected due to Yu pricked her conscience. She had no need to search for medication, as she possessed ample supplies, but perhaps she knew how to procure a doctor. With a contemplative expression, Lin Buan suddenly spoke. We can assist you in finding one. Chapter 92. Seeking help from Lu Daong. The medication had been provided. The rest depended on Fu Xingwen and Li Fanshuang. Lin Buan made her declaration and departed the breeding farm with Wei Chu. On the way, Wei Chu inquired where she intended to find a doctor for them. Negotiate with the military. It's just a doctor after all. These two are ready-made test subjects. I suspect that if we propose treatment, those doctors might be quite pleased, she remarked, prompting Wei Chu to regard her with increasing curiosity. What are you implying? Am I mistaken? Do you believe that if we present our terms, they would dare to refuse? Wei Chu rubbed his forehead, somewhat puzzled by Lin Buan's unshakable confidence. Do not be overly presumptuous. The military may not act as we envision. You should also consider what to do if they reject our terms. That's impossible, unless their leaders are fools. Lin Buan was resolute in her disbelief that anyone could resist the allure of the laboratory's self-sustaining energy equipment. Had it not been for Wei Chu's lack of maintenance skills, she would have coveted it for herself, envisioning a future devoid of electrical concerns that would elevate her lifestyle significantly. With a resigned sigh, Wei Chu remarked, "No one is a fool, but aside from the doctor, what other terms do you wish to propose? Will they be willing to acquiesce to your conditions?" Upon hearing this, Lin Buan was momentarily at a loss for words. She too was uncertain of their willingness to comply, as her demands were quite substantial. Any rational person hearing such terms would likely be taken aback. Regardless, we must at least attempt to negotiate. I am not some benevolent saint willing to offer them assistance without reciprocation. My willingness is already generous, Lin Buan muttered in dissatisfaction. If all else fails, let it be. No one should expect to uncover that location. Shall we proceed to negotiate now? Wei Chu tentatively inquired. There is no time like the present. If we delay, when will we go? Those two cannot withstand their current condition for long. If we do not act swiftly, they may not last another couple of days. Lin Buan asserted with a sense of urgency. This was no exaggeration. While Fu Xingwen's situation could be set aside, Li Fanchuan's condition was already critical. She was uncertain whether penicillin would be effective against this virus. Initially, she should have simply administered some analgesics. But now she regretted that it would be futile to return and provide further medication. Although she had not personally experienced this plague, the sight of the little girl ahead conveyed the inevitable suffering that lay ahead. Listening to Lin Buan, Wei Chu did not suggest postponing their plans. For the sanctity of life was paramount, and he indeed held it in high regard. However, as the two contemplated diverting to seek assistance from the military, they hesitated between heading to the air raid shelter or the base at the foot of the mountain when they unexpectedly encountered a throng of people migrating from the shelter. Lin Buan intended to steer clear of them, but fate had other plans. Within this crowd was someone familiar. Lin Buan, a voice called out, halting her and capturing the attention of others. As Lu Daong emerged from the crowd wearing a mask, Lin Buan struggled to recognize him, her mind racing to recall his identity. Suddenly, as he approached, she recognized him in a flash, her expression shifting dramatically. Captain Lu. With no chance of escape, Lin Buan greeted him, though her demeanor was somewhat strained. Lu Daong scrutinized her and then glanced at Wei Chu. Perhaps it was due to the mask that he failed to focus on Wei Chu for too long. Why are you running? Feeling guilty? His tone bore a teasing quality. Yet both were acutely aware of the underlying probing nature of his words. Lin Buan forced a laugh. Captain Lu, you certainly have a flair for humor. When did I ever run? They had indeed fled, but how to explain it? Previously, at the gymnasium, although the military had registered everyone's information, they enjoyed a degree of freedom. Decisions regarding their stay or departure were generally voluntary. In other words, whether one wished to remain or leave, the military imposed no restrictions. However, given their predicament at the time, they had been compelled to depart, lest they find themselves in a situation akin to Lu Daong's, homeless and adrift. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. Feigning ignorance served no purpose. Lu Daong gazed at her intently for a while before uttering, "There's no need for pretense." His feelings towards Lin Buan were quite complex. When he first suspected her of taking weapons from the police depot, he had questioned his judgment. Yet, a series of subsequent events had only reinforced his suspicions, though he lacked evidence to substantiate them. Then came the gunfire incident, which he believed provided a breakthrough, only for Lin Buan to escape. This flight clarified much, yet after the relocation from the air raid shelter, a twist emerged. The weapon had fallen into the hands of a gang leader, and it took little thought for him to deduce the implications. They wanted him to identify Lin Buan. But unfortunately, he was in possession of the military's coveted supplies, rendering him untouchable. Consequently, as time passed and various events unfolded, the matter gradually faded into obscurity. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, Lin Buan unexpectedly reappeared before him, yet he felt none of the excitement he had anticipated. Indeed, playing the fool held no significance. To his astonishment, Lin Buan responded by nodding in agreement with his words. Then, he heard her subsequent inquiry. Captain Lu must have a way to meet with the military leaders, right? I have a matter of utmost importance concerning the lives and deaths of those behind you that requires discussion with the military leadership. Would Captain Lu be willing to act as my intermediary? Even Lu Daong, not to mention Wei Chu, could not help but cast her a curious glance. It seemed as though she was subtly threatening Lu Daong, her tone carrying an unsettling undertone. However, Lin Buan paid no heed to Wei Chu's bewilderment. Instead, she smiled confidently at Lu Daong, as if assured he would acquiesce. What scheme are you concocting this time? Lu Daong scrutinized her closely, unable to fathom her thoughts, and furrowed his brow. I mentioned it is a critical matter concerning their lives and deaths. Lin Buan pointed towards the individuals gradually making their way to the base at the foot of the mountain behind him. Upon hearing this, Lu Daong's frown deepened as he fixed his gaze upon her. Had he not been wearing a mask, his expression would have undoubtedly appeared even more serious and intimidating. This is no jest. Such words should not be taken lightly, he warned Lin Buan in a hushed tone. Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? Lin Buan raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, she softened her demeanor, looking down as she spoke quietly. Captain Lu, just because you lack certain information does not mean others cannot find it. I am not jesting when I say this is a matter of life and death for you. If you do not believe me, I can reveal a piece of information. If I told you I know where a laboratory exists for researching pharmaceuticals, would you be willing to help me introduce me to the military leaders? Chapter 93. Yu Yu is not dead. When Lu Daong heard her mention a laboratory for pharmaceutical research, his pupils dilated sharply, the shock and delight evident in his gaze towards Lin Buan. She discreetly curved her lips into a smile, confident he would assist her in reaching the military leaders. It was inconceivable to deceive with such information, especially when dealing with the military. It would be tantamount to courting death. If it were a fabrication, the consequences of discovery would be dire, something any sensible person would understand. Thus, upon hearing her words, Lu Daong's initial reaction was not skepticism regarding her honesty, but rather a mixture of shock and joy. Is what you say true? He asked Lin Buan, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. I have no reason to deceive you, Lin Buan assured him with a determined gaze. Very well, I will take you to meet the leadership. Lu Daong locked eyes with her for a considerable moment before resolutely agreeing. The subsequent events unfolded rather smoothly, as Lin Buan and Wei Chu followed Lu Daong towards the air raid shelter. Along the way, they encountered numerous haggard faces, which stirred a sense of confusion within her. Is the military facing severe shortages of supplies? Why do these individuals appear this way? She could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question to the ahead Lu Daong. Lu Daong followed the direction of her finger and, upon seeing those individuals, paused momentarily, his gaze deep and contemplative, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Only when those figures had receded into the distance, their silhouettes fading from view, did he shake his head, returning to his senses. Though supplies were still available, many had family members who were ill, a sentiment left unspoken yet understood by Lin Buan. The mercilessness of calamity had left them with perhaps just one or two loved ones, now afflicted by an unknown ailment with no medicine or means of treatment, merely awaiting their demise. The gravest concern, however, lay not only in the potential loss of kin, but also the ever-looming threat to their own lives. Under such immense pressure, even those with robust mental fortitude found it challenging to swiftly adapt to this new reality. She fell silent, accompanying Lu Daong in quietude towards the vicinity of the air raid shelter. As they approached, the faint glow of the shelter's entrance caught their attention, prompting Lin Buan and her companions to quicken their pace. Suddenly, a massive shadow leapt from the darkness at the roadside, lunging towards them. Fortunately, Lu Daong reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to evade the unknown entity. Perhaps taken aback by the unexpected evasion, the shadow crashed to the ground, producing a dull thud. Accompanying this was the sound of a human's anguished cry, and with the aid of the distant light, they discerned that the figure sprawled on the ground was indeed a person. Don't go over there. Lin Buan suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting as she grasped Wei Chu's arm, urging him to retreat rapidly while calling out to Lu Daong to halt his advance. He paused, turning to her, just in time to hear her caution, that person might be infected. Be careful not to catch the disease. At her words, Lu Daong inhaled sharply, retreating several steps until he stood beside Lin Buan and the others. They all gazed at the groaning figure on the ground, silence enveloping them. Yet, Lin Buan's countenance darkened further as she recognized the voice, recalling how Nzitsong had mentioned encountering Yu Yu not far from the air raid shelter in a half-collapsed building. Though uncertain of the exact location, the voice was unmistakable. The figure before them was indeed the still-living Yu Yu. After all, one could not mistake the voice of their own mother. What troubled her was the realization that, during the last encounter with Nzitsong, Yu Yu had clearly been in a dire state. Now, 2 days later, she was still clinging to life? Such resilience. Lin Buan couldn't help but wonder if her precious son had inherited this tenacity. Her thoughts turned to Chun Yuebin, that little rascal whom she had reprimanded. After which the plague had erupted. Given the current circumstances, the frail and ailing were particularly susceptible to infection, and with his myriad injuries, he could certainly be categorized among the weak. We should circumvent this. Lu Daong's steady voice broke through her reverie. Lin Buan cast one last glance at the incapacitated figure on the ground, remaining silent. Help me, came the weak, desperate plea from Yu Yu, who, upon hearing Lu Daong's intent to depart, voiced her wish to survive. Lu Daong furrowed his brow and cast a glance at her before telling Lin Buan and the others to wait a moment. He then made his way around and rushed toward the entrance of the air raid shelter. After he left, Lin Buan gazed intently at the motionless Yu Yu on the ground, lost in thought. Don't be afraid. Wei Chu, standing nearby, presumed she was frightened and spoke gently to reassure her. She shook her head and took a step closer to Yu Yu. Alarmed, Wei Chu quickly grasped her arm. What are you doing? My mother. Lin Buan pointed at the fallen Yu Yu and turned to him. He appeared momentarily astonished, but soon recalled in Zitsong's words. After a fleeting glance at Yu Yu, he hesitated before releasing his grip. Be careful, don't get too close. It could be contagious, he whispered with concern, then stood silently in place. Lin Buan took a few steps forward, halting 2 paces away from Yu Yu. Do you think you deserve this? Her voice pierced the night, soft yet unmistakably audible to Yu Yu, who could also discern her identity. Yu Yu's cries of anguish momentarily ceased. Lin Buan was uncertain if she was questioning or recognizing her. She looked towards the nearby air raid shelter. Look at the son you cherish so dearly. In the end, he does not treat you well at all. But then again, who knows if he is alive or dead? If he is dead, you can still deceive yourself, convincing yourself that he does not come to find you because he has passed away, wouldn't you agree? As if realizing who stood before her, Yu Yu. At the moment Lin Buan finished speaking, struggled and screamed, attempting to lunge at her. However, the strength she had mustered was already spent, leaving her feeble and ineffective. Lin Buan remained still, and Yu Yu was incapable of reaching her, flailing helplessly in her confined space. Are you angry? What is there to be angry about at a time like this? You can't possibly still hope that that useless Qin Yuebin will carry on the family line, can you? It's truly laughable. Her sarcasm struck hard, landing a blow on Yu Yu's preference for sons over daughters. You, Lin Buan, I should have suffocated you when I had the chance. Yu Yu, aware that she could not approach Lin Buan, trembled as she gritted her teeth and spat out venomous words. Yet, to Lin Buan, these words held no weight. She merely regarded the half-alive Yu Yu with indifference. Even in such a state, her presence alone was enough to aggravate Yu Yu. The thought of her beloved son's uncertain fate, while Lin Buan stood before her unscathed and triumphant, filled her with a desire to kill. Unfortunately, she was powerless to act against Lin Buan. Chapter 94. Sitting on the cold bench meanwhile, Lu Daong had already arrived with a team. Lin Buan observed the flickering beam of the flashlight, returning to Wei Chu's side with a composure that belied her inner turmoil. Fearing infection from Yu Yu, she took out a bottle of alcohol spray and doused both of them. The fully equipped military personnel took over Yu Yu, and Lu Daong approached Lin Buan, informing her that he had communicated with the leadership and would now escort her to meet them. Lin Buan observed the individuals clad in protective gear as they dragged Yu Yu toward the direction of the air raid shelter, unable to suppress a frown. What were they doing? Taking people underground? Did they not fear infecting those already inside? She gestured towards them and inquired. All the afflicted citizens had been gathered for quarantine. Lu Daong, bound by official protocol, could not elaborate on the matter, offering a rather formal response instead. Upon hearing his answer, Lin Buan scoffed, suggesting they were merely congregating to await death. Her words, though sharp, were undeniably truthful, leaving Lu Daong to respond with silence, unable to counter her assertion. You are placing these individuals in isolation within the air raid shelter. It is far too perilous. You must negotiate to relocate the meeting, she insisted, casting him a pointed glance before continuing. Even if the laboratory provided you with resources, who can ascertain when a remedy will be developed? Should I divulge the laboratory's location to you, only for you to become infected, ultimately resulting in no cure? That would be a fool's errand. Initially inclined to refuse her request, Lu Daong found himself swallowing the words he had prepared. Then you shall wait here, he finally conceded. However, he contemplated that this decision was beyond his authority and resolved to consult his superiors. With that, Lu Daong departed, leaving Lin Buan and her companions to inspect their surroundings, confirming that all was well before casually selecting a spot to sit and wait. Lu Daong's absence extended longer than anticipated, and Lin Buan, growing somewhat impatient, rummaged through her supplies in search of something to eat. After such a prolonged effort, she felt a twinge of hunger and decided to replenish her energy, knowing there would be ample opportunity for exertion later. Would you like something to eat? She inquired of Wei Chu, finding herself uncertain of what to choose. Perhaps it would be best to abstain. We wouldn't want to inadvertently introduce pathogens into our bodies, he advised. His words prompted Lin Buan to recall Yu Yu's recent appearance, and her appetite swiftly dissipated. With a resigned sigh, she abandoned her desire for food, staring contemplatively towards the air raid shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Daong's discussions with his superiors regarding Lin Buan's request proved to be quite challenging. The laboratory was indeed crucial, yet they were also occupied with other pressing matters. The leader, being the one in command, was regrettably unable to disengage, let alone consider relocating the meeting. A change of venue was possible, but it would require them to wait a while longer. After much deliberation, he received only this vague assurance, with no clear time frame provided. However, Lu Daong was acutely aware of Lin Buin's temperament. If he were to relay the message verbatim, she would undoubtedly storm off in indignation. Though the leader may have been constrained by circumstances, he was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity presented by the laboratory. The potential to save countless lives weighed heavily on his mind, especially when he thought of those languishing in the isolation rooms, desperately fighting for survival. Gritting his teeth, he turned back to press his superior for a resolution once more. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Lin Buin had yet to see anyone, not even a shadow, and her irritation mingled with uncertainty regarding the military's stance. Was a mere laboratory insufficient to sway them? Did they intend to abandon those in need? This was taking far too long. Were they dismissive of the laboratory's significance? Lin Buin could not help but seek Wei Chu's opinion. Let us wait a bit longer. With so many people needing to relocate to the military base tonight, it is unlikely there will be many available. Wei Chu, however, exhibited remarkable patience, approaching the issue from the military's perspective. Although such large-scale relocations were not new to the military, the current situation posed greater challenges than the previous transfer from the gymnasium. At that time, they were merely affected by high temperatures, unlike now, where a life-threatening disease loomed. The psychological strain was substantial, not only for military leaders, but for the general populace as well. In such circumstances, while the intention behind the relocation was commendable, one could not guarantee that everyone shared this sentiment, nor could one dismiss the possibility of encountering extreme individuals. In times of panic, emotions could easily be incited, and should chaos ensue, the consequences would be dire. Casualties might be trivial, yet the malicious spread of the virus by extremists would be a grave concern. Compared to securing a laboratory, the immediate priority lay in discovering a treatment, as well as curbing the transmission pathways or identifying the source of the outbreak. Why do you still want me to come at this time? How long must we wait? After hearing his analysis, Lin Buin felt less anxious, though she still shot him a disapproving glance. If only he had considered these aspects earlier, they might not have come at all. First, they encountered Lu Daong, and now there was Yu Yu. Truly, it was not a pleasant experience. Regardless, it seemed prudent to wait. Wei Chu, uncertain of how long they would have to bide their time, recognized that although they claimed to be negotiating terms, they were, in fact, in a position of dependence. Delaying was understandable. After all, one could not simply depart without notice. At the very least, they ought to communicate. That Lu Daong was hardly reliable. A simple confirmation of their meeting could have sufficed. He had been gone for so long. Did he not fear they might leave? Lin Buin could not criticize the military and thus resorted to venting her frustration at Lu Daong, the intermediary. Initially, things had progressed swiftly. She merely suggested changing the venue for discussion, yet he had been gone for an eternity without so much as an update. He is likely more anxious than you, Wei Chu remarked with a resigned smile. Indeed, Lu Daong was fraught with anxiety as time slipped away, while the leaders remained entirely occupied. His persistent urging had even led to his dismissal from the meeting, leaving him pacing anxiously outside the door like a restless ant on a hot stove, utterly powerless. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, he managed to catch his former superior, gripping onto the opportunity. Sir, if this drags on any longer, they might very well flee. Do you intend to proceed with the laboratory or not? Please give me a clear answer. Lu Daong succinctly got to the point. Daong, you see how busy we are. This is a critical time. Should anything go awry, discussions about laboratories and medications are mere idle talk. The leader clearly appreciated his directness, willing to engage him even amidst such pressing circumstances. The rationale is as such. However, Lu Daong was reluctant to concede. Just as he was about to speak, he overheard his superior's next words. There truly is no one available to leave. You are aware of the gravity of the situation. If possible, please persuade the other party. Elucidate the stakes involved. If that fails, engage with them to ascertain their conditions, and then return to report back to us. Without waiting for Lu Daong to process this, the leader swiftly released his hand and departed. Lu Daong, coming to his senses, could only gaze at the receding figure. Chapter 95. One-third of the armament with a countenance tinged with embarrassment, Lu Daong approached Lin Buin, fumbling in his attempts to embellish the reality of the military leadership's unavailability. He genuinely intended to follow his superior's instructions and negotiate terms with her, but Lin Buen's expression darkened considerably. So we have waited here for so long, only to be met with you? That cannot be quite right, Lu Daong conceded, aware of the absurdity of the situation, yet feeling helpless. Just as Lin Buen was about to respond, Wei Chu interjected. You can return to the military leaders and inform them that, besides the laboratory, there exists an intelligent power supply system. Solar, hydro, and wind energy can all serve as primary power sources. This way, might they find the time to engage with us? Wei Chu's words caused Lu Daong's demeanor to shift dramatically. His previously awkward expression transformed into one of seriousness as he regarded Wei Chu with a piercing gaze. Are you serious? There is no need to deceive you, Wei Chu affirmed with a nod. Await my good news, he declared, turning swiftly towards the air raid shelter. His urgency more palpable than before. Is that equipment truly so formidable? Lin Buen inquired, watching his retreating figure. Indeed, Wei Chu replied, and before Lin Buen could respond, he continued, however, while convenient, the maintenance of such equipment is quite complex. The laboratory's apparatus has encountered some issues. Should they take over, they will also have to grapple with maintenance concerns. Hearing this, Lin Buen, who had momentarily considered retracting, felt reassured. While one naturally wishes to retain valuable assets for personal use, lacking the means to maintain such items and prolong their lifespan renders them merely occupying space. It would be more prudent to exchange them for something of greater utility. Lu Daong returned in haste, accompanied by several men clad in military attire. Their pace brisk as they approached Lin Buen. She and Wei Chu exchanged a glance. Indeed, it was imperative to unveil their formidable weaponry to garner the attention these individuals warranted. Greetings, comrades. I am Song Yingfeng, the highest authority here at present. I have heard that you possess both a laboratory and power generation equipment. The middle-aged man spoke with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor overbearing, his authority evident in his commanding presence. Recognizing Lu Daong standing behind several individuals, Lin Buen understood that a genuine leader had returned. She refrained from posturing and nodded earnestly. Yes, the laboratory is rather concealed. It is unlikely that the average person is aware of its existence. She first expressed the safety of the laboratory, then implied that aside from them, it would be futile to seek out this facility through other means. Song Yingfeng remained silent. He had not come for this laboratory, but rather for the power generation equipment. The laboratory was intact, and its infrastructure remained. Thus the concerns regarding electricity were not an issue. Wei Chu discerned his implication and interjected. Are you suggesting that the power generation apparatus is located within the laboratory? Song Yingfeng cast a glance at him, promptly comprehending the meaning, yet he still sought confirmation. Indeed, Wei Chu nodded. That power generation apparatus is quite formidable. As far as I know, it can adequately supply power to an entire building. However what? Song Yingfeng, though somewhat intrigued by his words, felt a tightening in his chest as Wei Chu abruptly shifted the conversation. The apparatus has encountered minor issues, and you will need to find someone to repair it. Wei Chu was candid, briefly outlining the equipment's problems. On this front, Song Yingfeng was not well versed. After listening to Wei Chu, he dispatched individuals behind him to consult someone knowledgeable. His subordinates were efficient and soon located a specialist who had yet to be relocated. Upon receiving confirmation that repairs were feasible and that it was not a major issue, Song Yingfeng exhaled with relief, his excitement swelling within. It was crucial to note that the current electrical facilities were mostly in disarray, and he had been devising ways to restore power. However, the weather outside did not permit such endeavors. If repairs were completed at night, the sun's emergence during the day would incinerate the apparatus within mere minutes. Without electricity, many of their operations would be impeded, particularly concerning the hastily constructed portions of the base. The sweltering heat rendered mere insulation ineffective. With electricity, they would not suffer as severely indoors. Lin Buen and Wei Chu were essentially offering a pillow to someone in need of sleep. And it was no wonder that the military leaders, initially indifferent upon hearing about the laboratory, rushed over at the mention of power generation equipment. All right, present your demands. Song Yingfeng, having regained his composure after the surge of excitement, turned his gaze towards the masked individuals before him, aware that they must have ulterior motives. And he prepared himself for negotiation. I require 1/3 of your weapons and equipment. As Lin Buen spoke, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. What did you say? Song Yingfeng's demeanor darkened, his eyes sharpening as they fixed upon her. Weapons, akin to food, were currently indispensable. Without food, people would starve. Without weapons, they too would face starvation. The military's ability to monitor such a large populace was largely due to their possession of arms. In a city, while some may willingly seek the military's protection, others, driven by ambition, would seek to seize resources. Those in power are acutely aware that the current order teeters on the brink of collapse. The essentials for survival, beyond mere sustenance, include weaponry. To be unarmed is to be at the mercy of others, rendering the prospect of survival utterly bleak. Lin Buan had certainly anticipated this reality. Otherwise, she would not have confiscated an entire armory while at the police station. However, the stockpile of firearms in a police precinct is limited. Although she had acquired a significant cache of weapons, it would scarcely suffice in the event of conflict. Most critically, the chaotic disaster shows no signs of abating. Rebuilding a civilized society will demand considerable time. She could hardly rely on the remnants of humanity among the survivors. No, 1/3 is far too excessive. After a brief discussion with his subordinates, Song Yingfeng turned back with a grim expression, rejecting Lin Buan's proposal. Lin Buan shrugged nonchalantly, declaring that negotiations were futile. Either they would comply with her terms, or there would be nothing further to discuss. With that, she grasped Wei Chu's arm and prepared to depart. Wait. Song Yingfeng could not simply relinquish the matter, urgently calling out to her. Can't we negotiate further? We could offer other supplies as compensation. I have no need for your meager supplies, Lin Buan replied without a moment's hesitation, dismissing his offer. Lin Buan, you already possess weapons. Why do you require even more? Lu Daong, unable to hold his tongue, stood up from behind, regarding her with disapproval. Is it unreasonable to desire more? Do you expect me to forego armaments simply because I already possess some? Lin Buan rolled her eyes at him. What if I possess weapons, yet not in sufficient quantity? You. Lu Daong began to retort, but was silenced by a raised hand from Song Yingfeng. Is there truly no room for negotiation? He asked, his tone softening. This demand is rather excessive, particularly given the acknowledged issues with the equipment you mentioned. However, Lin Buan showed no inclination to entertain bargaining. She merely cast a sidelong glance at Song Yingfeng, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes again, and replied coolly, if there are issues, then simply do not take it. The problems are minor. Repairs are not particularly arduous, merely requiring more than one person to address them. She met Wei Chu's gaze, and he nodded in affirmation of her decisions, instilling her with renewed confidence. Given their attitude, Lin Buan concluded that further discussion was unnecessary. It is not that we refuse. You stated that the equipment has defects, which renders it a flawed product. To impose such unreasonable demands under these circumstances is rather audacious of you. Another man standing behind Song Yingfeng interjected indignantly as he grappled with his indecision. Have you lost your senses? Lin Buan scoffed coldly. If it were not defective, do you truly believe you would have such an opportunity? Had it been of good quality, would I not relish it myself instead of haggling with you? Her words left the man momentarily speechless, caught in a quandary as he struggled to formulate a rebuttal. After all, she spoke the truth. Had anyone else discovered such a treasure, they would not only have sought to barter it, but would have clutched it tightly, even if it proved useless. Moreover, the existence of a laboratory only heightened its value. Given the current circumstances, any laboratory that remained intact spoke volumes of its robustness. Even they, merely overhearing the conversation, felt a surge of desire. Had they arrived just a couple of days earlier to hear about the laboratory, they would undoubtedly have spared no effort to establish a military base. Seeing that you do not appear genuinely interested, there is no need for us to waste each other's time. If you decline, others will certainly step forward. Let it be so. Lin Buan had no intention of engaging in further banter, seizing Wei Chu's arm before turning to leave. Wait, hold on. Song Yingfeng hesitated. And as he witnessed Lin Buan and her companions resolutely turning away, a wave of panic washed over him. Realizing he could not call them back, his urgency intensified. Without a second thought, Song Yingfeng rushed forward and grasped Lin Buan's arm. What are you doing? Lin Buan exclaimed, startled, as she shook his hand off and stepped back. We have agreed to your demands. The current situation is challenging for all of us, and while we are not stingy with these weapons, let me just explain briefly. Song Yingfeng offered. Upon hearing this, Lin Buan's expression softened. Though she remained silent, she acknowledged his sentiment. However, it was evident that the power generation equipment held significant importance for the military. Otherwise, He would not have been so eager to acquiesce to her demands after only a brief exchange. Given your apparent sincerity, let us continue our collaboration, she stated. As an afterthought, she added, by the way, I have one more request. Lin Buan, that is quite enough, Lu Daong interjected hastily, fearing she might propose an unreasonable demand before Song Yingfeng could respond. Lin Buan merely cast him a glance, dismissing his interruption. He was not the one in charge. She noted that the true decision-maker remained silent. Please, state your request, Song Yingfeng encouraged, his demeanor considerably more composed. Having surmised that any further demands would not surpass the gravity of the current one. I would like you to find a doctor for me. I have 2 individuals here who have fallen ill. I do not require you to provide medication. I only need a professional to offer guidance on the medication, she requested. This demand was entirely reasonable, and Song Yingfeng let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, his surprise was palpable as he looked at her and inquired, Do you have medication on hand? Lin Buan paused momentarily, reluctantly nodding. Then, can you? No, she interrupted, shaking her head definitively before he could finish. The medication we possess is limited, and I still have patients here. I cannot ascertain how much medication will be needed. If we were to allocate some to you, there is a risk that neither party would be saved. Lin Buan's words lodged in Song Yingfeng's throat, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, as she had stated, the current virus left them bewildered regarding appropriate treatments. Should they request Lin Buan to allocate some medications, not only would it be uncertain if there would be enough for the patients, but a shortage on her end could hinder their ability to provide care, leading to a situation far worse than before. Upon pondering this dilemma, Song Yingfeng sighed in regret. I understand. I will assist you in finding capable doctors. When can you escort us to the laboratory? He inquired. Prepare your weapons. Let us reconvene here at dusk, Lin Buan replied thoughtfully. Given the haste of the day, neither party was adequately prepared, and with dawn approaching swiftly, they lacked sufficient time to reach the laboratory. That works. Song Yingfeng pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Lin Buan's proposal. It is settled then. Once this matter was resolved, Lin Buan and her companions had no intention of lingering any longer. They had been away long enough and needed to return to the mountain to check on Hua Xiao and Yu Su. As they exchanged farewells and were about to depart, Lin Buan suddenly recalled something and turned back to Song Yingfeng. By the way, there is a hospital nearby that likely harbors survivors. I wonder what their disposition is. If you intend to go there tomorrow, it would be wise to bring more personnel and weapons. One can never predict whether conflict may arise. A hospital? Song Yingfeng's eyes brightened. An intact hospital was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for them. He was still grappling with how to handle the patients in the air raid shelter. It was impractical to relocate them all to the base. However, leaving them behind posed significant management challenges. The existence of a hospital would simplify matters greatly, allowing them to transfer these individuals for isolation. Coupled with the laboratory, formulating treatment plans would be far more efficient. As for Lin Buan's comments regarding the survivors, he was not overly concerned. Even if those survivors were unfriendly, he had various strategies at his disposal to address such encounters. Lin Buan nodded casually in acknowledgement, then disregarded his reaction and swiftly pulled Wei Chu away. Chapter 97. Encountering Huang Hu's subordinates after leaving the air raid shelter. Lin Buan and Wei Chu intended to return to the mountain, but as they passed near the farm, they reconsidered and decided to inform Zitsong and the others about their findings regarding the doctors. However, before they could reach the entrance, they heard a cacophony emanating from within. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace and entered the vast, empty doorway of the farm, only to find a group of yellow-haired thugs surrounding Zitsong and his companions, shouting boisterously. What are you doing? Lin Buan shouted impulsively, without a moment to think. The ruckus drew the attention of those inside, who turned to face them. Upon recognizing their faces, her pupils dilated in shock. Damn it, what bad luck. We've run into Huang Hu and his gang of thugs. However, she scanned the surroundings and found neither Huang Hu nor that little rascal Chun Yuebin among the crowd. Bah! Who are you? Sneered a leader with yellow hair, noticing there were only 2 of them. He spat disdainfully on the ground and shouted at Lin Buan. This question should be directed at you. What are you doing here? Lin Buan furrowed her brows and replied coolly, perhaps due to her mask. Many of the yellow-haired individuals who had seen her before did not recognize her. Upon hearing her bold words, the yellow-haired leader immediately grew displeased. What the hell do you care about what we are doing here? You'd better leave quickly if you know what's good for you. He appraised Lin Buan with a sudden lewd smile. Not bad, huh? His words not only failed to provoke Lin Buan, but instead enraged Wei Chu beside her. In an instant, he lunged forward and kicked the yellow-haired leader, sending him flying. The sudden turn of events startled the onlookers, and Zizong and the others, hearing the commotion outside, poked their heads out. Upon locking eyes with Lin Buan, he realized reinforcements had arrived and hurriedly shouted through the iron gate, "Sister Lin, Brother Wei, these people are here to rob you. Be careful." Lin Buan retorted, "Careful about what? It's already turned into a fight." His shout snapped the other yellow-haired individuals, who were still dazed, back to reality, and they charged at Wei Chu, looking fierce and menacing. In the blink of an eye, a brawl ensued, and Lin Buan was not exempt. Several yellow-haired individuals rushed toward her. Unfazed, she seized the darkness to her advantage and swiftly retrieved 2 kitchen knives from her space, brandishing them at the approaching yellow-haired men. The sharp blades sliced through the air, producing a sound that caught the attention of the yellow-haired individuals now within close proximity. Upon noticing the knives in her hands, several of them abruptly halted, fear etched upon their faces as they stopped 2 meters away from her. Lin Buan paid no heed to their retreat. She swung her knives, advancing toward the yellow-haired men. Those who merely sought to gather supplies were forced to back away in fear of their lives. She quickly approached Wei Chu and handed him one of the kitchen knives. Realizing they were dealing with formidable opponents, the yellow-haired men retreated, exchanging glances filled with mutual defiance, yet none dared to act recklessly. "Do you know who we are? Daring to meddle in our affairs? You must be tired of living," the leader of the yellow-haired men said, clearly growing impatient with the stalemate. Furrowing his brows as he made threats, Lin Buan nearly laughed at his juvenile words, suppressing the urge to chuckle, and replied with a tone of disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? What time do you think it is for you to still be acting like this? Regardless of who you are or who you belong to, if you step through that door today, it will be you who is tired of living." She pointed to the heavily secured iron gate. The leader with the yellow hair followed her, and his gaze clashed with Zizong's foolish stare, instantly igniting a surge of anger within him. "What the hell are you staring at?" he shouted, pointing at Zizong, as if such a display could assert his dominance. And Zizong was bewildered. He had done nothing to provoke such an outburst. "Are you really out of your mind?" he retorted, his own ire flaring up, albeit with a more cultured expression devoid of profanity, yet unmistakably accusatory. The yellow-haired individual, initially seeking to vent his frustration, found his temper escalating further. In a fit of rage, he charged towards Zizong, intent on delivering a violent beating. "Come on then. Are you afraid? If you have the guts, step inside. There are patients here. If you're not afraid of dying, come on in and see if you can withstand it." And Zizong's words stunned the yellow-haired man, freezing him in place, wide-eyed and incredulous. "Are you lying to me?" he stammered. "Who's lying? I swear on your family's demise," and Zizong scoffed, adding a mocking tone to his reply, as if to ensure his disbelief was unwarranted. Clearly convinced, the yellow-haired man quickly retreated, casting a glance at Lin Buan and the others before circumventing them and bolting outside. Lin Buan remarked, "Is he really running away? How cowardly. Just moments ago, he was plotting to seize supplies." The remaining yellow-haired individuals, witnessing his flight, scattered like birds, leaving the area devoid of even a single trace of their presence. Lin Buan, observing the once crowded space now stripped of any occupants, felt a sense of disbelief. She had readied herself for a confrontation, yet this was the outcome? "Are you all right?" Wei Chu, lacking the introspection of the others, approached Zizong to inquire. "I'm fine. Even if you hadn't come, they wouldn't have been able to breach our defenses for a while. If they did, upon seeing old Fu and the others, they would likely flee in terror." And Zizong replied with a smile, acknowledging the fortuitous protection afforded by old Fu and his group. Wei Chu remained silent, unsure of how to respond to his words, until Lin Buan snapped back to reality and approached them. "We found you a doctor, but they won't arrive swiftly. At the earliest, they'll be here by tomorrow." "Really?" And Zizong's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed at them, but then, as if a shadow had crossed his face, he grew somber. "Even if we have a doctor, we lack medication. It would be of little use." Lin Buan frowned at his despondency. "We secured the medicine. You just need to follow the doctor's orders for treatment. This is unacceptable." And Zizong began to protest, but Lin Buan was resolute, disregarding his objections. "It's our way of compensating you," Wei Chu interjected, understanding her intentions. and Zitsong hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Buan. Although it was her mother who had contracted the illness from Li Fan's Huang, her mother remained her mother, and she herself, distinct from others. Apart from Li Yufan, who exhibited some misplaced resentment, the rest were relatively composed and did not harbor any blame towards her. Chapter 98. Another uprising at the military base? Thank you, Sister Lin. And Zitsong acknowledged, understanding that further refusal would be ungrateful. Once notifications were relayed, Lin Buan intended to depart, but Wei Chu had more to say. While you care for the patients, do remember to take care of yourselves. Have the medications proven effective? Yes, old Fu's fever has subsided, and Zitsong nodded vigorously. He mentioned Fu Xingwen, omitting Li Fan's Huang, indicating that her condition had not improved. Wei Chu fell silent for a moment, offered a few brief instructions, and did not inquire further. After leaving the breeding farm, they hurried back to the mountaintop before dawn. You're finally back. Upon their arrival, Hua Xiao and the others had just awakened, and Hua Xiao beamed at Lin Buan. Quick, get up and make me something delicious. I'm starving. Lin Buan smiled at Hua Xiao, standing at the cave entrance. All right, what do you want to eat? You have the chance to place your order. Hua Xiao climbed up, changed her clothes, and cheerfully walked to the supplies area. With the return of those she had worried about, Hua Xiao felt relieved and invigorated. Preparing breakfast was much faster than when Yu Su and the others were around, and the variety was significantly richer. Observing the clearly well-prepared breakfast, Yu Su couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Lin Buan. During the 2 days he spent in the cave with Hua Xiao, her meals had been limited to instant noodles and other quick fixes. There was none of the thoughtful fare she now prepared, cold dishes and noodles he had longed for but could not have. While dining, Lin Buan shared the outcomes of their recent excursion with Wei Chu. Upon hearing that they intended to hand over the laboratory to the military, Hua Xiao was particularly perplexed. Why give it to them? Can't we just move there directly? No need, Wei Chu replied. The laboratory is too large, and the power supply system is quite complex. Neither Yu Su nor I can maintain it alone. Lin Buan pondered, uncertain how to articulate her reasoning. While that location was discreet, someone had already discovered it as they were leaving. Even if others could not enter for the time being, it would undoubtedly become a coveted target. 4 of us can withstand 2, but we cannot fend off countless others, Wei Chu stated bluntly, articulating the risks involved. His words silenced Hua Xiao, who had been contemplating the acceptance of additional personnel. Still mulling over Lin Buan's statement, Hua Xiao considered that if they could not maintain the equipment, accepting some technicians would resolve the issue. However, after hearing Wei Chu's subsequent remarks, she realized her assumptions were overly simplistic. Accepting others also entailed significant risks. Not to mention the potential for disease. Managing those individuals posed a problem in itself. Strangers elicit a lack of trust. One fears overstepping boundaries, for once conflicts arise. Those with expertise could easily seize control, turning the tables and rendering the situation most disadvantageous. After contemplating this, Hua Xiao's spirit waned, her chopsticks absently poking at the bowl, her silence betraying an unmistakable sense of dissatisfaction. The cave has its merits. We have invested considerable effort in transforming it into its current state, and the thought of departing only to have others benefit from our labor stings. Lin Buan gently shifted the conversation to comfort her. That simply cannot be. Hua Xiao frowned, unable to accept the notion of others reaping the rewards of their hard work. Precisely, from a higher vantage point, we gain broader perspectives. As long as we are here, we might as well make do. In truth, Lin Buan had another reason for her reluctance to visit the laboratory. It was connected to the Anhao Hospital, a place of dubious safety. Those who constructed the laboratory likely feared potential mishaps, deeming the front entrance too cumbersome, thus rendering the rear quite vulnerable. However, connecting it to the morgue was a notion that strayed into the realm of the macabre. After their meal, Lin Buan and Wei Chu retired for rest. Having gone a day and night without sleep, their exhaustion was palpable, and they nearly succumbed to slumber before finishing their meal. The heat lingered, and the cave offered little respite. Hua Xiao, concerned for Lin Buan, assisted in operating the fan to provide some relief. The wooden fan creaked rhythmically, and Lin Buan, lulled by the sound of wood clashing, gradually drifted into slumber. When she awoke, darkness enveloped the cave, and whether it was the heat or something else, her mind felt foggy. Rising from the cool mat, she ventured out, only to find the cave deserted, which struck her as odd. Wei Chu, she called as she approached their area, but after a moment's wait with no response, She lifted the curtain to find the space empty. Perplexed, she turned to see Wei Chu entering the cave from outside. "You're awake," he remarked, his surprise minimal, clearly having anticipated her awakening. "What were you doing outside?" she inquired, nodding as she poured herself a bowl of water. She was contemplating the construction of a small wooden partition outside when she overheard a commotion at the military base below. Lin Buan paused upon hearing his words, quickly regaining her composure and expressing her intent to investigate. Upon exiting the cave, she found Hua Xiao and the others perched on the platform, peering down at the unfolding events. "What is happening?" she asked as she approached, only for Hua Xiao to acknowledge her presence with surprise. "I'm not sure. It seems the survivors have become agitated, and a confrontation may be imminent." Hua Xiao's words deepened Lin Buan's confusion. She furrowed her brow, gazing downwards. Yet, the scene below remained obscured, the figures resembling ants clashing amidst a cacophony that resonated clearly to their ears. After observing for a while, Lin Buan remained uncertain about the nature of the disturbance below. "This evening, we have arranged to conduct a transaction with them. Given the current circumstances, should we still proceed?" Lin Buan, perplexed, turned to Wei Chu. Logically, such a situation should not arise. The present survivors, unless they possess inherent abilities or have stockpiled resources, would not provoke conflict, especially those within military bases who rely on the armed forces for survival. Yet, an unusual confrontation was unfolding, leading Lin Buan to suspect that something significant had transpired. Uncertain of the situation, she was hesitant to engage with the military at this moment. "Let's descend and investigate. Even if we must postpone the transaction, we ought to inform them. Most importantly, we need to uncover what has occurred." Wei Chu pondered for a moment before offering his counsel. "But if it is not a pressing matter, where should we place the weapons during the transaction?" Chapter 99. The deal. Hua Xiao suddenly interjected, her question startling Lin Buan and the others. "We have already discussed this. You must accompany us down the mountain and wait near the farm. If we proceed with the military transaction, Lin Buan will help transport the weapons to your location. Once the military departs, we can then store them safely." Wei Chu was the first to regain his composure, briefly outlining the plan his father had devised on the way back. Upon hearing they could descend, Hua Xiao's excitement surged. "This is excellent. We can feign returning the weapons to the mountain. After evading the military, we can have Xiao Wan store the weapons, ensuring greater safety." "That may be overly complicated," Wei Chu countered, shaking his head. "You may not be able to shake off the military. However, their weapons should come in boxes. We can simply abandon those when the time comes." Concerns lingered about whether the military personnel might follow them and discover their whereabouts. Even if they did not take such actions, the commotion from a third of their weaponry would undoubtedly attract attention. Once the military departed, those who had been watching would likely entertain ulterior motives. To mitigate potential dangers, Wei Chu and Lin Buan had already devised a detailed plan. Upon returning to the cave, Wei Chu elaborated on their strategy, while Hua Xiao and Yu Su listened intently, as they were the most crucial participants. Once the military left, they would become targets. Lin Buan was relatively assured of her self-defense capabilities, but she worried for Hua Xiao and Yu Su, who were somewhat less equipped. "You all know how to use a gun, right? I instructed you to practice beforehand. I hope you won't freeze up like frightened bears when the moment arrives," Lin Buan remarked, her gaze fixed on Hua Xiao. Her concern lay solely with him, fearing he might falter at a critical juncture. "Rest assured, I have been diligently practicing every day. You can ask Yu Su if you don't believe me." Hua Xiao perceived Lin Buan's disdain and, feeling indignant, subtly gestured for Yu Su to assist her. "You are a couple. You both know each other well enough, and I shall not concern myself with your affairs. Should you falter when the time comes, do not expect my support." Lin Buan had no desire to hear Yu Su's flattery directed at Hua Xiao. Previously, he had provided the two with firearms and urged them to practice whenever possible. Although they could not use live ammunition, familiarizing themselves with the weapons was nonetheless essential. It would be disastrous if, when the need for firearms arose, they found themselves helpless and unsure of how to operate them. Fortunately, it appeared that Hua Xiao and the others had heeded his advice and took their lives seriously. After ensuring everything was in order, the four of them, along with 2 dogs, descended the mountain. Previously, they had left the 2 dogs on the mountain, only to discover their absence upon returning. Since that incident, Lin Buan had refrained from leaving the dogs unattended. Otherwise, they could wander off and be captured, ultimately facing a grim fate. Black Bean was manageable. as the adult dog was faster than most humans and required little oversight. However, Dao Dao posed a bit of a challenge. Wei Chu had fashioned a simple sling, placing Dao Dao inside for Lin Buan to carry. It seemed to be the first time Dao Dao had been carried, and it was quite excited, wriggling and barking. Lin Buan reprimanded it several times to no avail, ultimately requiring Wei Chu's intervention. Considering the danger Hua Xiao and her group faced, Wei Chu decided to leave Black Bean with them while he accompanied Lin Buan and Dao Dao to the location agreed upon with the military leaders the previous day. Upon arrival, they found the military personnel had already gathered, and seeing their approach, Song Yingfeng hurried to greet them. "I thought you wouldn't come today." Before he could finish, Lin Buan interjected. Hearing her words, Song Yingfeng appeared puzzled, unsure of her meaning. "We just passed by the base where the military had assembled personnel and noticed some kind of conflict there. That led us to believe you might not have time for the transaction. We came hoping for a stroke of luck, not expecting you to actually show up." Wei Chu explained. They could not disclose that they had seen the situation from the mountain, as it would reveal their current location. However, during their journey, Wei Chu had devised a plausible explanation that would allow them to inquire about information from the military leaders without arousing suspicion. After listening to Wei Chu's explanation, Song Yingfeng did not express doubt, but instead sighed. "We cannot afford to remain idle ourselves." He then briefly recounted the reasons behind the conflict. In the air raid shelter, due to the contagious nature of a plague, many individuals had gradually contracted the illness, which currently had no available treatment. As the number of afflicted individuals grew, leading to untreated deaths, Song Yingfeng and his team could no longer remain passive and resolved to relocate the healthy survivors to a safer location. Thus commenced the urgent endeavor to establish military bases, with all the healthy survivors from the air raid shelters having been relocated to that site. However, those afflicted with illness within the shelters were not intended for transfer. The families of these patients were unconvinced, believing that the military sought to abandon them to their fates, left to perish either from their ailments or from hunger and thirst. Exploiting the fears of these relatives, certain extremists perpetuated rumors and incited panic, culminating in the conflicts they witnessed. The current resolution lay in the quest for alternative locations to isolate the sick, with the laboratory mentioned by Lin Buan and the adjacent Anhao Hospital serving as an excellent option. Under such circumstances, Song Yingfeng could not refrain from engaging in negotiations with them, even harboring concerns that Lin Buan and her group might reconsider, hence his early arrival. Having grasped the origins of the situation and the helplessness of Song Yingfeng and his companions, Lin Buan exchanged a glance with Wei Chu. "Have we prepared everything we require?" Lin Buan inquired. "Certainly," Song Yingfeng replied, signaling to those behind him. 3 carts laden to the brim appeared before them. Observing the olive green boxes stacked to a height of half a person, Wei Chu approached for a meticulous inspection. After confirming their integrity, he nodded at Lin Buan. "Please assist in delivering these to our personnel. I shall escort you to the laboratory." The soldiers beside the carts glanced at Song Yingfeng, awaiting his affirmation before grasping the cart handles, ready to accompany Lin Buan. After a shared glance with Wei Chu, Lin Buan acknowledged Song Yingfeng and prepared to depart with the items. Just as she was about to leave, a voice called out, "Wait." Turning, she spotted Lu Daong emerging from behind. "It's not safe for you all. I shall accompany you." Lin Buan cast a look at Wei Chu, having anticipated many scenarios, but not this one. Clearly, Lu Daong had not yet given up on them. "This is acceptable." Before she could decline, Song Yingfeng nodded in agreement with Lu Daong's decision. After a moment of silent exasperation, Wei Chu nodded back at her. There was no compelling reason to refuse, and denying it could potentially arouse Song Yingfeng's suspicions. Although whether he suspected or not held little significance, Wei Chu preferred to avoid any disputes. The priority remained to secure the items. "By the way, where is the doctor we requested?" Lin Buan's emotions were evidently stirred. As Lu Daong approached, she shot him a cold glance and abruptly broached the subject. The day prior, they had mentioned needing a doctor, to which Song Yingfeng had assented. Today, however, they found no one present. They had thought it prudent not to rush, intending to request personnel once Wei Chu took them to Anhao Hospital. Yet now, with Lu Daong's unexpected involvement, she felt compelled to redirect his attention. "Xiao He," Song Yingfeng seemed to recall, turning to call out. Before long, a young man appeared out of nowhere, coming to a halt before him and offering a salute. Observing the demeanor of this Xiao He, Lin Buan felt a twinge of skepticism. Was this truly a doctor, or merely a soldier masquerading as one. This is our unit's medic. You may address him as Xiao He. Song Yingfeng introduced succinctly. Upon realizing he was indeed a military doctor, Lin Buan fell silent. A physician and a soldier, embodying dual roles while simultaneously engaging in surveillance. Such a pity they did not reside within Zizong and his cohort, and that Zizong was unaware of their whereabouts. Song Yingfeng's scheme was destined to fail. Let us proceed, Lin Buan remarked, casting a glance at the two before turning to lead the way. The journey unfolded smoothly. Although they sensed a few lingering gazes along the route, they encountered no one and chose to feign ignorance. Upon reaching the designated location, Hua Xiao and Yusu emerged from their hiding spots upon seeing their arrival. Lu Daong, upon spotting the two unexpected figures, instantly shifted into a defensive stance. It was only after Lin Buan and the others exchanged greetings that he recognized them as her companions. Why are there so many of you? Hua Xiao inquired in a hushed tone, taken aback by the number of people following Lin Buan. I cannot transport 3 trucks worth of supplies on my own, Lin Buan casually replied, then turned to indicate the Dr. Xiao He. Please wait here. I will take this Dr. Xiao to Zizong. As she spoke, she prepared to lead him away. Noting this, Lu Daong quietly trailed behind. Captain Lu, why are you following? Lin Buan paused, glancing back at him. It is unsafe for the two of you. Lu Daong reiterated his familiar reasoning. Lin Buan felt a hint of exasperation. It seemed he had fixated on her. Very well. Let us go, she sighed in resignation, conceding to his presence. After all, they still had a plan in place and were not particularly concerned with Lu Daong's watchful eye. The location was not far from the breeding farm. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at its entrance. Upon stepping inside, they beheld a throng of individuals gathered before Zizong's residence. A closer inspection revealed the same group of yellow-haired ruffians from the previous day, though their numbers had notably increased. Our boss has arrived today. Those of you with sense will hand over the supplies. Or else you shall not blame our boss's gun for its indiscriminate nature, the leader of the yellow-haired gang shouted towards the house, exuding an air of false bravado. Upon hearing mention of their boss, Lin Buan's mind immediately conjured the figure of Huang Hu. Scanning the crowd, she indeed spotted him among the yellow-haired men. The middle-aged man encircled by the gang was unmistakable. His balding head was too conspicuous to overlook. If Huang Hu was present, did that imply Chen Yuebin's arrival as well? Lin Buan pondered how she might confront him when the moment arose. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Lu Daong's thunderous shout beside her. What are you doing? She was taken aback, and the blonde fellow over there was equally startled. In an instant, all the blondes turned their heads to gaze at the three of them. Lin Buan silently retreated a step, concealing herself behind Lu Daong. With so few people, it was manageable, but amidst such a crowd, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. In the event of a conflict, she was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. It wasn't cowardice. Although she had encountered Huang Hu before, their previous interactions had been fraught with animosity. Now, faced with him, Huang Hu, emboldened by the numbers at his back, would undoubtedly seek to exploit their numerical advantage and tear her apart. Thus, for the sake of her own life, it was prudent to adopt a more cautious demeanor. It's you, Huang Hu exclaimed, recognizing Lu Daong and fixing him with a stern gaze. Lin Buan pondered this. Given Huang Hu's character, it was plausible that he had had considerable dealings with the police prior to the apocalypse, making his familiarity with Lu Daong quite reasonable. However, wasn't Lu Daong part of the criminal investigation unit? It seemed somewhat incongruous for Huang Hu to know him. Huang Hu, I warned you last time. Are you willfully ignoring the consequences now? Lu Daong furrowed his brow, anxiety gnawing at him. Huang Hu was not one to be trifled with. He had taken control of the water plant and wielded weapons. Were it not for the intervention of the military, not only would they be unable to procure water, but the surrounding survivors would likely be enslaved by him. Contemplating this, Lu Daong heightened his vigilance, keeping a close watch on Huang Hu. The military is preoccupied with their own troubles. What does it matter if I am aware of the risks? Do they have the time to intervene in my affairs? Huang Hu scoffed, clearly dismissive of Lu Daong's warnings. You. Lu Daong's expression darkened, evidently taken aback by Huang Hu's astuteness regarding the military's predicament. This was a deliberate choice to enact his tyranny at such a critical moment. Today I, Huang Hu, am in a good mood and do not wish to quarrel with you. I advise you to leave while you still can. Otherwise, with just the two of you, escaping will not be permitted by my men. As Huang Hu finished speaking, his entourage of blondes advanced menacingly a step closer. Lu Daong surveyed the scene, realizing that Huang Hu had brought nearly half of his followers with him. Although these individuals were not of reputable origins, they were all reckless to the point of being fearless. It is often said that the stubborn fear the bold fear the strong, and the strong fear the reckless. Huang Hu's crew were the embodiment of the reckless. Even before the apocalypse, they had been a thorn in the side of law enforcement, and now, with societal order in ruins, they had become even more audacious. However, as Lu Daong processed this, he recalled Huang Hu's earlier mention of two individuals, which struck him as odd. A glance over his shoulder revealed Lin Buan hiding behind him, nearly provoking a laugh from his frustration. Chapter 101. The Innocent Victim Takes the Blame. Chapter 102. The Journey to the Laboratory. Chapter 103. The Military's New Film Material. Chapter 104. A Moment of Softness. Chapter 105. First to the Laboratory. Chapter 106. Suspicion Surrounds Wei Chu. Chapter 107. Encircled. Chapter 108. The Need to Clarify. Chapter 109. Ji Dong's Anomaly. Chapter 110. Negotiations Fail. Chapter 111. Proposal to Seal the Back Door. Chapter 112. Wei Chu's Strange Persistence. Chapter 113. An Alternate Path. Chapter 114. Containing the Illness. Chapter 115. The Worthless Gossip of Hua Xiao. Chapter 116. The Desire for New Materials. Chapter 117. Li Fanchuang's Deteriorating Condition. Chapter 118. Agreement to Exchange Film Materials. Chapter 119. Invitation to Join the Mission. Chapter 120. For Slots Requested. Chapter 121. Another Mission. Chapter 122. Encountering Survivors in the City Center. Chapter 123. The Forces in the City Center. Chapter 124. Special Services. Chapter 125. Bunny Girl Ruan E. Chapter 126. Exorbitantly Priced Restaurant. Chapter 127. Auction Invitation. Chapter 128. Arrival at the Research Institute. Chapter 129. Agreement to Another Mission. Chapter 130. Finding a Place for Hot Pot. Chapter 131. The Child's Mischievous Bag. Chapter 132. Fleeing. Chapter 133. Discovery of the Military's Underground Warehouse. Chapter 134. How Could There Be Bears? Chapter 135. Simplified Presidential Suite. Chapter 136. The Auction. Chapter 137. Auction Item Ruan E. Chapter 138. Being Watched. Chapter 139. Seeking Candidates for Suyu. Chapter 140. Finding Suyu. Chapter 141. Is this really how it works? Chapter 142. Abandoning the Military Base. Chapter 143. Ruan E. and Suyu's Experiences. Chapter 144. A Drastic Transformation. Chapter 145. Unexpected Affections. Chapter 146. Awkward Dreams and Awkward Encounters. Chapter 147. You Aren't Trying to Deceive Me, Are You? Chapter 148. A Change in Weather. Chapter 149. A Growing Appetite. Chapter 150. Lu Daong's Return. Chapter 151. A New Request. Chapter 152. Changing Route to Depart. Chapter 153. Temporary Lodging at Anhao Base. Chapter 154. Explosion at the Military Base. Chapter 155. A Calamity That Endures for Millennia. Chapter 156. Safely Arriving at the Warehouse. Chapter 157. A Sudden Confession. Chapter 158. The Horseherd. Chapter 159. Xiejun Goes Offline. Chapter 160. Tang Zeshan's Descent into Madness. Chapter 161. Discovering a Simple Life. Chapter 162. Truly Sincere Efforts. Chapter 163. Escaping Danger. Chapter 164. Gathering Belongings for Anhao Base. Chapter 165. Reinforcements Arrive. Chapter 166. Relocating Anhao Base. Chapter 167. Seeking Help from University Students. Chapter 168. Under Attack. Chapter 169. Lin Buan is Injured. Chapter 170. A Lesson for Tang Zeshan. Chapter 171. Subversion. Chapter 172. Splitting Up to Act. Chapter 173. Exposed Spaces. Chapter 174. Is this considered staging? Chapter 175. Unable to Contain the Mess. Chapter 176. I Must Go to the Battlefield. Chapter 177. Wei Chu is Still Alive. Chapter 178. Returning to the Safe Base. Chapter 179. Eliminate Directly. Chapter 180. Discharged from the Hospital. Chapter 181. Conclusion.